Chapter 841. The Obstruction of Green Bamboo. The green bamboo earth sovereign smiled warmly and declared, "By the command of my emperor, I have come to welcome the return of the imperial uncle, so kindly make way." Chun Fu retorted angrily, "This man has conspired to harm our princess, and the emperor has ordered me to apprehend the mastermind. Do you expect our family to yield? Let me offer you 3 words: impossible." The green bamboo earth sovereign chuckled, "Whether is possible or not shall be revealed only after we engage in battle. Green bamboo sovereign, let me slay this wretched eunuch." Prince Zhuang's expression twisted in fury, his teeth grinding ominously, yearning to tear Chun Fu apart. Observing Prince Zhuang's wrath, the green bamboo earth sovereign simply smiled. "Since that year, when we accepted the invitation of the celestial sovereign of eternal life, we 5 earth sovereigns have only sparred once. It has been many years, and I am curious to see how your strength has evolved. Then let us see." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chun Fu's eyes as the peculiar energy, a blend of shadows and residual sunlight, surged within him, emanating a pressure that would rattle even the most formidable of foes. "Let's test it indeed." The green bamboo earth sovereign responded with a chilling laugh, unleashing a powerful aura that collided with Chun Fu's. Chun Fu wasted no words. With a sweeping motion, he launched the sunflower golden needles towards green bamboo at great speed. Green bamboo's gaze turned icy as he wielded a bamboo staff, deftly deflecting each needle that came his way. In swift succession, the bamboo staff swung horizontally, conjuring countless phantoms that surged towards Chun Fu from all directions. The 2 earth sovereigns clashed fiercely, their overwhelming might causing the entire embassy to tremble violently. Engaged in rapid combat, they exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, and Chun Fu grew increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that over the years, the old specter green bamboo had significantly enhanced his strength, reaching the pinnacle of Earth Sovereign. If this continued, he would surely be defeated. Although green bamboo held the advantage in cultivation, his heart was far from tranquil. This was the ambassadorial residence of the Great Yan, already attracting significant attention. The destructive force unleashed by the 2 Earth Sovereigns would undoubtedly draw the attention of other formidable beings. While others might remain unperturbed, the elder Dan Xingli of the Dan family was a celestial sovereign not to be underestimated. She had long issued a stern warning that the Great Yan's princess was under her protection, and anyone who dared to act against her would face relentless pursuit to the ends of the earth. Should Dan Xingli be alerted, not only would Prince Zhuang be unable to escape, but his very life would be at stake. Contemplating this, green bamboo urgently exclaimed, "My lord, you must depart swiftly. I shall hold the rear." "Understood." Prince Zhuang, recognizing the dire situation, realized he had been struck by Chun Fu's sunflower golden needles in all 4 limbs, rendering him immobile. He could only bellow for the hidden assassins outside to come and carry him away. "You shall not escape." Observing this turn of events, Chun Fu hastily fired his sunflower golden needles, aiming to eliminate the assassins. However, the green bamboo earth sovereign preemptively intercepted all the needles. "Old green bamboo, I see you are courting death. The princess is under the protection of the Rakshasa celestial sovereign. Anyone who dares to harm her is inviting the wrath of the Rakshasa celestial sovereign. Are you not afraid of retribution?" As Prince Zhuang was snatched away by the assassins, Chun Fu's face turned purple with rage, and he shouted furiously, "Retribution!" The green bamboo earth sovereign chuckled darkly. "Once this matter is concluded and I acquire that object, I shall fear nothing. Why should I be concerned about that old hag Dan Xingli?" Chapter 842. The storm approaches. Chun Fu was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "You need not concern yourself with it now. In due time, the meaning shall reveal itself," replied the green bamboo earth sovereign, with a smile both enigmatic and mischievous. At that moment, a series of chilling screams echoed from outside the door. Following this, the voice of Shang Wanyu drifted in. "Prince Zhuang has traveled a great distance to see me. Why does he rush to leave upon our first meeting? This reflects poorly on me as the host. Come, let us return to the palace for a few cups of wine." "Why you?" Prince Zhuang was both astonished and terrified, unable to articulate his thoughts. After Chun Fu's departure, Shang Wanyu had contemplated that the Qian emperor of the Southern Witch Kingdom was a man of ruthless and meticulous action. His wariness of Dan Yao's latent potential meant he would stop at nothing to eliminate her. Although Prince Zhuang had arranged for more than a dozen Dongxu realm powerhouses, along with the 7 steps heartbreak smoke, theoretically capable of taking down an Earth sovereign, the success rate was not guaranteed. Given the Qian Emperor's nature, it was unlikely he would rely solely on these individuals. He must have hidden reinforcements. Only Earth sovereigns and those above could contend directly with an Earth sovereign. The Green Bamboo Earth sovereign had deep ties to the Southern Witch Kingdom, as his mother, Princess Xianxia, was a distant relative of the Qian Emperor, making him the ideal candidate. Fearing that the Green Bamboo Earth sovereign might sabotage his plans, Xianxiaaudiobooks followed closely behind Chun Fu to the embassy. As expected, he had indeed anticipated his arrival. The Green Bamboo Earth sovereign, his face a deep shade of green, hurried out the door, aiming to rescue someone from Xianxiaaudiobooks. Observing this, Chun Fu unleashed his sunflower golden needles with the ferocity of a tempest, forcing the Green Bamboo Earth sovereign to retreat repeatedly. While firing the needles, he shouted, "Your Majesty, you should leave first. I shall handle this." Very well. Xianxiaaudiobooks understood that Chun Fu's abilities were slightly inferior to those of the Green Bamboo Earth sovereign, making victory uncertain, yet he was more than capable of self-defense. He then seized Prince Zhuang by the collar as one would a chick, leading him away. The Green Bamboo Earth sovereign trembled with rage, desperate to intervene, but was ensnared by Chun Fu, ultimately having no choice but to depart in frustration. Danielle had thought that after the assassination attempt, everything would settle down. Little did she know that the turmoil of the previous dynasty was resurfacing, and the imperial harem was also on the brink of a storm. Throughout history, there has been a tradition of prohibiting royal consorts from interfering in politics, and being within the palace, news was relatively isolated. Sensing that a significant event was imminent, Danielle summoned Chun Fu for an inquiry. Only then did she learn that the day after the assassination attempt, during the morning court session, Emperor Xianxiaaudiobooks declared war against the Southern Witch Kingdom, accusing them of initiating unfounded provocations and plotting against the princess. Thus, the two dynasties had irreparably severed ties, and war was on the horizon. However, before the troops could mobilize, logistical preparations would take time. It would be at least 10 days before they could reach the Southern Witch Kingdom. Danielle sighed deeply. I never anticipated the ramifications of this incident to be so profound. She then furrowed her brow. While it was true that the Great Yin dynasty was stronger than the Southern Witch Kingdom, nothing was absolute. The people of the Southern Witch Kingdom were adept in the art of poison and skilled in cunning schemes, leaving room for the possibility of employing despicable tactics to secure victory. What if? Danielle shook her head. Never mind. We shall take one step at a time. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can always lend a hand. The Heavenly Sovereign's pact binds only the Heavenly Sovereign. It does not prohibit those at the Spirit Platform realm from intervening. Meanwhile, within the imperial city of the Southern Witch Kingdom, the Qian Emperor sat upon his exalted throne, his countenance darkening upon learning of the failed assassination, the capture of Prince Zhuang, and the deaths of several Dongxu realm powerhouses. Chapter 843, Royal Family and Lack of Kinship. Fuming, he slammed his palm against the court desk. Useless. All of you are utterly worthless. Noticing the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign's sullen expression, the Qian Emperor quickly added, "Do not misunderstand, Your Excellency. I am scolding those incompetent fools, not you." The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign, well aware that although he was not as powerful as a heavenly sovereign, he was not someone a mundane emperor could insult without consequence, remained unfazed. He waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no matter. This time it was my oversight. I did not expect the Great Yin Emperor to be so astute. I was entangled by that old eunuch, Chun Fu, and could not save Prince Zhuang. This is not your fault, Your Excellency. I too did not foresee the prowess of the brother and sister from the Great Yin dynasty. Each one surpasses the other. Now that the assassination has failed and my uncle has been captured, we find ourselves in a difficult situation," the Qian Emperor lamented. "My Emperor, the most pressing matter at hand is Prince Zhuang. He has fallen into enemy hands, and with Xianxiaaudiobooks' modus operandi, he will not only use him to accuse you of conspiring to assassinate the Great Yin Princess, but may also bring him to the front lines, undermining our troops' morale." These words struck a chord with the Qian Emperor. Prince Zhuang was his own uncle. Historically, emperors ruled with filial piety. Although an uncle may not hold the same standing as a father, he was nonetheless a blood relative. If Xianxiaaudiobooks were to bring Prince Zhuang to the front lines, it would severely demoralize the troops, and the citizens of the Southern Witch Kingdom would surely criticize him for neglecting the welfare of his own uncle, labeling him unfilial and ungrateful. The Qian Emperor seethed with rage, his eyes blazing. "Xianxiaaudiobooks, if you dare treat my uncle in such a manner, I will ensure you pay dearly. My Emperor, Xianxiaaudiobooks has already torn our relationship asunder. The urgent matter is to resolve this situation swiftly, otherwise, if morale is significantly damaged, the consequences will be dire. Do you have any sound strategies?" The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign stepped forward, a sinister glint in his eye. I suggest that your majesty issue a decree to announce to the world that Prince Zhuang has passed away, posthumously titled Prince Zhuang Ku. The Qian Emperor's face turned ashen. Have you lost your mind? That is my own uncle. The green bamboo earth sovereign fixed his gaze upon him. What of your uncle? In the royal family, there is no true kinship. For the sake of the throne, a father can be killed, let alone an uncle. Your majesty must not only announce to the world that Prince Zhuang has died, but also find a way to silence him. Ideally by disfiguring his face so that no one can recognize him. Only in this way can we stabilize morale and render Shangguanyu's claims unfounded. Turning all accusations into mere jokes. The Qian Emperor's expression darkened, yet he nodded. You speak the truth. The royal family has never held true blood ties. Sacrificing one Prince Zhuang would allow Shangguanyu to act without justification, and I would not bear the disgrace of being deemed unfilial. This is indeed a most advantageous transaction. The green bamboo earth sovereign smiled cruelly. Precisely. Those who wish to achieve great things must be willing to sacrifice even their closest kin. This is the essence of a true emperor. He then furrowed his brow. As war looms, the defenses of the great Yin dynasty are formidable. It will not be easy to silence Prince Zhuang. We must devise a suitable plan promptly. The Qian Emperor turned to the chief eunuch standing nearby. I recall that a few years ago, a prince from the great Yin dynasty sent word expressing a desire to collaborate with me. Is that correct? The chief eunuch nodded. Indeed, your majesty, there was such a matter, but you were preoccupied with a significant affair at the time and did not follow up, so it was left unresolved. Which prince? The Qian Emperor inquired. The chief eunuch replied, it was the eldest prince, Shangguanyong. Chapter 844, The Conspiracy, the Eldest Prince? The Qian Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Shangguanyu has not yet established a queen, according to the principle of primogeniture. He should inherit the throne in the absence of a legitimate heir. Why would he seek to collaborate with me? The chief eunuch explained, your majesty may not be aware. But although the great Yin dynasty lacks a legitimate son, they favor the third prince, Shangguanze, born of concubine Zhuang. Shangguanyong harbors resentment and is unwilling to relinquish the throne, which is why he seeks to ally with you to seize power. The Qian Emperor chuckled. His situation is quite reminiscent of mine in my youth, where the emperor favored the younger son while neglecting the elder. However, I am a legitimate son, while he is born of a concubine. For a son of low birth to aspire to the throne is indeed ambitious. I find myself quite fond of his ambition. What does the emperor intend? Find a way to contact him. I have consented to this matter. However, if he wishes to collaborate, he must first demonstrate sincerity. As for this sincerity, the emperor cast a sidelong glance at the chief eunuch and smiled. Do you comprehend? The chief eunuch lowered his gaze and replied with a smile. This servant understands. If we silence Prince Zhuang, cooperation will proceed smoothly. Since you understand, make haste to act. Do not jeopardize my grand affairs. Yes, the chief eunuch responded, waving his feather duster as he prepared to depart. Wait, called the green bamboo deity, who hastily stopped him. Does the esteemed one have further instructions? With a smile, the green bamboo deity replied, I believe this matter can be further elaborated upon. Oh, the emperor, intrigued, turned his attention to the green bamboo deity. The latter continued, Shangguanyu has just ascended to the deity rank. His time is ripe, and with the assistance of an extraordinarily talented sister. Even if your majesty can fend off the invasion of the great Yin dynasty this time, it is ultimately not a sustainable solution. This statement undoubtedly struck a chord with the emperor. With the recent demise of both the celestial longevity monarch and the thunderous Xian deity, coupled with the emperor's gradual decline into old age, it had become exceedingly difficult to contend with the flourishing great Yin dynasty. He could withstand one assault, but not 10 or 8. Inevitably, the nation would eventually succumb. What do you think I should do? Asked the emperor. The green bamboo deity smiled knowingly. To capture a thief, first capture the king. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Indeed, if Shangguanyu were to perish, the morale of the great Yin dynasty would be thrown into disarray, making it difficult for them to wage war against the Nanzhou kingdom. At that point, not only could the crisis be resolved, but I could also exploit this situation to incite discord within the royal family and reap the benefits. Precisely. The green bamboo deity's smile was chilling. Shangguanyu has not established a queen. All the princes are illegitimate, thus all can contend for the throne. In a powerful nation such as the great Yin dynasty, an external assault will not be immediately fatal. A centipede, though dead, does not curl up. Only through internal strife and self-destruction can they be thoroughly vanquished. Then, your majesty can advance from the outside, striking directly at the heart and obliterating the great Yin dynasty. Exquisite. Exquisite. Shangguanyu would never anticipate that his failure to establish a queen would lead to such dire consequences. The internal strife of the royal family. The fratricide between father and son, truly a splendid spectacle. The emperor applauded in delight. The chief eunuch frowned. But the emperor of the great Yin has already broken through to the deity realm, and his strength is formidable, with layers of guards surrounding him. How easy would it be to kill him? That is simple. I have recently acquired a most intriguing item that can assist your majesty in this endeavor. Chapter 845, The Celestial Demon Dice. The green bamboo deity chuckled sinisterly, pointing to a spatial ring from which a glossy black vial emerged. The emperor inquired, "What is this?" "This is the nether black water, a secret treasure of the netherworld sect from the eastern regions. It is colorless and tasteless, yet exceedingly poisonous. Merely adding a drop to his tea will ensure Xianxiaaudiobooks' demise," explained the green bamboo deity. "Is it truly that potent?" The emperor remained skeptical. He had witnessed the lethal effects of the seven-step heartbreak smoke, which could fell even a deity. This nether black water was said to be 10 times more toxic. How could Xianxiaaudiobooks possibly endure it? Do not forget, the Rakshasa celestial monarch has deep ties with the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family. Should she intervene to save him, extracting the poison with her spiritual power, then rest assured. Even if the celestial monarch intervenes, she cannot extract this poison unless a 6th-grade apothecary or a being stronger than the celestial monarch intervenes. Do you think that is possible? The emperor shook his head and chuckled. Of course not. The celestial monarch is the mightiest existence in the 4 realms. How could there be someone stronger? As for a 6th-grade apothecary, apart from excelling in alchemy, one must also possess the same cultivation as a celestial monarch. Looking across the 4 realms, only the twin wonders celestial monarch from the northern region qualifies as a 6th-grade apothecary. However, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst, rendering us powerless. Exactly. As long as we utilize Xianxiaaudiobooks to mix this poison into Xianxiaaudiobooks' daily tea, then at that moment the emperor clapped his hands in laughter. Truly a brilliant plan. The green bamboo deity's eyes glimmered with excitement, yet he frowned. The nether black water is difficult to refine. After much toil, I managed to concoct only this small amount. Your Majesty, the emperor gazed deeply at the green bamboo deity and sighed. Very well. I initially intended to wait until you assisted Prince Zhuang with his assassination task before bestowing upon you the celestial demon dice. Now that we possess the lethal nether black water, it is no harm to grant this to you. With that, the emperor produced a gigantic black die, channeling his vital energy to present it to the green bamboo deity. Upon seeing it, the green bamboo deity's eyes sparkled with wild joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Exiting the palace, the green bamboo deity looked at the celestial demon dice in his hand and cackled. With this treasure, I have no doubt I can ascend to the rank of celestial monarch. Dankingly, Xianxiaaudiobooks, just wait for me. The emperor, intent on inciting internal discord within the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family to reap the benefits, remained oblivious to the fact that Xianxiafans and Xianxiaaudiobooks had long since reached the pinnacle of discontent with Xianxiaaudiobooks. The events trace back to the day of Dan Yao's assassination. On the day of Dan Yao's assassination, it coincided with the royal family's ancestral temple sacrifice. The ancestral temple sacrifice differs from other rites. Other ceremonies honor the spirits of heaven and earth, praying for favorable weather and peace across the realm. However, the ancestral temple displays the tablets of past emperors and their consort queens, signifying immense importance. Participating in the ancestral temple sacrifice is regarded by scholars and officials as the highest honor, tenfold more glorious than achieving the top rank in the imperial examinations. Thus, the ancestral temple sacrifice has traditionally been overseen solely by the emperor. Little did one expect that upon hearing the news of Dan Yao's assassination, Xianxiaaudiobooks would abandon the sacrificial duties and delegate them to the third prince, Xianxiaaudiobooks. In the eyes of the emperor, this seemingly ordinary action was perceived differently by others. Since ancient times, serving alongside the emperor has been akin to accompanying a tiger. A minor misstep could lead to one's head rolling, and a graver misstep could doom one's entire family. To ensure their survival, ministers often had to decipher the emperor's intentions. Chapter 846, The Eldest Son's Resentment. Overinterpretation can easily lead to misinterpretation of the emperor's true meaning. As those ministers, concubines, and princes witnessed the emperor appointing Xianxiaaudiobooks to preside over the sacrifice, their minds began to whirl. They pondered the significance of the ancestral temple sacrifice, so solemn and grand. Why would the emperor choose the third prince, who is not the crown prince, to preside over it instead of the eldest son, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Could it be that the emperor intends to establish the third prince as the crown prince? This line of thought created quite a stir, leading ministers who had previously supported the eldest son to pivot and seek favor with the third prince. Xianxiaaudiobooks, engrossed in alchemy, paid little mind to the flattery and sycophancy of those around him. These individuals then turned to curry favor with Xianxiaaudiobooks' mother, concubine Zhuang. After all, a mother is exalted by her son's status. If Xianxiaaudiobooks truly ascended to such heights, concubine Zhuang would undoubtedly become the revered Empress Dowager. Catering to a future Empress Dowager is essentially no different than catering to a future emperor. Qin Defei and her son Shang Wanyong were incensed by this turn of events. Why? I am clearly the eldest son. Why does father favor the third? Allowing him to preside over the ancestral temple sacrifice. Does this not slap my face? Shang Wanyong's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. His face contorted with rage and resentment. If the third prince were born of the principal consort, it would be acceptable. But as both are illegitimate princes, why should the third prince be permitted to oversee the sacrifice while the elder brother is denied such an honor? At that moment, a man dressed as a scholar, albeit with a somewhat lewd appearance, entered. Eldest prince. The scholar approached Shang Wanyong and whispered, "The emperor of the Nanzhou kingdom seeks your presence." The emperor? Sovereign Shangwen's expression darkened as he waved his hands dismissively to those flanking him. "You may all withdraw." At once, the attending maidservants and eunuchs retreated in perfect unison, leaving only Sovereign Shangwan and the scholarly gentleman present. "What business does the emperor seek with me?" Shangwan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the literary figure. The gentleman, maintaining a composed demeanor, lowered his voice and replied, "The emperor wishes to collaborate with your highness to aid you in ascending the throne." "Is that so?" Shangwen's heart soared with elation. A few years prior, he had discreetly conveyed his intentions to the emperor, expressing a desire for collaboration. However, his overtures had vanished into silence. Receiving no response, he had presumed that the emperor dismissed him as a marginalized prince, cast aside by the sovereign, which had left him feeling irate. Yet, just as he was prepared to let the matter fade into obscurity, the emperor had approached him once more with the prospect of cooperation. Given his anxiety over Shangwanze's role in the sacrificial rites, the emperor's overture was akin to a much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Indeed, the emperor, once the firstborn of the former sovereign of the southern Witch Kingdom and similarly overlooked by his father, could empathize with Shangwen's plight and was willing to extend a helping hand. What are the terms? Though ambitious and somewhat self-serving, Shangwan was not a fool. He was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. One must offer something in return to gain anything of value. The Dian dynasty and the southern Witch Kingdom were sworn adversaries, and it was improbable that the emperor would extend his assistance without ulterior motives. The emperor stipulated that once Shangwan ascended the throne, he must bestow upon him the last remaining Pure Yang Great Revival Pill. The Pure Yang Great Revival Pill? Shangwen's countenance shifted dramatically. As the firstborn of the imperial family, he certainly understood that the Pure Yang Great Revival Pill was a treasured elixir passed down through the Shangwan lineage. Just one of these pills could grant a practitioner a millennium's worth of cultivation, yet only a sixth-grade alchemist could concoct such a potion. The Shangwan lineage had not produced a celestial sovereign for generations, nor had they seen a sixth-grade alchemist capable of crafting the Pure Yang Great Revival Pill. The earlier batches of this elixir, consumed over thousands of years, had been entirely depleted by the time of his father's reign. Shangwan realized that while the emperor was willing to assist him, he had his own designs. And he hadn't anticipated that the emperor would covet the Pure Yang Great Revival Pill. Did he not know that the last one had already been consumed by his father? His father had successfully broken through to the Earth's sovereign realm precisely because he had absorbed the pill's millennia of medicinal potency. Shangwan reconsidered. The matter of the Pure Yang Great Revival Pill was shrouded in secrecy, and it was through the intimate relations between his mother and father that he had learned of it. The emperor, being the cunning fox that he was, likely remained unaware of this, hence his interest in the Pure Yang Great Revival Pill, hoping to utilize it for his own ascension to a higher realm. Initially, Shangwan had feared that the emperor might demand territorial concessions or other precious items, but now, with the focus on the non-existent elixir, he found a way to dangle the carrot before the wily old fox. Once he seized the throne, he could easily turn the tables on the emperor. Shangwen's mind raced with possibilities. Yet unbeknownst to him, the emperor was already aware that the last Pure Yang Great Revival Pill had been consumed by Shangwanyu. The emperor's request for the pill was merely a stratagem to allay Shangwen's suspicions about him, making the prospect of collaboration seem less perilous and facilitating the smooth execution of his subsequent plans. In comparison to the emperor's cunning, Shangwan was still rather naive. "Go and inform the emperor that this prince is amenable to the proposal," Shangwan declared resolutely. Was it not merely a matter of one Pure Yang Great Revival Pill? If it meant securing the throne, he would not hesitate to part with a mere pill or even concede a few territories. The literary gentleman smiled. "Your Highness possesses great vision and decisiveness. Exchanging a single elixir for a lifetime of glory is hardly a loss. However, the emperor has also indicated that this matter is of great significance. It cannot be mere words. Your Highness must demonstrate sincerity if the emperor is to agree." Sincerity? Shangwen's brow furrowed. What does the emperor require of me? Currently, the emperor's most pressing concern was the matter of Prince Zhuang. He intended to issue a decree announcing Prince Zhuang's demise. If your highness could find a way to silence Prince Zhuang and erase his visage, the emperor would agree to the collaboration. To kill Prince Zhuang? Shangwan hesitated, but my father has the prince securely confined within the palace, making it no simple task to eliminate him. The gentleman replied, precisely because it is not easy, the emperor seeks your highness's assistance. If you are willing to help, everything else can be negotiated. After much contemplation, Shangwan gritted his teeth and nodded, very well. I have long been at odds with the third prince. With him in the picture, there is no place for me, and vice versa. Rather than allow him to reap the rewards while I endure humiliation, I would rather take the risk. Danyao, having learned of Shangwan Yu's intent to wage war against the southern witch kingdom, had been keenly observing the movements within the court and the inner palace, hoping to aid her brother in reversing his fortunes. As she witnessed the courtiers vying for favor with Shangwan Zhe over the sacrificial rites and the steadfast loyalty of the elder ministers towards the firstborn, while they relentlessly targeted those supporting Shangwan Zhe, she felt a sense of helplessness. Danyao sighed. Every family has its own difficulties, and this is no less true for the royal family. Chapter 848, The Death of Prince Zhuang. Xianxiang lifted a cup of tea and took a gentle sip, remarking, the struggle for power is ceaseless. It will not cease until a dynasty falls. However, with the establishment of a new dynasty, a fresh cycle of life and death will commence. Even if your brother has ruled diligently for over a century, fostering the welfare of the people and proving himself a wise sovereign, he cannot quell the strife among the princes. Danyao expressed her concern. The princes have reached a critical point. The power struggle is intensifying, and I genuinely do not wish to see them turn against each other for the throne. Not only do you wish to avoid it, your brother is equally averse to such conflict, for those princes are his own flesh and blood. The harm of any one of them would be a tragedy, a profound anguish for him. Currently, there are murmurs suggesting that the emperor has appointed Shangwan Zhe to preside over the sacrificial rites, intending to signal to the courtiers that the third prince is his favored choice for the heir. It is no wonder that so many are currying favor. Yet I find it puzzling that someone as astute as Shangwan Yu would make such a blunder in such a crucial matter, repeatedly favoring Shangwan Zhe. Xianxiang was perplexed. Danyao shook her head. It is not that my brother is foolish, but rather that as an emperor, he has grown weary of the overt and covert struggles within both the court and the inner palace. The more one witnesses the machinations of others, the more one craves simplicity and purity. Shangwan Zhe, with his untainted heart and childlike sincerity, shows little interest beyond alchemy. This is particularly precious in my brother's eyes. Xianxiang nodded. You see it clearly. Throughout history, emperors have detested princes who covet the throne and openly display their ambitions. Such behavior is undoubtedly a grave misstep. Likewise, emperors are human, with their own emotions and desires. They yearn for the genuine affection and care of their children, just like any ordinary father. Shangwan Zhe treats your brother not as an emperor, but as a father, which explains your brother's favoritism. I, too, would hold him in high regard. Danyao exhaled softly. The firstborn is blind to this point, obsessively pursuing power, resulting in a chilling father-son relationship. If he truly wished to win my brother's favor, the simplest approach would be to regard him as a father rather than an emperor, treating him with the same reverence one would show a deity. If he had that mindset, he would likely have been named crown prince long ago. Alas, not everyone possesses the exquisite clarity that you do. Children are but debts owed by parents from their past lives. The one who has incurred the debt is your brother, not you. We merely need to lead our own lives well, and let your brother bear the burden of his own troubles. Danyao's smile was faint, akin to a silhouette cast by a gauzy window. Indeed, I am but an aunt, not a mother. As long as I attend to the well-being of the pleasing Qi Ming and Shangwan Zhe, that is sufficient for me. The rest is not my concern. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall remain indifferent. As they spoke, Qi Ming hurriedly rushed in. Aunt, something terrible has happened. Danyao's expression shifted, and she quickly inquired, what has occurred? The Prince of Zhuang, who plotted to assassinate you, was discovered dead in the inner palace this morning, his face mutilated beyond recognition. How swift is the hand of Emperor Qian? Danyao scoffed coldly. How does my aunt know it was Emperor Qian's doing? Qi Ming asked, curious. Chapter 849. Do you wish to be emperor? The emperor's military actions against the southern Wuli kingdom necessitate using the assassination of the Prince of Zhuang as a pretext for justified warfare. With the Prince of Zhuang now deceased and his visage so disfigured, it is clear that Emperor Qian seeks to evade the ignominy of being branded as unfilial and ruthless, opting instead to sacrifice a pawn to safeguard his position. My aunt possesses remarkable insight, discerning the truth of this matter without even stepping outside the palace. Truly commendable. Qi Ming expressed his admiration and continued, The moment the Prince of Zhuang died, Emperor Qian issued a decree announcing his demise to the world. Clearly a clumsy attempt to conceal his malice. His intentions are now unmistakably evident. Dan Yao sighed. It is futile to speak of it now. The man is dead. His face destroyed. Emperor Qian will undoubtedly deny any acknowledgement of him as the imperial uncle Zhuang, leaving the emperor with little recourse. Qi Ming, perplexed, remarked. Since my aunt's assassination attempt, the palace has heightened its security, and the Prince of Zhuang was under special surveillance. How could Emperor Qian's hand reach into the palace? Dan Yao chuckled. Must we even speculate? Surely, there is a traitor among us. One may guard against external threats, but it is the domestic traitor that is most insidious. This drama is far from over. Do pay attention. Shang Guanyu, incensed by the death of the Prince of Zhuang, realized that there was a traitor within the palace and promptly issued a decree for a thorough investigation. However, despite extensive inquiries, no leads surfaced. With no other options, Shang Guanyu resorted to dismembering the Prince of Zhuang's corpse and scattering his ashes, a small relief to his simmering rage. The palace was rife with tension, with everyone on edge. Yet, the Crown Prince Shang Guanyong seized the opportunity presented by the Prince of Zhuang's death to assert his intentions to cooperate with Emperor Qian. The emperor was highly pleased with his approach, arranging for the esteemed Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign to infiltrate the Great Yin imperial capital and discuss matters of collaboration personally. The decision to send the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign was twofold. Firstly, due to his noble lineage and connection to the imperial family. Secondly, the situation in the Great Yin imperial capital had shifted dramatically, and only someone as formidable and cunning as the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign could navigate it without arousing Shangguanyu's suspicion. And thirdly, the act of plotting against one's own father is a grievous betrayal of familial duty. Should Shangguanyong hesitate to act out of paternal affection, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign could subtly encourage him to proceed with the plan. One must commend Emperor Qian's comprehensive foresight. The two parties arranged to meet at a dilapidated temple in the imperial capital. After exchanging pleasantries, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign cut to the chase. Crown Prince, do you wish to be emperor? Shang Guanyong nodded earnestly. Of course, it is a dream I have long harbored. Yet mere aspiration is futile. My father favors the third son. Even with ambition, it is all in vain. The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign smiled. As long as your highness desires it, I possess a means to assist you. Shang Guanyong, elated, eagerly inquired, what method? The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign spoke slowly. In over a century, the emperor has neither enshrined an empress nor produced a legitimate heir, nor has he established a crown prince. According to the age-old traditions, the legitimate son succeeds in the absence of an heir. Should the emperor pass without leaving a will, the eldest son is the rightful heir according to customary law. Shang Guanyong's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you implying? The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign smiled slightly. Your highness is indeed astute, with but a gentle nudge. You grasp my implication. He then lavished praise upon Shang Guanyong. Such wisdom and brilliance. When you ascend the throne, what is there to fear about being a wise ruler? Instead of feeling elated, Shang Guanyong was suddenly gripped by a chilling dread, his body trembling involuntarily. Chapter 850, Temptation. The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign observed him with a glimmer of disdain, yet spoke. A small-minded man is no gentleman. A true man is not without poison. Throughout history, those who achieve great deeds have walked over mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. If your highness wishes to be emperor, it must be done thus. Noticing Shang Guanyong's indecision, he added, I understand your hesitance for paternal bonds, but allow me to speak frankly. Your cultivation talent is not particularly exceptional, regardless of your diligence. You are unlikely to surpass the realm of Dongxiu in this lifetime. Your father, however, has reached the status of Earth Sovereign and possesses a lifespan of over 3,200 years. Can you endure until his natural end? Shang Guanyong fell into silence at this remark. The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign continued. Even if you are reluctant, consider your mother. She dreams of being the revered matriarch. Yet, your father is stingy with the title of empress, delaying her rightful status. Only by becoming emperor can you elevate her to the esteemed position of Empress Dowager. Revered by all, your father's extensive lifespan ensures you will not outlast him, nor will your mother. Do you truly wish to remain a mediocre prince, living a life of insignificance, merely waiting for death? Can you bear to see your mother wait in vain for the day she dons the phoenix robe? His words resonated deeply, striking at the very core of Shang Guanyong's heart. He envisioned the exalted throne of the 9-5 Supreme and his mother's joyous visage adorned in the phoenix robe. Finally, unable to resist the temptation, he clenched his teeth and nodded. Very well, I will heed your counsel. The Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign smiled darkly. That is the spirit. As long as you follow my guidance, it will not be long before you become the new emperor of the Great Yin dynasty. and your mother shall be revered as the Empress Dowager. He produced a small, glistening black vial, saying, "This contains the nether black water, colorless and tasteless. A single drop in your father's tea or soup will allow you to inherit the throne as the eldest son." Shang Wanyang's heart raced. But he could not resist the allure and accepted the vial of this deadly poison. After leaving the dilapidated temple and returning to the palace, Shang Wanyang approached Yanghe Palace to pay respects to his mother, concubine Shinda. She was engrossed in a volume detailing garments for the needlework room, gazing dreamily. Upon seeing the book, Shang Wanyang noted the splendid yellow attire adorned with vibrant phoenixes and exquisite peonies, a sight of extraordinary beauty. The phoenix, king of all birds, paired with the peony, queen of all flowers, created a combination both regal and enchanting. However, such garments could only be worn by the empress or the empress dowager. No matter how favored, concubines were forbidden such patterns. Initially hesitant, Shang Wanyang's compassion swiftly transformed into a cold resolve upon witnessing his mother's yearning. For his own sake and for his mother, he must harden his heart. The sudden death of the Prince of Zhuang had thrown Shang Wanyang's military plans into disarray. Aware that to repel external threats one must first secure internal stability, Shang Wanyang understood that without unearthing the traitor, he could not act with peace of mind. To uncover the truth behind the Prince of Zhuang's death, he initiated a comprehensive investigation within the palace, but after several days of diligent searching, he found no leads. What a band of useless fools, unable to keep watch over a single person. Shang Wanyang grumbled, rubbing his temples in frustration. Feeling a bit parched, he commanded, "Bring tea." Chapter 851, Poisoned. Soon, an aged eunuch entered, gracefully carrying two exquisite blue and white porcelain cups. One cup was empty, while the other contained steaming Luan melon seed tea. As was customary, the old eunuch scooped a small amount of the tea into the empty cup, sampled it, and upon finding it satisfactory, he presented it for consumption. Throughout history, there have been unfortunate emperors who met their demise through poisoning. To ensure food safety, both the emperor and the empress dowager mandated that eunuchs taste their meals, whether it be during a formal banquet or while sipping tea paired with snacks. Should poison be present in the food, it would take the life of a lowly eunuch, sparing the emperor from any mortal peril. Observing that the tasting eunuch had suffered no ill effects, Shang Wanyang took up the blue and white cup and began to sip slowly. Unbeknownst to him, the ominous nether water was not only exceedingly toxic but possessed a remarkably peculiar potency. Its venom had no effect on those lacking cultivation. Yet upon contact with the true essence of a practitioner, it would erupt violently. The greater the spiritual power beneath the heavens, the more ferocious the onset. Oblivious to the peril of this poison, Shang Wanyang drank several sips, and the toxin swiftly took hold. A shadow of darkness enveloped his handsome visage, and suddenly, his limbs convulsed violently. With a thud, he collapsed from his chair. The onset of the toxin was alarmingly rapid, rendering him incapacitated in an instant. The palace maids and eunuchs, faced with this unforeseen calamity, were stricken with terror, screaming in unison, "Alas, the emperor has been poisoned. Summon the imperial physician, quickly." Chen Fu, like a shadow, stood vigil outside the hall, and upon hearing of Shang Wanyang's poisoning, he rushed in. Seeing the emperor's face darkened like soot, he realized he was grievously poisoned, though the specific toxin eluded him. As he attempted to expel the poison through his own cultivation, he commanded, "Quickly fetch the third prince." Chen Fu was acutely aware of the gravity of this toxin. Otherwise, how could someone of Shang Wanyang's caliber succumb to such harm? A mere imperial physician would certainly be incapable of resolving such a potent venom. Only Shang Wanyang, a master of alchemy, could offer hope in counteracting this deadly toxin. Upon learning of his father's predicament, Shang Wanyang hurriedly made his way over. Upon witnessing Shang Wanyang's pallor and taking his pulse, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is nether water." Chen Fu inquired urgently, "What is nether water?" Shang Wanyang, his face grim, explained, "Nether water is a secret poison concocted by the nether sect of the eastern domain. It is colorless and odorless, with a malevolent potency. Anyone afflicted by it will succumb to complete bodily decay and die within half an hour." "What? Such a formidable toxin? Is there any remedy?" Shang Wanyang shook his head. "This poison is insidious and elusive. I have only encountered scant references in ancient texts. Though it is not crafted by alchemists, its potency rivals that of a 6th-grade poison pill." Chen Fu trembled. A 6th-grade poison pill can only be neutralized by an antidote of the same grade or higher. Then, he pondered swiftly before stating, "Hasten to the Dan family and inform Old Master Dan of the Emperor's poisoning. Request that he summon the Rakshasa Heavenly Lord to assist in expelling the toxin. I shall remain here." Seeing Shang Wanyang in a daze, Chen Fu, exasperated, pushed him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry." "Yes, yes," Shang Wanyang replied repeatedly, darting away. Emerging from Qianxing Palace, Xianxiaaudiobooks was consumed with worry, fully aware of the dire situation. The netherwater was exceedingly toxic. Not even a celestial lord could withstand its effects. Even if Dan Kingli were summoned, her spiritual prowess would struggle to expel the venom. To resolve this poison, there were but two methods. The first was to locate a being more powerful than a celestial lord to forcibly expel the toxin with unparalleled cultivation. The second was to concoct the xianxiaaudiobooks pill, capable of neutralizing all toxins below the 6th grade. Though his aunt's alchemical skills had reached the level of a 6th grade apothecary, the xianxiaaudiobooks pill was the most challenging and highest grade spiritual medicine among 6th grade pills, and she might not possess the ability to brew it. Even if she had that capability, the preparatory work for this pill was exceedingly complex, requiring meticulous preparation and refining of medicinal materials, leaving no time for half an hour. As Xianxiaaudiobooks contemplated, he realized that even if his aunt could not resolve the toxin immediately, her alchemical expertise should at least delay the onset of its effects, granting him time to concoct an antidote. With this in mind, he instructed his attendants to seek out Dan Kingli while he headed to Minghua Palace. His elder brother was gravely poisoned and unconscious. Dan Yao was taken aback by this news. Qi Ming, upon hearing it, displayed a face full of anxiety. Gazing at Dan Yao in a daze, "Auntie." Dan Yao reassured him, "Do not worry. With your aunt present, all will be well." Xianxiaaudiobooks, his mind focused on his father's poisoning, was surprised by Qi Ming's address and his evident concern for Xianxiaaudiobooks, but he had no time to ponder and asked, "Aunt, do you have a remedy?" Dan Yao asked, "What poison has your father been afflicted with? I must understand his condition to prescribe the appropriate remedy." Meanwhile, she too wondered how her brother, a being of earthly sovereign strength, could be felled so swiftly by poison. "Netherwater. What did you say? Netherwater?" Dan Yao was even more astonished. "Yes, do you also know of this toxin?" "Indeed, I not only know of it, but I have also encountered the leader of the Nether sect." Dan Yao shook her head. "However, discussing such matters now is futile. We must prioritize the antidote." Xianxiaaudiobooks, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Aunt, this poison is exceedingly potent. I understand you may not be able to concoct the xianxiaaudiobooks pill immediately, but is there a way to delay the toxin's onset, so I can find a means to prepare the antidote? With your current abilities and cultivation, no matter how long you extend the time, you cannot neutralize this poison." Dan Yao shook her head, continuing in a serious tone, "However, do not fret. While this toxin is formidable for others, it is trivial for me." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks was both astonished and elated. "Wonderful. To save a life is to save a fire. Aunt, come with me at once." He eagerly grasped Dan Yao's hand, intent on rushing to Qianxing Palace, but was met with a firm palm from Xiangyang. Xiangyang, with an austere expression, admonished, "She is your aunt. Such behavior between men and women is unbecoming." Xianxiaaudiobooks reluctantly withdrew his hand, recognizing Xiangyang's stern demeanor, and refrained from further protest. "Enough of this. The crisis is pressing. Why are we discussing such matters? We must act swiftly to save the emperor." Dan Yao pointed her finger, distorting the air and tearing open a dark void. In the midst of Xianxiaaudiobooks' astonished gaze, Dan Yao swiftly entered the rift and vanished without a trace. Faced with such a malevolent poisoning incident, Xiangyang, concerned for Dan Yao's safety, tore through the space to follow her. Chapter 853, The Antidote, 1. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in stunned silence, as if struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. "Aunt, how could she? Such a rarity." Qi Ming huffed disdainfully, vocally expressing his disdain for Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yet his body remained honest as it hurried toward Qianxing Palace. At this moment, Qianxing Palace was in complete disarray. Despite Qin Fu having issued orders to suppress the news of the emperor's poisoning, one could hide the truth for only so long. Once the information leaked, not only would the military morale waver, but the court would descend into chaos. As Qin Fu infused true energy into Xianxiaaudiobooks, he inquired, "Physicians, what is the situation?" The imperial physicians shook their heads in unison, lamenting, "The poison afflicting the emperor is indeed exceedingly insidious and treacherous. We, unable to neutralize it, are also powerless to halt its spread. What shall we do?" Qin Fu pressed urgently. "Only the Rakshasa heavenly monarch can be summoned to see if her true energy can expel the toxins from the emperor's body. If not, then..." The imperial physicians wiped the sweat from their brows, stammering, "With the emperor's boundless fortune and the blessings of the past emperors of the great Yin dynasty, he surely will be unharmed. You are a physician, yet instead of employing your skills to save lives, you place your hopes in the divine. Useless, truly." Qin Fu was infuriated and about to reprimand them, when suddenly a clamor and angry shouts erupted from outside the hall. "Who are you? This is the emperor's chamber. Do you dare to intrude? Do you wish to perish?" The guards outside, upon witnessing a rift tear open in the air and two mysterious figures emerge, were struck with shock. The forms of these two enigmatic individuals were indistinct, one exuding a chilling aura akin to an ancient ice block, while the other was enveloped in a conflagration of red and purple flames, radiating intense heat that nearly scorched the air around them. With Shangguan Yu suddenly poisoned, Chen Fu, fearing chaos, had already ordered the sealing of the Qianxing Palace. In such tense moments, the appearance of such peculiar figures was enough to instill terror. Stand down. Take another step forward, and we shall not hold back. Intruding upon the Qianxing Palace and disturbing the sacred presence is a crime deserving of death. The guards bellowed in unison, their swords drawn, aimed at the two mysterious figures. Clear the way. Dan Yao, preoccupied with saving a life, had no time for their bluster. Her true energy surged forth, an overwhelming pressure sweeping through the space. Before this formidable spiritual force, the guards collapsed like paper dolls, unable to move. Apart from Chun Fu and the physicians, several high-ranking eunuchs were present in the hall. These eunuchs were Chun Fu's disciples from years past, each having achieved the realms of Dongxiu and Ningying through years of cultivation, forming the backbone of the emperor's protection. The leading eunuch, clad in red, was appalled to see Dan Yao and Xiang Yang standing motionless, their mere release of pressure having subdued all the guards outside. One should understand that the guards of the Qianxing Palace were elite warriors, meticulously selected. Even someone of Chen Fu's caliber would require considerable effort to overpower them. Yet these two enigmatic figures, one of ice and the other of fire, had merely walked in without lifting a finger. Their prowess and spiritual force were indeed terrifying. Halt! The Qianxing Palace is not a place for you to run rampant. Chapter 854, Detoxification 2. Withdraw at once. The red-clad eunuch shouted sharply, brandishing his whisk, unleashing a flurry of silver strands directed at Dan Yao. Though the whisk appeared soft, it was infused with the full might of the eunuch, each strand sharp as a needle. Should one be struck by it, the pain would far exceed that of the famed pear blossom needle. However, Dan Yao did not flinch or evade. Before the whisk could touch her garments, it was shredded to pieces by her protective aura. The red-clad eunuch, staring at the bare whisk handle, began to comprehend why his master refrained from using it as a weapon. Everyone clear out. Do you hear me? Dan Yao exclaimed with a fierce tone, her true energy surging. The terrifying pressure of the spiritual realm enveloped the entire Qianxing Palace, leaving all but Xiang Yang, who had come with her, feeling as diminutive as ants, utterly immobilized and stripped of any will to resist. Moreover, the spiritual energy within them retreated in fear, ceasing to circulate. At that moment, the crowd was rendered utterly astonished. Despite their status as eunuchs, they were among the strongest in the southern domain, especially Chen Fu, once one of the 5 earthly lords, second only to the Rakshasa heavenly monarch. Yet before these two mysterious individuals, they felt like mere fledglings, having their powers effortlessly stripped away without so much as a gesture. All that remained was sheer terror. Who were these two enigmatic figures, possessing such unfathomable strength? The onlookers gazed at the indistinct forms of ice and fire before them, their hearts a tumult of shock and confusion. Dan Yao's gaze shifted, observing that Chen Fu was bound by her spiritual force, yet his hands remained firmly pressed against Shangguan Yu's back, desperately attempting to channel true energy to quell the toxins. She felt a surge of admiration for his loyalty. Alas, Dan Yao sighed softly. You two are weary. Allow me to take over. She gently pushed Chen Fu aside, placing one hand against Shangguan Yu's back to stabilize the toxin's eruption, while her other hand checked his pulse to assess the poisoning condition. Under the influence of Dan Yao's Minjiayu technique, a faint blue light emanated from Shangguan Yu's darkened face, reminiscent of the azure glow of twilight. Upon feeling his pulse, the severity of Shangguan Yu's poisoning became immediately apparent. What a potent poison! The netherworld black water. Dan Yao gasped in astonishment, her mind swirling with questions. The netherworld black water was a secret poison of the netherworld sect, its formula long lost to the world. The sect had perished years ago, and its leader, the black serpent, had been frozen into an eternal ice statue and sealed deep beneath the Tianmo Ridge. Logically, the netherworld black water should have vanished. So how could it appear in the southern domain, and on her brother no less? Could it be that the black serpent had broken free from her icy prison? Aware of Shangguan Yu's identity as her brother, seeking vengeance by poisoning him? Yet, as she pondered, she dismissed the notion. When she had sealed the black serpent, she had combined the chilling energies of both the Minjiayu technique and the Swippo sword. These two frigid forces had long since frozen the black serpent's essence. Unless she herself or a powerful figure of the spiritual realm intervened, no one could rescue her. Furthermore, the eastern and southern domains were equally bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Aside from practicing the bridal attire divine technique and the Minjiayu technique, no one could wield the powers of the spiritual realm atop Tianmo Ridge, and thus could not break her seal. But if it wasn't the black serpent, then who could it be? Chapter 855, Detoxification 3. Countless questions whirled in Dan Yao's mind as she took a deep breath, placing her palms against Shang Yu's back and sending a surge of gentle, solid true energy through his clothing. Given Dan Yao's current cultivation, even if Shang Yu had consumed only a few drops of the netherworld black water, she could expel the toxins from his body, let alone the entirety of the poison. However, as her spiritual power entered Shang Yu's body, it met resistance from his own true energy before it could even touch the poison. It turned out that Shang Yu practiced the Qihong Yin-Yang technique, a secret heart method of the Shangwan royal family. This technique excelled in pure yang energy, yet was distinct from other pure yang methods. Other pure yang techniques could typically blend harmoniously with yin cold spiritual energy, achieving a state of balance between water and fire. Yin and yang. The Qihong Yin-Yang technique, however, was akin to a man suffering from misandry, naturally rejecting any energy that leaned towards the yin or cold. Coincidentally, Dan Yao's Minjiayu technique was imbued with the utmost yin and soft cold energy, clashing with the Qihong Yin-Yang technique's power. Dan Yao intended to bypass this force and directly apply her true energy to the poison. Yet unexpectedly, the spirit of the Qihong Yin-Yang technique, akin to a novice eager for a challenge, sensed the might of the Minjiayu technique and not only did not retreat, but instead engaged it in a contest of strength. If Dan Yao wished to dissolve the potent poison within Shang Yu, she first had to subdue the energy of the Qihong Yin-Yang technique. The Crimson Dragon Flame Yang technique is the very essence of Shang Yu's life, akin to the load-bearing walls and foundation of a house. If one were to dismantle the load-bearing walls and the foundation, could the house still be inhabited? Should the vital energy of the Crimson Dragon Flame Yang technique be dispelled? Even if Shang Yu were to survive, he would lose all his cultivation and become a mere shell of his former self. It is precisely due to the uniqueness of the Crimson Dragon Flame Yang technique, which is incompatible with the Minjiayu technique, that the remnants of the founding emperor's soul had no choice but to pass this legacy onto Shang Yu. Seeing the troubled expression on Dan Yao's face, Xianxiang hurriedly inquired, "What is it? Is the toxin too potent to extract?" Dan Yao shook her head. "No, it is not that. His vital energy is in direct conflict with mine, preventing my energy from entering his meridians." Xianxiang replied, "My power stands in stark contrast to yours. If you are at odds with Shang Yu, my vital energy must harmonize with him. Allow me to assist." "Very well, Ahua, you may proceed." With Shang Yu's life hanging by a thread, Dan Yao dared not delay and quickly stepped back. Xianxiang approached Shang Yu from behind, took a deep breath, and extended his palms slowly, akin to two scorching irons pressing against Shang Yu's back through his clothing. Chen Fu, standing nearby, felt utterly immobilized by the overwhelming presence of the two formidable beings. Waves of astonishment surged within him. The power of these mysterious individuals was terrifying, far beyond that of any celestial monarch. But if they were not celestial monarchs, then what could they possibly be? Could it be that these two were indeed supreme beings of the spirit platform realm? This seemed implausible. How could such extraordinary power emerge from a place like the southern region? As he pondered this, he heard Dan Yao call Xianxiang Ahua, causing a flicker of recognition in his mind. Ahua, Ahua. This nickname sounded so familiar, yet he could not immediately recall where he had heard it. Under the sweeping force of Xiangyang's powerful yang energy, the lethal toxins within Shang Yu's body scurried out like mice fleeing a cat, gradually congregating in his hands. Shang Yu's long, fair fingers turned as dark as chicken feet soaked in soy sauce. Chapter 856, The Antidote 4. Dan Yao concentrated her vital energy into the nine heavens Xian Nu needle, piercing Shang Yu's palm and gradually forcing out the toxic blood. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Never had they anticipated that these two enigmatic figures had come to save the emperor. The ease with which they expelled such a venomous substance as the dark water of the underworld was simply astounding. Meanwhile, a retinue dispatched by Shang Wanzhe had arrived at the Dan residence, explaining the situation to the elder Dan Kunlun. Upon hearing that his grandson was poisoned, Dan Kunlun rushed to the abode of Dan Qingli. "Ancestor, the emperor is gravely poisoned and in critical condition. I implore you to emerge and save him." Upon hearing this, Dan Qingli's expression shifted. "Poisoned? What kind of poison is it?" Dan Kunlun answered, "The dark water of the underworld." "What? The dark water of the underworld?" Dan Qingli was taken aback. "Yes, I beseech you, ancestor, to show mercy and intervene." Dan Qingli sighed. "The dark water of the underworld is insidious and lethal. I am powerless against it. How can this be? You are a celestial monarch. How can you not deal with the dark water of the underworld?" "I am not deceiving you. I genuinely cannot manage it. This dark water of the underworld was a specially concocted poison by the founder of the underworld sect. Even if I were to be poisoned myself, it would only lead to my demise. So what are we to do? Is the Emperor truly beyond salvation? Despair etched across Dan Kunlun's face. While I cannot expel the toxin with my vital energy, I do possess a Sanhua Yilu pill. A gift from a revered master in years past. It should be of assistance. The Sanhua Yilu pill? Upon hearing this, Dan Kunlun was overwhelmed with joy. While others might not be familiar with the significance of the Sanhua Yilu pill, as the head of the Dan family, he had spent a lifetime engaging in alchemy and was acutely aware of its rarity and potency. Although the dark water of the underworld was not a poison pill concocted by an alchemist, and thus lacked a definitive grade, the underworld matriarch had only reached the celestial monarch realm in her lifetime, and the highest level of poison she could develop would not exceed the 6th grade. In contrast, the Sanhua Yilu pill is a 6th grade high-tier elixir capable of neutralizing all lethal toxins below the 6th grade, including the dark water of the underworld. However, the crafting of the Sanhua Yilu pill is exceedingly arduous, with a high failure rate. Even the sole 6th grade alchemy emperor of the northern region could not produce it. It was truly unexpected that the ancestor possessed such a legendary divine pill. With this realization, Dan Kunlun earnestly pleaded, I implore you, ancestor, to bestow the pill. I shall express the gratitude of the Shangwan royal family on behalf of the emperor. There is no need for thanks. This pill was also gifted to me by someone from the Shangwan family, and in the end, it finds its use among kin. Dan Kingsley understood that with Dan Yao's alchemical prowess and cultivation, the dark water of the underworld would pose no challenge to her. Yet, one must always account for the unexpected. If Dan Yao were currently in seclusion, and those within the palace were unaware of her abilities, failing to seek her aid would be detrimental to Shangwanyu. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Dan Kingsley did not dare hesitate. She swiftly retrieved the Sanhua Yilu pill from her ring, flicked her finger, and sent it soaring towards Dan Kunlun. He reached out to catch it. Observing the pill's vibrant hue and fragrant aroma, identical to the descriptions recorded in family texts, he was so excited that he struggled to maintain his grip. A 6th grade elixir. He never imagined he would witness the legendary 6th grade elixir in his lifetime, and to encounter the most precious Sanhua Yilu pill among them made his life feel complete. Chapter 857. You are actually. Dan Kunlun stifled his excitement and astonishment, hastily clutching the pill and racing towards the palace with unprecedented speed. As time ticked by, under the operation of Xiang Yang's yang energy, the lethal toxins within Shangwanyu were entirely expelled. The blood flowing from his palms transformed from a foul, dark hue to a vivid red. Simultaneously, his previously ashen face began to regain a healthy flush. The spectators were filled with a mix of joy and curiosity at this spectacle. Who were these two mysterious figures who could expel such a terrifying poison as the dark water of the underworld? Were they celestial monarchs? Limited by their understanding, the crowd assumed Dan Yao and Xiang Yang were indeed celestial monarchs. However, Chun Fu discerned that these two could not possibly be celestial monarchs. Their strength was far superior. Could they truly be superlative beings of the spirit platform realm? As he contemplated this, Dan Yao coldly stated, the poison has been expelled, but residual toxins remain, and his body is still quite weak. He will need some time before he regains consciousness. She produced a red elixir from the ring on her hand, saying, this is the Sanhua Yilu pill. It can eliminate the residual toxins within him, nourish his vitality, and strengthen his foundation. Administer it at noon when the yang energy is at its peak, which will facilitate the optimal flow of his true energy and allow the pill's effects to be fully realized. Initially, Dan Yao had intended to give a Sanhua Yilu pill to Shangwan Zhe for him to use in saving Shangwanyu. However, recalling her past dealings with the underworld sect, known for their cunning use of poisons, she realized that even if the Sanhua Yilu pill could neutralize the toxin, it would be insufficient to repair the damage inflicted on the body during the poisoning. After a brief examination, Dan Yao confirmed her suspicions. The dark water of the underworld's potent toxin had already harmed Shangwanyu's internal organs and meridians. The Sanhua Yilu pill could preserve his life, but would not restore the damage caused by the toxin's intrusion. Alchemy originates from Taoism, and it is often said that the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 energies converging represent the successful cultivation of an individual, signifying vitality and vigor. The 3 flowers in the Sanhua Yilu pill not only refer to the 3 types of floral essences as primary ingredients, but also symbolize the elixir's inherent properties. The Sanhua Yilu Dan, in addition to its remarkable ability to neutralize all poisons of the 6th rank and below, can also ameliorate bodily damage caused by poisoning, allowing one to swiftly regain vitality and spirit. However, detoxification and recuperation are akin to the proverbial fish and bear's paw. One cannot possess both simultaneously. Should the efficacy of the Sanhua Yilu Dan be devoted to antidoting the poison, it would prove exceedingly challenging to restore Shangwanyu's health. Hence, Dan Yao contemplated expelling the toxins first before employing the Sanhua Yilu Dan for recovery. Upon hearing Dan Yao's voice and the tone of her speech, Chen Fu was instantly struck with shock, trembling uncontrollably. Why you? How could you be? Chen Fu's eyes widened in disbelief, each word punctuated, his astonishment palpable. Dan Yao smiled gently. Indeed, it is I? She understood that despite the chilling aura enveloping her form, which obscured her appearance, once she spoke, she could deceive others, but not Chen Fu. She had no intention to conceal her identity, for it was not something to be hidden. Her motive was not to feign superiority. Such pretense might lead to dire consequences. The peculiar nature of Shangguan Yu's poisoning suggested a deeper conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. It would be prudent to shroud her identity once more, drawing out the hidden adversary. Chapter 858, 2 Strategies. My heavens, how can this be possible? You are but a child. How could you have cultivated to such a level? Chen Fu gazed at Dan Yao, his aged visage a canvas of incredulity. As if confronted with an unspeakable horror. As a figure of considerable strength in the southern domain, second only to the celestial monarch, he was well aware of the arduous path of cultivation. Thus, upon learning Dan Yao's age and witnessing her remarkable prowess, he was utterly astounded. Were it not for his own eyes, he would never have believed such a scene could exist. Dan Yao cast a glance at Chen Fu, signaling him to speak elsewhere. They stepped outside the hall, pausing beneath a golden dragon column. Your Highness, Chen Fu stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Dan Yao's gaze drifted toward the horizon as she softly said, I know you harbor many questions. Once this matter is resolved, feel free to come to my palace for answers. Chen Fu nodded. Yes, I shall certainly disturb you at Minghua Palace. The immediate priority was the emperor's health. All else paled in comparison. Have you ascertained why the emperor was poisoned? Dan Yao inquired. Chen Fu, perspiring, replied, Not yet. This situation arose too suddenly. I have been preoccupied with the emperor's care, leaving me no time to investigate. However, rest assured, Your Highness, whoever dares to employ such treachery against the emperor shall not escape my wrath. I am aware of your loyalty, which is why I have revealed my identity to you. This incident bears an unsettling quality, and I sense a more significant conspiracy at play. We must uncover the puppet master swiftly, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Dan Yao stated. Chen Fu tentatively remarked, Does the princess, then, have a strategy in mind? Dan Yao nodded. Indeed. We can leverage the emperor's poisoning to our advantage. I have contemplated 2 strategies, one internal and one external. Chen Fu eagerly inquired, And what are these 2 strategies? Firstly, she explained, this poisoning is reminiscent of the recent demise of Prince Zhuang. It is highly likely that both incidents are orchestrated by the same individual, a person of considerable standing within the palace who could not have accomplished this without influence. We could devise a method to inform this individual that the emperor has survived the poisoning. In their alarm, they will undoubtedly seek to contact their conspirators in the southern witchcraft nation, allowing us to ensnare them all at once. Excellent strategy. Chen Fu's eyes brightened. And he pressed further, and the second? Secondly, she continued, we must conceal the news of the emperor's antidote, publicly announcing that he is gravely poisoned and has but little time left, as the emperor is currently engaged in warfare against the southern witchcraft nation. The revelation of his condition would plunge the De Yin dynasty into chaos, with princes vying for power, leading to internal strife. That wily fox, Emperor Qian, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to draw out his enemies and strike at their weaknesses, delivering a lesson they shall not forget. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The princess is like a female Zhuang. Chen Fu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Dan Yao. He had never anticipated that alongside her formidable strength, she possessed such keen intellect. Dan Yao smiled modestly. I am not quite a female Zhuang, merely adapting to circumstances. While these strategies are clever, they involve the southern witchcraft nation. We must choose one approach, either conceal the truth or publicize it. Once the emperor awakens, I shall present these strategies to him, and the decision shall rest in his capable hands. Chapter 859. Focus on Chen Fei and her son. Yes, I shall inform the emperor without fail. Moreover, we must exercise caution regarding the physicians responsible for the emperor's treatment, as they may have been bribed by the true instigator. When you escort them out, ensure that trusted individuals are on hand to monitor them. Should any suspicious activity arise, they must be apprehended immediately to prevent any disruption of our plans. Yes, I will be vigilant. Chen Fu paused before asking, what of your identity? Dan Yao lowered her gaze with a sigh. The palace is rife with turmoil, with one distressing affair after another. Once everything is resolved, I shall reveal my identity to the emperor without delay. Indeed, as Dan Yao prepared to depart, a thought struck her, and she quickly added, I am uncertain about others, but we must pay particular attention to Chen Fei and her son. Chen Fei and her son? Chen Fu echoed, perplexed. Yes. Do you recall the mysterious remnant soul we confronted together decades ago? Chen Fu nodded. I remember. That being was exceptionally powerful. Fortunately, it had lost its physical form and much of its inherent spiritual power. Otherwise, we might have perished at its hands. On that fateful night, alongside this enigmatic remnant soul, Yi Chun, who triumphed at the alchemist conference, was also present. What? Yi Chun was there? Why did I not see him? What was his purpose in the palace? Chen Fu inquired. He entered the palace primarily to obtain the box containing the secret formula for the pure yang great return pill. As for his reasons, we can discuss that later. The crux of the matter is that I have discerned a close connection between him and Chun Fei and her son, as if they are conspiring together. I have crossed paths with Yi Chun before. He is narrow-minded, ruthless, and employs insidious tactics, particularly excelling in the art of poison. I suspect that the yumming black water may have been procured from him by Chun Fei and her son. It is no wonder that Dan Yao harbored doubts about Yi Chun, given his notorious history and vengeful nature. Years ago, he had used the 7-day bone transformation pill to poison Qi Ming. Had she not discovered the plot in time and concocted the Sanhua Yilu Dan, Qi Ming would have perished from his treachery. Yi Chun, with his penchant for poison, surely possessed an array of peculiar toxins, making it entirely plausible for him to acquire the yumming black water. Trouble comes unbidden. Should Yi Chun catch wind of this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, exclaiming, "Why must all misfortunes befall me? What have I done to deserve this?" Although Dan Yao despised Yi Chun's character, she often found herself attributing nefarious deeds to him. However, this time, her instincts had fortuitously led her to pinpoint the true culprit behind the poisoning. Chun Fu narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and measured. If what you say is true, then it is indeed plausible that Chun Fei and her son are the architects of this scheme. The emperor, upon hearing of an intrusion into Minghua Palace to assassinate the princess, acted hastily, entrusting the sacrificial rites to the third prince without further thought. This unintentional act has stirred discontent among the court officials, leading to growing suspicion, while the crown prince has outwardly remained silent. Astute observers can discern that he harbors resentment toward the third prince. Dan Yao sighed. The turbulence of the previous dynasty has reached even the depths of the imperial harem. My elder brother's failure to establish a queen has left him without a legitimate heir, and now all the illegitimate offspring possess the right to inherit the throne. Shang Wanyong, as the eldest son, naturally resents my brother's favoritism towards Shang Wanzhe. Yet, no matter the circumstances, my brother remains his father. How could he commit such an unthinkable act? If he were indeed responsible for this, there must be someone instigating him from the shadows, and that person is most likely sent by the Qian Emperor. Chapter 860, Shang Wanyu awakens. Well, I have said all that needs to be said and done all that needs to be done. The rest is in your hands. With that, Dan Yao exchanged a glance with Xiang Yang, who had just stepped outside the hall. They both pointed towards the void simultaneously. The spiritual energy surged violently, twisting the air and ripping open a dark portal. They stepped inside and vanished without a trace. Chen Fu, witnessing this spectacle, murmured in astonishment, tearing apart space? Such a technique belongs only to the realm of the spiritual platform. Her Highness is indeed a formidable practitioner. What realm of the spiritual platform? An elderly voice inquired. Filled with confusion, Chen Fu turned to see Dan Kunlun, who had hurriedly arrived without even donning his official robes, and he quickly approached him. Lord National Uncle, you have arrived. No need for formalities. Where is His Majesty? Dan Kunlun asked urgently. His Majesty is resting inside, Chen Fu replied with a smile. Resting? Dan Kunlun furrowed his brow. Was it not said that His Majesty was poisoned? I specifically sought a spiritual elixir from our ancestor to administer to him. You have arrived a step too late, Lord National Uncle. His Majesty's poison has already been expelled by someone. With proper care, he shall be well in no time. What? Dan Kunlun was taken aback. Someone in the palace managed to expel the poison of the nether black water? Who is this esteemed individual, so remarkably capable? Just moments ago, the ancestor had informed him that the nether black water was exceedingly toxic. One would face certain death even if a celestial monarch were to fall victim to it. The fact that someone could expel such a potent poison, which even the ancestor could not handle, was truly unfathomable. Chun Fu smiled mysteriously. As for the identity of this individual, I am afraid I cannot disclose it. Rest assured, when the time is right, Lord National Uncle will come to know. Dan Kunlun, upon hearing this, did not press further. Is His Majesty in the hall? I wish to see him. Very well, this way, Lord National Uncle. Chun Fu gestured for him to follow. Back in Minghua Palace, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang took their seats. Noticing the emptiness of the room, devoid of Qi Ming and Shang Wanzhe, Dan Yao couldn't help but ask, where are they? They must have gone to the Qianxin Palace to visit your brother. With such a major event unfolding, they must be quite anxious. Xiang Yang responded. Dan Yao sighed. They do possess filial piety. If only Shang Wanyong were like them, but alas. Are you certain this matter is the doing of Shang Wanyong? Dan Yao replied with a nod. I have long perceived the discord between Shang Wanyong and Shang Wanzhe, but without evidence, as their aunt, I dared not speak out, lest I be accused of sowing discord between the emperor and his sons. Now that this incident has occurred, I can no longer remain uninvolved. Xiangyang spoke coldly. To conspire against one's own father is a grave crime, even among common folk. How much more so within the clearly defined roles of the royal family? Shang Wanyong's actions are tantamount to seeking his own demise. Indeed, he may be courting his own doom, but my brother, recalling their bond as father and son, will likely refrain from executing him. He will probably be demoted to a commoner and imprisoned for life. Dan Yao mused with a sigh. Xiangyang glanced up at the sky. It is noon. Your brother is about to awaken. Following Dan Yao's instructions, Chun Fu meticulously administered the 3-flower jade dew pill to Shang Wanyu at the precise moment. The 3-flower jade dew pill, a 6th-grade high-tier elixir, proved remarkably effective. Shortly after taking it, Shang Wanyu awakened, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the people in the hall. What has happened to me? Chapter 861, Underestimating Your Brother. Chun Fu hastily stepped forward, succinctly recounting the details of his poisoning. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyu's handsome face turned ashen, his teeth grinding ominously as if he were on the verge of exploding with fury. Chun Fu quickly reassured him, Your Majesty, the esteemed individual who rescued you has proposed 2 strategies specifically tailored to address the current situation. Would you like me to convey them for your judgment? What are the 2 strategies? Chun Fu then relayed Dan Yao's words verbatim. As Shang Wanyu listened, he fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. No matter how many precautions one takes, a thief within the home is the hardest to guard against. Until I unearth this internal traitor, how can I rest easy? Chun Fu agreed. Your Majesty is wise. To repel external threats, one must first secure the internal. Only by resolving internal matters can we focus on external ones. Today's events are inextricably linked to that old fox, the Qian Emperor. First, we must identify the traitor, and then we can deal with the Qian Emperor. I choose the former, but I must modify the plan. How shall you alter it? Chun Fu inquired eagerly. Come closer, Shang Wanyu instructed. Chun Fu complied immediately. In a lowered voice, Shang Wanyu meticulously outlined the revised plan. Chun Fu nodded vigorously. Your Majesty is brilliant. Go and execute it. Before long, news of the emperor's poisoning spread throughout the harem. At that moment, Dan Yao and Xiangyang were enjoying the sight of blooming flowers in the courtyard. Upon hearing this news, Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? Although she had devised 2 strategies for Shang Wanyu, she secretly favored the first. Given her understanding of him, he should have chosen the first strategy. Why would he broadcast news of his own poisoning? Xiangyang was equally perplexed. Why would Shang Wanyu reveal his own poisoning? Could it be that he truly intended to provoke the Qian Emperor into action? Yet upon further reflection, he found that unlikely. The Qian Emperor was a cunning fox, and it would not be easy to lure him into a trap. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiangyang, and he chuckled. Ah Yao? We have underestimated your brother. Who would have thought he possesses such cunning? Dan Yao considered this, and her eyes brightened. So that's it. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will dance. My brother must be using this incident to flush out those with ulterior motives. Xiangyang nodded with a smile. Exactly. Your brother is the king of beasts, ruling both the former and current dynasties. As long as he remains unfallen, those ambitious individuals cannot possibly rise up like monkeys. Dashing about, Dan Yao further pondered. I almost forgot. Besides being my brother, he is also an emperor. Most emperors are inherently suspicious. His sudden poisoning and my swift rescue of him, while he remains unaware of my true identity, would naturally lead him to suspect that this is a performance orchestrated by us. After all, such a formidable poison could not be easily dealt with, even by a celestial monarch. How could I resolve it so effortlessly, with such doubts in his mind? It is only natural that he would not follow my original plan, but instead alter it. At this point, she couldn't help but admire her brother's brilliance. In truth, it made sense. Years ago, a treacherous concubine's family instigated a coup, toppling the Yin dynasty's regime, leading to the massacre of the Shangwan royal family. Yet he, the exiled crown prince, managed to rally a considerable force within a few years, storming the palace, executing the treacherous family, and reclaiming the throne. Such feats were not merely the result of luck. Ability, courage, and wisdom, each was indispensable. Chapter 862, The Visitor is Not Friendly. It was evident that he possessed all 3, which is why he could successfully restore his country and maintain his reign for so many years. Xiangyang added, Your brother is an impeccable person. Yet he is not a perfect emperor. He possesses all the admirable qualities and abilities one could desire in a ruler, yet he is overly sentimental. While it may be acceptable for an ordinary man to be sentimental, an emperor who is too emotional can lead to disastrous outcomes. Dan Yao mused, I have misjudged. How could such an astute individual be oblivious to the ambitious designs of Shang Wanyong on the throne? Yet, his excessive reverence for paternal bonds blinded him to the truth he was unwilling to confront, leading to the calamity we face today. Such a deeply sentimental person has been compelled to practice the heartless spell, erasing from his memory the one he cherishes most. Should he regain his memories, he will remember Qi Ming, his true mother. At this juncture, she could not suppress a shiver, daunted by the thought. Just then, a young eunuch approached, bowed to Dan Yao, and announced, Your Highness, the Emperor is unwell, and Consort Chen requests the princess to attend to His Majesty in the Qianxing Palace. Dan Yao, taken aback, replied, It is typically the consorts who tend to such matters. Why summon me? The eunuch shook his head, stating, I am unaware. Merely following orders to invite Your Highness. Moreover, Consort Chen emphasized that the Emperor's health is of utmost importance. Anyone who dares to avoid this summons will face severe punishment. Severe punishment? Dan Yao scoffed. Historically, only the Empress, the matriarch of the harem, holds authority over such matters. Consort Chen, not even an empress, but merely a consort, dares to utter such threats? Even if she were to become empress, I, as the elder princess, would still be her sister-in-law. It is preposterous for a sister-in-law to exert authority over an unmarried sister-in-law. Her thoughts shifted. Consort Chen must have learned from Shang Wanyong that the emperor's demise was imminent. With Shang Wanyu's death and no clear heir designated, Shang Wanyong could naturally ascend to the throne as the eldest son. With her son as emperor, she would become Empress Dowager, basking in power. Consort Chen likely believes she is on the verge of becoming Empress Dowager, seeking to assert her dominance over me. Xiangyang shared the same insight. He recalled when Dan Yao first reunited with Shang Wanyu, Consort Chen had endeavored to curry favor with Dan Yao, hoping she would speak well of her son to secure the position of crown prince. Dan Yao, intent on her cultivation, refrained from getting embroiled in the cutthroat politics of the harem, ignoring Consort Chen's overtures. Consort Chen, narrow-minded, assumed Dan Yao looked down upon her, fostering resentment while feeling powerless to act. Now, witnessing Shang Wanyu's poisoned state, she anticipates her rise to Empress Dowager and seeks to intimidate Dan Yao. The two exchanged knowing glances and could not help but chuckle. Dan Yao cast a glance at the young eunuch, her tone icy as she commanded, I am aware. You may leave now. Yes, Your Highness, he replied, bowing as he departed. Yao, it seems our visitor harbors ill intentions. Will you attend? Of course. Does she intend to devour me? Dan Yao retorted with a cold smile. If I do not go, it would only allow her to underestimate me, thinking I am timid and unwilling to face her. Then I shall accompany you, Xiangyang offered gently. No need. This is a quarrel amongst women. What business does a man have in such matters? Upon arriving at the Qianxing Palace, Dan Yao encountered Zhang Gaifei, the mother of Shang Wanzhe, who had also just arrived. Zhang Gaifei was a woman of gentle demeanor, with an oval face and elegantly arched brows. While her beauty was not striking, her amiable nature and soft-spoken manner exuded a subtle charm akin to a jasmine flower, gradually captivating those around her. Were it not for Shang Wanyu's lingering attachment to Qi Ming, she might have long been designated empress. Princess, what a coincidence. You have also come. Zhang Gaifei greeted Dan Yao warmly. Having lived in the palace for over 70 years, they had met countless times. Yet each encounter left Zhang Gaifei in awe of Dan Yao's breathtaking beauty, marveling at the existence of such brilliance. Had she not been the emperor's sister, Dan Yao would surely have been the envy of every woman in the palace. I have just arrived and am unaware of how my brother fares. Let us proceed inside. Dan Yao replied knowingly, aware her brother was merely putting on an act. Zhang Gaifei, eager to see the emperor, hastily entered. Inside the chamber, Shang Wanyu lay unconscious on the bed, his face darkened, likely stained with some dye or soot. Beside the dragon bed stood a richly attired woman, none other than Consort Chen. Dan Yao harbored no fondness for her. Casting a glance her way, she summoned the imperial physician, feigning concern for Shang Wanyu's condition. The physician, under Shang Wanyu's instructions, delivered a dramatic performance, declaring the poison deeply entrenched and urging patience, while asserting that the emperor's immense fortune would surely see him through. Dan Yao nearly stifled a laugh at the charade. Zhang Gaifei, ever cautious since entering the palace, did not dare express herself as freely as Dan Yao. Though she held no affection for Consort Chen, she still greeted her with a respectful, sister to Fei. In the hierarchy of the Dian dynasty's harem, the empress reigns supreme, followed by the four consorts, Gaifei, Shufei, Xianfei, and Defei, all holding the same rank. Despite their equal status, Gaifei holds the highest respect as the foremost consort. Logically, without an empress, Zhang Gaifei should command greater respect than Defei. acknowledging that Consort Chun had entered the palace before her and was the mother of the crown prince. Zhang Gaifei still addressed her as sister. However, her respectful address did not elicit a warm response from Consort Chun. With a cold glance, she reprimanded. The emperor is suddenly unwell, yet you arrive only now to attend him? Do you not regard the emperor's well-being? Upon hearing this, Dan Yao recognized Consort Chin's intent to seize the moment, asserting her future authority as Empress Dowager. For years, Consort Chun had been overshadowed by Zhang Gaifei, the foremost consort. Furthermore, her son, Shangwan Yong, had been eclipsed by Zhang Gaifei's offspring in the emperor's affections. Consort Chun, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Gaifei and her son, seized this opportunity to belittle them, especially now that Shangwan Yu was gravely poisoned, nearing death, with her precious son poised to ascend the throne. It was no surprise that Consort Chun resided in Yanghe Palace, closer to the emperor's quarters than Zhang Gaifei's abode. Her earlier arrival was entirely expected. Yet, to exploit this situation to such an extent was clearly an act of malice, akin to picking at a flaw in an otherwise pristine egg. Dan Yao rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Fortunately, as the princess, she was not bound by the constraints of a consort. The thought of daily entanglements with such women was already wearisome. Facing Consort Chen's accusations, Zhang Gaifei remained unfazed, responding calmly, "It is only natural for me to arrive later, as my residence is farther from the emperor." "Only natural?" Consort Chen scoffed. "Are you suggesting that I am creating trouble and wrongfully accusing you?" Zhang Gaifei replied with measured grace, "As long as my sister understands, I prefer to refrain from speaking harshly." The words, though gentle, bore a firmness that was unmistakable. While Zhang Gaifei appeared soft-spoken and unassuming, she was acutely aware of the current political landscape, with the emperor in a poisoned state and the physicians at a loss. Failing to prepare could lead to dire consequences should Consort Chen and her son gain power. Given Consort Chen's envy, it could spell disaster for her. Thus, when the moment called for firmness, she was prepared to deliver. In the imperial harem, who wouldn't aspire to ascend to the esteemed position of empress? Even if one cannot attain the throne, the privilege of becoming a revered matriarch is undeniably alluring. After years of subtle schemes and veiled attempts, concubine Zhang has relinquished hope of ever becoming empress. Her only desire now is to leverage her son's status for her own elevation. Alas, her son is a fool, indifferent to the allure of power and beauty, preferring to immerse himself in alchemical pursuits. If only she could engage in a dialogue with Shangwan Zhe at this moment. She would undoubtedly discern that Shangwan Yu is merely feigning a poisoned stupor. She could then play along, feigning genuine emotion before Shangwan Yu to garner favor, ensuring her continued prominence in the harem, even if the title of empress eludes her. Presently, unaware of the true circumstances, she can only muster the courage to confront Concubine Chun. Concubine Chun, enraged, rebukes, "Zhang Gaifei, your usual flirtations with His Majesty and your reckless behavior might have gone unchecked. But now that the emperor is unwell, your unwarranted tardiness and audacity before me are intolerable. Do you presume I lack the authority to discipline you?" Zhang Gaifei retorts with a smile, "We are both of the same rank, first-class concubines, thus you are in no position to judge me." Her eyes glimmer with derision. "If you wish to assert your dominance, you must wait until the day comes when your status allows it. For now, the emperor lies here in good health. When will it be your turn to issue commands?" Since becoming the mother of the crown prince and being elevated to first-class concubine, Concubine Chun has never endured such indignity. Her face flushes with fury as she declares, "I am the mother of the crown prince. My status entitles me to reprimand anyone I choose. If you dare to be insolent before me, you shall face the consequences." She calls for her attendants, "Seize this impudent woman and deliver 30 slaps to her face." At these words, the atmosphere within the palace shifts dramatically, leaving the attendants in shock. Dan Yao, fearful of being caught in the crossfire, retreats several steps, standing by the dragon bed as a mere observer. Zhang Gaifei stands unfazed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she addresses Concubine Chun. "Though we are both first-class concubines, I hold the title of Gaifei, whereas you are merely a Defei. If we were to discuss rank, I am indeed the foremost among concubines. Even if you seek to reprimand me, it must be when the time is ripe for such matters. What urgency compels you now? The emperor is in his prime, and you may never see that day come." Furious, Concubine Chun retorts, "Who says I won't live to see that day? Are you cursing me to die young?" Pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Gaifei, she exclaims, "You wretched woman, relying on your son's favoritism, have disregarded me for years. Now that the emperor is incapacitated, you still dare to act so arrogantly. If I do not teach you a lesson, I shall have no face to remain in the palace." Before Zhang Gaifei can react, Concubine Chun strikes her sharply across the face. The blow is sudden and brutal, leaving Zhang Gaifei's previously pampered complexion visibly bruised. "You dare to strike me?" she gasps. clutching her stinging cheek, her eyes ablaze with fury. She has enjoyed the emperor's favor since her arrival in the palace, and never before has she been subjected to such a public humiliation. It is you who shall learn a lesson. Concubine Chen sneers. This slap serves as a reminder that the harem will henceforth be under my dominion. Regardless of your title as Gaifei, you must learn to bow before me. Should you comply, I may still grant you a place at my table. Otherwise, what will you do? A deep, cold voice interrupts from behind. Startled, Concubine Shun turns to face the emperor, her spirit faltering as she stammers, "Your Majesty." How could he awaken at such a critical moment when he was supposedly gravely poisoned? The atmosphere in Qianxing Palace grows thick with tension. Dan Yao remains composed, her expression serene, as if the unfolding drama were merely a play. Shang Wanyu, seated upright on the bed, surveys the scene with a chilling smile that sends shivers down Concubine Shen's spine, compelling her to kneel in fear. Zhang Gaifei feels a mix of shock and joy. The emperor's sudden awakening catches her unprepared, fearing that Concubine Shun and her son might seize the opportunity to claim their prize. But now, with the emperor conscious, she relishes the thought of watching Chen's arrogance crumble. Long live the emperor. Both Dan Yao and Zhang Gaifei hastily bow. Long live the emperor. Concubine Shen echoes, quickly following suit. Shang Wanyu's expression darkens, and he coldly remarks, "With your incessant shouting, I fear I might find no peace even in death." His words, light yet laden with gravity, strike Concubine Shun like a heavy weight, leaving her nearly crushed beneath the implications. Pale and trembling, she desperately defends herself. "Your Majesty, it was not as it seems. Zhang Gaifei arrived late without cause, and when she repeatedly insulted me, I could no longer tolerate it and merely admonished her." Witnessing Concubine Shen's blatant distortion of truth, Zhang Gaifei feels a surge of anger but pauses to reconsider. Observing the emperor's robust demeanor, it becomes clear that he has likely overheard their exchange. He knows the truth, and there is no need for her to rush to defend herself. Realizing that excessive explanation could lead to further missteps, she chooses silence, standing resolutely with her lips sealed. Shang Wanyu, feigning unconsciousness, has been acutely aware of all that transpired, and he will not be misled by Concubine Chen's deceit. Insulting? He scoffs. Only those of lowly status dare to disrespect those of noble birth. You and Zhang are both concubines, yet she is of higher rank than you. How do you justify your behavior in my palace, raising your voice and striking another concubine? Do you think I have perished? Allowing you to presume your maternal status grants you the authority to act as empress? The mere mention of death sends a chill through Concubine Shun, her face paling as she kneels, repeatedly bowing her head in desperation. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. It was my slip of the tongue. But Zhang Gaifei has repeatedly humiliated me. I was left with no choice." Unaware that Shang Wanyu has been merely pretending, she believes he has only just regained consciousness. Seeing her own misfortune looming, she attempts to drag Zhang Gaifei down with her. What a convenient excuse. Shang Wanyu retorts, his ire rising at her inability to take responsibility. "Do you truly believe that your raucous behavior in Qianxing Palace is justified? If things were to go your way, would you not swallow Zhang Gaifei whole? Do not presume that I am oblivious. Over the years, you have nurtured a deep resentment towards the favored mother and son of Lady Zhang, which has led you to seize every opportunity to publicly belittle her." Dan Yao could not help but inwardly scoff at the irony. If you are indeed aware of Concubine Shen's animosity toward Lady Zhang and her child, why did you not act decisively sooner, thus preventing the calamity that has befallen us today? Ultimately, it is a matter of being overly sentimental, indecisive, and lacking the resolve to act with firmness. Upon perceiving the emperor's inclination towards her, Lady Zhang hastily lamented, "Your Majesty, please advocate for me. The moment I heard of your poisoning and unconsciousness, I rushed here without a moment's delay. Yet, Concubine Shun has the audacity to accuse me of arriving late without cause and has repeatedly humiliated me. Just look at what she has done to my face." Concubine Shun, infuriated, retorted sharply, "You speak falsehoods. How dare you slander me in front of His Majesty?" Lady Zhang quickly replied, "I speak nothing but the truth. If your Majesty harbors doubts, you may inquire with the princess. She accompanied me, and she can attest to the clarity of the conflict between Concubine Shun and myself. A simple inquiry will reveal who lies." Standing quietly like a statue, Dan Yao could not suppress her desire to roll her eyes. "What business is it of mine, you two quarrelsome women? This has nothing to do with me." Frustrated, she expressed her thoughts candidly when she noticed Shang Wanyu's gaze upon her. "Your Highness, what Lady Zhang says is indeed correct. I came with her, and given the distance from her palace to Qianxing Palace, it is only natural that we arrived a bit later." Shang Wanyu was well aware that both Dan Yao and Lady Zhang spoke the truth. It was Concubine Shun who was simply stirring trouble. However, given the circumstances, they had to maintain the pretense. With a stern countenance, Shang Wanyu chastised, Chun, your audacity grows with each passing day. You dare to distort the truth in my presence? This is my Qinxing palace. If you wish to flaunt your power, return to your Yanghe palace. Your Majesty, allow me to explain. Concubine Chun pleaded. Yet, Shang Wanyu was no longer inclined to listen. With a dismissive wave, he commanded, leave. I do not wish to see you again. Seeing the emperor's fury, Concubine Chun felt a tinge of fear and reluctantly retreated, casting a resentful glare at Dan Yao and Lady Zhuang as she did, her eyes seemingly promising. You shall pay for this. Dan Yao was at a loss for words. Subsequently, Shang Wanyu ordered Lady Zhuang and all the attendants within the palace to leave, leaving only Dan Yao behind. Recognizing that he wished to speak with her privately, she awaited his words. Shang Wanyu summoned a young eunuch, whispered instructions to him, and sent him on his way. Though his voice was low, Dan Yao clearly overheard his orders to keep a close watch on Concubine Chun and her son. It seemed that following the recent confrontation among the concubines, Shang Wanyu had already surmised that this incident was orchestrated by Shang Wanyu. Concubine Chun, though envious and narrow-minded, was not a fool. If she had not learned the truth from Shang Wanyu, how could she have dared to publicly challenge the authority of the Empress Dowager and humiliate Lady Zhuang? After issuing his instructions to the eunuch, Shang Wanyu turned his attention back to Dan Yao and recounted the events surrounding his feigned poisoning, his suspicions of being poisoned by Shang Wanyu, and the involvement of the Southern Witchcraft Kingdom. Dan Yao, already well aware of the matters at hand, feigned surprise and replied, Your Highness, you must have summoned me for a purpose, and I shall dutifully comply with your commands. With your assurance, I am greatly relieved. Shang Wanyu smiled with satisfaction and continued. The cunning old fox of the Qian Empire has long cast his covetous eyes upon our Dian. Unable to confront me openly, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Previously, to eliminate you, he dispatched numerous experts to infiltrate the palace, and even arranged for the old ghost of the Green Bamboo Earth Lord to lie in wait. Had I not arrived in time to escort Prince Zhuang away, they might have escaped. Now, he incites my eldest son to poison me, and the one he has arranged to assist is surely formidable. It is unlikely that only I and Chen Fu could contain him. So you wish for me to join forces with you to apprehend this individual? Dan Yao inquired with a smile. Shang Wanyu nodded firmly. Indeed. This person has the audacity to incite my son to commit such treachery. I cannot let him escape. As you are a formidable Earth Lord, I seek your assistance. Yet, Dan Yao perceived that Shang Wanyu's intent to capture this individual was not solely based on his incitement of Shang Wanyu. More critically, he aimed to execute his secondary plan. After all, the news of his feigned poisoning had already spread. By controlling Concubine Chun, Shang Wanyu, and their accomplices, and then cleverly drawing the Qian Emperor into the fray, he could catch them off guard. However, the success of this plan hinged on not allowing the person lurking behind the scenes, conspiring with Shang Wanyu, to escape. Otherwise, should he return to the Southern Witchcraft Kingdom and disclose the plot to the Qian Emperor, all their schemes would unravel. Dan Yao devised two strategies, intending to compel Shang Wanyu to choose between them. Little did she expect that he, content with what he had, would still aspire for more. Indeed, only children make choices. Adults seek to have it all. Count me in. I will not spare anyone who dares to poison your highness. Dan Yao affirmed with conviction. Shang Wanyu smiled slightly. With your word, I am reassured. Together, the three of us Earth Lords shall ensure that no cunning adversary can escape my grasp. Dan Yao mused to herself. You need not worry. I alone can capture him. In Yanghe Palace, Shang Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Mother, what did you say? Father has awakened? His expression mirrored that of a fish caught in a net, unable to comprehend the gravity of what he had heard. Concubine Chun gritted her teeth and replied, Yes. Not only has your father awakened, but he also chastised me severely for that wretched Zhuang, ordering me to return and reflect in solitude. Shang Wanyu's lips turned pale as he staggered back. No, this is impossible. It cannot be. The Green Bamboo Earth Lord had made it abundantly clear that the venom of the underworld black water was lethally potent. Even a being of the Celestial Lord realm would meet their end upon consuming it. How could his father, merely an Earth Lord, possibly withstand such a horrific poison? Impossible. This cannot be. With his teeth clenched, Shang Wanyu hurried away. Concubine Chen called after him, Son, where are you going? He did not respond, intent on seeking clarification from the Green Bamboo. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had already come to the attention of Chen Fu. The moment he departed, Chen Fu followed closely behind, simultaneously signaling for Shang Wanyu to hurry over. Upon receiving the signal, Shang Wanyu, accompanied by Dan Yao, pursued after him. The siblings followed the markers left by Chen Fu and soon found him. Your Highness, what brings you here? Chen Fu inquired, astonished by Dan Yao's presence. Shang Wanyu replied, The Southern Witchcraft Kingdom is filled with devious individuals. If we do not gather more allies, and that person manages to escape, it would thwart my grand designs. Your Majesty speaks wisely. It is my oversight. Chun Fu acknowledged, though inwardly he pondered that without a celestial lord's presence in the southern witchcraft kingdom, the best experts the Qian Emperor could dispatch would only be Earth Lords. He and Shangguan Yu together would be sufficient to apprehend this person. Was it truly necessary to involve a powerful being such as the princess? Dan Yao, however, saw no issue with this approach. The relentless pursuit of longevity and freedom through years of cultivation was not solely for oneself, but also to protect those one holds dear. If she could not even safeguard her closest kin, what was the purpose of her cultivation? Given that the people of the southern witchcraft kingdom dared to poison her brother, they should not blame this Earth Lord for employing overwhelming force against them. Hurry up, don't fall behind, urged Shangguan Yu. Chun Fu chuckled, rest assured, Your Majesty. With the Grand Princess present, no one shall escape her vigilant gaze. Shangguan Yu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Chun Fu's unwavering confidence. But as he noticed Shangguan Yu drifting further away, he hastened to follow. The trio arrived at a dilapidated temple, and Shangguan Yu, already simmering with frustration, was about to enter when he heard Dan Yao whisper, Be cautious. Shangguan Yu turned back. What is it? Dan Yao pointed ahead. Look at that. Upon closer inspection, Shangguan Yu observed that the temple was encircled by layers of pristine snow silkworm silk. This silk, a rare delicacy among silks, was slender, resilient, and nearly transparent. It would be virtually undetectable unless one squinted closely. Following the silk, Shangguan Yu noticed several small bells hanging on either side of the temple. Should anyone attempt to infiltrate and inadvertently disturb the snow silkworm silk, the bells would jingle, alerting those within the temple to flee. Shangguan Yu scoffed. What a cunning trap. Almost caught me off guard. Such petty tricks dare to flaunt themselves before me. Dan Yao, with a dismissive smile, lightly tapped her fingers, and an aura of pure, subtle energy silently spread forth. In an instant, the strands of snow silkworm silk, along with the bells, shattered without a whisper. Shangguan Yu was taken aback. What exquisite control over spiritual power. How have you mastered such a technique? This level of finesse and manipulation was far beyond what an ordinary earthly sovereign could achieve. In Shangguan Yu's eyes, Dan Yao must have cultivated some extraordinary method to attain this skill. Dan Yao smiled gently. It's merely standard practice, nothing extraordinary. Such techniques, while challenging for an earthly sovereign or even a celestial monarch, are quite elementary for one at the spirit platform realm. Quoting a classic phrase, she added, I possess no other skill, merely adeptness of hand. Then, a shimmering light emanated from Dan Yao's fingertips, as she gestured towards Shangguan Yu and Chun Fu. This is the concealment technique. Once applied, we need not fear detection by those inside. Yao Yao, your prowess is truly remarkable, Shangguan Yu praised. With a mischievous grin, Dan Yao transformed into a beam of spiritual light and ascended to the temple's rooftop. Shangguan Yu and Chun Fu followed suit, landing soundlessly upon the tiles. Dan Yao carefully lifted one of the tiles, and the three huddled together, observing the commotion inside the temple. They saw Shangguan Yu, visibly agitated, glaring at a man clad in green robes, exclaiming, Did you not claim that the Yinming black water is extraordinarily poisonous, guaranteeing death to anyone who succumbs to it? Why is my father unharmed? The green-robed man, naturally the green bamboo earthly sovereign, was taken aback, disbelief etched on his aged face. This is impossible. I personally conducted tests on the toxicity of the Yinming black water. Unless a sixth-rank apothecary or a celestial monarch intervenes, no one can neutralize such a potent poison. Is it possible your father never even drank that cup of tea? Impossible. Shangguan Yu vehemently shook his head. That tea was meticulously arranged by me. I witnessed my father consume it. The poison manifested immediately. His face turned an ominous shade of black. How could it be false? My father must have escaped due to the insufficient potency of the Yinming black water. The green bamboo earthly sovereign, still skeptical, countered. How can this be? I invested considerable effort into concocting the Yinming black water. After its successful preparation, I even tested it by dropping a single drop into a pond, resulting in thousands of fish floating lifelessly to the surface. Such a potent poison could incapacitate even a celestial monarch. How could your father, merely an earthly sovereign, withstand it? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yu's expression turned ashen with fury. This despicable wretch had resorted to such a vile poison to harm his father. How utterly contemptible. Dan Yao swiftly grasped Shangguan Yu's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm and to listen for any further revelations. Perhaps there were more sinister plots afoot. What shall we do now? Shangguan Yu fretted, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Father, how did you end up here? Shangguan Yu stammered, his composure shattered. He had anticipated that once his father ingested the poisoned tea, he could seamlessly ascend to the throne. Now, however, the once-cooked duck had flown away, and his mother's manipulations in the Qianxing palace had thoroughly incensed his father, leaving their hopes utterly dashed. Why the rush? Sneered the green bamboo, earthly sovereign. What does it matter if your father is alive? With the Qian Emperor's formidable backing, your ascension to power is merely a matter of time. For now, you should contemplate how to deal with the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess? Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. What need is there to confront my aunt? Your aunt is an exceptionally rare prodigy in cultivation, an earthly sovereign at such a young age. If this continues, it won't be long before she ascends to the rank of celestial monarch, at which point, everything will be lost. Xianxiaaudiobooks scoffed, dismissing the concern. If my aunt becomes a celestial monarch, it is the Qian Emperor who should worry, not me. The green bamboo, earthly sovereign, seeing through his thoughts, chuckled coldly. Do not deceive yourself into thinking this does not concern you. Have you not noticed? For the past few decades, your dear brother has been frequenting the Minghua Palace, ostensibly to converse with the two men beside your aunt, who are reputed to be skilled in alchemy. Do you truly believe that is the case? Isn't it? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted. Of course not. That brat Xianxiaaudiobooks is far more cunning than you realize. He is fully aware of your father's affection for this long-lost sister, and has been eagerly flattering her with sweet words, winning her over. Now that your aunt has broken through to the earthly sovereign realm, showcasing her formidable talent, your father will undoubtedly prioritize her. If she were to speak favorably of Xianxiaaudiobooks before your father one day, your coveted throne might end up in that brat's hands. As these words sank in, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a tightness in his chest. What shall we do then? Your father has become wary. It would be prudent to take a step back and first eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks to prevent her from influencing him. The green bamboo, earthly sovereign, suggested darkly. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly inquired, all right, what must I do? To eliminate your aunt, there are numerous schemes at your disposal. Lean in closer, the green bamboo, earthly sovereign instructed. Xianxiaaudiobooks complied, nodding vigorously as the green bamboo, earthly sovereign whispered his plans. Excellent, let us proceed as you suggest. Xianxiaaudiobooks agreed eagerly. Despicable. Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer contain his outrage, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered the temple roof, sending debris flying. The sudden commotion startled both individuals inside the temple. The green bamboo, earthly sovereign barked, who is above? Come down at once. Seeing this, Dan Yao urged, we must descend. The poisoning plot against your father has shaken Xianxiaaudiobooks to the core. Who would have thought the eldest son could be so deranged as to plot against his own aunt? Xianxiaaudiobooks, seething with rage, was the first to descend through the newly created opening. Father, how did you come to be here? Xianxiaaudiobooks stammered, terror evident in his demeanor. Xianxiaaudiobooks, trembling with fury, bellowed, wretched beast, if I do not slay you, how can I honor the ancestors of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the emperor's sword was drawn with a swift motion, its cold blade aimed directly at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Father, please quell your anger. I am innocent. It is not as you perceive. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face drained of color as he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. I have witnessed and heard the truth with my own eyes and ears. How could I possibly wrongfully accuse you? What sins did I commit in my past life to have given rise to such a son? Xianxiaaudiobooks' wrath surged, and with a flurry of movements, he unleashed 3 strikes in quick succession. Your Majesty, allow me to elucidate. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, Xianxiaaudiobooks could only narrowly escape the initial and subsequent strikes, ultimately failing to dodge the third blade. The sharp, unyielding edge sliced through his left arm, tearing asunder his ornate attire and inflicting grievous wounds, causing blood to gush forth and saturate a considerable portion of his arm. Concurrently, Chen Fu engaged in combat with the green bamboo earth sovereign, who sought to flee. Father, I recognize my transgressions. I beseech your mercy. Xianxiaaudiobooks, overwhelmed by pain or perhaps terror, turned ashen, his body faltering as he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Xianxiaaudiobooks roared in fury. How can I possibly pardon you for such an unspeakable act? With that, he thrust his sword once more, aiming directly at Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart, a strike that would undoubtedly seal his fate. Elder brother, consider your actions. Dan Yao swiftly unleashed a 9 heavens mystical needle, deflecting the lethal blow. The impact left Xianxiaaudiobooks' arm numb, almost causing the imperial sword to slip from his grasp, as he could not suppress his exclamation. Yao Yao, what are you doing? The crime of a son slaying his father is indeed intolerable. However, a father striking down his son also transgresses the bounds of morality. This wretched creature deserves death at any hand, but it must not be yours, brother. Dan Yao articulated each word with deliberate intensity. This wretched being cannot escape. He can be dealt with later. For now, let us first eliminate the mastermind behind the poison that sought to harm you. Dan Yao's gaze shifted, catching sight of the green bamboo earth sovereign attempting to flee, and she immediately cried out, You think you can escape so easily? With a swift motion, she struck out, directing a powerful palm towards the green bamboo earth sovereign. An intense, Cold spiritual energy radiated outward in ripples, causing the surrounding air to solidify into layers of frost. The force of her strike pierced through the icy barriers, and the green bamboo earth sovereign, unable to muster any defense, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the muddy statue of the dilapidated temple, raising a cloud of dust. In excruciating pain, the green bamboo earth sovereign coughed up a mouthful of blood, incredulous that, apart from the Rakshasa earth sovereign Dan Kingsley, there was another capable of wielding such formidable power in the southern domain. He lifted his gaze to Dan Yao. Astonishment etched across his face. It's you? How could it possibly be you? The frost and snow celestial monarch. How did you come to be here? In the fierce competition for the Millennium Ice Condensation Saliva, the green bamboo earth sovereign had been among the contenders and thus recognized Dan Yao as the frost and snow celestial monarch of the eastern domain. Despite his immediate recognition, Dan Yao remained unfazed. Having cultivated to the spirit platform realm, she was confident that as long as she did not venture into the central domain, none could stand against her. Even if her identity were revealed, no one would dare oppose her. She felt no fear whatsoever. Dan Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed. It is I. Did you not foresee this? The green bamboo earth sovereign bitterly chuckled. He suddenly turned his attention to Xianxiaaudiobooks. She just referred to you as elder brother? Xianxiaaudiobooks confirmed. Indeed, she is my sister. How is that possible? The green bamboo earth sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she possibly be your sister? This is inconceivable. Xianxiaaudiobooks furrowed his brow in confusion. Why is it impossible? The frost and snow celestial monarch is evidently an ancient sorceress who has cultivated for millennia, retaining her youth. How could she be your sister? If she truly is your sister, does that imply she reached the celestial monarch realm at just over a century old? Such innate talent can scarcely be described as extraordinary. It is alarmingly terrifying. The green bamboo earth sovereign, unaware that Dan Yao was concealing her identity while acknowledging Xianxiaaudiobooks, feared that any further discourse might render him a fool. So she is your sister. No wonder the malevolent poison could not vanquish you. The green bamboo earth sovereign chuckled ruefully. It is common knowledge in the eastern domain that the leader of the underworld sect, Black Serpent, is the sworn enemy of the frost and snow celestial monarch. The underworld sect rose swiftly due to Black Serpent, only to be annihilated by the frost and snow celestial monarch. As destined adversaries, the frost and snow celestial monarch must possess a means to counteract the potent venom from the underworld sect. How foolish was I to attempt to poison the brother of the frost and snow celestial monarch with the underworld's blackwater. Xianxiaaudiobooks, lost in confusion, could not grasp the implications of the green bamboo earth sovereign's words. Chen Fu, aware of Dan Yao's prowess, discerned a pre-existing conflict between the green bamboo earth sovereign and the princess. Dan Yao coldly remarked, "You realize this now, yet it is far too late. I initially intended to overlook past grievances and spare you, but your audacity in attempting to poison my brother leaves no room for mercy. Speak. How do you wish to perish?" Huh. The green bamboo earth sovereign spat blood mixed with ice shards, his demeanor icy. You think killing me will be so simple? Chen Fu scoffed. Your spiritual energy is entirely sealed by the princess's palm strike. You have nowhere to escape, and yet you still dare to boast as death approaches. Humph, you pathetic eunuch, what do you know? The green bamboo earth sovereign, ensnared in a predicament, disdainfully glared at Chen Fu. Dan Yao narrowed her eyes, fixating on the green bamboo earth sovereign, her brow furrowing deeper. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and solemnly declared, "We have been deceived. He is not the green bamboo." Upon hearing this, both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Fu widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming in unison, "What? He is not the green bamboo? How can that be? This old man possesses such formidable power that only a sovereign could wield. How could he not be the green bamboo?" In response, the green bamboo earth sovereign smiled and retorted, "If you say I am not the green bamboo, then who am I?" This elder in green robes, with both his aura and combat techniques mirroring the green bamboo, left no room for doubt. Yet Dan Yao, as a practitioner of the spirit platform realm, possessed keen perception. Aside from those at the void realm, none could evade her discerning gaze. Although this individual bore a striking resemblance to the green bamboo, she was unequivocally certain that he was not the green bamboo. Your exterior and essence may align with the green bamboo, but while you may deceive others, you cannot deceive me. If my intuition serves me correctly, you must be employing the body separation and shadow magic to create this doppelganger. Am I right? Dan Yao scrutinized the green bamboo earth sovereign, a hint of surprise in her voice. After Qing Fu's demise, she had discovered the tome titled Heavenly Woe and Earthly Sorrow soul-locking technique within this woman's spatial ring. Although Dan Yao felt trepidation towards the nefarious techniques contained within, she had committed the contents to memory after a single reading. The body separation and shadow magic, akin to the heartless curse, is also among the 9 forbidden techniques. Yet it is even more peculiar and sinister. The so-called body separation and shadow refers to a doppelganger created through the practitioner's source power. In truth, once a cultivator reaches the void realm, they can solidify a second doppelganger using their primordial spirit, although few choose to do so. This is due to the inherent risks involved, as one separates their power. Should the doppelganger encounter unforeseen misfortune and be destroyed, the original body would suffer grievous harm, resulting in a severe regression of cultivation. A century prior, Dan Yao had entered the snowstorm's secret realm and clashed with the then young master of the moon god palace. Song Tianji, his master, Dugu He, had utilized a doppelganger against her, but the doppelganger, being weaker than himself, failed to impress, resulting in its destruction by her blade, thereby bringing misfortune upon the original Dugu He. Due to the various drawbacks of maintaining a doppelganger, few would undertake the endeavor unless absolutely necessary. Yet the body separation and shadow magic recorded in the heavenly woe and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique diverges significantly from conventional methods of creating a doppelganger. The art of creating doppelgangers is derived from the power of the primordial spirit, manifesting as an ethereal soul that cannot possess its own corporeal form, thereby significantly diminishing its combat prowess. In stark contrast, the technique of shadow doppelgangers is entirely different. It not only allows one to solidify the primordial spirit into a physical body, akin to her earlier practice of the external embodiment technique, but also enables the doppelganger and the original to transfer power without being bound by spatial limitations. Other doppelgangers, including the miniature version of Dan Yao, possess a strength inferior to that of the original. However, a master of the shadow doppelganger technique has the unique ability for their power to flow as freely as water. The distribution of power can vary, be it 40-60, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, or even 90-10, allowing for complete autonomy in allocation. More astonishingly, should a doppelganger suffer grave injury, the original remains unscathed and can, before the doppelganger's demise, channel all the split-off power back to itself. Conversely, if the original faces a life-threatening crisis, it can transfer its strength to the doppelganger, allowing the latter to inherit the original's will and memories upon the original's death, effectively becoming the true self. In essence, a practitioner of the shadow doppelganger technique possesses a second life. Whether the original or the doppelganger perishes, rebirth is achievable, with strength remaining intact. Yet, mastering this formidable technique is no trivial endeavor, due to its exceedingly nefarious nature. One must consume the souls of 3 blood relatives as a sacrificial offering to truly attain it. Such a malevolent practice is, of course, beyond Dan Yao's moral compass. The figure before her, resembling the green bamboo earth sovereign, is a manifestation derived from the shadow doppelganger technique. Given that this technique allows for the free transfer of power, this individual wields approximately 80% of the green bamboo sovereign's spiritual energy, and with an appearance identical to that of green bamboo. It is no wonder that Shang Wanyu and Chun Fu fail to recognize them. Dan Yao's gaze is fixed intently upon this person. As she utters the words shadow doppelganger technique, a look of incredulous shock and bewilderment immediately crosses their face. I was indeed correct. You have truly mastered the shadow doppelganger technique. Dan Yao sneers coldly, though a weight of concern lingers within her. When she initially uncovered the tome of the heavenly sorrow and earthly misery soul-locking technique, she was horrified by the sinister powers it contained and sought to prevent its malevolence from permeating the world, prompting Xianxiang to destroy it. She believed that with the destruction of the tome, the shadow doppelganger technique would be lost forever, only to discover that the old wretch, Green Bamboo, had also dabbled in such dark arts. It remains uncertain how many other techniques he has learned. Should these wicked powers circulate, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 874, Annihilation of the Doppelganger. How do you know I practice the shadow doppelganger technique? The green bamboo doppelganger gazes at Dan Yao in horror. Dan Yao retorts coldly, do not question how I know. To master such a vile art, you would sacrifice your own 3 kin, truly deranged. The green bamboo doppelganger scoffs dismissively, deranged? Those 3 would consider it a blessing to die for me, a fortune earned through lifetimes of cultivation. What is there to lament? Shang Wanyu interjects, Yao Yao? Why waste words on such a creature? This old fiend has repeatedly infiltrated Dian to sow chaos. Last time it was assassination, this time it's poison. Such contemptible acts deserve to be dealt with by my sword. Heh, do you truly think you can kill me? This is merely my doppelganger, even if you slay it. My original remains unaffected. Attempt to intimidate me? Do you think I lack the courage to slay you? Shang Wanyu bellows angrily. Come then, thrust your sword at me. Kill me. The green bamboo doppelganger laughs, a green glow radiating from its form. Green bamboo, you may be celebrating prematurely, Dan Yao suddenly sneers. Attempting to buy time with this trick will not be as simple as you presume. What nonsense are you spouting? The green bamboo roars. I can recognize that you have mastered the shadow doppelganger technique, and I am aware of its operational principles. While it is indeed profound, should the doppelganger encounter a grave crisis, it can transfer power back to the original without being hindered by spatial boundaries. However, this transfer also requires time. You currently possess 80% of green bamboo's spiritual energy. Transferring it all back to the original is no simple task. With every word Dan Yao speaks, the green bamboo doppelganger's expression shifts, ultimately paling to a ghostly hue. Princess, are you suggesting this old fiend is stalling to transfer power? Chen Fu inquires, trembling. Indeed. This old wretch possesses 80% of the green bamboo sovereign's energy. If we can destroy his primordial spirit, the energy will dissipate, even if the original survives. His cultivation will be significantly diminished, no longer akin to that of the sovereign, Dan Yao explains. Then what are we waiting for? Let us strike down this old fiend. Chen Fu declares. No sooner had Chen Fu spoken than he and Xianxiaaudiobooks sprang into action, unleashing the sunflower gold needles and the emperor's sword in succession towards the green bamboo doppelganger. The green bamboo doppelganger's expression twisted grotesquely, akin to a wounded beast. As its skeletal hands writhed, a foul stench began to permeate the air. The stench is poisonous, Chen Fu shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks hastily gathered his energy to defend while simultaneously unleashing sword chi. Seeing that this tactic would not suffice, the green bamboo doppelganger pivoted, launching several noxious poison pellets toward Xianxiaaudiobooks, Dan Yao, and Chen Fu. Boom, boom, boom. The poison pellets exploded, engendering a cloud of toxic mist that enveloped the dilapidated temple in darkness. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Fu quickly harnessed their energy to disperse the noxious fog. Dan Yao, in turn, cast forth a stream of spiritual energy to shield Xianxiaaudiobooks, ensuring he would not inhale the poisonous mist and lose his life. The green bamboo doppelganger, having been struck by Dan Yao's palm, struggled against the toxic mist's effects but remained unfazed. After all, as long as it could transfer its power back to the original, victory would be assured. As Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Fu worked to dispel the toxic fog, the green bamboo doppelganger seized the opportunity to transfer its strength. However, Dan Yao saw through the ruse. The toxic mist could not obscure her mystical vision. With a flick of her finger, the 9 heavens celestial needle shot forth, piercing into the primordial spirit of the green bamboo doppelganger. A shrill, anguished scream echoed, and the once mighty green bamboo doppelganger was instantaneously encased in ice. Chapter 875, A Heavy Heart. Subsequently, its form shattered into countless shards of bloody ice, dead beyond resurrection. At that moment, far away in the South Witch Kingdom's Duke's Manor, the green bamboo sovereign, seated in meditation upon a mat, suddenly opened his mouth and spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. The disciples and attending servants outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in, astonished. One disciple exclaimed in alarm, "Master, what has happened?" The green bamboo sovereign, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, glared with venomous eyes. The frost and snow celestial monarch. She has struck down my doppelganger and destroyed my cultivation. The frost and snow celestial monarch? The others gasped at the mention of that name. As the sole celestial monarch of the eastern domain, her renown was formidable. One disciple hesitantly remarked, "Isn't the frost and snow celestial monarch cultivating in the eastern domain? How could she have attacked you?" The green bamboo sovereign did not answer, but waved his hand dismissively. "Do not ask so many questions. You all may leave. I need to recuperate." "Yes." The group, noting the drastic pallor of his face, hastily retreated. "Wait." The green bamboo sovereign called out. The disciple turned back. "Master, what is it? Quickly report to Emperor Qian. Xianxiaaudiobooks has failed." The disciple's expression turned grave. "Yes." The green bamboo sovereign sighed deeply, slowly closing his eyes to commence the healing of his injuries. Having successfully dealt with the green bamboo sovereign's doppelganger, the trio found no joy in their victory. Rather, they were consumed by unease. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Fu were troubled, for it was the doppelganger that had perished, not the original. The esteemed one has not perished. He will undoubtedly inform the Emperor of Qian at the first opportunity regarding the mishap involving Xianxiaaudiobooks, complicating subsequent plans significantly. Dan Yao is apprehensive, for the green bamboo earth sovereign practices such sinister and arcane arts. If he is not dealt with promptly, a calamity is bound to ensue. One cannot fathom how many dark sorceries this old wretch has mastered. Should he acquire all 9 malevolent techniques from the heavenly sorrow and earthly grief soul-locking art, locating and eliminating him would be akin to ascending to the heavens. The trio, burdened with heavy thoughts, escorted Xianxiaaudiobooks back to the imperial palace. Upon learning of her son's predicament, Concubine Shun was struck with despair, akin to being struck by lightning, and rushed to Qianxing Palace in tears, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, Yong'er is innocent. He is such a filial child. How could he commit such a heinous act? He must have been framed. I implore you to see clearly. Innocent. It is not enough for him to seek my life. He has also targeted my sister, his own aunt. Such a disloyal and unfilial beast, devoid of humanity. How am I unjust in my accusations? Xianguan Yu's eyes blazed with fury. I have never wronged you too, aside from matters regarding the throne and the royal lineage. What have I not provided for you? Years of favor have only resulted in such a treacherous heart. How blind I was to select you for the palace, allowing you to bear such a wretched offspring. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Yong'er is your eldest son. There are those who envy him and have deliberately framed him. You are wise and discerning. Do not let the treachery of Zhuang Gaifei deceive you. Concubine Shin cried out in anguish. Deceived? Do you truly believe I am a fool, easily misled? He conspired with the green bamboo earth sovereign of the Nanwalai kingdom, poisoning and plotting against me. This I witnessed with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. How could it be false? At this juncture, Xianguan Yu sneered coldly. That ungrateful wretch is indeed my eldest son, but I would rather have never had him. Chapter 876. The Consequences of One's Own Actions. Your Majesty, please hear me out. Yong'er could never commit such an act. He is a victim of conspiracy. Surely the work of Zhuang Gaifei and her son, who resent the humiliation I inflicted upon them previously. They have concocted this heinous crime to implicate Yong'er. Do not let that venomous woman deceive you. Concubine Shin cried, throwing herself at Xianguan Yu's feet and clutching his leg with a near-harrowing tone. Xianguan Yu kicked her away as one might discard a decades-old, filthy rag, his heart and eyes filled with loathing. Whether he is truly wronged has been thoroughly investigated. It is not for you to distort the truth and lash out recklessly. His voice was frigid, devoid of warmth, freezing everything in its path. Issue a decree. Concubine Shun, driven by jealousy and lacking virtue, has failed to raise her son properly. She is to be demoted to commoner status and confined to Yanghe Palace, where she shall meet her demise. After a pause, he continued, Crown Prince Xianguan Yong, unfilial and treacherous, conspiring in private, forming factions, and plotting for the throne. His crimes are grievous and warrant execution. However, considering our years of father-son relationship, I cannot bear to execute him. Instead, he is to be stripped of his title and relegated to commoner status, confined alongside his mother, Concubine Shun, in Yanghe Palace. Even should a new ruler ascend the throne and issue a general amnesty, they shall not be pardoned. Concubine Shun, struck as if by lightning, let out a wail and immediately fainted. Xianguan Yu's gaze turned icy and resolute. From this moment forth, Yanghe Palace will be your cold prison. To kill you would only soil my hands. I wish for you both to wither away there, as if I never had a son named Xianguan Yong. He then commanded harshly, seize Concubine Shun and remove her. I never wish to see her or that ungrateful wretch again. The decree to strip Concubine Shun and her son of their titles swiftly spread throughout the palace. Dan Yao, upon hearing this, could only sigh deeply. Qi Ming, too, lamented. One reaps what one sows. Who can be blamed? Xianguan Yong, who fancied himself the crown prince, would likely never comprehend who the true firstborn is. He dreams incessantly of winning his father's affection, even if just a modicum, yet the wretch Xianguan Yong remains oblivious to the fortune he possesses. Dan Yao murmured, indeed, one reaps what one sows. The crown prince has already been granted mercy due to past affections. Otherwise, for the crime of poisoning the sovereign, 100 deaths would not suffice. In the princess's residence of the Nanwalai kingdom, the green bamboo earth sovereign exerted every ounce of his power to heal his wounds, yet discovered his spiritual energy frozen, making it exceedingly difficult to circulate. With a cough, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Lamenting, who would have thought that the frost and snow heavenly lord's chilling spiritual energy would be so formidable? With just a needle, not only did it obliterate my painstakingly cultivated avatar, but it also severely injured my true form. No wonder even the formidable black serpent was eternally sealed by this woman. Images of his destroyed avatar flooded his mind, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. The frost and snow heavenly lord is Xianguan Yu's own sister. I incited Xianguan Yong to poison. How could she let me escape? With her methods, she would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly, leaving no sanctuary above or below. Moreover, the avatar was destroyed too swiftly. Only a portion of its power transferred to my body, leaving me with barely 30% of my full strength, far from a match for her. The green bamboo earth sovereign slammed his palm onto a nearby incense table. No, I cannot remain here and await my demise at her hands. He retrieved the heavenly demon dice, gazing at the 6 carved dice depicting various demons. Murmuring, It seems I have no choice but to seek him out. Chapter 877, Tracing the Bloodstains. With concubine Shun and her son forever confined to Yanghe Palace, this incident has temporarily drawn to a close. Yet, Danyao has not forgotten the true instigator, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign. Though Shangwan Yong is ambitious and power-hungry, he is not entirely devoid of conscience. Were it not for the incessant temptation and manipulation from the Green Bamboo, how could Shangwan Yong have committed such an unspeakable crime? Now, having paid the price for his actions, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign cannot hope to escape. Despite having only met him twice, Danyao is acutely aware of his cunning. After the destruction of his avatar, his true form would undoubtedly be more vigilant, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. Fortunately, when Danyao vanquished the avatar, she had the foresight to take a blood-stained tile from the dilapidated temple. The blood upon this tile is that of the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign, inflicted by Danyao's powerful strike. Through the bloodstains, Danyao can employ a blood-tracking technique she mastered years ago, capable of tracing him across great distances. Even if the Green Bamboo were to hide underground, she would unearth him. With her hands forming seals, she directed a surge of true energy into the blood-stained tile. As her energy flowed, a drop of dark crimson blood slowly rose from the tile, hovering before Danyao. With a pointed finger, the blood droplet transformed into a crimson line, shooting out of Minghua Palace and following the trail of the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign. However, to her astonishment, the bloodline retraced its path shortly after departing. Danyao, taken aback, invoked the blood-tracking technique once more, only to find the bloodline meandering aimlessly outside before returning once more. Observing this, Xianxiang remarked, "Could it be that your spiritual energy is too frigid for the blood to withstand, thus hindering the tracking? Perhaps it would be prudent to let Qi Ming try. He is also a formidable Earth Sovereign." Danyao nodded. Yes, allowing him to give it a try would be wise. Subsequently, Danyao summoned Qi Ming and instructed him on how to utilize the blood-tracking technique. Qi Ming followed her guidance, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The blood was once again repelled. Danyao's suspicions deepened. This old wretch had his avatar destroyed by me. With his remaining spiritual energy at less than 30 or 40%, it should be impossible for him to evade my blood-tracking technique. Could it be that he possesses an even more peculiar art of concealment beyond the avatar technique? An even more peculiar art of concealment? Qi Ming inquired with curiosity. What might that be? Danyao shook her head, expressing uncertainty. I do not know, yet this old wretch possesses countless cunning tricks. The last time I, along with your father and Xin Fu, combined our efforts, we still could not capture him, managing only to eliminate a mere avatar. Qi Ming, filled with anxiety, remarked, if even my aunt cannot deal with him, I truly dread what he might do next. Danyao chuckled. You need not worry excessively. After this incident, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to stir up any more significant trouble. Should I encounter him again, he is bound to meet his demise. Qi Ming paused in surprise. His avatar technique is so enigmatic. How can my aunt possibly defeat him? Danyao smiled and glanced at Xianxiang. Xianxiang elucidated. While the technique he practices is indeed profound, he can only condense a single avatar throughout his lifetime. Now that your aunt has vanquished his avatar, he can no longer split. If we encounter him again and eliminate his true form, it will spell his complete end. Qi Ming's furrowed brow relaxed as he laughed. So that's how it is. It appears that this avatar technique is not as formidable as it seems. To be fair, it is truly quite remarkable. Chapter 878, The Demon Ridge. Danyao paused. It is a pity that such malevolent arts require the sacrifice of a loved one's soul. Or else I fear I might succumb to temptation and practice it myself. The inability to find the green bamboo is a lingering concern. He wields such dark arts. If he stirs up trouble again, it may not be easy to handle. Qi Ming furrowed his brow once more. Xianxiang spoke calmly. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Now that he knows your aunt is the frost snow deity, he will undoubtedly be cautious. Unless he cultivates to the level of a deity, he will surely not dare to appear before us. Rather than fretting over this and that, it would be wiser to cultivate diligently. As long as our strength is sufficient, no matter how he plots, he cannot harm us. Danyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must forge themselves with strength. As long as we are powerful enough, his schemes will be futile. Let us focus on our cultivation. All right. Qi Ming nodded obediently. Danyao believed that the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign had used an arcane concealment technique to evade her bloodline tracking method. Unbeknownst to her, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign's abilities were not that formidable. The failure of the bloodline tracking method was due to the excessive distance involved. Its maximum tracking range is merely over 5,000 miles. At this moment, the Green Bamboo Earth Sovereign had traveled over 10,000 miles to the eastern domain. No matter how proficient her tracking, she could not traverse such a vast distance. dragging her injured body. The green bamboo earth sovereign flew from the southern witch kingdom to the eastern domain, ultimately landing in a peculiar mountain range. This mountain range was eerie and lifeless, filled with a palpable sense of resentment that climbed to the heavens, emanating an unsettling chill. The eastern domain lies to the east of the Tianxian continent, categorized according to the 5 elements and 4 cardinal directions. The eastern domain embodies the azure dragon aspect, affiliated with wood, symbolizing vitality, and basked in perpetual sunlight. Warm as spring. Even in the coldest winter, snow does not fall. Yet this mountain range remained perpetually shrouded in black mist, devoid of sunlight. Though no ice or snow was present, an excruciating cold permeated the air. Even someone of the green bamboo earth sovereign's caliber felt the biting chill upon landing in this mountain range. Had Dan Yao been present, she would have recognized it as the Demon Ridge, where she once sealed Ming Shi, the leader of the Netherworld sect, in ice, transforming into a streak of green light. The green bamboo earth sovereign burrowed deep underground, arriving at a hidden cave. This cave was profoundly dark, appearing unremarkable compared to other caverns, save for the fact that its entrance was 10 times colder than the surface. The green bamboo earth sovereign remained unfazed, evidently familiar with this place, and continued onward. The air grew increasingly frigid, gradually revealing ice spikes and stalactites, while the cave became ever brighter. Emerging into the cave chamber, she was greeted by a landscape blanketed in ice and snow, resembling a world of crystalline ice, ethereal and somewhat surreal. At the center of the hidden cave lay an ice bed, upon which floated a massive, snow-white cocoon, emitting wisps of chilling air. This enormous cocoon was the source of the perpetual cold that enveloped the Demon Ridge. The green bamboo earth sovereign addressed the cocoon softly. "I have arrived." The cocoon stirred, and a spectral figure drifted out. This figure appeared remarkably youthful, yet atop its head floated an emerald green orb, radiating a ghostly light of half green, half blue, enveloping its form and rendering it immovable. The figure cast a glance at the green bamboo earth sovereign, its voice chillingly serpentine. "When we last met, I thought you would never return, yet here you are." Chapter 879, The Return of the Black Serpent. The green bamboo earth sovereign sighed. "I did not wish to return, but circumstances compelled me." The figure chuckled, its voice dripping with a cold venom. "Your arrival is fortuitous. Not only does it benefit you, but I too can find liberation. How delightful, truly delightful. Ha ha ha." The green bamboo earth sovereign retorted. "You have fallen to such a lowly state, yet still manage to find humor. You truly embody the leader of the Netherworld sect." Indeed, the spectral young figure before her was Ming Shi, sealed in ice by Dan Yao. It turned out that during the struggle for the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva, the green bamboo earth sovereign had not only failed against Dan Yao, but had also sustained severe injuries from the icy grasp of the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva. Due to the green bamboo's dark nature, having offended many, and lacking the protection of the celestial sovereign Lei Xian, no one dared lay a finger on him. After his grievous wounds, fearing that others might take advantage of his plight, he did not return to the southern domain to recuperate, instead lurking in the eastern domain. Inadvertently arriving at the Demon Ridge, Dan Yao had used the frost snow pearl as a foundation to freeze Ming Shi into a state of eternal ice. Originally, the green bamboo would not have been able to detect his presence. However, by chance, the icy force from the palm strike of the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva that had entered the green bamboo's body resonated with the frost snow pearl, allowing the green bamboo to discover Ming Shi's existence and learn of the enmity between him and Dan Yao. As the first powerful being in the eastern domain to break through to the celestial sovereign level, Ming Shi was indeed formidable, his schemes profound, and his resolve unwavering. Even in the face of death, he displayed no fear. Yet since being sealed by Dan Yao, an unending wave of chilling power had invaded his body, penetrating to the marrow. Compared to the torment endured by Xianxiang while cultivating the bridal gown divine art in his early years, it was perhaps even more excruciating. Despite his iron will, he could no longer withstand the relentless agony and torment. He would rather embrace death than become an ice-cold puppet of the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva, languishing in pain until his life force was exhausted. Ming Shi had initially contemplated ending his own life with a single strike, yet he resented Dan Yao for employing such a cruel method to torment him, unwilling to perish so easily. Thus, he sought to forge an alliance with the green bamboo. He would impart his entire cultivation to the green bamboo, aiding him in becoming a celestial sovereign. In return, the green bamboo would assist him in exacting revenge, slaying Dan Yao and obliterating the 7-star palace. However, the endeavor to transfer one's cultivation in such a manner to enable another to become a celestial sovereign was not a simple task. Powerful cultivators were akin to modern billionaires who, naturally, wished to bequeath their wealth to future generations, ensuring their descendants enjoy prosperity for eternity. Yet, with inheritance taxes exceeding 40 or 50%, it was doomed that their descendants could not inherit the entirety of their wealth. When the father dies, the son inherits half after taxes. When the son dies, another half is deducted, and so forth through the generations. No matter how substantial the fortune, it would inevitably be diluted. The same principle applies to cultivators in the Tianxian continent. Should those at the spirit platform or divine void realms, on the brink of death, directly transfer their cultivation to their descendants, would it not mean that those individuals could become powerful without any effort? Such a thing is implausible. The laws of the universe govern all, and one cannot easily overturn them. The ascension of a practitioner beyond their current realm necessitates not only the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also a profound comprehension of the heavenly principles, enabling a harmonious communication with the cosmos and the full harnessing of its power. While spiritual prowess can be passed down, the insight into one's realm cannot be transmitted. Should one attempt to directly transfer spiritual energy into the bodies of their descendants without them grasping the subtleties of the realm, such excess energy would render them vulnerable and lead to catastrophic consequences, such as ruptured meridians and death. This is the fundamental reason why many formidable beings of the celestial monarch realm, on the brink of death, prefer to condense their cultivation into protective talismans for their families rather than passing it to their progeny. However, exceptions do exist in the realm of the extraordinary. For instance, the marriage garment divine art practiced by Xianxiang can indeed be directly transmitted through spiritual energy, albeit at a significantly reduced potency. The unparalleled creator of the Netherworld sect, the Grandmaster Yuming, is a prodigy fond of undertaking formidable challenges. What others deem impossible, she is all the more compelled to accomplish. After extensive research, she devised 2 methods to bequeath strength to her successors. The first method involves utilizing blood glass, a rare substance that stores the true essence of successive leaders of the Netherworld sect. Once accumulated to a sufficient degree, under the right temporal, spatial, and human conditions, one may absorb this power and achieve a breakthrough. Both Dan Yao and Ming Shi managed to swiftly ascend to the celestial monarch realm by harnessing a portion of blood glass's energy in their time. The second method involves the celestial demon dice. While practitioners in the Eastern domain are aware that blood glass is a treasure of the Netherworld sect, they remain oblivious to the fact that the sect's true treasures number 2, blood glass, and the celestial demon dice. The latter is far more enigmatic and intricate than the former. However, due to reasons shrouded in mystery, the celestial demon dice was lost and eventually found its way to the kingdom of Nanwalai, where it became a national treasure. After achieving the celestial monarch status, Ming Shi intended to unify the Eastern domain and retrieve this treasure from the Southern domain. Alas, his expedition was cut short, meeting his demise at the hands of the formidable Dan Yao, a genius in cultivation, who swiftly imprisoned him beneath the earth. The celestial demon dice not only contains ancient scripts detailing the various arcane techniques of the Netherworld sect, but also encompasses elements of the heavenly woe and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique. The green bamboo shadow demon art was derived from the celestial demon dice, which serves as the optimal medium for the sect's techniques, facilitating a comprehensive transfer of power. Though green bamboo covets Ming Shi's celestial monarch cultivation, he is acutely aware of the man's treachery and cunning, which surpasses his own. A misstep could lead to being outmaneuvered, resulting in not only the loss of his chance at becoming a celestial monarch, but potentially his very life. For many years, green bamboo has resisted this immense temptation, refusing to engage in a transaction with Ming Shi. However, following the fall of celestial monarch Changsheng and earthly sovereign Leixian, and with Dan Qing Li's unexpected rise to power as a celestial monarch, the pressure on green bamboo has intensified. In the past, when the 5 earthly sovereigns of the southern domain stood in opposition, green bamboo believed himself superior in both capability and strategy to the other 4. Certain he would be the first to reach the celestial monarch realm. Yet, to his dismay, Dan Qing Li, that wretched enchantress, surpassed him, while he remains ensnared in the earthly sovereign realm, struggling to make a breakthrough. Ultimately, green bamboo succumbed to temptation, devising a plan to successfully acquire the celestial demon dice from Qianhuan, Netherworld sect leader. Ming Shi chuckled bitterly, trapped here, living a life devoid of humanity or ghostliness. Where is the former grandeur of that once mighty leader? He glanced at green bamboo with surprise. What is this overwhelming chill surrounding you? Who has inflicted such wounds upon you? With clenched teeth, green bamboo replied, Celestial monarch Frost Snow. Oh, so it is she. Ming Shi laughed with malicious glee. I remember over 70 years ago when you were wounded and arrived at Celestial Demon Ridge, mocking me for being bested by a mere woman. How do you fare now? Have you tasted her might? Green Bamboo scoffed. You have suffered the same fate, trapped in ice, living a fate worse than death. Yet you dare to gloat over my misfortune? Ming Shi's expression grew indifferent as he gazed at the frost-laden ceiling of the cave. The stark whiteness mirrored the harshness of winter, extinguishing all life and hope. Even in winter, others may anticipate the arrival of spring, yet he is doomed to remain here, unable to seek life or death. Indeed, the most sorrowful of all is I. Ming Shi's face twisted in bitterness and rage. In my early days as a celestial monarch, I fell at her hands. She claimed I had harmed countless lives, and thus, killing me would not only stain her hands, but also be too lenient. Hence, she utilized the frost snow pearl left by the earthly sovereign of frost snow to freeze me into an everlasting ice, sealing me here. She desires me to endure the torment of the cold, day and night, until my lifespan is extinguished and I perish in despair. Such cruelty in her methods, such vindictiveness in her heart. I truly bow in admiration. Hearing this, Green Bamboo felt a chill in his heart. Killing is one thing, but to torture a person in such a manner is indeed ruthless. However, victors and vanquished have always existed, and there is little to be said about it. Green Bamboo felt no pity for Ming Shi. Had their roles been reversed, he likely would have been even more merciless. Ironically, after being sealed here for so many years, he remains unaware of her identity or name. Ming Shi laughed heartily, tears of mirth glistening in his eyes. Green Bamboo shot him a scornful glance. Enough with the melodrama. It gives me goosebumps. If you intend to bestow your power, do it swiftly and without hesitation. Very well, I have lived long enough. Today, I shall grant you this boon. With that, Ming Shi's ethereal form began to merge into the cocoon, preparing to transmit his power through the celestial demon dice. Wait, Green Bamboo interjected. Once your powers are transferred to me, you will lose all your spiritual energy and perish. Have you considered any alternative? Ming Shi's gaze flickered, a hint of cold light passing through. He sighed. If there were another way, I would not have sought you out. This mystical ice cocoon was crafted using the Frost Snow Monarch's own spiritual energy and Frost Snow Pearl, binding my soul. Unless I self-destruct my soul, escape is utterly impossible. You understand that the soul is the essence of a practitioner. If the body is destroyed, as long as the soul endures, one may be reborn. But once the soul is lost, the entire being ceases to exist. Now I understand, Green Bamboo realized. Living in such a state is indeed torturous. Better to die cleanly. Before I perish, transmitting my powers to you to seek vengeance would be a splendid act, especially since you have already formed enmity with the Frost Snow Monarch. Ming Shi smiled. You gain liberation, and I gain strength. We both emerge victorious. A beautiful arrangement. Besides avenging me, I require you to promise me something, Green Bamboo inquired. What is it? Ming Shi expressed a mixture of affection and loathing. The Frost Snow Monarch has ruined my life. After you slay her, you must bring her corpse here for our joint burial. Joint burial? Green Bamboo was taken aback. Did you not despise her the most? Why would you wish to be interred with her after death? I do despise her, yet after being sealed here for so many years, I find myself perpetually contemplating her. If, after death, I could have the company of such a beauty, it would not be in vain. Green Bamboo chuckled. To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. Setting aside abilities and strategies, the Frost Snow Monarch is indeed a rare beauty in this world. No wonder you yearn for her. Will you agree? Of course, it's a trivial matter. How could I refuse? Green Bamboo nodded. Then it is settled. Ming Shi let out a sigh of relief and inquired, have you brought the demon dice? My cultivation method is exceptionally unique. It is only through this artifact that I can transfer my power and insights to you, enabling you to break free from your shackles and ascend as a true celestial sovereign. Indeed, I have. Lu Zhu retrieved an oversized black die from his ring. Upon seeing it, Ming Shi nodded affirmatively. That is undeniably the demon dice, one of the two paramount treasures of my Yumming sect, which was stolen by a band of thieves many years ago. To my astonishment, it ended up in the kingdom of Nanwalai, becoming its national treasure. If this is destiny, then accept my power. With that, Ming Shi's soul essence plunged into the demon dice. Instantly, the demon dice emanated a vibrant dark light, releasing a tremendous force that surged into Lu Zhu's body. Lu Zhu felt this power flood in like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming him with joy. Celestial Sovereign. After enduring so many years of hardship, I have finally awaited this day. How formidable is my power? Quite impressive, isn't it? Ming Shi's laughter echoed from within the demon dice. Indeed, it is extraordinarily potent and remarkably pure. No wonder you became the first in the eastern region to cultivate to the celestial sovereign realm. You are truly formidable. Lu Zhu replied. Since you find it powerful, then relish it. Ming Shi chuckled ominously, and the demon dice transformed into a slender black needle, swiftly piercing Lu Zhu's brow. "Ha! Old fool. You have fallen for my trick." Ming Shi's triumphant voice reverberated in Lu Zhu's mind. From the outset, Ming Shi had no intention of transferring his power to Lu Zhu to assist him in becoming a celestial sovereign. Rather, he sought to usurp Lu Zhu's body, escaping the icy grip of the frost snow pearl to once again dominate the eastern region. Having endured countless trials and tribulations, he had devoted his life to becoming a celestial sovereign. How could he possibly relinquish his life's work to another? However, Ming Shi did not lie. The seal imposed by Dan Yao through the frost snow pearl was indeed formidable, and there was no way for him to break free. Initially, Ming Shi was filled with despair, believing his life was destined to be a wretched existence. Little did he expect that fate would lead Lu Zhu to the Demon Ridge, nor that he was the son of a princess, deeply connected to the royal family of Nanwalai, and thus the most likely candidate to wield the Demon Dice. The Demon Dice not only allowed for the transfer of power, but also concealed a secret unknown to outsiders. It could facilitate the exchange of soul memories between cultivators. Unlike the soul, a person could survive without their memories, but losing one's soul would render them a mindless, soulless husk, while the frost snow pearl could freeze his soul. It could not prevent him from transferring his power to another body, nor could it stop him from exchanging memories with other cultivators. As Chapter 883 unfolds, the memory exchange would render Lu Zhu's soul and body his own. Of course, Ming Shi understood that Lu Zhu, being one of the 5 great earth lords of the southern region, was a cunning and treacherous old fox, making it no easy feat to deceive him. To ensnare him, Ming Shi first used the allure of power transfer, feigning a pitiful state of suffering under the seal, evoking Lu Zhu's sympathy and lowering his guard. Before the transfer, he displayed a conflicted expression of love and hate towards Dan Yao, claiming, "Once I perish, I must see that woman dead and bring her remains to accompany me in burial." This diversion completely alleviated Lu Zhu's suspicions. "Humph, cease your futile resistance. I am a celestial sovereign, and you were no match for me even before your injuries. Now, in your weakened state, you stand no chance. I advise you to obediently cooperate with me in exchanging memories, and perhaps I can grant you a swift demise." Ming Shi laughed heartily, echoing the former Yumming sect leader who had once slaughtered indiscriminately at the Seven Stars Palace. Once the memory exchange was successful, he would settle accounts with the frost snow celestial sovereign, ensuring that wretched woman would wish for death. At this thought, Ming Shi nearly split his face with laughter. He had once been a strikingly handsome figure, a youthful and distinguished monk. Yet he was prepared to endure aging and ugliness if it meant escaping this cursed place and reclaiming his status as the ruler of the eastern region. As he infused his entire strength into Lu Zhu, Ming Shi's consciousness separated from his soul, carrying his memories into Lu Zhu's essence. However, before his consciousness could expel Lu Zhu's memories, he found himself ensnared by an enormous die. What else could it be but the Demon Dice? In the face of this counterattack, Ming Shi exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be? How could you control the Demon Dice?" Lu Zhu replied with a sinister smile, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the oriole lurks behind. You seek to obliterate my memories and seize my soul and body, but it is not so simple." As an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years, Lu Zhu was notorious for his cunning. How could he remain oblivious to Ming Shi's intentions? Fortune does not favor the unwary, it only leads to traps. Ming Shi's allure of the celestial sovereign was sure to conceal a significant conspiracy. Initially, Lu Zhu could not fathom the reason behind Ming Shi's actions until he learned that Ming Shi had acquired the Demon Dice and sought someone to decipher the ancient script inscribed on its 6 faces. The inscriptions of the Demon Dice not only chronicled the art of duplicating demonic shadows, but also concealed the Yumming sect's profoundest secrets, including a sinister technique for isolating memories to invade another's body. Upon comprehending the contents, Lu Zhu realized Ming Shi intended to use this method to erase his memories while simultaneously occupying his soul and body. Ming Shi sought rebirth through memory exchange. Yet Lu Zhu also yearned for his celestial sovereign power. Thus, Lu Zhu played along, allowing Ming Shi to believe he was ensnaring him, waiting for the moment when all of Ming Shi's power was transferred into his own body and his memories were stripped from his essence, to then turn the tables. As anticipated, everything unfolded just as Lu Zhu had envisioned. In Chapter 884, it was not that Ming Shi was foolish, but rather that his luck had run dry. The inscriptions on the Demon Dice represented one of the most enigmatic ancient scripts. Not only could other cultivators not decipher it, but even Ming Shi, the leader of the Yumming sect, was equally incapable of comprehending it. However, the kingdom of Nanwalai was notorious for its expertise in the esoteric and the occult. Be it poison, curses, or witchcraft, the people of Nanwalai were well versed in all things unorthodox. It is well known that curses and witchcraft are among the most bizarre and mysterious arts in existence, with their practitioners possessing an unparalleled understanding of the ancient and the arcane. To the outsider, the script appeared as incomprehensible as celestial writing, yet they could decipher it with ease. It was precisely because Lu Zhu had translated the inscriptions on the demon dice that he could strike back, controlling the artifact and ensnaring Ming Shi's consciousness and memories. The consciousness and memories, residing deep within the soul, typically functioned as an integrated whole. But once they detached from the essence and lost the protective power of the soul, they became exceedingly fragile. Lu Zhu silently recited an incantation, and the demon dice shrank ever smaller, continually suppressing Ming Shi's consciousness. Ming Shi shouted in fury, "You scoundrel, release me at once, or you shall face a fate worse than death." With a cold sneer, Green Bamboo declared, "At this juncture, you dare to provoke me? It appears you are blind to the grave before you. Had I not been prepared, you would have indeed succeeded in your underhanded scheme today. Now, there is no way for you to escape. Descend into the abyss. Upon your demise, I shall inherit your power and ascend as the true celestial sovereign. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Green Bamboo swiftly formed seals with his hands, thoroughly locking away Ming Shi's consciousness and memories within the celestial demon dice, followed by igniting the celestial demon fire. "I, a dignified celestial sovereign, am to perish at the hands of an old wretch like you. I refuse to accept this fate." Ming Shi lamented, his despair palpable. Yet, no matter how vehemently he protested, the celestial demon fire swiftly ensnared his consciousness. A piercing scream escaped Ming Shi's lips as he dissipated into azure smoke. With the obliteration of his consciousness, the residual power within Ming Shi spiraled out of control, being entirely absorbed by Green Bamboo, who had already acquired the majority of the celestial sovereign's true essence. Ming Shi, devoid of spiritual power, aged rapidly, akin to a candle flame extinguishing as its oil runs dry. The frost snow pearl, which had sealed his primordial spirit, fulfilled its purpose, transforming into a green light that vanished, awaiting a fated individual to reclaim it and embark on a grand journey anew. At the very moment of Ming Shi's death, far away in the South Domain's great Yin Imperial Palace, Dan Yao suddenly sensed the dissipation of the sealing power, instantly causing her countenance to darken. Xiangyang, noticing the shift in Dan Yao's aura, immediately inquired, "Ah Yao, what troubles you? Your expression is quite grave." Dan Yao picked up a nearby cup of tea, taking a few measured sips before articulating, "The black serpent has escaped." Xiangyang was taken aback. "Is that so? Was he not sealed by you? Such a formidable seal, bolstered by the frost snow pearl, how could he possibly break free?" Dan Yao, in a fit of agitation, rubbed her temples. "I cannot fathom it. Logically, he should not have been able to breach my seal unless aided by external forces. Yet, in a place like the celestial demon ridge, barren and desolate, who would be so idle as to venture there and disrupt my plans? Furthermore, my seal is no trifling matter. It cannot simply be undone. Who possesses such formidable capabilities to release him?" Xiangyang pondered deeply. "Could it be Yichen?" "Yichen?" Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback. "That is indeed a possibility. Associating with the wrong crowd, mingling with the likes of witches, it is only natural for such unsavory characters to band together." Yi Chen's reputation in Dan Yao's eyes had plummeted to an all-time low. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative, he was the first to come to mind whenever misfortune struck. She would instinctively suspect him of any wrongdoing, eager to tarnish his reputation further. Then, furrowing her brow, she remarked, "That said, I have an unsettling feeling that this matter may not be so straightforward." "What are you afraid of?" Xiangyang teased with a smile. "Did you not previously assert that in the face of absolute power, any schemes and stratagems are futile? More than 70 years ago, that wretched serpent was no match for you. What makes you think he could outsmart the laws of heaven and earth now?" "Indeed." Dan Yao's face brightened. "This is dictated by the laws of nature, impervious to any schemes. Even if he were to ascend to the celestial platform realm, I would not fear him. My spiritual power is boundless. I could outlast him. And I shall stand with you. Should that day ever come, our combined might would easily crush not just one, but 1,000 or even 10,000 serpents. One is already revolting enough. 1,000 or 10,000 is simply unbearable." Dan Yao shuddered at the thought. Xiangyang, finding her reaction endearing, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and tease her further. "Why fret so much? Even if that wretched serpent has fled, it will not impede us. If he possesses any sense, he ought to hide away. Otherwise, should I encounter him, I shall roast him alive. Should it come to a direct confrontation, I have no qualms. My only concern is his penchant for deceit. We need not fear his schemes. But do not forget about the 7-star palace," Xiangyang acknowledged. "Indeed," Dan Yao agreed. "In the eyes of practitioners from the Eastern Domain, you, the Frost Snow Sovereign, are the 7-star palace's emblem. If the black serpent believes he cannot best you but refuses to relinquish his ambitions and grudges, he will surely seek revenge against the disciples of the Seven-Star Palace. Dan Yao paused for a moment before I departed from the Seven-Star Palace. I made enhancements to the protective mountain formation. Even if the black serpent were to attack, he would not easily breach it. Furthermore, I have left several talismans with Shui Ling. Should the Seven-Star Palace face an existential threat, she can shatter one, allowing me to sense it and return immediately to provide assistance. Such meticulous arrangements leave no room for error. What is there to fear? Xiangyang inquired, puzzled. Dan Yao struggled to articulate her thoughts, knowing she could not divulge that they resided in a fantasy world crafted by an author, in the presence of a protagonist. Even one who has fallen on hard times may eventually rise again, as the saying goes. Besides Yichun, who knows what other peculiarities the author has woven into the narrative? This uncertainty weighed heavily on her mind. After a moment's contemplation, Dan Yao remarked, "Those who lack foresight are bound to encounter imminent troubles. You are quite perceptive in many respects, yet you tend to be excessively anxious, always fretting over this and that. Do you not realize that worry can hasten one's aging? I fear not. My Mingyu skill ensures eternal youth and beauty. I shall never grow old. Not even a single white hair shall sprout," Dan Yao declared with pride. "If your hair remains dark, we shall grow old together." Xiangyang chuckled, his smile radiant. Bah! Dan Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to resist spitting at him. Who would wish to grow old together with you? How shameless! Xiangyang, unperturbed, chuckled to himself, thinking, isn't that an inevitable outcome? In the residence of the princess of the Southern Witch Kingdom, Green Bamboo laughed heartily. Celestial Sovereign. Celestial Sovereign. I have finally grasped it. Fortune has smiled upon me, granting me this unparalleled opportunity. In his elation, Green Bamboo could not help but throw his head back in a triumphant roar, his formidable aura rapidly enveloping the surrounding disciples and servants, compelling them to kneel, gasping for breath. The onlookers, both astonished and bewildered, chorused, "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to Celestial Sovereign. From this moment forth, you shall stand at the pinnacle of the South Domain and dominate the world." Breakthrough to Celestial Sovereign? Green Bamboo shook his head, a sly grin spreading across his face. Not quite yet, but it is imminent. I have nearly reached the threshold of Celestial Sovereign. A breakthrough is merely a matter of time. There are two significant hurdles to achieving the Celestial Sovereign realm. One must amass sufficient spiritual power, and the other must comprehend the profound mysteries of the Celestial Sovereign. Green Bamboo had acquired both from the Black Serpent. Now, he only needed to merge the Celestial Sovereign's mysteries with the spiritual power infused by the Black Serpent and his own essence, allowing him to break free from his constraints and truly become a Celestial Sovereign. As he contemplated this, the excitement on Green Bamboo's aged face was unmistakable. As the son of a princess, he had been born into nobility within the Southern Witch Kingdom, receiving systematic training and guidance from a young age. Over the course of 1,800 years of cultivation, he had yearned for the day he could break through to the Celestial Sovereign realm. Only by attaining this level could one be deemed a true powerhouse. Only then could one stand tall at the summit of the four great domains. Now that he had secured the ticket to this realm, how could he not revel in joy? The surrounding disciples and servants, upon hearing this, were equally overjoyed. As the old saying goes, when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise. The Celestial Sovereign reigns supreme in the South Domain. If Green Bamboo were to succeed, they too would reap unimaginable rewards. Once the excitement subsided, the Green Bamboo gradually calmed and remarked, "Go inform Emperor Qian that within a span of no less than 6 months and no more than a year, I shall successfully break through. During this period, regardless of how Yen provokes us, do not engage in battle. Wait until I emerge from my seclusion before we settle the score." Understood. The imperial capital of Yen was rife with unrest. First, the princess was assassinated. Then, the emperor was poisoned, followed closely by the crown prince's collusion with a foreign enemy. Each incident demanded a response, leaving the situation truly overwhelming. Shang Wanyu harbored an intense hatred for the Southern Witch Kingdom's repeated schemes. Initially, she intended to exploit the assassination of Dan Yao to create a pretext for military action. However, she did not anticipate Emperor Qian's ruthless cunning. He even went so far as to sacrifice his own uncle, issuing an edict proclaiming Prince Zhuang's death, thereby washing his hands of the assassination and leaving Shang Wanyu without a valid excuse to mobilize troops. Historically, warfare has always required a justifiable cause. To launch an attack without a reason would tarnish the ruler's reputation, branding them as a tyrant and leading to accusations of unjust warfare, easily subject to public condemnation. As the saying goes, what one fears most is an unjust war, for it is difficult to command the world. Despite lacking a justification, Shang Wanyu could not swallow her anger and continuously pondered how to exact revenge. Chen Fu, observing her distress, suggested that she simply send troops. If they could annihilate the Southern Witch Kingdom, who would care about public opinion? Chapter 887. Are you a strong practitioner of the Ling Tai realm? Shang Wanyu shook her head. No. Although De Yin is powerful, the Southern Witch Kingdom is not to be underestimated. If I forcefully deploy troops, it will not only lead to public outrage and a loss of popular support, destabilizing the court, but it will also provide Emperor Qian with an opportunity to exploit the situation. The Southern Witch Kingdom lacks a heavenly lord, and the ancestral power of the Dan family could have aided me. Alas, they are bound by the heavenly lord's covenant and cannot directly participate in the war. It is indeed a challenging predicament. Chen Fu longed to say, what is there to fear about the heavenly lord's covenant? Your sister is a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. This broken covenant may bind others, but it cannot restrain her. Upon reflection, he realized that the princess had concealed her strength within the palace for so many years, never revealing her true identity. Had it not been for the emperor's poisoning, forcing her to act, he might have remained unaware of her status until his dying breath. She must have her reasons for this, and if he rashly spoke out, it could lead to trouble. Thus, he decided it best to first inquire with the princess before considering whether to speak further. When Chen Fu arrived, Dan Yao was leisurely admiring flowers in the corridor. The palace attendants had arranged freshly bloomed peonies, Yao Huang and Wei Zi, before her. The peony is the king of flowers, with Yao Huang as the king of peonies and Wei Zi as the queen of peonies. Thus these two varieties are celebrated as the ultimate floral masterpieces. At that moment, both flowers were in full bloom, exquisitely carved and as soft as jade, radiating brilliance under the gentle rays of the setting sun, a sight to behold. Your Highness, you seem so at ease. Chen Fu approached with a smile. Dan Yao plucked a flower, examining it, and said, to steal a moment of leisure in this fleeting life. I find more joy in this tranquil existence than in fame and power that shakes the continent. She looked up at Chen Fu. You've come to see me, I presume, with questions on your mind. Feel free to ask. Indeed. Chen Fu glanced around, noticing Qi Ming seated in the courtyard, sharing tea with Xiang Yang. Feeling somewhat awkward, what about them? Dan Yao replied. They are our own. They were aware of my background long before I entered the palace. Go ahead and ask. Chen Fu breathed a slight sigh of relief and asked directly, Your Highness, are you a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm? Previously, Dan Yao had demonstrated powers surpassing that of a heavenly lord and had torn through space upon leaving. All evidence pointed to her being no mere heavenly lord, but rather a superlative practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. However, given the constraints of the four domains under the laws of nature, the emergence of a heavenly lord is already the apex, and it is inconceivable for anyone to break through that limit. Furthermore, Dan Yao was merely in her early 90s, not even 200 years old. Generally, at such an age, achieving a breakthrough to the Dongsu realm would mark one as a genius. The uproar caused by the eightfold thunder calamity at Minghua Palace had led many to mistakenly believe she was breaking through to the Earth Sovereign level, prompting Emperor Qian to go to great lengths to eliminate her. If the Earth Sovereign's emergence caused such a stir, one could only imagine the commotion that a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm would incite. A practitioner of the Ling Tai realm under 200 years of age is an unparalleled prodigy, not only in the southern domain but across the entire continent. Thus, even after witnessing Dan Yao's terrifying ability before him, Chen Fu hesitated to affirm her status as a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm, for the notion was simply too extraordinary to fathom at her age. He had assumed that Dan Yao, so adept at concealing her prowess, would never directly acknowledge it. Chapter 888. I am indeed a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. To his astonishment, Dan Yao gazed at him and nodded. Indeed, I am a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. Despite having contemplated the answer countless times, hearing Dan Yao confirm it left Chen Fu nearly fainting from shock. Is it truly so? He stammered. More genuine than pearls, Dan Yao replied nonchalantly. Heavens, the Ling Tai realm. Due to the protective and restrictive nature of the laws of heaven and earth, practitioners of the four domains regard the heavenly lord as the most formidable existence. This belief has been passed down through generations, leading most practitioners to remain unaware that beyond the heavenly lord lies the Ling Tai, Shinsu, and Yuhua realms. However, as one of the few earth sovereigns in the southern domain, Chen Fu understood that while the heavenly lord is powerful, to a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm, they would still appear as mere chickens and dogs, easily dispatched at will. It was truly astonishing that in this age of scarce spiritual energy, the southern domain could still produce a practitioner of the Ling Tai realm, and a young girl under 200 years old at that. Chen Fu was left astounded, struggling to regain his composure for quite some time. Dan Yao, too, comprehended Chen Fu's current state of mind. A practitioner of the Ling Tai realm under 200 years old is something that anyone would find hard to believe. Such a phenomenon is more absurd than Lin Daiyu pulling down the weeping willow or Lu Laolau's first encounter with romance. I never imagined that in my lifetime. I would witness a superlative practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. My life feels fulfilled. Chen Fu exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, he recalled something and couldn't help but ask. Years ago, when the Chongqing Heavenly Lord and Lei Xian Earth Sovereign suddenly perished, the southern domain was shaken, and rumors abounded. Some claimed the brothers were hunting the Rakshasa Heavenly Lord, but were slain in turn. Others said Lei Xian, dissatisfied with living in his brother's shadow, poisoned his own brother, and in a final act of vengeance, the Chongqing Heavenly Lord unleashed a thunderous strike, resulting in their mutual demise. There were even whispers that they had offended a mysterious powerful figure who had struck them down. The moment the Chongqing Heavenly Lord fell, the Rakshasa Heavenly Lord ascended to power. Could it have been the work of the princess? He understood the Heavenly Lord's might. How could they easily fall? Even when besieged by someone of the same realm, as long as the Chongqing Heavenly Lord discarded the burden of Lei Xian, he could have preserved his life. However, after his demise, it was inconceivable that his primordial spirit could not escape. That certainly could not have been the act of a Heavenly Lord. In hindsight, it seemed likely that the Chongqing Heavenly Lord had perished at the hands of the princess. Only a being of her caliber could completely annihilate the Chongqing Heavenly Lord. Dan Yao nodded once more. Indeed, I was the one who killed the Chongqing Heavenly Lord and Lei Xian Earth Sovereign. I had no intention of causing trouble, but they forced my hand, and I had no choice but to send them to the afterlife myself. Upon hearing this, Chen Fu could not help but twitch his lips. Who would dare provoke you? A practitioner of the Ling Tai realm. The Lord of Eternal Life is not so foolish as to openly oppose you. It is highly probable that he is unaware of your true identity and has unwittingly trespassed upon dangerous territory, thus drawing the hand of divine retribution. Despite this line of thought, Chen Fu harbors no sympathy for the two brothers of the Eternal Life Lord. This pair, emboldened by their formidable strength, has wreaked havoc upon others. Their demise is simply just. However, what Chen Fu truly wishes to inquire about is how she attained such a remarkable level of cultivation. Dan Yao pondered for a moment, and then recounted the excuses she had previously constructed to placate diarist Qing Su and others. She expressed that she had lost her memory and accidentally drifted to the eastern region, joined the Seven-Star Palace, and received the legacy of an elderly man with a white beard, which not only resolved the toxins she had inherited from birth, but also elevated her to a prodigy of cultivation in a single leap. Dan Yao continued, stating that after receiving the legacy, she remained in the Seven-Star Palace for quiet cultivation, advancing to the Void Realm in just over 20 years, breaking through to the Earth Sovereign in 40 years, ascending to the Celestial Sovereign after a century, and subsequently spending over 40 years to transcend to the Spirit Platform. Now reaching the 4th level of the Spirit Platform, Chen Fu could not help but widen his eyes, though he had anticipated it. The thought that the Crown Princess had reached such a level of cultivation before turning 200 was astonishing. The 4 realms of Void, Earth Sovereign, Celestial Sovereign, and Spirit Platform are unfathomable to ordinary individuals, and it is evident that her breakthroughs were rapid. Yet, when he learned that Dan Yao had transitioned from Celestial Sovereign to Spirit Platform in merely 40 years, he was left speechless, contemplating the meaning of life. After a prolonged silence, Chen Fu sighed deeply, acknowledging, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess is truly a prodigy, and such an extraordinary talent in cultivation is indeed eye-opening." He had initially intended to ask Dan Yao why, despite her immense strength, she pretended to be an Earth Sovereign, but upon hearing her story, he understood without needing to inquire further. It was precisely because her talents were so exceptional and otherworldly that if the news were to spread, it would surely cause a stir across the continent. While there would be those seeking to take her as a disciple, there would undoubtedly be more who would envy her and wish to eliminate her. The wood that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Such remarkable talent, coupled with a lack of discretion, could only lead to self-destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fu cautiously stated, "Your Highness, I now comprehend your predicament. Rest assured, I shall not disclose a word of it. I will also keep matters concerning the Emperor confidential. The more individuals who know, the greater the risk." The only belief guiding Chen Fu in life is the protection of the royal family and the descendants of the Shangwan clan. He could never allow his recklessness to endanger the Crown Princess, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Furthermore, Chen Fu understood that he was a flawed being, destined never to break through to the Celestial Sovereign. Earth Sovereigns possess a maximum lifespan of only 3,200 years, and having already lived for over 2,000 years, he had but 1,000 years left before he would return to the heavens. Given the Crown Princess's extraordinary talent, she would likely break through to the Divine Void Realm within a millennium, becoming the pinnacle of strength on the continent. At that time, the crown princess would serve as the guardian deity of the Shangwan royal lineage, allowing him to rest assured in the afterlife among his ancestors. Danielle shook her head, asserting, "There is no need for that. The emperor is my elder brother, and I have witnessed his concern for me over the years. He would not harm me. It would be acceptable for him to know of this matter, as it is not shameful." If she had not yet reached the spirit platform, she might have harbored some trepidation regarding this issue. However, now that she had attained the 4th level of the spirit platform, she felt confident that, aside from Xianxiang, none in the 4 great regions could rival her, even if the people of the continent were to learn of her true strength. As long as she remained within the 4 great regions, no one would dare to attempt her life. Chen Fu nodded in agreement. That is well and good. The emperor is currently troubled by matters in the southern Witch Kingdom, so it may ease his mind to know. He paused briefly before adding, however, this issue is rather shocking. The emperor is still young. I shall find an opportunity to gradually inform him. Dan Yao gave a soft acknowledgement. The crown princess had broken through to the celestial sovereign over 70 years ago, coinciding with the emergence of the Frost Snow celestial sovereign in the 7-star palace. Chen Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you are? Yes, I am the Frost Snow celestial sovereign. The Frost Snow celestial sovereign is indeed I. Dan Yao affirmed, enunciating each word with conviction. So that is the case. I was puzzled as to how, in such a dismal cultivation environment in the eastern region, a celestial sovereign could emerge after 10,000 years of absence. It was you, Crown Princess, Chen Fu exclaimed with a smile. The title of Frost Snow Celestial Sovereign had surely become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people after so many years of propagation. Yet they were unaware that the Frost Snow Celestial Sovereign was no longer merely that. Dan Yao murmured, "Indeed, I am now a powerful figure of the spirit platform. How could I still be referred to as a celestial sovereign? It would be more appropriate to call me Frost Snow Spirit Sovereign." Chen Fu chuckled warmly. Indeed. Spirit Sovereign is the esteemed title for those of the spirit platform in the Tianxian continent, combining the spirit from spirit platform with the title. Should one break through to the divine void realm, they would be referred to as XX Divine Sovereign. By the way, there is something I wish to ask you. Chen Fu continued. What is it? Dan Yao inquired. I know that the founding emperor was a powerful figure of the spirit platform, but I am curious about the level of cultivation he attained when he practiced the Heartless Curse to elevate his strength. Dan Yao's bound system had designated the Great Yin Imperial Palace as her second checkpoint for signing in. However, regardless of how unique the checkpoint was, its foundational strength was ultimately limited. Once her cultivation surpassed this foundation, the system would no longer allow her to sign in. Recently, she had increasingly sensed the difficulty of signing in, yet she was reluctant to leave this place. People tend to become lazy when they linger in a location for too long, and especially for someone like Dan Yao, who had grown accustomed to a tranquil life. She had no desire to uproot herself. Over the decades, she had spent signing in at the Great Yin Imperial Palace. She had needed to do little while being attended to by many, leading a life that was nothing short of idyllic. Naturally, she wished for such days to last longer. Previously, she had asked Shangwan Yu about the founding emperor's level of cultivation at the spirit platform, but even with the legacy of the founding emperor, he could not provide an answer, citing the vast distance of time since that era. Additionally, as an emperor, burdened with countless affairs of state, he had no time to delve into the historical texts of the Great Yin dynasty, making it impossible for him to know the details clearly. If there was anyone in the palace who understood the royal matters better than the emperor, it would undoubtedly be Chen Fu. Having fortuitously consumed the pure Yang Great Elixir and gradually cultivated to the Earth Sovereign, he had lived for over 2,000 years, becoming an almost fossilized presence within the palace, with nothing that he did not know. Chen Fu smiled. You have indeed come to the right person. Within the palace, aside from myself, no one knows the true strength of the founding emperor. The third generation of the previous emperors I served said that the founding emperor established the Great Yin dynasty with a cultivation level of the second level of the spirit platform, and then gradually broke through to the 6th level. Thus his strength should rightly be at the 6th level of the spirit platform. The 6th level of the spirit platform? Dan Yao murmured thoughtfully. According to the signing principles of her system, the foundation of a signing location could not exceed that of the strongest individual. In other words, the foundational strength of this palace was below the 6th level of the spirit platform, meaning it was at the 5th level. Now that she had advanced to the 4th level of the spirit platform, it followed that once she broke through to the 5th level, the foundational strength here would be entirely exhausted, rendering it a place where signing in was no longer possible. Oh dear, it seems I must relocate once more. Seeing Dan Yao furrow her brows, Chen Fu mistakenly thought she felt inferior to the founding emperor and hastened to reassure her. Your Highness, your talents are unparalleled and will surely surpass those of the founding emperor in due time. There is no need to be anxious about it. After a brief pause, Chen Fu jovially added, indeed, throughout history, there have always been remarkable individuals rising to prominence. The new generation surpasses the old. If the founding emperor were aware that such an outstanding descendant like you exists, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Dan Yao smiled faintly, choosing to say no more. Half a year swiftly passed. Within the princess's residence of the Southern Witch Kingdom, Green Bamboo sat cross-legged on a mat, his slender figure appearing ethereal. Boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged upon him like a whirlwind, continuously flowing into his body. Outside the training chamber, Emperor Qian and a multitude of court officials sensed the anomaly and hurried over, awaiting Green Bamboo's emergence. It had been quite some time. Why had the esteemed Green Bamboo still not exited? Could it be that there had been some mishap during his breakthrough? Emperor Qian's gaze remained fixated on the training chamber, his face betraying an unmistakable worry. Although he lacked talent in cultivation, he understood the arduous nature of attaining the realm of a celestial monarch. Otherwise, the southern region would not have only one known celestial monarch, Dan Kingley, on the surface. Emperor Qian was unaware of the fortuitous opportunity that had befallen Green Bamboo, allowing him to ascend to the celestial monarch realm in such a short span of time. Yet, his breakthrough was undoubtedly a boon for the Southern Witch Kingdom. Although there existed a celestial monarch pact among the four great regions, preventing any cultivator who had reached this realm from casually interfering in wars between nations to avoid catastrophic bloodshed, this pact could not restrain Green Bamboo, who was on the verge of becoming a celestial monarch. This was because Green Bamboo's biological mother was a princess of the Southern Witch Kingdom, and his father, the prince consort, had married into the royal family. According to tradition, when a man marries into a woman's family, their offspring must take the woman's surname. In other words, Green Bamboo was also of royal blood, much like the eldest princess of the Great Yin dynasty, and thus was not bound by the Celestial Monarch Pact. Emperor Qian had initially worried that the eldest princess of the Great Yin dynasty, with her extraordinary talent, might one day break through to become a celestial monarch, potentially bringing calamity to the Southern Witch Kingdom. However, now Green Bamboo had taken the lead on the path to becoming a celestial monarch, and instead of fearing the future, he could leverage Green Bamboo's celestial monarch power to eradicate the imperial lineage of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family. Contemplating this, Emperor Qian felt both elated and anxious, fearing that Green Bamboo might fail in his breakthrough, jeopardizing his grand plans. Nearby, a sycophantic official remarked, "Your Majesty, rest assured. The esteemed one possesses boundless fortitude and profound wisdom. Surely he will emerge successfully this time." Emperor Qian murmured, "Let us hope so." Just then, a blinding green light burst forth from the training chamber, enveloping everyone outside in an instant. Boom. Under the illumination of this green light, the onlookers turned pale, as if a great weight had descended upon them, compelling them to kneel, unable to move. A celestial monarch. This was the pressure of a celestial monarch. The esteemed one had succeeded. The ruler of a nation found himself kneeling, and under ordinary circumstances, Emperor Qian would have been furious. Yet at this moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. The Southern Witch Kingdom now had its own celestial monarch, one of royal lineage. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the training chamber door echoed as it slowly opened, revealing a tall and slender figure, as thin as a bamboo stalk. This figure was none other than Green Bamboo. "Your Majesty, you have succeeded," Emperor Qian stammered, his face alight with excitement. Previously, Green Bamboo had exuded a formidable aura that suggested lethal intent upon his every move. But now, standing before him, Green Bamboo's presence was restrained and smooth. A depth of power concealed within. Had one not known his identity and capabilities, they might have mistaken him for an elderly vendor peddling vegetables on the street. Such an unpretentious aura could only be achieved by a celestial monarch or a being even more powerful. Success. A smile of triumph adorned Green Bamboo's aged face. "After enduring countless years of hardship, I have finally reached this stage." He gently closed his eyes, sensing the power within and the spiritual energy surrounding him, reflecting, "Having stepped into the realm of the celestial monarch, I now truly understand what it means that all beneath the celestial monarch are akin to ants. Even those as strong as half-step celestial monarchs and earth sovereigns can be extinguished with a mere flick of my hand. Excellent, splendid. With the monarch's achievement, I fear nothing." Emperor Qian laughed heartily, regarding Green Bamboo with a mix of reverence and trepidation. He cautiously inquired, "The breakthrough to celestial monarch is indeed a great joy. Will your Majesty not slay a few foes to celebrate, perhaps Xianxiaaudiobooks Yao?" Despite Green Bamboo's successful breakthrough, Emperor Qian still viewed Dan Yao as a formidable threat. In his eyes, such an extraordinary talent as Dan Yao ought to be nipped in the bud, lest she become too powerful to handle. Green Bamboo, fully aware of Emperor Qian's thoughts, replied coldly, Xianxiaaudiobooks is indeed deserving of death, yet I am not in a position to kill her at present. How can that be? Emperor Qian was taken aback. Did you not already become a celestial monarch? I am a celestial monarch, but that woman is also a celestial monarch. What? She is also a celestial monarch? Emperor Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? She has only recently broken through to Earth Sovereign. How could she advance to celestial monarch so quickly? The one who had caused the 8 thunder tribulations upon breaking through to Earth Sovereign was not Xianxiaaudiobooks. If it was not her, then who could it be? Green Bamboo mused. I do not know who this individual is, but she is certainly not Xianxiaaudiobooks. For Xianxiaaudiobooks had already reached the realm of celestial monarch over 70 years ago. She is the Frost Snow celestial monarch of the 7-star palace in the eastern region. Emperor Qian was rendered speechless in shock. If she is not the Frost Snow celestial monarch, how could I have been so severely injured by her? Green Bamboo still harbored deep resentment regarding this matter. Years ago, he had inadvertently learned of Ming Shi's situation and had long harbored intentions to absorb his power to become a celestial monarch, then seek an opportunity to eliminate the eternal life celestial monarch and monopolize the southern region. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he had never anticipated that Xianxiaaudiobooks' sister would be the Frost Snow celestial monarch. Now, with 2 celestial monarchs in the Great Yin dynasty, her and Dan Kingsley, if they united, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. Green Bamboo even suspected that the sudden demise of the eternal life celestial monarch and Lei Xian might have been the result of a joint strike from these 2 women, leading to their tragic end. What shall we do now? Emperor Qian inquired anxiously. Green Bamboo's gaze turned cold. Currently, with 2 celestial monarchs in the Great Yin, my strength alone is ultimately insufficient against them. If someone could assist me, then... Before he could finish, 2 streams of spiritual light descended from the sky, landing above the princess's residence, transforming into 2 elderly figures, one clad in black and the other in white. Upon their appearance, the 2 elders released an overwhelming pressure that forced everyone, save Green Bamboo, to kneel on the ground. The elder in white chuckled disdainfully. I never expected that such a small place as the Southern Witch Kingdom could produce a celestial monarch-level expert. Quite remarkable indeed. A celestial monarch. Green Bamboo's eyes widened in shock. Who are you 2? The elder in black, with an unseemly appearance and a voice that was more akin to laughter than anything, replied. I am Endless Greed, and this is my brother, Thoughtless Anger. We have traveled a great distance to the southern region, initially intending to head directly to the Great Yin dynasty. However, upon witnessing the surge of spiritual energy here, we thought it might be a rare spiritual treasure. So we came to take a look, only to discover that a fellow cultivator was breaking through to become a celestial monarch. Endless Greed? Thoughtless Anger? Green Bamboo was taken aback. You are the 3 demons of greed, anger, and ignorance from the western region? Indeed, Endless Greed replied with surprise. You recognize us? Green Bamboo smiled. Of course, I know of you. Your names are well known. How could I not recognize you? The 3 demons of greed, anger, and ignorance were notorious Earth sovereign-level fiends from the western region, having gained fame long before him. They were originally 3 disciples from the same master, the eldest, Endless Greed, the second, Thoughtless Anger, and the youngest, Ignorance Dream. Upon hearing about the 3 elder demons, Green Bamboo learned that they were seasoned Earth sovereign experts, and their combined strength could rival that of beings at the threshold of the heavenly monarch level. To his astonishment, over the course of several centuries, the insatiable greed and unrelenting wrath of these 3 elder demons had led them both to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. With a hearty laugh, Chen Wuinian remarked, Who would have thought you had heard of us? You possess quite the discernment. Green Bamboo stared blankly at the 2 elder fiends and suddenly recalled something, prompting him to inquire, Might I ask if you 2 plan to venture to the Great Yin dynasty to seek vengeance upon that young man, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Indeed. Chen Wuinian affirmed with a vigorous nod. That brat, years ago, inexplicably mastered some malevolent technique, causing his strength to surge unexpectedly. Together with that old wretch Chen Fu, he was responsible for the demise of our 3rd brother. Such profound enmity cannot go unavenged. Tan Wujin gritted his teeth in resentment. In those days, I was preoccupied with my cultivation and breakthrough, unable to attend to our 3rd brother, which allowed that lad to take advantage of the situation. Now that we have both ascended to the heavenly monarch level, we shall ensure that this brat faces utter annihilation, leaving him without a place to rest. It turned out that the 3rd of the trio of demons, Qi Yumeng, had once been captivated by the treacherous beauty of a concubine, colluding with her and her family in a vile conspiracy as an Earth sovereign. Given Chen Fu's prowess and the military might commanded by Xianxiaaudiobooks, he should have been more than capable of quelling this rebellion. However, it was Qi Yumeng's complicity that exacerbated the chaos, as he brazenly wielded his late-stage Earth sovereign power, preventing the rebellion from being subdued in a timely manner. At that time, Xianxiaaudiobooks was cornered by this old scoundrel, and in desperation, he ruthlessly cultivated the emotionless curse, elevating his strength to the Earth's sovereign realm, enabling him to severely injure Qi Yuming alongside Qin Fu. Had it not been for Qi Yuming's interference, Xianxiaaudiobooks would not have resorted to such forbidden techniques, causing the heartache that led to the loss of his beloved, nor would Kaiming find himself without a home, unable to recognize his own father. In truth, Qi Yuming was the genuine instigator of all these calamities. Although he managed to escape to the western regions after being grievously wounded in the confrontation with Xianxiaaudiobooks and Qin Fu, he ultimately succumbed to his injuries not long after. For many years, Tan Wuzhen and Chun Wunian had harbored thoughts of avenging him. In fact, at the time, Tan Wuzhen and Chun Wunian possessed the strength to vanquish Xianxiaaudiobooks and Qin Fu. Yet these two elder demons were inherently cautious and refrained from acting recklessly, fearing a fate akin to Qi Yuming's. As time swiftly passed, 170 years elapsed, during which the two elder demons inadvertently stumbled upon an opportunity and both broke through to the heavenly monarch realm. Following their ascension, their power surged dramatically, leading them to believe that no one in the great Yin dynasty could withstand their combined might, prompting them to venture into the southern region in search of trouble. Green Bamboo chuckled, "What a coincidence. I too have some grievances with the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family. Why don't we join forces?" It was as if he had found the perfect pillow upon which to rest his weary head. He had been worried about facing the duo of Dan Yao and Dan Qingli alone, but with the assistance of two heavenly monarchs, their combined strength would surely ensure these two wretches faced a fate worse than death. "Perhaps you should reconsider." Chun Wunian shook his head. "This is a private matter between us and that young lad Xianxiaaudiobooks. There is no need for outsiders to intervene." "What? Do you look down upon me?" Green Bamboo retorted angrily. How dare these two old wretches underestimate him? Were it not for the fear of being encased in ice by Frost Snow Monarch, becoming a second black snake, he would not deign to pay them any mind. The trio of greed, hatred, and delusion had long been accustomed to their tyrannical behavior, holding the cultivators of the southeastern regions in contempt. However, given that Green Bamboo was already a heavenly monarch, his cultivation level matched theirs, compelling them to regard him with a measure of respect. Chun Wunian then stated, "It is not that we look down upon you. We merely wish to personally exact vengeance for Qi Yuming without allowing others to meddle." Green Bamboo scoffed, "If you too attempt to seek vengeance without my assistance, you will surely fail." "Why? Do you think Xianxiaaudiobooks has also attained the heavenly monarch level?" Green Bamboo shook his head. "Not Xianxiaaudiobooks. Perhaps Qin Fu? No. That old relic is a castrated eunuch, his internal balance of yin and yang disrupted. To reach the Earth's sovereign level is already his limit. How could he possibly break through to the heavenly monarch? It is neither Qin Fu nor Xianxiaaudiobooks. It is Xianxiaaudiobooks." Green Bamboo then elaborated on Dan Yao being the Frost Snow Monarch and the familial ties between the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family and the Dan clan. Xianxiaaudiobooks was Xianxiaaudiobooks' younger sister, and as any dutiful sibling would, she could not possibly remain indifferent to her brother's plight. Though she was a woman, her strength was exceptionally formidable, and with the assistance of the Dan clan's elder, Dan Qingli, how could you two hope to slay Xianxiaaudiobooks? To exact revenge, it would necessitate the combined efforts of all three of us to stand a chance against these two women. The two elder demons were momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Is what you say truly the case? Xianxiaaudiobooks' sister, a mere child not yet 200 years old, how could she possibly have cultivated to such a level?" "Perhaps others could not, but the princess of the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family certainly possesses that potential," Green Bamboo asserted confidently. The two elder demons inquired in unison, "Why is that?" "You should know better than anyone how Qi Yuming met his end. Back then, Xianxiaaudiobooks was merely a lad in his 40s. Yet he had the capability to inflict severe injury upon the late-stage Earth sovereign Qi Yuming. Do you not find that perplexing?" Tan Wuzhen furrowed his brow. "It is indeed somewhat strange. At that age, achieving the nascent stage would be quite an accomplishment. How could he possibly defeat someone with over 1,000 years of spiritual energy?" It was precisely because Qi Yuming never anticipated this lad's strength would rise to the Earth's sovereign level, leading to his unexpected downfall. Could it be that the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family possesses some secret technique to significantly enhance one's cultivation, thus explaining the remarkable prowess of this brother-sister duo? Although I am unaware of the specific secret techniques employed by the siblings, something here is certainly amiss, Green Bamboo mused darkly. Having learned that Dan Yao was indeed the Frost Snow Monarch, Green Bamboo pondered how such a young woman could achieve the heavenly monarch level. There must be a reason behind this. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not fathom how she attained such strength. It was not until he laid eyes upon Tan Wuzhen and Chun Wunian, recalled the circumstances surrounding Qi Yuming's demise, and connected it to the inexplicable surge in Xianxiaaudiobooks' strength that clarity dawned upon him. In his mind, Dan Yao must have, like Xianxiaaudiobooks, cultivated some obscure secret technique, resulting in her terrifyingly rapid rise in power, rather than through conventional means. Tan Wujin cast a sidelong glance at Green Bamboo. From what you imply, are you coveting the Shangwan royal family's secret techniques? Green Bamboo's eyes sparkled with intent as he replied candidly, such an extraordinary method. One that elevates strength so swiftly, is not only coveted by me, but by any practitioner. A technique as astonishing as this should not fall into the hands of mere siblings. Here is my proposal. Let us three join forces to eliminate Shangwan Yao and Dan Kingli, then extract the secret techniques from Shangwan Yu, and divide the spoils equally. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunian was notably intrigued, unable to refrain from glancing at his elder brother, Tan Wujin. However, Tan Wujin maintained an indifferent demeanor. Green Bamboo continued, these two women are not only formidable. I have also learned from someone, the deceased Black Snake, that Shangwan Yao possesses an extraordinarily powerful sword. Should you two recklessly stir trouble in the great Yin imperial capital, you will undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Tan Wujin retorted coldly, even so, why should I cooperate with you? Green Bamboo gazed directly at him, stating, there are no eternal allies or enemies, only enduring interests. If you seek vengeance and desire the means to rapidly enhance your strength, cooperation with me is your only recourse. There exists no alternative. After a protracted moment of contemplation, Tan Wujin finally nodded, very well, let us act together. Green Bamboo extended a hand with a sinister smile, declaring, then let us enjoy this partnership. To a fruitful collaboration. They echoed in unison. Greedless extended a handshake. His gaze profound and inscrutable. With such cunning and shrewdness, how could Green Bamboo be unaware that collaborating with these two ancient demons was akin to courting peril? As for who truly embodied the ravenous beast, that remained uncertain. Following the establishment of their alliance, Green Bamboo turned to Emperor Qian. Are you prepared? Emperor Qian responded with a resounding affirmation. All is ready. Long before Green Bamboo retreated into seclusion to ascend to the realm of celestial lords, Emperor Qian had amassed a formidable army, simultaneously bracing for an incursion from the Great Yin while gathering strength. They awaited only Green Bamboo's successful breakthrough to march southward and obliterate the Great Yin dynasty in one fell swoop. Little did they know, Shangwan Yu's sister was also a formidable celestial lord, shattering Emperor Qian's hopes in an instant. Just when it seemed there would be no opportunity for military action, fortune smiled upon them once more, as they unexpectedly gained the assistance of two celestial lords. The thought that the ambitions of the previous emperors to conquer the Great Yin would finally be fulfilled in his generation thrilled Emperor Qian to the core, causing his body to tremble with exhilaration. Green Bamboo remarked coolly, if all is prepared, let us mobilize our forces. The Southwich Kingdom and the Great Yin have engaged in a clandestine struggle for many years. It is time to bring this to a decisive end. Indeed, Emperor Qian exclaimed with uncontainable joy, then pondered aloud, Your Majesty, what about the Celestial Lord Pact? Upon hearing this, Green Bamboo cast a glance at Greedless and Resentless. Resentless dismissed the concern with indifference. That lad Shangwan Yu caused the death of my junior brother. Our brotherhood seeks vengeance purely as a personal grievance, unconnected to the war. So what does it have to do with the Celestial Lord Pact? In truth, even without the enmity with Greedless, the Celestial Lord Pact would not bind the three of them. Although the pact was established by the Celestial Lords of the four domains long ago, it stipulated that if a Celestial Lord intervened in conflicts between nations, the other Celestial Lords would have just cause to unite against him. Remember, it is just cause, not an obligation to strike. Furthermore, the number of Celestial Lords in the four domains is not substantial, while the western and northern regions boast several. The eastern and southern regions are lamentably sparse, often having only one or two. If a single Celestial Lord were to act, it would be manageable. However, should three Celestial Lords act simultaneously, how could they summon enough Celestial Lords for a collective judgment? Moreover, those who attain such lofty realms are typically engrossed in their own cultivation, spending most of their time in seclusion, unless it directly concerns them. Why would they rush to meddle in others' affairs? This is precisely why Greedless, and Green Bamboo felt so emboldened. Before long, news of the Southwich Kingdom's military campaign against the Great Yin spread rapidly throughout the southern domain. At this moment, within the Golden Hall of the Great Yan's imperial capital, Emperor Shangwan Yu sat upon the dragon throne, surveying his court. Suddenly, a military commander rushed in, breathless, dropping to one knee and proclaiming, Urgent news from the borders. Your Majesty, please take heed. Shangwan Yu replied coolly, Present. As the words fell, a young eunuch stepped down to retrieve the urgent report from the commander's hands and presented it to the emperor. Upon opening it, Shangwan Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The courtiers observed intently, confused by the sudden change. The Prime Minister, holding a tablet, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what has transpired at the borders?" Xianxiaaudiobooks replied gravely. "The general stationed at the borders has sent an urgent message, stating that 2 days ago, the Qian Emperor of the South Which Kingdom issued a decree of war against the Great Yin, and now a 1,000,000-strong army is advancing with ferocity, intent on annihilating our Great Yin." This revelation sent shockwaves through the court. Although the Great Yin dynasty and the South Which Kingdom had long been at odds, the Great Yin had refrained from military action due to the presence of the eternal celestial lord, maintaining a facade of peace. Ever since Dan Yao's assassination, Xianxiaaudiobooks had contemplated military action to eliminate the thorn in their side that was the South Which Kingdom, yet had struggled to find a pretext for war. Little did he expect the Qian Emperor to initiate an invasion at this pivotal moment. Did he not realize that the eternal celestial lord was deceased, and that the current Rakshasa celestial lord, Dan Kingli, was related to the Xianxiaaudiobooks royal family? "Your Majesty, the Qian Emperor of the South Which Kingdom harbors malicious ambitions and dares to encroach upon the territory of the Great Yin. This is utterly intolerable. We must retaliate decisively to uphold our national dignity." "I second this," echoed the ministers and generals. The current Great Yin dynasty was not only powerful, but also had the formidable celestial lord Dan Kingli on their side. In contrast, the South Which Kingdom had stagnated and lost the support of the eternal celestial lord. It was indeed the perfect opportunity to strike a fallen adversary. Had it not been for Prince Zhuang's sudden demise and his face being marred by an assailant, leaving them without an excuse for military action, the Great Yin dynasty would have already been at war with the South Which Kingdom. "Very well, the Qian Emperor has sent assassins against the Crown Princess. I have been seeking a pretext to unleash my wrath, and he has conveniently provided it. Let it be known that we shall go to war." A hint of cold resolve flickered in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes as he immediately issued orders for military mobilization against the South Which Kingdom. The news reached the inner palace, where Dan Yao maintained a calm demeanor. The animosity between the Great Yin dynasty and the South Which Kingdom had long been insurmountable. War was inevitable. The assassination attempt on her was merely a catalyst that ignited the existing tensions. However, Dan Yao did not intend to intervene directly. Her power was far too formidable. Should she take action, the casualties would surely reach the thousands. Let the nations resolve their disputes through force, provided there were no celestial lords involved and the South Which Kingdom refrained from employing underhanded tactics. If celestial lords were to engage, or if the South Which Kingdom resorted to poison or sorcery to secure victory, then they must not blame her for her ruthlessness. As time passed, a shocking report emerged. The Cultivator Legion, led by the Left Wu Guard general, had been ambushed. Including the general, all cultivators at the Yuan gathering, embryonic breathing, and void refinement stages had perished, with not a single survivor. The news sent tremors through the court and the populace alike. The Left Wu Guard was renowned as the most elite faction within the Great Yin military, composed entirely of cultivators from the Yuan gathering, embryonic breathing, and void refinement stages, serving as the vanguard, invincible in battle. Yet, this formidable legion had been completely annihilated overnight. How could such a revelation not shock all? Even more terrifying was the manner of their demise. None knew how the South Which Kingdom had managed to obliterate them. All that was known was that as the vanguard, they had engaged the South Which Kingdom's forces and were subsequently lured into a valley, after which there was no further news. A disastrous start, with the vanguard decimated, dealt a tremendous blow to morale. Upon learning of this, Xianxiaaudiobooks was both astonished and alarmed, swiftly dispatching more cultivators to reinforce the Right Wu Guard. The Left and Right Wu Guards represented the elite core of the Great Yin military. With the Left Wu Guard decimated, should the Right Wu Guard encounter any mishap, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, Xianxiaaudiobooks sensed something amiss. The South Which Kingdom was notorious for employing poison and sorcery. Yet, no matter how cunning their schemes, it was implausible they could poison an entire legion of cultivators. There had to be more to the story. Thus, Xianxiaaudiobooks summoned Xin Fu, instructing him to discreetly investigate the situation at the front lines. At Minghua Palace, Dan Yao also sensed something amiss regarding the matter. Upon hearing that Xin Fu was to be dispatched to the front lines, she summoned him forth. Xin Fu regarded Dan Yao and inquired, "Your Highness, do you also find this situation peculiar?" Dan Yao responded with solemnity, "If the Southern Wuli Kingdom possessed such formidable national strength, it would have long since taken action against Dian. Why would it wait until now? Moreover, the eternal Heavenly Lord has perished, and the current sovereign of the Southern Domain is Dan Kingli, who unquestionably stands with us. Even the cunning Emperor Qian would scarcely have time to act, let alone initiate military action. There is undoubtedly something amiss here." Xin Fu's expression shifted somberly. "Are you implying that there is some intrigue at play? Or perhaps the involvement of a heavenly lord?" "Indeed," Dan Yao affirmed. Apart from beings of Heavenly Lord or half-step Heavenly Lord caliber, I cannot fathom any other means capable of annihilating the entire left Martial Guard Legion's cultivators overnight. Yet, the four great domains have an alliance pact among the Heavenly Lords. Once one steps into the realm of a Heavenly Lord, they must abstain from warfare. Daniel interrupted coldly. The Heavenly Lord Pact may restrain the noble, but not the unscrupulous. It is akin to state laws that forbid subjects from breaking the law under threat of severe punishment. Yet offenders persist one after another. Your Highness's reasoning is impeccable. It is my own naivete, Chen Fu admitted. However, the highest cultivator in southern Wu Li is green bamboo. His avatar was destroyed by your Highness, severely diminishing his strength. He likely cannot even maintain his position at the Earth Respect realm, let alone possess such capabilities. Chen Fu was deeply perplexed. Daniel hesitated before saying, I am uncertain, but I harbor a vague intuition that this matter is inextricably linked to green bamboo. If it is his doing, he will not escape unscathed this time. Chen Fu declared with vehemence, do not act rashly. If green bamboo is indeed behind this, his strength may well surpass our estimations. A reckless strike would surely lead to your demise. What then shall I do? Chen Fu asked. First, proceed to the front lines to gather intelligence. If it truly is green bamboo's mischief, report to me immediately, and I shall deal with him. With that, Daniel formed a hand seal, summoning an inexhaustible chill that swiftly coalesced into a snowflake-shaped ice shard. This is a protective ice shard condensed from my spiritual energy. It can conceal one's aura and withstand attacks from all cultivators at the spiritual platform realm. Take it for your protection. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Fu received it respectfully and departed swiftly. Daniel lifted her gaze to the azure sky, murmuring, the storm approaches and the wind fills the tower. May this time the matter be resolved once and for all. With Daniel's protective ice shard in hand, Chen Fu hastened to the front lines and infiltrated enemy ranks to glean information. What he uncovered was alarming. Green bamboo had not only ascended to the Heavenly Lord realm, but also had the support of two ancient Heavenly Lord elites. Chen Fu recognized the gravity of the situation. Given Xianxiaaudiobooks' abilities, the matter was beyond his capacity, prompting him to report to Daniel without delay. What did you say? That old wretch has become a Heavenly Lord? Daniel was genuinely startled. It is true. I was shocked as well. By rights, that old ghost should be severely depleted and unable to recover for many years. Fortunately, with the ice shard gifted by Your Highness, I was able to survive this time. Daniel hurriedly inquired, does our Imperial brother know of this? Chen Fu shook his head. Not yet. The power of the Heavenly Lord is immense. I know only Your Highness can handle this, so I came to inform you first. This matter cannot remain concealed. The reason Emperor Qian has not publicized green bamboo's ascension is surely to catch us off guard, just as he silently annihilated the left Martial Guard Legion. A truly cunning ploy. Yet, Daniel interrupted with a bitter smile. How dare he? Go at once and inform our Imperial brother, urging him to heighten his vigilance to avoid falling into such a trap. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Fu responded. By the way, have you told our Imperial brother about my identity? Not yet. The Emperor has been preoccupied with state affairs recently, and I have found no opportunity to broach the subject. Daniel sighed. Very well. The situation is urgent. It cannot be delayed any longer. Reveal my identity as well, so he may be at ease. Understood. Chen Fu nodded, then asked, shall I disclose everything, or withhold some details? Daniel hesitated briefly. Just say, I am the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord. As for my cultivation at the spiritual platform realm, I will find a suitable occasion to tell him personally. Very well, I shall depart immediately, Chen Fu replied. Xiangyang remained silent until Chen Fu's departure, then could no longer restrain himself. Ayao, if you wish for your brother to know your identity, you should tell him directly. Half-spoken words, half-hidden truths, it weighs heavily on the heart. Daniel replied softly, it is not that I do not wish for him to know, but some matters are not as simple as one might desire. Xiangyang gazed into her eyes, radiant as morning stars. Are you concerned about the Xiang clan? Indeed. As you said, Xiang Banshan is a man who stops at nothing to achieve his ends. You and I are both spiritual platform cultivators. As long as we avoid the central domain, we need not fear successive pursuits. However, how can the Shangwan royal family, the Dan clan, and the Seven-Star Palace withstand such covert and overt assaults? We must proceed cautiously. Daniel paused, then added, I have dwelled in the southern domain for over 70 years, advancing from Heavenly Lord to spiritual platform. Yet, my cultivation has stagnated. The spiritual energy and foundation here can no longer sustain us both. Sooner or later, we must depart. Before that, we must prepare meticulously, so as to have no regrets. Xiangyang understood deeply, nodding with a sigh. Indeed, neither of us is alone. Family, clansfolk, sect elders, all are concerns. If too much is revealed, it will only endanger them. By the way, Green Bamboo has ascended to Heavenly Lord and has 2 ancient Heavenly Lord allies backing him. How do you plan to respond? Daniel pondered. Since we eliminated the 4 great protectors, I have had a persistent foreboding. With Xianxiafan's cunning and scheming, he will not relent. He will surely dispatch even stronger forces to the southern domain. Yet, in over 20 years, there has been no sign. Either he is preparing a grand stratagem or lurking in the shadows to probe us. Regardless, we must be vigilant. Therefore, I do not intend to resolve this crisis by employing spiritual platform powers. Xiangyang smiled faintly. It is good not to use spiritual platform powers. My bridal robe divine skill and your bright jade technique are peerless at our level. Even with only Heavenly Lord powers, they would not be a match for us. Daniel shook her head. This time, you must refrain from intervening. Xiangyang's brows knitted sharply. Why? If you always act, am I but a mere ornament? It is not that I do not want your assistance. Today is unlike any other. Green Bamboo, though grievously wounded by me, managed to ascend to Heavenly Lord within half a year. This could not have been through legitimate cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang's expression darkened. You suspect that Green Bamboo may be connected to the Xiang clan, that those behind him seek to lure me out? Daniel said, when King Fu died so easily. I felt something was amiss. Xiang Banshan likely suspected you, but dared not confirm you still lived. Elevating Green Bamboo to Heavenly Lord to use him as bait to draw you out is plausible. If members of the Xiang clan hide within the southern Wu Li Kingdom's army and see you die without dispersing your power, all our prior efforts would be in vain. One must admit, Daniel's powers of conjecture were formidable, though this time her suspicions were misguided. Xiangyang was silent for a long moment, then took a deep breath. Very well. Patience in small matters prevents chaos in the grand scheme. I will heed your counsel. But once we leave the southern domain, we must fight side by side. Agreed. Daniel nodded with a gentle smile. During this grand invasion by the southern Wu kingdom, Chen Fu has only managed to uncover 3 heavenly lords. Whether there are mightier forces lurking behind the scenes remains unknown. With only Kaiming, it would be difficult to cope. Your bridal robe divine skill is fierce and unparalleled. Except for those at the divine void realm, none can rival you. Having you guard the imperial palace will put my mind at ease. After the rebellion a century ago, the Shangwan royal family has dwindled in numbers and can no longer withstand upheaval. I need you to help protect them. Xiangyang patted his chest resolutely. Rest assured. Your family is my family. With me here, no one will lay a finger on a single hair of the Shangwan descendants. Dan Yao smiled softly. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Chen Fu's report, Shangwan Yu was overwhelmed with shock. 1 heavenly lord was already a heavy burden. Now there were 3. Was there even a chance to survive? Chen Fu noticed Shangwan Yu's pallor and hastened to reassure him. Your Majesty, do not worry. While the enemy has heavenly lord reinforcements, so do we. Shangwan Yu replied with a grim expression. The 3 heavenly lords united. Just the Dan family's matriarch alone is no match. Besides, bound by the heavenly lord's covenant, she cannot act recklessly. Chen Fu said, Your Majesty, I am not referring to Dan Kingsley. Then who? The Princess Royal? Yao Yao? Shangwan Yu was taken aback. She only recently broke through to Earth's sovereign. She cannot handle even 1 heavenly lord, let alone 3. Truly, the Princess Royal is not merely an Earth sovereign. She is a heavenly lord, known as the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord of the Eastern Domain. Impossible. The Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord is the female progenitor of the 7-star palace, at least 2,000 years old. Yao Yao is so young. How could she be the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord? Stop trying to deceive me. Despite Chen Fu's persistent explanations, Shangwan Yu refused to believe him, assuming Chen Fu was merely comforting him. The next day, Chen Fu arrived at Minghua Palace. Seeing his troubled expression, Dan Yao asked, What is wrong? Did you not tell the emperor? I did, but he does not believe me. He thinks I am jesting to ease his worries. Dan Yao, is that all? Not only that, the emperor sent me here to find you. Why come to me if he does not believe it? The emperor ordered me to escort the princess back to the 7-star palace, Chen Fu said. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao fell silent. Her brother must believe the great Yin dynasty is doomed to fall and wishes to send her back to the eastern domain before the enemy breaches the capital to avoid calamity. Though fearless of formidable foes, such thoughtful arrangements deeply moved Dan Yao. Her voice choked with emotion. I will not leave. Even if I lack the Lingtai realm's power and am but a frail woman, I will stay and defend to the end. This is my home. Chen Fu said, I feel the same. No matter what happens, I will not abandon this place. But if the emperor does not believe you are the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord, what then? Whether he believes it or not, I will go to the front line and personally slay those 3 scoundrels. When I bring their heads back, he will have no doubt. When do you intend to depart? Dan Yao's voice turned cold. Now, if we delay any longer, the elite of Great Yin will perish. With that, Dan Yao tore open the space and arrived at the front line. Kaiming, witnessing this, asked, "Master, what shall we do?" Xiang Yang answered coldly, "Hold the line here and wait for your aunt's return." Chapter 901. The ominous hexagram. Chen Fu, seeing Dan Yao's swift action, hurried to Qianxing Palace to report this good news. Yet upon hearing it, Shang Yu exploded in anger. "What did you say? Yao Yao has gone to the front line?" Chen Fu smiled. "Indeed. Once the Princess Royal arrives, all crises will be resolved. The Emperor can rest assured." "Fool! How can you send Yao Yao alone to such a perilous front line?" Shang Yu seethed, nearly tearing Chen Fu apart. Were it not for Chen Fu's past protection of previous emperors and assistance in restoring the dynasty, Shang Yu would have struck him down then and there. Clearly, Shang Yu and Chen Fu were on entirely different wavelengths. One knew Dan Yao was a Lingtai realm powerhouse, unrivaled across the 4 great domains, capable of dispatching 3 heavenly lords as if slicing through melons. The other believed Dan Yao was merely an earth sovereign, doomed to be a casualty at the front line. Hence his anxiety. An imperial edict was issued. "I shall personally lead the troops and command the battle at the front line." "Yes, your majesty," though declaring a personal command. Shang Yu could not wait for preparations and immediately summoned Chen Fu to fly to the front line at full speed. Kaiming, hearing of the emperor's imminent departure, could not help but worry. Xiang Yang gazed at the fallen leaves in the courtyard and said slowly, "Do not be disturbed. With your aunt here, all will be well." "Master, do you truly trust my aunt so much?" "Yes, your aunt is blessed with great fortune and destiny. With her cultivation, even if all the southern domain's cultivators combined, they would not be her match." Xiang Yang's expression suddenly stiffened as his gaze fell upon the fallen leaves. "Master, what is wrong? Do you see the fallen leaves?" "I do. Is there a problem?" Kaiming was puzzled. "These leaves form a hexagram." "A hexagram?" Kaiming was stunned. "Which one?" "I am but a novice in divination, yet I saw this hexagram many years ago and heard its interpretation. It is called Zhuang. Zhuang? What does it mean? Is it auspicious or ominous?" Xiang Yang explained. Zhuang, the Kuan hexagram, depicts a lake above water. The lake desperately needs water. But the hexagram shows a lake without water, dried and parched. Kuan is inherently ominous, and with the lake barren, it is an exceedingly dire hexagram. An exceedingly dire hexagram? Kaiming's face paled. Who does this omen concern? Who does the misfortune point to? I interpreted this hexagram thinking of your aunt. So, does this mean she is in mortal danger? Not exactly. Zhuang depicts a lake without water, yet the lake is not buried. When the rainy season comes, it will fill again. Thus, the misfortune pertains to the water related to the lake. If the lake symbolizes a person, the water represents the person's flowing blood. The absence of water signifies harm to those connected by blood. Your aunt, Yunying, is unmarried and has no children. Thus, the closest blood relation is. Kaiming felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his head ringing and his face draining of color. "No, I must go to the front line to find him. He has not yet confessed to mother. He must not die. He absolutely must not." Xiang Yang hastily restrained him. "It would be futile for you to go." "How could it be futile? Even ants strive to survive. He is well. How could he seek death? The hexagram says so. If the danger were external, it might be averted. But if he seeks death himself, no one can save him." "Master, is there truly no way?" Xiang Yang remained silent for a long time. Kaiming's heart sank like lead. Seeing this, Xiang Yang could not help but say, "I am no master of divination and understand this hexagram only partially. However, I suspect the ominous sign is caused by the cruel spell that harmed him." Few knew of this matter then. "If we keep it tightly sealed and ensure those aware remain silent, never mentioning it before your father, I believe there will be no further trouble." "Is that really feasible?" Kaiming questioned, uncertain. "This is presently the most prudent course of action. The front line is embroiled in a fierce stalemate. Your imperial father's entire focus is riveted upon the war effort, leaving him no leisure to attend to other matters. Once this conflict subsides, and your young aunt along with Chen Fu return, it shall not be too late to address these concerns with due diligence." What Xiang Yang proposed is indeed the most effective resolution to the predicament. Yet, affairs of the world seldom unfold according to one's desires. For plans invariably lag behind the tide of change. Xiang Yang presumed that Shang Yu's mind was wholly absorbed by the war, convinced that she would not entertain thoughts of this matter, nor would anyone dare to gossip recklessly before the emperor at such a critical juncture. Little did he anticipate that the upheaval would emerge precisely from the battlefield itself, affirming the late founder emperor's lament that profound affection shortens life, and consummate wisdom brings sorrow. "What of the princess? Have you encountered her?" Upon arrival at the front, Shang Yu could not restrain her urgent inquiry about Danyao's whereabouts. The assembled soldiers were utterly bewildered. War was the domain of men. At the front line, Not a single woman was to be found, not even a mere female fly. So whence a princess? Is she truly not here? Reporting to your majesty, there is none. This was calamitous. Xianxiaaudiobooks nearly leapt in distress. If Yao Yao is harmed, how shall I meet mother in the afterlife? Brother, I am here. A clear, bell-like voice resonated. Xianxiaaudiobooks turned toward the sound. And who else could it be but Daniao herself? It transpired that Daniao, employing the formidable divine power of the spirit platform realm, had rent the fabric of space itself, traversing 1,000 miles to reach the front lines. She had intended to lead the Right Martial Guard Corps in a decisive strike against the Southern Wolai Kingdom. Yet, the Corps commander refused to believe her, suspecting her to be a spy of the enemy. This suspicion was not unfounded. Since reclaiming her lineage, Daniao had lived in seclusion, and due to proprieties regarding gender segregation, Xianxiaaudiobooks had not arranged for her to meet with court officials. Only a select few royal kin had seen her. Thus, the soldiers and cultivators of the Right Martial Guard Corps disbelieved that she was the rightful princess of Dian. Her exquisite beauty reminded them of the infamous femme fatale from classical tales, Bao Si, Daji, Chen Yuanyuan, leading them to conclude she was a saboteur from the enemy state. Daniao was rendered speechless and found no point in arguing. She concealed herself, resolved to wait until Lu Zhu and others appeared before taking action. Yao Yao, when did you arrive? Xianxiaaudiobooks' brows relaxed upon seeing her sister unharmed, releasing a long sigh. I have waited here nearly a day, yet have not seen that old scoundrel Lu Zhu. Daniao complained, vexed. She had intended to employ bloodline tracking to locate Lu Zhu and dispatch him to the netherworld in a single strike. But recalling that 6 months prior, using this very technique had been countered, she refrained from employing it again. Yao Yao, you ought not to have come here. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed softly, then turned to Chen Fu. Escort the princess away. No matter what transpires, she must not return. Chen Fu appeared troubled. Your Majesty, do you defy my command? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes blazed. Brother, I will not leave. I shall remain here. Daniao declared resolutely, with 3 heavenly lords on the enemy's side. Do you intend to await death? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, eyebrows raised. Await death? Who knows who will perish? Daniao scoffed softly. Yao Yao, you are being foolish. Brother, Chen Fu has already revealed my identity. If you doubt me, just watch and see. She straightened her slender frame with pride. A century ago, my strength was insufficient to aid you in restoring the realm. Today, I vow to defend these vast lands. Should anyone seek to annihilate Dian, they shall have to trample over my corpse first. Yao Yao. Just as the siblings were locked in tense exchange, a hoary voice echoed from afar. Xianxiaaudiobooks, Chen Fu. I was just seeking you. Unexpectedly, you have come to me, sparing me the trouble. The voice, though distant by miles, rang as though beside their ears, a testament to the depth of spiritual power and strength of cultivation. Only heavenly lords, or those beyond, could achieve such a feat. Lu Zhu. That old rascal has truly ascended to heavenly lord. Despite prior reports from Chen Fu, Xianxiaaudiobooks was genuinely astonished. How could he have broken through so swiftly in merely half a year? To sense them from such a distance, the might of a heavenly lord is indeed well deserved. Chen Fu exclaimed in awe. Cultivators at the heavenly lord level possess extraordinary spiritual perception, enabling them to discern the strength of individuals within crowds from miles away, merely by sensing their breath and aura. Dian's openly acknowledged Earth sovereign cultivators number only 3, Xie Yuan, Chen Fu, and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xie Yuan, as president of the Alchemists Guild, was naturally unlikely to be at the front. Hence, the other 2 must be Chen Fu and Xianxiaaudiobooks. As for Daniao, her cultivation surpasses even Lu Zhu's. Her aura is subtle, her spiritual power deeply concealed, undetectable by him. Humph, a defeated foe yet still brazen. Daniao snorted coldly and leapt from the city wall. Her figure graceful and ethereal as the goddess Gussa. She shouted into the void, Old Lu Zhu, come forth and accept your fate. At dawn, the gentle sunlight bathed Daniao. Her flowing sleeves and fairy-like gown stirred by the cold frontier breeze, her presence resembling a celestial maiden fallen to the mortal realm. Soldiers and cultivators of both Dian and Southern Wolai Kingdom, upon beholding her, were momentarily entranced, as if bewitched. Their hearts pounded fiercely. The millions of troops, tense and battle-ready, found their murderous intent dissipate instantly beneath this peerless beauty's radiance. Clattering sounds followed as countless spears, long swords, arrows, and broadswords clattered to the ground, for fear that the brutal carnage would shock this divine-like beauty. Haha, if you want me dead, it won't be so easy. At that moment, 3 streaks of light soared from the horizon, coalescing into 3 aged voices suspended in midair. Lu Zhu's murky gaze swept over Daniao with a faint laugh. Half a year apart, and this enchantress grows ever more beautiful, capable of bewitching millions. Indeed impressive. Daniao snorted. You're no less so. Last time I struck you, your clone perished. I thought you'd hide in some hole. But you've ascended to Heavenly Lord instead. I have become a Heavenly Lord. Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? We are all destined to die. Daniel declared with grim resolve. The Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord is true to name, still as arrogant as ever. Lu Zhu's words landed like thunder, causing the millions of troops on both sides to buzz in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. What? Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord? She is the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord? Impossible. The legendary Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord is an ancient demon of 2,000 or 3,000 years. How could she be so young? Yes. The Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord is the female founder of the Seven-Star Palace. She cannot be a mere young girl. Surely Lu Zhu must be mistaken? The assembled were like fans devastated by their idol's fall from grace, unable to believe what they heard. Chen Fu, how could this be? Xianxiaaudiobooks stammered in shock. Your Majesty, I have long maintained that the princess is indeed the Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord, Chen Fu said. That cannot be. Yao is still so young. How could she have cultivated to the Heavenly Lord realm? Nothing is absolute, Your Majesty. The princess is an unprecedented prodigy. Just because others cannot achieve something does not mean she cannot. Now let me be. Xianxiaaudiobooks began to question his very existence. Amidst the astonishment and shock of all present, Daniel appeared utterly unfazed. She had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Her gaze shifted, settling upon Tan Wuzhen and Chen Wunian. Who are you two? Surely, you are not cultivators native to the southern domain? Tan Wuzhen replied, I am Tan Wuzhen. And this is my junior brother Chen Wunian. We have come here today to exact vengeance. Vengeance. Daniel paused, intrigued. Vengeance for what? For the death of our fellow disciple. Tan Wuzhen pointed towards Xianxiaaudiobooks atop the dais. This brat caused the demise of my junior brother Qi Yuming. I am here to avenge him. Qi Yuming? Daniel was taken aback again, turning to Xianxiaaudiobooks with a perplexed expression. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Indeed. Qi Yuming was grievously wounded by me and subsequently died. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face was etched with fury, his voice hoarse. Had that old demon not conspired with evil back then, how could our father and mother have perished? How would the empire of Dian have fallen into the hands of the treacherous consort's family? How would we siblings have been separated for over a century? Letting him return to the western domain with severe injuries to be buried whole was already an act of mercy. So that is the truth. Daniel's eyes burned with intense hatred. You seek to avenge Qi Yuming, do you? Very well, since you cherish the bonds of fellow disciples so deeply. Today I shall send your old demon brothers to the underworld. Humph, you think a mere girl like you can kill the two of us? Aren't you afraid your tongue will slip in the wind? Chen Wunian sneered coldly, pointing at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Boy, come down quickly and accept your fate. I might consider sparing your corpse. Afraid? I draw my emperor's sword and will fight to the death. Xianxiaaudiobooks declared fiercely as he advanced. Chen Fu hastily restrained him. Your Majesty, you must not. You must not. Xianxiaaudiobooks was enraged. Why hold me back? Yao faces 3 old fiends alone. How can I stand idly by? Your Majesty, the Princess Royal's spiritual power is formidable. These 3 scoundrels cannot defeat her. If you rush in recklessly, you will neither aid her nor help yourself, but only distract her, Chen Fu urged, clutching his arm tightly. Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily silenced. Like a fully inflated balloon with no outlet, his handsome face contorted in frustration. The enchantress destroyed my clone last time, severely damaging my cultivation. I shall settle the score. Green Bamboo's voice sounded ominously. That depends on whether you have the ability, Daniel sneered. Though I am newly advanced to Heavenly Lord, and may be weaker than you, with the combined might of the 3 Heavenly Lords, you stand no chance against us. I advise you to surrender that old woman Dan Kingley. By facing us 2 against 3, you might prolong your life. Daniel's expression was indifferent. No need. These 3 old fools can be crushed with a mere flick of my finger. Why trouble others? Humph, such arrogance. No matter how strong your spiritual power, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Today, you shall perish here. Green Bamboo's contemptuous gaze met Daniel's, fueling his fury. Damn wretch. How dare you belittle me? Today I will show you your place, he growled. Enough talk. Let me see how much skill this newly minted Green Bamboo Heavenly Lord possesses. Daniel's eyes turned icy cold as her spiritual power surged forth, releasing a chilling true energy that caused the surrounding air to congeal abruptly. Those nearby shuddered involuntarily. The cultivators closest to her trembling from the cold. Green Bamboo was slightly startled. Such powerful spiritual energy, but you are still too inexperienced to deal with us. Experience or not, you'll find out soon enough. Take this. Daniel raised her right hand, enveloped in freezing true energy that turned water to ice. Delivering a fierce palm strike, the 7 stars mixed primordial palm, sensing the potent icy spiritual force. Green Bamboo recognized the signature technique of the 7-star sect and did not dare underestimate it. From his hand burst a strange dark red bloodlight, which transformed into a colossal blood-stained hand that collided thunderously with the mixed primordial palm. In that instant, spiritual energy howled and space twisted violently. The powerful shockwave erupted like a torrent, instantly killing thousands of soldiers. Black Heart Fiend Palm. Dan Yao exclaimed in astonishment. How do you know the Netherworld sect's secret Black Heart Fiend Palm? Green Bamboo grunted and turned pale, evidently having underestimated Dan Yao's palm force and suffering a significant blow. Indeed, the Black Heart Fiend Palm. As to how I learned it, that is none of your concern. The Black Heart Fiend Palm is a secret technique forbidden to all but the sect leader. You, old ghost, could not have learned it, unless... Dan Yao's thoughts flashed swiftly, her voice rising in surprise. Did the Black Serpent transfer his power to you? Yes, Green Bamboo admitted, surprised at her quick deduction. He bestowed his power upon me to exact revenge. I knew it. No way could you, an old ghost, have broken through to Heavenly Lord so swiftly without that stinking serpent's inheritance. I have fully absorbed his true transmission. Are you afraid now? Afraid? Dan Yao rolled her eyes. He was frozen by me when he was defeated. What threat could you possibly pose? Watch carefully. Dan Yao was weary of wasting words with these old bastards who bore her grudges. The sooner they were slain, the less she would be disgusted. Her form flickered like a swift serpent, swiftly circling behind Green Bamboo and delivering a palm strike. Green Bamboo's face paled in shock. He never anticipated her speed. As her palm descended, he hastily summoned his energy to defend. But the force transformed into a piercing finger strike that penetrated his spiritual energy shield and struck his chest fiercely. Green Bamboo immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Chun Yunian, caught unprepared, was doused with blood, his aged face turning crimson. This enchantress is formidable. Let us attack together before she defeats us one by one. Green Bamboo said, his complexion ashen. He knew Dan Yao was powerful, able to freeze even a heavenly lord, but had not expected such ferocity. With a single strike, she had wounded him. Chun Yunian, blood streaming down his face, roared in fury, attack. The three simultaneously soared into the air, their heavenly lord energies erupting into waves of spiritual power directed at Dan Yao. Dan Yao remained unfazed, her movements graceful as a dancing butterfly, ethereal and elegant, yet radiating a terrifying force that effortlessly deflected their assaults. Witnessing Dan Yao single-handedly confront three heavenly lords without faltering, the million spectators gasped in awe, except for Chen Fu, who fully understood her true strength. The Frost and Snow Heavenly Lord truly was the supreme sovereign of the Eastern Domain, overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder even the Black Serpent was frozen by her. With such might, who in the four great domains could possibly rival her? Zhang Wanyu, watching Dan Yao fiercely engaged with the three heavenly lords, was both astonished by her cultivation and anxious for her. He feared she might be overwhelmed by their combined might. After all, heavenly lords were the pinnacle of combat power in the four domains, their destructive force immense. Even the slightest misstep could mean death. How could he not be deeply worried? Chen Fu, noticing Zhang Wanyu's concern, quickly advised, Your Majesty, the Princess Royal is richly blessed and supremely skilled. Even as an infant, she resisted the treacherous consort's poison. Now, as the sovereign of the Eastern Domain, how could these three old fiends harm her? Instead of watching here, it would be better to strike first and annihilate the elite troops of the Southern Wolai Kingdom, avenging the fallen left Imperial Guards. Zhang Wanyu's eyes brightened. Excellent idea. The three old fiends are entangled with Yao Yao, unable to attend to anything else. This is the perfect moment to strike. With a command, the soldiers of the Dian dynasty surged forward, clashing fiercely with the troops of the Southern Wolai Kingdom. As Zhang Wanyu and Chen Fu soared into the air, one wielding the Emperor's sword and the other launching the golden needles of the sunflower, they charged towards the most elite Black Witch army of the Southern Witch Kingdom. Both were formidable Earth sovereigns, and without the presence of the Green Bamboo, their slaughter was as effortless as chopping vegetables. In an instant, dozens of powerful cultivators met their demise. The battle between the two armies was fierce, and the four figures in the sky clashed with unbridled ferocity, unleashing an array of techniques upon one another. The resulting shockwaves of immense energy caused the void to ripple in concentric circles, even from a distance. The soldiers of both nations could feel the terrifying power at play. Truly, the celestial sovereigns were awe-inspiringly fearsome. Such intense combat naturally drew the attention of many powerful figures from the southern region. Observing Dan Yao single-handedly contending against three celestial sovereigns left them astonished and pale with disbelief. Chapter 907. Overwhelming three celestial sovereigns. Only Dan Xingli remained composed, fully aware of Dan Yao's true capabilities. The audacity of these three ancient beings to engage in a contest of magic against a spiritual platform sovereign was akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. How infuriating. This enchanting woman's spiritual power only seems to grow stronger. The three celestial sovereigns had evidently gravely underestimated Dan Yao's strength. They were aware that Dan Yao had once encased a celestial sovereign in ice with her own power, indicating she was vastly superior to them. Yet, the reality of her prowess was beyond their wildest imagination. Green Bamboo believed that by allying with Tan Wujin and Shen Yunian, they could swiftly defeat Dan Yao. However, once engaged in battle, they quickly realized her cultivation was far beyond what they had anticipated. Even more astonishing was that despite exchanging numerous blows with them, her spiritual energy showed no signs of depleting. On the contrary, it seemed to amplify with each use, which was utterly bewildering. You dare disturb me without grasping my true condition? Today, you shall be buried here. Dan Yao's eyes glinted with cold malice, her palms weaving as icy needles shot forth. She had initially intended to use the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden needle to finish off these three old fiends, but feared that someone from the Xiang clan might recognize her amidst the crowd. What a hassle that would be. Nevertheless, the ice needles, propelled by her spiritual energy, left the three men bloodied and in disarray. With a sudden shift, Dan Yao unleashed a surge of frigid spiritual energy, transforming into a colossal iceberg that bore down upon the trio. With a thunderous crash, as the iceberg emerged, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the air crystallized, and snowflakes cascaded down, swirling alongside the advancing mass. Faced with such a massive iceberg, the three were struck with dread and hurriedly summoned their internal energy, igniting their true qi in a desperate attempt to melt it. Little did they know that this iceberg was an embodiment of Dan Yao's primordial true qi. Her Mingyu technique was the epitome of extreme cold, impervious to mere true qi flames. As waves of scorching true qi struck the iceberg, rather than causing any damage, they were instead ensnared by the endless chill, freezing solid. Die! Dan Yao shouted as she struck forward, causing the iceberg to shatter into countless ice shards, each imbued with devastating destructive force, hurtling like a tempest towards the trio's vital points. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the three desperately activated their true qi, forming a defensive barrier to withstand the onslaught of ice shards. With a series of resounding impacts, the ice needles relentlessly pierced through their defenses. They could withstand the first, but not the second, third, or the nth. In the blink of an eye, their protective true qi was penetrated, and they were sent crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered, creating three enormous craters. A contingent of unfortunate soldiers nearby, caught in the residual spiritual shockwave, were reduced to blood mist before they could even scream. Witnessing this spectacle, both armies stood agape. Aside from Chen Fu, none could have anticipated that Dan Yao, the Grand Princess of the Great Yin, could single-handedly vanquish three celestial sovereigns. They had presumed that the prowess among celestial sovereigns was relatively comparable, and thus Dan Yao, in her solo confrontation against three, would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. No one expected that the joint forces of the three celestial sovereigns would be utterly obliterated. Dan Yao hovered in the air, her gaze coldly fixed upon the three old rascals still trapped in their craters. You three worthless beings dare to boast about extinguishing my life. Today, I shall see who meets their end. Chapter 908, A Desperate Counterattack. The three in the pit were filled with rage and humiliation, nearly losing consciousness from their fury. Go die? Dan Yao was acutely aware that one must eradicate the root to prevent regrowth, especially with Green Bamboo, that cunning old fox. Adept in the sinister arts contained within the heavenly lament and earthly grief soul-locking technique, his nature was as treacherous as it was malicious. Should he escape this time, he would surely become a future calamity. Dan Yao unleashed three strikes in quick succession towards the three trapped figures. Run! The three sensed the peril and scrambled out of the pit, fleeing in different directions with frantic urgency. Thinking you can escape? Not a chance. As Dan Yao's strikes missed their mark, she drew her Mingyu sword, and with a flick, three delicate yet razor-sharp streams of pink sword energy shot forth, each aimed at a different target. The first sword energy pierced through Tan Wujin's chest, causing him to scream in agony before collapsing lifelessly. The second struck Chen Yunian's spiritual essence, leaving him no time to cry out as he plummeted from the sky. Green Bamboo, similarly wounded, saw the third sword energy racing toward him and hastily summoned the heavenly demon die, transforming it into a colossal black die to shield his chest. The sword energy collided with the die, dissipating into nothingness, leaving only a faint scratch. What a formidable die! Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. But if you think this trinket can save your wretched life, you underestimate me. Heh heh, Frost and Snow Sovereign. Today I have truly witnessed the strength of the Eastern region's premier powerhouse. Green Bamboo glared at Dan Yao with venomous eyes, his body riddled with wounds. Blood gushing from his injuries, presenting a terrifying sight. He gasped, "Today, I fell to your hands. I can only blame my own inadequacy. I have no words to say, but if you wish to kill me, it will come at a heavy price." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant green light enveloped him. As if he had ingested rapid-acting yeast, causing his form to swell alarmingly, an overwhelming force surging forth. "This is bad. The old fiend is about to self-destruct. Grand Princess, be cautious," Chen Fu shouted urgently. The self-detonation of a celestial sovereign was no trivial matter. Even a spiritual platform sovereign could be obliterated if caught unaware. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao hastily retreated while channeling her Mingyu true qi into a thick layer of icy shield to withstand the impending explosive force. To her astonishment, the anticipated self-detonation did not occur. As Dan Yao stood in bewilderment, Green Bamboo's face twisted into a sinister grin, his inflated form rapidly contracting, transforming into a green serpent that hissed toxic fumes. With a swift motion, a green beam shot forth from the serpent's mouth. This beam was as thin as a needle, yet reeked of a foul stench, its speed akin to lightning. Recognizing the bizarre nature of this green beam, Dan Yao dared not be careless, swiftly drawing the ice jade hairpin to counter. While she feared revealing the true form of the snow spirit soared among the soldiers of both nations, striking with the ice jade hairpin remained an overwhelming force. Yet, just as the green beam was about to collide with the ice jade hairpin, it inexplicably veered off course, shooting in the opposite direction, where Emperor Xianxiaaudiobooks stood. Evidently, the final desperate strike of the green bamboo was not aimed at Dan Yao, but rather at Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Your Majesty," Dan Yao exclaimed, her heart racing with terror. "Be careful, Your Majesty," Chen Fu shouted, equally dismayed. Faced with the sudden onslaught of green light, Xianxiaaudiobooks was somewhat taken aback. However, as a sovereign accustomed to the tempests of fate, he quickly gathered his inner energy and infused it into the imperial sword, preparing to cleave the malevolent light asunder. Little did he know, as soon as his energy coursed into the sword, the green light darted with blinding speed into his body. An occurrence that transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Dan Yao soared to Xianxiaaudiobooks' side, the green light had already penetrated flesh and blood, merging into a lethal poison that coursed through his meridians. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Dan Yao asked anxiously. The sinister old fiend, Green Bamboo, had orchestrated a deadly counterattack that was far from trifling. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt around his body, frowning as he replied, "I am fine." "Fine." Green Bamboo chuckled ominously. "Do you think I am merely idle?" Dan Yao looked up, her heart sinking as she beheld Green Bamboo's visage rapidly aging, his face etched with countless ravines, as though time had mercilessly carved it through the years. "What have you done to my brother, you vile old fiend?" Green Bamboo replied with a ghastly smile, "Oh, nothing much. I merely consumed some netherworld black water, then combined the toxins and the evil energy of the heavenly demon dice with my own essence, condensing it into a mass and injecting it into your brother's body." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao hastily retrieved the 3-flower jade dew pill and offered it to Xianxiaaudiobooks, urging, "Quick, take this elixir." Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks was about to swallow it, Green Bamboo let out a cackling laugh. "It's futile. The poison from the netherworld black water, mixed with the true qi of the heavenly demon, is neither purely poison nor purely energy. Even with the 6th grade elixir, it cannot be resolved. I know that with your strength, you could never inflict harm upon me, which is precisely why I targeted Xianxiaaudiobooks. Before long, your beloved brother will be consumed by decay, dying a wretched death amidst endless agony and torment." Dan Yao's countenance darkened, her demeanor transforming like a storm brewing. In a flash, her delicate hand, as white as jade, had already grasped Green Bamboo by the crown of his head. "You old fiend, quickly hand over the antidote. I might consider sparing your miserable life, but otherwise." Witnessing Dan Yao's fury, Green Bamboo laughed even more heartily. "My Danshin was shattered the moment I unleashed the green light, and my spiritual power is swiftly dissipating. Even if you were to spare me, I would soon wither and die. I will take your brother with me to hell, and I consider that a profit." "Ha ha ha." Enraged, Dan Yao swung her Minjiu sword, severing all 5 fingers from Green Bamboo's left hand. "If you refuse to speak, I shall first dismantle your limbs and send you to a brothel, where dozens of aged courtesans will take turns attending to you." Green Bamboo grimaced in pain, yet maintained a defiant facade. "Humph, do you think I would fear such threats? Even if you were to shred me into a pulp, do not presume you can save this young man." With 2 swift strokes of her sword, Dan Yao severed both of Green Bamboo's arms. "If you continue to remain silent, not only shall you suffer immensely, but the royal family of the Nan Yuli kingdom shall meet a dire fate as well. I shall ensure they perish in anguish and torment." attempting to use such threats against me? You have gravely miscalculated. Chapter 9:10. The method to counteract the poison. Green Bamboo laughed bitterly. The royal family of Namuli is nothing but a den of treachery. Their demise is fitting. I shall not be lonely in the afterlife. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Green Bamboo's gleeful laughter, Dan Yao's fury surged, and she gritted her teeth. You care not for the royal family of Namuli. But what of your parents who have passed long ago? At these words, Green Bamboo's countenance shifted, as if stung by a scorpion. What do you intend to do? What? Are you afraid? Dan Yao smiled cruelly. I have no desire for vengeance, merely to exhume your parents' remains, grind them into paste, and feed them to wild dogs. You. But it does not end there. I believe your parents have lived too comfortably in the earth. Thus, I shall arrange a ghostly marriage for each of them. Your father, the prince consort, shall be paired with an old courtesan afflicted with a venereal disease, while your esteemed mother shall find a match with a beggar. No. That's not quite right. A beggar is still a man. A eunuch would be a more fitting counterpart, ensuring they live a life more splendid than that of deities. Dan Yao articulated each word with a sultry cadence, laced with a venomous malice that sent chills down the spines of all present, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. You witch, dare you? Green Bamboo's face turned ashen, his veins bulging in fury. Yet Dan Yao merely smiled. Dare I? You may test me. What a vile heart you possess. Green Bamboo's gaze was piercing, brimming with loathing. Vile? I scoff. No malice of mine can compare to yours. You dare condemn my brother to an untimely end, and I shall ensure your parents rest in unrest, their remains utterly obliterated. Let us see who can outdo whom in cruelty. Trembling, Green Bamboo slowly closed his eyes. I know of a way to counteract the poison. I shall share it with you, but you must promise not to disturb my parents' peace in death. Dan Yao's heart leapt with joy. Well, at least you possess some semblance of conscience. Speak. I do not trust you. First, you must swear an oath. Very well. Eager to find an antidote, Dan Yao hastily swore an oath to the heavens. The princess has sworn an oath. Now speak. How do we save the emperor? Chen Fu urged. Green Bamboo opened his eyes and stated, this poison was devised by the founder of the Netherworld sect, meant for mutual destruction in dire circumstances. To break it, a celestial monarch must use the heavenly demon dice as a conduit, infusing their true energy into the poisoned individual and then circulate it through 12 major cycles to expel the toxin entirely. He paused, then chuckled. However, no matter how powerful a celestial monarch's spiritual power may be, facing such a terrifying toxin, they can only circulate their true energy through 8 or 9 major cycles. Forcing it through 12 cycles would merely deplete their essence, leaving them utterly drained and dead. Thus, the essence of this antidote method is a trade of life for life. Dan Yao's cold laughter echoed. After all this, it seems you are still intent on my demise. Indeed. Green Bamboo grinned malevolently, his white teeth glistening. You may choose not to save him, but in that case, Xianxiaaudiobooks, you shall die. It is a matter of self-sacrifice, or watching your dear brother perish before your eyes. The choice is yours. In the face of Green Bamboo's blatant scheme, Dan Yao, however, smiled radiantly, like a blooming rose. Chapter 9:11. Green Bamboo meets his end. What is so amusing? Green Bamboo seethed. I laugh at your futile scheming. Do you truly believe this ploy can sever the bond between my brother and me? Or coerce me into sacrificing myself? What else could it be? This green light was unleashed at the cost of my life. It cannot be unraveled without a life exchanged. Dan Yao scoffed lightly. Others may require such a trade, but I do not. You think you can force me to exhaust my spiritual energy to my demise? It will not be so simple. Green Bamboo's smile faltered, unable to refrain from asking, why? Do you possess another means to counteract the poison? No, that is impossible. If you knew, you would not have pressed me to reveal it. Why should I divulge anything to you? A corpse does not warrant such knowledge. Dan Yao swiftly struck Green Bamboo on the crown of his head. In an instant, his skull shattered, life extinguished, leaving behind a cold, lifeless body. Having resolved the matter with Lu Zhu, Dan Yao turned her gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks and spoke softly. Brother Emperor, rest assured, I shall not let harm befall you. Cultivating the Minjiu technique ensures that spiritual power is never insufficient. There is no need to exchange one life for another. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent. His handsome visage clouded with gloom as he coldly commanded, issue the decree. Appoint the third imperial prince, Xianxiaaudiobooks, as crown prince, who shall ascend the throne upon my demise. Furthermore, elevate the eldest princess to the rank of national guardian princess, to assist the new sovereign as regent in matters of state and military affairs. Before he could complete his edict, Dan Yao halted him. Yao Yao, what are you doing? He inquired. I told you, I will not allow you to suffer. With a resolute air, Dan Yao lifted Xianxiaaudiobooks into the air and soared towards the imperial capital of Dian. Your Highness the eldest princess, please wait. Chen Fu called out, hastening to follow. As Dan Yao flew, she employed her spiritual power to suppress the poison coursing through Xianxiaaudiobooks' body. The sheer speed left Chen Fu struggling to keep pace. Princess, saving a life is like fighting a fire. Why do you not directly dispel the poison from the emperor? He questioned. Ordinary heavenly lords, when confronting such lethal venom, would indeed pay the ultimate price, drained to their last breath. Yet Chen Fu knew Dan Yao as cultivation level. The spiritual power of a Lingtime master surpasses that of a heavenly lord by at least tenfold. Neutralizing this poison should be effortless for her. It's inconvenient. Dan Yao replied succinctly. Then why not tear open the space and return to the capital? Why carry the emperor in your arms? Chen Fu pressed. Inconvenient to use. Dan Yao reiterated tersely. Carrying Xianxiaaudiobooks, she flew beyond a mountain range, evading divine scrutiny, before unleashing a grand divine technique that rent the space and transported them directly to Minghua Palace. At the front lines, the soldiers of the Nanwulai Kingdom, having witnessed their revered heavenly lord Lu Zhu fall lifeless on the spot, could scarcely believe their eyes, as if trapped in a nightmare from which they could not awaken. Lu Zhu is dead? Surely not. Lu Zhu, such a formidable figure. How could he perish here? This must be a dream, they murmured. Emperor Qian's expression darkened as he gazed upon Lu Zhu's lifeless corpse, his mood sour, as if discovering his wife in bed with the neighbor. Since Lu Zhu's ascension to heavenly lord, the emperor had nightly visions of him storming the Dian imperial capital, transforming Nanwulai into a vast superpower. Yet fate had other designs. Lu Zhu was gone in an instant. Even more terrifying to Emperor Qian was the might of the eldest princess of Dian, whose power was so formidable that the combined strength of the three great heavenly lords could not match her alone. Previously, Xianxiaaudiobooks lacked a pretext to attack Nanwulai, but now his invasion of Dian's territory provided ample cause. At this thought, Emperor Qian felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Silently, he prayed to his ancestors that Dan Yao might exhaust her spiritual power and perish during the detoxification, preserving at least a glimmer of hope. Contrasting the icy dread permeating Nanwulai, Dian blossomed in joyous relief and celebration. Long live the frost and snow heavenly lord. Long live his majesty the emperor. Heaven bless our great Dian. The soldiers chanted, having been overshadowed by the annihilation of the left Martial Guard Corps. They had feared that the intervention of the three great heavenly lords would doom the capital and leave the populace destitute. Yet suddenly, fortune had turned. The once invincible trio had been vanquished, and the eldest princess was none other than the frost and snow heavenly lord, a revelation that defied belief. Are heavenly lords not ancient immortals, centuries old? How can she be so young? Some mused. She may be young, but to reach heavenly lord status is extraordinary, and she is as beautiful as a celestial maiden, others whispered enviously. Marrying her would be a blessing spanning 8 lifetimes. Among the crowd, 3 young men clad in military uniforms overheard the chatter. Though they regarded the soldiers as provincial and naive, they could not deny their astonishment at Dan Yao's prowess, even amidst the middle domain's abundance of talented and powerful figures. Rangu. Could this eldest princess of Dian be the one our clan leader mentioned? One whispered. Rangu shook his head. No, though her strength is formidable. I closely observed her techniques and found them distinct from those of the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace. The ice needles she used to wound the 3 great heavenly lords were formed from her own true energy, not the palace's renowned 9 heavens mysterious maiden needles. A third young man concurred. I agree. The Xianxiaaudiobooks palace's disciples are all beauties, but next to this princess, they seem plain by comparison. These 3 were, in fact, scions of the Xiang family, dispatched to confront Xiangyang and Dan Yao. During the confrontation with Lu Zhu and others, Dan Yao had sensed that their internal energies stemmed from the same source as Qi Ming's Xianxiaaudiobooks 9 turns, marking them as Xiang family members. Casually glancing their way, Dan Yao noted that these 3 possessed only heavenly lord-level cultivation. According to Xiangyang's description, Xianxiafan's was a calculating and unscrupulous individual who, having lost the 4 great protectors to Dan Yao and Xiangyang, should have sent stronger, higher-level operatives to the southern domain. Why then dispatch these men to their deaths? Clearly, Xianxiafans was no fool. Where there is anomaly, there is intrigue. Dan Yao could not fathom the old fox's true intentions and dared not act rashly, fearing exposure that might doom the entire Dian dynasty. As for why these men failed to pinpoint Dan Yao despite her stunning beauty, the blame lay with Qing Fu. Though Hong Yan was the strongest protector, Xianxiafan valued the second strongest, the cunning and adaptable Qing Fu, more. Qing Fu was indeed a genius of stratagem. Yet she was also a woman, prone to jealousy and envy. Just as men resent rivals who are more handsome, wealthier, or more successful with women, so too do women begrudge those more beautiful than themselves. Driven by such emotions, no matter how breathtaking Dan Yao was, In Qing Fu's eyes, she became as ordinary as Gu Tianel. Thus, without having seen Dan Yao's true visage, Xiang Banshan merely regarded her as a talented, strong, and reasonably attractive young disciple of Xianshui Palace. This misjudgment led the three Xiang family scions, upon first encountering Dan Yao, to be simultaneously awestruck and convinced she was not the person their leader sought. Qing Fu would never have imagined that she had unwittingly become a liability. Meanwhile, Dan Yao skirted a mountain, then tore open space to return directly to Minghua Palace, where Xian Yang and Qi Ming awaited. They were startled to see Dan Yao supporting Shang Wanyu and inquired, "What has happened?" Details later, Dan Yao replied, "I must now channel my energy to heal his poison." She led Shang Wanyu to her usual cultivation chamber, with Xian Yang and Qi Ming following swiftly. Dan Yao placed Shang Wanyu upon a black jade cushion and retrieved the heavenly demon dice, taken from Lu Zhu's corpse. She infused it with true energy. The dice immediately emitted a dark radiance, enveloping Shang Wanyu's spiritual essence. His mind tormented as if aflame, Shang Wanyu feared she might exhaust herself and perish. He sought to intervene but found himself immobilized, unable to even open his mouth, forced to submit to her healing rites. Unexpectedly, as the dark clouds penetrated Shang Wanyu's body, his vital energy was repelled. Witnessing this, Xiang Yang hurriedly said, "Ayao, your vital energy conflicts with your brother's. My power harmonizes with his. Allow me to intervene." Such energy antagonism had occurred before when Shang Wanyu was poisoned. It was his own vital energy that expelled the toxin. Dan Yao shook her head. "No need. This time is unlike before. It severely depletes one's essence. Though your spiritual power is strong, it cannot match my inexhaustible reserves." Previously, when poisoned, Shang Wanyu's face turned so black his features were obscured. Dan Yao, anxious to save him, became disoriented and forgot she could employ the ice extreme fire transformation technique to convert the utmost yin spiritual energy into utmost yang. Now, although the poison was more virulent, its onset was slower, calm, and composed. Dan Yao reversed the ice extreme fire transformation, channeling a pure and harmonious yang spiritual energy from her palm. Passing through the heavenly demon dice, it transformed into a strange and sinister force that entered Shang Wanyu's body, circulating layer upon layer. The vital energy cycled repeatedly. Reaching the 11th grand cycle, Shang Wanyu's normally composed complexion suddenly turned greenish, sweat drenched his forehead, and his dragon robe was completely soaked. Qi Ming, anxious, wished to inquire but feared disturbing Dan Yao's cultivation, so he restrained himself. Moments passed gradually. Shang Wanyu's face regained a rosy hue, filling Qi Ming with hope. The flush deepened into a vivid crimson, as though doused with a bucket of fresh blood. After a while, the redness faded, and Shang Wanyu spat out a mouthful of black blood. Dan Yao smiled. "It's done. Once the black blood is expelled, he will be fine." Qi Ming and Qin Fu both exhaled in relief. Chapter 914, Unforeseen Variables. Exhaling a turbid breath, Shang Wanyu sighed, "Yao Yao, I never imagined your vital energy to be so profound and enduring. Without you, I fear I would not have survived this time." "Nonsense," Dan Yao chided. "Your imperial grace is immense. How could you fall to a mere mortal?" Shang Wanyu was about to inquire about what had transpired during her exile in the Eastern Realm, how she suddenly became the Frost Snow Heavenly Lord, but Xiang Yang winked at Dan Yao, seemingly wishing to say something. She held back her question. Walking by the window, Dan Yao asked, "What is it?" Xiang Yang glanced at Shang Wanyu on the mat. "After you left, Qi Ming and I were chatting in the courtyard when we happened to see leaves falling from the tree, forming the hexagram Zai Shui Kuan on the ground." "Zai Shui Kuan?" Dan Yao was taken aback. "What does it signify?" "Zai Shui Kuan. The upper trigram is Dui, representing yin and marsh. The lower trigram is kan, yang, and water. A vast marsh without water, teeming with aquatic plants and creatures, symbolizing a state of destitution." Before Xiang Yang finished, Shang Wanyu suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his chest and falling from the mat. Qin Fu hurriedly supported him. Qi Ming exclaimed, "Little ant, wasn't his poison cured?" Dan Yao was puzzled. "It was. My vital energy circulated 12 grand cycles within him, so logically the poison should be eradicated. Could that old wretch Lu Zhu have deceived me?" She rushed forward, supporting him, calling, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Shang Wanyu's face turned deathly pale, trembling voice asking, "How many years have I reigned?" Dan Yao, alarmed by his sudden change, hesitated to answer. Fixing his gaze on Qin Fu, Shang Wanyu demanded, "Tell me, how long have I reigned? Did I not just return from Dawan recently?" Qin Fu was bewildered. Hearing Dawan, Qi Ming's expression darkened. Shang Wanyu's voice grew stern. "Answer me. How many years have I reigned? Did I just return from Dawan?" "Dawan, Your Majesty, I do not understand. You have reigned for over 100 years since restoring the kingdom." "Over 100 years?" Xianguan Yu was struck as if by lightning, turning rigid. Your Majesty, what is wrong? Dan Yao was utterly unprepared for this sudden transformation, uncertain how to respond. I am fine, just exhausted. A few days' rest will suffice, Xianguan Yu muttered, his face ashen and lifeless. He struggled to rise, staggering out. Chen Fu. Follow him and keep watch. He has expended much energy during cultivation and needs recuperation, Dan Yao instructed. Yes. Chen Fu hurried out. Dan Yao sat back on the mat, slowly closing her eyes as the utmost pure vital energy circulated within her. After a while, she opened her eyes with a sigh. Seeing His Majesty like that is truly worrisome. I do not know what sinister sorcery that old Lu Zhu cast before dying to cause this. If anything happens to him, I will have him utterly destroyed. Qi Ming murmured gravely. He is not bewitched by Lu Zhu's spell. He has remembered. Little ant, he has regained his memories. Remembered? What has he recalled? Chapter 9:15, Pondering Countermeasures. His abrupt statement left Dan Yao momentarily bewildered. He remembered my mother. The Dawan he mentioned is my mother's hometown, and where he was grievously wounded, where my mother and he fell in love by his bedside. What? Dan Yao gasped. He has remembered? This is disastrous. Qi Ming trembled. Little ant, do you think the heartless curse he wielded is truly that terrifying? Dan Yao's heart thundered. More than terrifying, it's a death sentence. According to the heavenly sorrow, earth despair's soul-locking technique, the heartless curse is an exceedingly peculiar practice. Only those with utmost passion and devotion can cultivate it, channeling their profound love into the curse to unleash tremendous power, enabling rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. But after its effect wanes, the more passionate the person, the more completely they forget their beloved, and upon memory restoration, the pain is unbearable. This soul-shattering side effect is far more insidious than other dark arts like the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Even the illustrious Teju Emperor, brilliant as he was, succumbed to the curse's fatal blow and died with regret and sorrow in the treasury. Qi Ming was horrified. Then what shall we do? Dan Yao lamented helplessly. I do not know. I had planned to wait until his lifespan was nearly exhausted before trying to restore his memories. Who would have thought? Ayao, do not despair. Xiangyang reassured. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine. As you said, the more passionate one is, the more thoroughly they forget their beloved. Your brother is so devoted. It is unlikely he recalled so easily. Maybe his mind was confused from the poison, inadvertently triggering some buried memories. When he recovers, he might forget again. Dan Yao felt slightly relieved. Indeed, the memories have been sealed for over a century. It's unlikely they would surface so readily. We must not panic. Still, we must remain vigilant. Zhe Kuan is a dire omen. We must prepare carefully, Qi Ming warned. Zhe Kuan? What does it mean? Ahua, you mentioned Zhe Kuan earlier. Does it relate to my brother? Dan Yao looked at Xiangyang. Xiangyang nodded and explained the hexagram's significance in detail. Startled, Dan Yao paled. Since there is a portent, we must be cautious. Ahua, help me recall if the destroyed heavenly sorrow, earth despair soul-locking technique contained any countermeasures? The two pondered intently for some time. Xiangyang frowned. There were none. That technique is far too sinister. I have conceived a method, though its efficacy remains uncertain, Qi Ming suddenly declared. Dan Yao, intrigued, promptly inquired, what method? Qi Ming tilted his head in contemplation. I recall during my time as a novice at the Alchemist Guild, seeking the elusive reason behind my stagnant cultivation and perpetual youth. I ventured into the library housing the insights of past alchemists, where I stumbled upon a manuscript that mentioned a particular elixir known as the Forgetting Heart Pill, capable of erasing one's deepest affections. Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Xiangyang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I too have recollected. The Forgetting Heart Pill is an 8th-grade elixir, meticulously crafted in ancient times by a 9th-grade alchemist specifically for the sorrowful maidens of the Immortal Water Palace. Chapter 9:16, The Forgetting Heart Pill. At that time, the Immortal Water Palace was filled with unfortunate women abandoned by their husbands and lovers. Though they harbored intense resentment towards the men who forsook them, love and hate are two sides of the same coin. Without love, how could there be hate? The first palace master, unable to bear the suffering of these women, sought to alleviate their emotional turmoil by creating the Forgetting Heart Pill. Subsequently, the recipe for this elixir gradually circulated, becoming one of the most remarkable concoctions within the alchemical realm. The Immortal Water Palace again? Dan Yao furrowed her brow. Given that this pill was developed for lovesick women, can it be utilized on men as well? Xiangyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This elixir is born from matters of the heart, and infatuation knows no gender. Do you possess the formula? Dan Yao queried. Alas, I do not, Xiangyang replied, shaking his head. Though the Forgetting Heart Pill has spread beyond the Immortal Water Palace, the number of alchemists capable of refining such a niche 8th-grade elixir is exceedingly rare. Only those who have achieved 8th grade alchemical mastery and possess ample leisure time may venture to seek out the formula for its production. Qi Ming interjected. The manuscript I once perused contained the refining method for this pill, though the specifics elude my memory after all these years. That is not insurmountable. We merely need to visit the Alchemist Guild and locate that manuscript to uncover the refining process. Danyao exclaimed. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten. With that, Shi, along with Xiang Yang and Qi Ming, made their way to the Alchemist Guild. Upon arrival, they found Xie Yuan engaged in instructing a younger generation of alchemists. Seeing Danyao approach, he promptly welcomed them. Danyao cut straight to the chase. President Xie, we three have come seeking to borrow a manuscript from the library. Might you facilitate our request? Certainly, please follow me. Xie Yuan, aware of Danyao's alchemical prowess, likely having reached the 7th grade alchemist realm, understood the significance of such a high-level alchemist, whose reputation would draw considerable attention, and thus treated her with utmost respect. Xie Yuan led them to the library, and guided by the memories of years past, Qi Ming diligently searched until he finally unearthed the desired manuscript. It was inscribed on a purple-gold bamboo slip, and as Danyao unfolded it, she found the refining methods detailed therein to be intricate, yet not insurmountably challenging for her. However, the materials required for concocting this elixir posed a formidable challenge. Xiang Yang spoke gravely. The ingredients for the Forgetting Heart pill, such as ice heart jade essence, fragrant silk, fire dragon fruit, autumn water dew, celestial mushroom, rooster crown phoenix sunflower, and heartbreak grass, are all exceedingly rare and elusive treasures. Gathering them will be no trivial task. Danyao clenched her teeth. No matter how difficult, I must procure them. I cannot bear to watch my brother perish. Xie Yuan smiled gently. While these ingredients are indeed rare, the Alchemist Guild possesses a wealth of resources that can supply several of them. As for the remaining few, I have a plan that may allow us to swiftly acquire them. Danyao regarded him with interest. What is your plan? Xie Yuan articulated slowly. Under a generous reward, there will inevitably be brave souls willing to assist. In a moment of clarity, Danyao understood. Very well, let us proceed with this approach. Swiftly, a proclamation emanated from the Alchemist Guild. A 6th grade alchemist offered a generous bounty for the fragrant silk, celestial mushroom, and rooster crown phoenix sunflower. Those who could provide any of these would be rewarded with a 6th grade elixir, with no restrictions on the type of elixir, merely the provision of the materials. Chapter 917, The Bounty. 1 piece for 1 ingredient, 2 pieces for 2 ingredients. Should one provide all 3, not only would they receive 3 6th grade elixirs, but the 6th grade alchemist would also owe them a personal favor. This announcement detonated across the southern domain like a nuclear explosion, capturing immediate attention. What did a 6th grade alchemist signify? Anyone with a modicum of sense understood its implications. Unparalleled alchemical mastery and an extraordinary allure. In the 4 realms where spiritual cultivation is scarce, the celestial monarch is the most formidable presence. Aspiring to become a celestial monarch is akin to scaling the heavens. Otherwise, the southern domain would not have but a single celestial monarch. However, in the face of a 6th grade alchemist, all challenges seem trivial. A 6th grade alchemist can refine the breakthrough elixir, enabling those perpetually trapped at the threshold of celestial monarch to swiftly transcend their limitations and become true celestial monarchs. In essence, a 6th grade alchemist possesses the power to create a legion of celestial monarchs at will. The consequences of offending a 6th grade alchemist are dire. For none can predict how many earthly sovereigns, half-step celestial monarchs, and celestial monarchs are awaiting the opportunity to curry favor. Conversely, allying with a 6th grade alchemist brings unimaginable benefits. Given the staggering power of a 6th grade alchemist, their appearances invariably incite tremendous commotion. Is the bounty from a 6th grade alchemist genuine? Impossible. The 4 realms do not possess 6th grade alchemists beyond the northern domain. So how could they exist in the southern domain? Could it be the dual supreme celestial monarch? That is unlikely. The dual supreme celestial monarch has remained in the northern domain for millennia and has not set foot in other realms for centuries. Surely, such a figure could not appear in the southern domain. It must be a hoax, an attention-seeking ploy. It is no wonder that so many doubted the announcement. The reality is that achieving the rank of a 6th grade alchemist in the 4 realms is a near impossibility. Collectively, there are barely a dozen 5th grade alchemists across the 4 realms. Yet only the dual supreme celestial monarch from the northern domain has successfully ascended to the 6th grade. Long hailed as the preeminent alchemist of the 4 realms, a title that has remained unchallenged for thousands of years. How could a 6th grade alchemist suddenly emerge from thin air? Yet they remain unaware that the one issuing the bounty is not a 6th grade alchemist, but an 8th grade alchemist. In her pursuit to gather the 3 elusive ingredients, Danyao initially considered issuing the bounty under her identity as a 7th grade alchemist. However, Xie Yuan advised against it, arguing that while 6th-grade alchemists are already exceedingly rare, using the title of a 7th-grade alchemist would likely render her a target for skepticism, dissuading others from offering their materials. Moreover, notoriety brings peril. If her identity as a 7th-grade alchemist were to be revealed, celestial monarchs might swarm in pursuit of the breakthrough elixirs, potentially disturbing the peace of the southern domain. With the Great Yin and Southern Witch Kingdom embroiled in conflict, the situation would worsen if celestial monarchs from the northern and western domains involved themselves. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao acquiesced and opted to release the bounty under the guise of a 6th-grade alchemist. Just as numerous cultivators began to voice their doubts, Xie Yuan stepped forward, vouching for the authenticity of the bounty, asserting that a genuine 6th-grade alchemist was indeed offering a substantial reward for the 3 ingredients. As Xie Yuan made his declaration, Dan Xingli also emerged, standing before the Alchemist Guild as she publicly endorsed the bounty in front of the gathered cultivators and alchemists. Chapter 918, Seekers of the Elixir. Dan Xingli further proclaimed that her ascension to the celestial monarch realm was largely facilitated by the assistance of this enigmatic 6th-grade alchemist. Had it not been for the broken sovereign pill she refined, it would have been improbable for me to ascend to the rank of celestial sovereign so swiftly. With the endorsement of the formidable Rakshasa celestial sovereign, Dan Xingli, and the esteemed first alchemist of the southern domain, Xie Yuan, the identity of this enigmatic 6th-grade pill sovereign has been thoroughly affirmed. Consequently, the entire southern domain erupted in a fervor. For cultivators across the 4 great domains, a 6th-grade pill sovereign is akin to a celestial machine for producing sovereign-grade pills. Provided there are sufficient materials, one could procure as many broken sovereign pills as desired. Many who are trapped at the pinnacle of Earth's sovereign, on the cusp of becoming celestial sovereigns, dream of obtaining a broken sovereign pill for their breakthrough. Now that this opportunity has arisen, they are certainly unwilling to let it slip away. Thus, the southern domain has ignited a fervent quest for medicinal herbs. Indeed, under the allure of substantial rewards, brave souls emerge. Soon, a battle-scarred middle-aged man, missing his left arm, presented a celosia phoenix sunflower at the Alchemist Guild, pleading for pill refinement. Dressed in a black robe, Dan Yao was enveloped in an aura of profound ice, obscuring her figure and visage, as she coldly inquired, "What pill do you wish to refine?" "I seek an enlightenment pill," replied the middle-aged man. "An enlightenment pill?" Dan Yao responded, momentarily taken aback. "This pill is merely a 5th-grade high-tier elixir, and in comparison to the broken sovereign pill, it is like comparing heaven and earth. Why would you forego the broken sovereign pill for an enlightenment pill?" A look of sorrow crossed the man's face. "When my wife was pregnant, she inadvertently clashed with an enemy and suffered a grievous blow, endangering our unborn child. Despite various spiritual herbs that barely preserved his life, he remains severely impaired, with intellect akin to that of a 3-year-old. I require an enlightenment pill to aid in awakening his mind, allowing him to grow up healthy like a normal child." 5th-grade high-tier pills are within the capability of both Dan Yao and Xie Yuan to concoct. However, the Alchemist Guild is not a charity. The pills here are not simply handed out at will. Especially for those crafted by the Guildmaster, they are reserved for the likes of emperors, celestial sovereigns, and earth sovereigns. Having heard of the high-priced bounty, and knowing the location of the celosia phoenix sunflower, he risked his life to procure it. "I see." Dan Yao observed his battered state, exclaiming with sympathy, "The heart of a parent is truly pitiable. An enlightenment pill can only awaken the intelligence of a normal person to aid your son in growing wise. You will also require the assistance of a 6th-grade low-tier purple rhythm spirit heart pill. Very well, considering your deep affection for your child, I shall grant your request and refine both pills for you. Thank you, esteemed pill sovereign. Thank you." The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. Have the medicinal materials been prepared? The materials are to be self-supplied, as is the custom within the alchemist community. Every seeker of pills must prepare their own ingredients before approaching an alchemist. I am prepared, but I only brought the materials for the enlightenment pill, not for the purple rhythm spirit heart pill. Dan Yao reassured him. The materials for the enlightenment pill are sufficient. The difficulty lies in the refining process of the purple rhythm spirit heart pill. Its ingredients are commonplace. You can procure them directly from the Alchemist Guild. Very well. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed pill sovereign. Now that you are prepared, follow me. Dan Yao turned and entered the alchemy room, with the middle-aged man hastily following suit. Chapter 919, A Love That Can Be Remembered. 1. Dan Yao swiftly refined the 2 pills, obtaining the necessary materials from the middle-aged man. With the successful creation of 2 spiritual pills, the man departed, filled with joy and gratitude, repeatedly thanking Dan Yao. Subsequently, a woman approached, offering fragrant silk to exchange for medicinal materials. Unexpectedly, She did not seek the broken spirit pill, but desired a black lantern pill instead. The black lantern pill is not a spiritual pill, but a type of 6th-grade poison pill, derived from the highly toxic black lantern flower. Anyone who consumes it is doomed to die, even if a great celestial being were to descend. Danielle queried her motives for seeking such a lethal pill. The woman explained that her grandfather had perished at the hands of malevolent cultivators while protecting her grandmother. Since his death, her grandmother had been consumed by grief, constantly mourning her husband's untimely demise. Now, as her grandmother approaches the end of her days, she yearns to reunite with her husband in the afterlife, desiring to appear youthful and beautiful, thus seeking a black lantern pill before her passing. Though dreadfully toxic, the black lantern pill could restore one's youthful appearance overnight, ensuring that the body remains preserved, not decomposing, retaining its beauty eternally. For those who cherish beauty, yet face the specter of death, the black lantern pill is indeed a priceless treasure. Danielle fulfilled her request, using the black lantern flower as a base to successfully concoct the black lantern pill, thereby acquiring the fragrant silk. Gazing at the fragrant silk wafting delicate scents before her, Danielle murmured, with the fragrant silk and the celosia phoenix sunflower secured, only the rare fungus celestial chrysanthemum remains. I wonder who possesses it. Xianxiang remarked, you have obtained both of those items. Is it not merely the last one that remains? Sooner or later, someone will come forward, for in comparison to 6th-grade pills, the value of the rare fungus celestial chrysanthemum is significantly lower. Anyone with sense would willingly exchange it for pills. Let us hope so. Danielle sighed wistfully. I hope time is still on our side. In matters of the world, how can everything proceed as one wishes? Danielle fervently wished to refine the forgetting heart pill and administer it to Shang Guanyu before he regained his memories, in hopes of averting tragedy. Unbeknownst to her, Shang Guanyu had already restored his memories from the past. As it turned out, after Shang Guanyu was poisoned, Xiang Yang's pure yang spiritual energy coursed through his body, inadvertently brushing against the barrier of his memories. This time, upon being poisoned again, Danielle's power traversed through 12 cycles of his energy, breaking through the final barrier. Stumbling out of Minghua Palace, Shang Guanyu immediately dispatched someone to Dawen to inquire about Kaiming and her child. That night, the Qianxing Palace was ablaze with light, resplendent with golden splendor. When Shang Guanyu learned of the death of Kaiming's mother, Qi Muling, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a massive hammer. A wave of sweetness rushing to his throat. He attempted to suppress it desperately, yet blood involuntarily spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining the mountain of memorial documents with vivid crimson. Your Majesty. Chen Fu entered just in time to witness this scene, his face draining of color. Rushing over in alarm, Your Majesty, what has happened to you? He then angrily rebuked the dark guard kneeling nearby. What have you done to the emperor? The dark guard, wearing an expression of innocence, replied, Your Majesty ordered me to inquire about a woman named Qi Muling in Dawen. I merely reported the facts. Chen Fu mumbled, Qi Muling? Why does that name sound so familiar? Years ago, it seemed he had heard this name somewhere, but at that moment, he could not recall. Chapter 920, A Love That Can Be Remembered. 2. Presumptuous. What Qi Muling? My wife's name is not something you lowly servants can utter casually. Address her as the Empress. Shang Guanyu, bracing himself against the dragon throne, struggled to maintain his composure upon hearing the dark guard call out Qi Muling's name, unable to contain his rebuke. Yet in doing so, he inadvertently released the blood he had been trying to swallow back, splattering it across the towering pile of memorials, creating patches of scarlet blooms. Upon hearing the words Empress, Chen Fu felt his heart race. He finally remembered that shortly after Shang Guanyu ascended to the throne, a woman had sneaked into the palace with a child, accusing the emperor of abandoning his wife and child, much like the lament of Qin Xianglian in a play, denouncing her faithless husband, Chen Shimei. At that time, Shang Guanyu did not acknowledge the existence of this affair within the common folk. Coupled with the recent ascension of the new monarch, the southern witchcraft realm perceived the foundation of Diyin to be precarious and seized the opportunity to incite conflict. He was preoccupied with repelling the enemy and had no time to contemplate this matter. As time passed, he gradually forgot about it. Now, upon reflection, the visage of that young boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the emperor in his youth. The anguish etched upon that woman's face seemed genuine, devoid of pretense. Could it be? A dreadful conjecture suddenly surfaced within Chen Fu, causing his heart to race with trepidation. It was over. That woman was indeed the emperor's clandestine love from the common realm, and that young boy was their offspring. It was the heartless spell that had made the emperor forget this affection. Those capable of being erased by the heartless incantation were invariably the most cherished individuals in one's heart. The cleaner the forgetfulness, the more profound the anguish upon memory's restoration. Throughout history, no emperor who practiced the heartless incantation escaped this torment of the soul. The more he pondered, the more fearful he became. Hastening to support Shangguanyu. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Mu has already passed away, and the Empress deserves your mourning. Nonsense. Shangguanyu's eyes burned crimson as he screamed in a frenzy. Linger promised to grow old together with me. My hair has yet to turn gray. How could she possibly be dead? I refuse to believe it. My Linger will not die. She absolutely will not. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Fu, witnessing his profound sorrow, dared not provoke him further, quickly offering a smile. The Empress is blessed with longevity. How could she not still be with us? Indeed, you are correct. My Linger will not perish. Shangguanyu laughed foolishly. Quickly, go fetch my Empress, hurry. Yes. Chen Fu nodded repeatedly, signaling the guards with his eyes. The guards understood and promptly declared, I shall go seek the Empress at once. Shangguanyu pointed at Chen Fu. You too, go find her. This old servant must attend to the Emperor. Let others be dispatched. Faced with Shangguanyu's dazed demeanor, Chen Fu dared not depart. Shangguanyu glared fiercely. You old fool. I have no need for your service. Swiftly go find the Empress. If you cannot locate her, do not return. Chen Fu wanted to protest, but a glance from Shangguanyu sent him scurrying away. As Chen Fu exited, the Qianxing palace was engulfed in a stifling silence. Shangguanyu slumped upon the blood-stained dragon throne, his gaze vacant, yet his thoughts drifted back a century. He lay grievously injured beside a mountain stream, the clear water splashing and misting around him, when Shimu Ling, adorned in the vibrant garb of a tea picker, appeared before him like a celestial being, ethereal and enchanting. In all his life, Shangguanyu had never encountered a woman such as her. In his weakened state, his spirits were low, and his emotions became uncontrollable. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was destiny, but he found himself irrevocably enamored with her while bedridden and beyond hope. He had believed that heaven, in its mercy, had bestowed upon him the finest woman this world had to offer, allowing him to establish a family and embark on a new life. Who could have anticipated the eventual outcome? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the window, flipping open a volume of ancient poetry resting on his imperial desk, landing upon Su Shi's timeless lament for his deceased wife, Jiang Qingzi, remembering a dream on the night of the 20th day of the second month. 10 years of life and death, a vast expanse between us, unthought of, yet hard to forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, with no place to voice my desolation. Even if we meet again, we shall not recognize each other, dust upon our faces, our hair frosted with time. At night, a fleeting dream returns me home, to a small window, where I find myself grooming. We exchange no words, only tears flow like rivers. I anticipate the heart-wrenching moments each year, on nights of the bright moon, at the short pine hill. Particularly poignant was the opening line, 10 years of life and death. A vast expanse between us, unthought of, yet hard to forget, which struck him with exceptional force at this moment. You and your late wife share a decade of separation, while Linger and I have been apart for a century. Though you may be miles from her, at least you know the resting place of your beloved, with time to honor her memory and express your longing. But what of me? What of me? I do not even know where Linger lies. With countless words to share, yet no idea where to seek her, nor how to face her. Shangguanyu wept, each word like a sharp dagger piercing his heart. Blood spilled from his mouth like a string of broken crimson beads, staining the pages of ancient poetry. The wind-tossed Jiang Qingzi was soon obscured by blood and tears, rendering its content illegible. Shangguanyu felt the world spin around him, unable to distinguish day from night. The heart-wrenching agony nearly robbed him of breath. Memories of Shimu Ling's enchanting smile from a century ago flooded his mind, only to be tainted with crimson, fracturing inch by inch. Heaven, why must you toy with me so? Allow me to encounter Linger only to have her snatched away in an instant. You are cruel, truly cruel. In the past, he was not ignorant of the consequences of practicing the heartless incantation. It was a burden no ordinary soul could bear. Yet he had no choice but to proceed. Firstly, it was his duty, as the crown prince, whether for avenging his parents or reclaiming his ancestral legacy, he was compelled to act. Secondly, he believed that with the depth of his feelings for Linger, even if he practiced the heartless incantation, he could never truly forget her. How foolish he was to think so, unaware that the deeper the affection, the more complete the forgetfulness. From the very first step, he had strayed, leading him down a path of darkness from which he could not return. Linger had died, her sincere heart shattered in his hands, leaving this world with endless regret and resentment. He had unwittingly caused the demise of the woman he loved most dearly, surviving for over a century. Surrounded by the beauty of the imperial harem, enjoying the blessings of a multitude, did this not render Linger restless in the underworld? The pain within Shangguanyu was unbearable, as if countless knives were slicing through his heart. The immense suffering and sorrow made him wish for instant death. Perhaps then he could reunite with Linger in the afterlife. As a guardian of the royal family for over 2,000 years, Chen Fu understood the terrifying side effects of the heartless incantation all too well. Fearing for Shang Yu's safety, he remained outside the palace, reluctant to leave. When he detected an increasingly potent scent of blood and the despairing wails akin to a dying beast, he rushed inside. "Your Majesty." Upon entering, he found Shang Yu expelling blood in great gasps, his body suddenly collapsing. Chen Fu, terrified, rushed to support him, calling out for the imperial physician while dispatching someone to fetch Dan Yao. At that moment, Dan Yao was diligently preparing the materials for the forgetfulness pill at the Alchemist Guild. Upon hearing that Shang Yu had recovered his memories, she was so stricken with grief that she spat blood and fainted, swaying unsteadily. Xiangyang quickly caught her. "Yao, your brother will be fine. Once we produce the forgetfulness pill, all challenges will be resolved. We are nearly ready with the materials. We only lack a rare herb, the Tian Tong Tianju. Let us increase the reward to expedite its acquisition." "It is too late. Everything is too late." Dan Yao shook her head vigorously. "You have also read heaven's sorrow and earth's grief, the soul-locking technique, and should know how severe the consequences of the heartless incantation can be." Qi Ming's complexion paled. "Aunt, what shall we do now?" Dan Yao took a deep breath. "Let us return and see what unfolds." Subsequently, Dan Yao entrusted the task of locating the final herb, the wondrous Tontian chrysanthemum, to Xie Yuan, requesting him to keep an eye out for it, before hastily returning to the palace with Xiangyang and Qi Ming. Upon their return, Qi Ming was eager to visit the Qianxing palace, but Dan Yao restrained him. Frustrated, Qi Ming stamped his feet and exclaimed, "Aunt, why do you stop me?" Dan Yao sighed heavily. "The current situation is uncertain. Your father is engulfed in a delayed sorrow. If you approach him now, it may provoke him further, pushing him deeper into despair." She gently patted Qi Ming's shoulder and spoke softly. "I understand you have longed for this day, dreaming of reuniting with your father to fulfill your mother's wishes. Yet some matters cannot be rushed. Haste makes waste." Qi Ming, feeling helpless, asked, "What should I do?" Dan Yao replied, "I will first visit the Qianxing palace to assess the situation, and only when it becomes clear will I arrange for you to meet him." "All right, Aunt. I shall heed your advice," Qi Ming acquiesced. Upon reaching the Qianxing palace, Dan Yao found Shang Yu seated despondently on the gilded Luhan couch, resembling a specter. His face was deathly pale, eyes tightly shut, appearing no different than a corpse. Had it not been for Dan Yao's profound cultivation and keen perception, which detected the faint, ghostly tremor of his breath, she might have believed Shang Yu had already passed. In stark contrast to his ashen complexion, his hair had turned a striking white. As a dignified earth sovereign who had successfully broken through at under 200 years of age, Shang Yu's spiritual energy was typically pure and vigorous, akin to that of a youthful man in his 20s. Yet now, frost had claimed his temples, and strands of white hair sprouted relentlessly like autumn grass scorched by wildfires, a sight both alarming and heart-wrenching. Dan Yao, having lived in the Deyan Palace for over 70 years, had never witnessed Shang Yu in such a state. He resembled a leaf drifting in the autumn wind. All vitality and nourishment completely siphoned away, leaving behind an empty shell. A surge of sorrow and heartache welled up within Dan Yao as she tremulously uttered, "Brother, why must you endure this?" Approaching him, she placed her hands on Shang Yu's trembling form. "Sister-in-law, she has departed. One must look forward." Shang Yu's body shook violently, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. "No, I refuse to believe it. She cannot be dead." Tears glimmered in Dan Yao's eyes, her heart aching as she confessed, "Brother, I have long been aware of your relationship with sister-in-law. I feared it might distress you, so I kept silent. I never anticipated that this incident would prematurely evoke those memories, but she truly has passed. She has not died. You are mistaken." Shang Yu, who had always treated Dan Yao with kindness and affection, erupted in fury like a firecracker igniting. His features contorted with rage, he declared, "She cannot be dead. She has long since left the peach blossom spring, and no one has seen her return with a corpse. How can you claim she is dead? I refuse to believe it." Then, he began to chuckle foolishly. "I understand now. She must be angry with me for abandoning her and the child for so many years, pretending to be dead to punish me. Yes, that must be it. I will go find her. I must find her." He struggled to rise, intent on rushing out of the Qianxing palace. Dan Yao, alarmed, quickly grasped him. Yao, why are you holding me back? Let me go. I must bring them back to the palace." Shang Yu shouted. Dan Yao held him firmly, gazing into his sorrowful, vacant eyes, and choked out, "She is truly gone. She has been dead for over 100 years. The grass on her grave has grown taller than a person, and even the inscription on the tombstone has become weathered and indistinct." Shang Yu's already parched eyes brimmed with fresh tears, which overflowed and stained his blood-spattered dragon robe. Why Why must this happen to me? What wrong have I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, committed that the heavens would punish me so? Let all rage be directed at me. Why take away the woman I love most? His face was a portrait of despair and confusion as he looked helplessly at Dan Yao. After death, one must traverse the Nahi Bridge and consume the minpo soup to forget past lives before being reincarnated. Ling Er must harbor resentment and hatred towards me. In her next life, she would surely wish to never see me again, perhaps consuming multiple bowls of minpo soup to forget this ungrateful man. Yao Yao. What should I do? How can I reunite with her? In Dan Yao's memory, her brother had always been a towering figure, a sovereign reigning supreme, unwavering even when poisoned by his own flesh and blood. Yet in this moment, he wept like a child. Men do not easily shed tears, but when they do, it is in moments of deep sorrow. Dan Yao could no longer contain herself and wept, embracing his knees, as the siblings wept in each other's arms. Chun Fu entered, and upon witnessing this scene, his heart tightened, prompting him to clear his throat. Dan Yao, sniffling, asked, "What is it?" Chun Fu responded, "The emperor has been coughing up blood repeatedly. I am deeply concerned for his health. The imperial physicians are waiting outside. Should I summon them?" Dan Yao commanded. "Let them in." Yes. A group of elderly physicians entered, their gray beards trembling as they approached to examine Xianxiaaudiobooks. After the examination, the physicians' faces turned grave as they hesitantly spoke. "Your Highness, the Emperor's pulse indicates he has suffered immense shock, leading to overwhelming sorrow that has harmed him. His vital energy is now in turmoil, and we fear." Dan Yao's heart trembled, and she urgently inquired, "Fear what?" The physicians hesitated, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Chun Fu, irritated, retorted, "The Emperor is in such a state, yet you hesitate? How can we treat him like this? Your Highness is the Emperor's own sister. Let her bear the weight of the heavens. Speak plainly. Your Highness, you must prepare yourself. The Emperor's breath is faltering, and his vital energy is gradually dissipating, resembling a dimming flame. I fear." The physicians wiped the sweat from their foreheads, steeling themselves. "I fear he may not survive until spring of next year." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's face turned ashen, while Chun Fu exploded in anger. "Nonsense. The Emperor is in his prime, robust and healthy. How could he not last until next spring? You old fools dare to speak such words in front of the princess, cursing the Emperor's early demise? Do you not realize this is a capital offense? Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness, please calm down." The elderly physicians knelt in panic, repeatedly bowing. Dan Yao commanded, "Enough. Cease this commotion. It is outrageous. Leave this palace at once." Yes, we shall take our leave." The physicians hurriedly retreated, as if granted a reprieve from death. Dan Yao could not fathom that her brother would not survive until next spring, her fingers trembling as they rested on Xianxiaaudiobooks' wrist. In an instant, it felt as though a sharp blade had swiftly sliced through Dan Yao's heart. Her heart thundered, and her expression shattered. "No, it cannot be." Seeing Dan Yao in such a state, Chun Fu realized the gravity of the situation and asked, "Is the Emperor's condition truly this dire?" Dan Yao struggled to find words, but Xianxiaaudiobooks, with a bitter smile, proclaimed, "Yao Yao, I cannot go on. No." With a voice fraught with anguish, Dan Yao implored, "No, Your Majesty, my alchemical prowess surpasses even my cultivation. As an 8th-rank medicine emperor, how could I possibly fail to save you? Hold on for me. I shall immediately concoct the finest elixir to prolong your life." Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze grew distant, his body emanating a profound aura of impending demise. "I am fully aware," he murmured, "that my condition has deteriorated beyond recovery. Linger has passed. I have no lingering attachment to this mortal realm." Reaching out, he gently caressed Dan Yao's temple. "Yao Yao, should I not survive, you must take good care of yourself." Dan Yao shook her head vehemently. "No, Your Majesty. With our sovereign and Empress Mother both gone, you are the dearest kin I have left in this world. You are still so young, with a promising future ahead. How can you simply depart like this?" Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a somber calmness, "The King of Hell demands souls by midnight, never sparing them till dawn. Death is inevitable for mortals who do not ascend, whether early or late, it matters not. I fear not death itself, only that I may never see Ling Er again." After a pause, he added, "Before I pass, there is one request I wish to entrust to you. Will you help me?" Tears brimmed in Dan Yao's eyes as she softly inquired, "What is it?" "When I left Dawan all those years ago, Ling Er was already with child, though I knew not the child's gender. Shortly after I reclaimed the throne, Ling Er came to me with a young boy. I had lost all memory and cruelly imprisoned them both." Xianxiaaudiobooks exhaled deeply before continuing, "If my suspicions are correct, that boy is our son, orphaned and forsaken, wandering alone in the world. He is pitiful beyond words. With my life waning, even if I wished to make amends, it would be impossible. Thus, I implore you to find him and care for him." shielding this fatherless, motherless child from harm. Reflecting further, he added, before the child's birth. Ling asked what name should be given. I, consumed by thoughts of restoring the kingdom and dispelling darkness, declared that regardless of gender, the child's name shall bear the character Ming, meaning light. As the child likely resents me as his father, he probably will not carry my surname. Therefore, you must seek him under the name Qi Ming. This revelation stirred Dan Yao from her despair. Her eyes brightened with sudden clarity. Indeed, Qi Ming, your majesty. Wait here. I shall bring your son to you at once. Aware that her brother's despondency had sapped his will to survive, Dan Yao believed that reuniting him with his son might rekindle his desire to live, thus enabling her to save him. Without hesitation, she tore open a spatial rift and returned to Minghua Palace. Upon her arrival, Xiangyang and Qi Ming both asked in unison, "What news?" Dan Yao urged, Ming, come with me at once to meet your father. Now, Qi Ming hesitated. Yes, this very moment. Does he know my identity? Not yet. Qi Ming shook his head. I want to go. Why? Haven't you dreamed of this reunion? Dan Yao queried, perplexed by his refusal. I'm afraid, Qi Ming admitted, that if he rejects me, memories of Shangguan Yu's heartless betrayal haunted him still, casting a dark shadow over his childhood. Now, faced with confronting his father as his true son, Qi Ming was reluctant. Sensing the bitterness in his tone, Dan Yao implored, Ming, I know your heart harbors resentment, but this is unlike before. If you do not go, he may not survive. Both Xiangyang and Qi Ming were startled. He is so young. How could he be near death? Dan Yao sighed deeply. Though I knew that those who cultivate the heartlessness curse suffer unbearable pain upon regaining their memories, I underestimated its dreadful power. More so, I never imagined my brother's deep love could lead to such devastation, resulting in a shattered Dao heart. A shattered Dao heart? That's serious? Qi Ming's shock deepened. Dan Yao nodded gravely. Indeed, the Dao heart is the cultivator's resolve to pursue the way. The path of immortality is vast and arduous, fraught with countless trials and calamities. Without an indomitable Dao heart, one willing to endure death itself without regret, how could one hope to achieve transcendence and ascend as an immortal? The Dao heart is as precious as the danshan within a cultivator's body. Many believe that the worst consequence of going astray in cultivation is severed meridians and death. Yet, they fail to realize that a broken Dao heart is far more terrifying. Severed meridians bring swift death, but a shattered Dao heart is a slow, agonizing demise. Like a blade gradually cutting flesh, eroding one's cultivation step by step. Even a formidable divine void realm master will gradually lose strength, age prematurely, and eventually perish. This agony surpasses death itself. Dan Yao lamented. Your father's sorrow over your mother's death shattered his soul and Dao heart. His spiritual power is rapidly waning, and he shows signs of premature aging. Though he reached the earth respect stage before 200 years, an extraordinarily swift pace, the broken Dao heart accelerates his demise. For every day his true energy dissipates, it is as if he ages a year. In less than 200 days, his spiritual power will be exhausted. Qi Ming exclaimed. Ordinary humans live only around 100 years. If his spiritual power vanishes and he becomes mortal, he age and die. Yes, without systematic cultivation. Ordinary people rarely live past their 90s. Without spiritual power, death is certain. What can we do? Auntie, perhaps we could replenish his spiritual energy? Dan Yao shook her head helplessly. It's futile. Once the Dao heart is shattered, the danshan becomes like a bucket with a hole. No matter how much water you pour in, it will leak out eventually. Meanwhile, his body ages and meridians shrink. How could he withstand the infusion of our potent spiritual energy? Forcing energy into him would only cause him to collapse and die from ruptured meridians. Qi Ming's heart clenched painfully. Then what must we do? Now, it depends on you, Dan Yao said, fixing her gaze upon him. Me? What can I possibly do? Qi Ming asked doubtfully. Dan Yao's voice was resolute. Your father's broken Dao heart did not arise from cultivation gone awry nor external forces, but from within his own heart. As the saying goes, heart ailments require heart remedies. Your mother has been gone a century. Resurrection is impossible. The only hope to rouse his will to live lies with you. A spark of hope ignited in Qi Ming's eyes. You mean, if I can inspire his will to survive, he can recover? Dan Yao shook her head and glanced at Xiangyang. Xiangyang spoke gravely. If you succeed in rekindling his will, his shattered Dao heart may heal without medicine. But your father loved your mother deeply. Should he learn you were raised so well by your aunt and have become a young earth respect master, even if he passes, he may wish to join your mother in the underworld. Such longing would shatter his Dao heart anew, rendering him beyond salvation. After a pause, Xiangyang continued, thus, awakening his will to live is only the first step. The second is for your aunt to employ the Mingwugong's profound eye seal technique to temporarily freeze your father. The third is to await the final rare herb, the Tongtian chrysanthemum. Once all are gathered, we can concoct the forgetting heart pill, which you must consume to forget your mother and be unfrozen. Qi Ming nodded in understanding. I see. This plan is indeed the best course. Auntie, Master, this scheme wasn't he devised just now, was it? Chapter 927. Only then, I was bewildered, for, Daimyo remarked. Certainly not. After your master discerned the ominous hexagram of Shui's predicament from the falling leaves, she subtly sensed that your father's memories might resurface. Merely concealing the truth of that bygone year would scarcely suffice to unravel this deadlock. Hence, she conceived this seemingly futile stratagem. Pausing, she sighed softly yet. Such a course is profoundly unjust to your mother. Qimu Ling sacrificed her entire life for Shang Wanyu. After arduously reclaiming his memories and securing a rightful status for herself, she must now employ this method to make the man she cherishes most forget her. Unquestionably, this is unbearably cruel. Being a woman, she understood the heart of another. Had she not witnessed her brother's unbearable anguish, his premature aging and impending demise, Daimyo would never have consented to such measures. Kaiming's expression darkened. My mother was filled with resentment and hatred for his betrayal, yet on her deathbed, her thoughts lingered on that very man. If she knew from the afterlife that the emperor's heart was not faithless, but rather that fate had conspired against them, she would never wish to watch him perish in sorrow. Raising his head, tears shimmered at the corners of his eyes. All is predestined. Nothing is within our control. Let him forget everything. The emperor is inherently solitary. Love is a luxury beyond his grasp. Forget my mother, forget me, it is for the best. Moved and burdened by guilt, Daimyo's eyes reddened profoundly. Lacking courage, she dared not accompany Kaiming into the Qianxing palace, instead lingering at the gate of Minghua Palace, watching him depart. Ahua, do you think I have been too cruel? Turning, her tear-filled eyes met Xianxia's. How could you think so? He replied. Qimu Ling bore such a considerate and filial child for our family, yet I must selfishly erase the memory of the man she loved most. I feel like a cold-blooded executioner. Witnessing Daimyo's distress, Xianxia's heart was pierced, and his eyes reddened. Ah Yao, do not think this way. What you do is to save your brother. But it is so unfair to her, Daimyo sobbed. Tenderly drawing her into his embrace, Xianxiang murmured gently. There is no absolute fairness in this world. All are selfish. You merely preserve your kin. What wrong is there in that? The idea was mine. If blame is to be cast, it should be upon me. Gazing upward into the bleak night, Daimyo's tears deepened. That night, none knew what transpired when Kaiming entered Qianxing Palace to speak with Shang Wanyu. The palace attendants outside only saw the brilliant golden lamps illuminating the night, suffusing it with silent desolation. Only at dawn, when the eastern sky brightened, did Kaiming emerge. Xianxiang and Daimyo, sleepless, awaited the outcome of his persuasion. After Kaiming's reunion with Shang Wanyu, whether from recompense or affection, Shang Wanyu would at once decree the posthumous elevation of Qimu Ling to empress. Only by doing so could Kaiming, as the acknowledged heir, avoid being branded a bastard. Unlike the posthumous titles granted to concubines, an empress is the mother of the nation. Even if conferred after death, the edict must be proclaimed publicly. Consequently, the matter of Qimu Ling and Kaiming's maternal lineage would be irrevocably exposed. Chapter 928. Only then. I was bewildered. 5. Therefore, they had to act swiftly to freeze Shang Wanyu's will before the imperial edict's formal issuance. Then, once the last rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, was procured to refine the forgetting heart pill, the predicament could be resolved utterly. Naturally, this depended on Kaiming's ability to rekindle Shang Wanyu's will to live. Without such resolve, all efforts would be futile. Thus, that night, Daimyo and Xianxiang endured agonizing anticipation. When Kaiming returned, his demeanor despondent and bowed, Daimyo's heart sank as she urgently inquired, "How did it go?" His voice hoarse and mournful, he replied, "Father's sorrow deepened at my pain." He wept, repeatedly apologizing to my mother, vomiting blood grievously. Daimyo's expression shifted, pressing further. "What did you say to him?" "I told him that before her death, my mother constantly called his name. I said she no longer blamed him and urged him to cease tormenting himself. Yet, he only grew more heartbroken. It's over. All is lost." Staggering, Daimyo nearly collapsed. "Ayao." Xianxiang caught her in time. "Fate, indeed, is fate," she whispered. She had hoped that Kaiming, the beloved son born of the dearest woman, would revive Shang Wanyu's spirit, no matter how grievous his grief. Yet, Qimu Ling's place in Shang Wanyu's heart was so profound that even Kaiming could not awaken his will to survive. Parents were true love, children mere accidents. She never imagined such a modern jest would find its echo in this mystical realm, upon her brother. Xianxiaaudiobooks' love for Qimuling was unsurpassable. Even Qiming, his own son, could scarcely rival her. The more Qiming spoke of Qimuling's dying thoughts, the deeper Xianxiaaudiobooks' guilt and yearning to join her in the afterlife grew, further weakening his will to live. Despite Qiming's failure, Daniao refused to relent, accompanying him to Qinxing Palace. Between sibling affection and paternal bonds, they sought to stir Xianxiaaudiobooks' desire to live, but to no avail. The edict posthumously naming Qimuling as empress was soon issued and swiftly spread throughout the great Yin Empire. In the edict, Xianxiaaudiobooks bestowed upon Qimuling the title Empress Minji. Ming signifies brightness, encompassing Qiming's name and a traditional appellation for great Yin's empresses. Yi means beauty, embodying all virtues, benevolence, grace, kindness. Thus, using Yi rendered Qimuling the most exalted and splendidly honored empress in great Yin's history. Beyond the character Yi, Xianxiaaudiobooks' memorial overflowed with lavish eulogies, employing the most exquisite and sorrowful language imaginable. Upon the edict's release, the court was thrown into turmoil. No one expected Xianxiaaudiobooks to candidly confess his cruel abandonment of Qimuling and her child during his amnesia and to express his remorse so openly. Consequently, many ministers petitioned for rescinding the edict, fearing its circulation would tarnish his historical legacy. Chapter 929. Only then, I was bewildered. 6. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained steadfast, indifferent to reproach. Even if vilified, he accepted such judgment as his due for his past deeds toward Ling Er. Despite the curse of heartlessness, he could not forgive himself. When consort Zhuang heard of the posthumous elevation, she was struck dumb, her heart pierced by countless invisible needles. Amidst confusion, memories of the palace's centuries of intrigues surged forth. She recalled her own years in the palace, once yearning to ascend to the central palace and become empress. Her desire was not solely for the exalted rank of empress, who rules the realm with maternal grace and brings honor to her family. More importantly, the empress is the legitimate wife. Pray tell, which woman in this world does not yearn to be the rightful wife? And who would willingly accept the role of a concubine? Lady Zhuang, too, is a woman. Her husband possesses not only the talents necessary to govern a nation, but also the striking good looks reminiscent of Pan and Songyu. Naturally, she longs for the day when she can stand as his wife. However, this hope has lingered for over a century, leading her to despair. In the past, the late emperor's harem was embroiled in chaos, with the empress and concubines vying against one another, inciting a tumultuous upheaval in the court that ultimately resulted in a change of regime. She had believed that her emperor husband refrained from designating an empress simply to prevent a recurrence of such tragedies. Yet, upon witnessing the imperial edict posthumously bestowing the title of empress upon one Qimuling, along with the heartfelt and tearful eulogies, she finally comprehended the truth. How could it be? He did not refrain from establishing an empress to avoid palace intrigue, but rather for this woman named Qimuling. Lady Zhuang felt both laughter and tears, envy and confusion. Qimuling? Is this woman truly so remarkable? Even after a century has passed, the emperor has not forgotten her. Her heart ached, feeling that her genuine affections had been misplaced, though resentment and hatred lingered within her. She also understood that the dead cannot return to life, and the living can never compete with the deceased. Moreover, Qimuling is now an empress. Even if she were to be blessed in the future, as the mother of a powerful son, she would still pale in comparison to Qimuling, the primary wife and empress. The ceremony for the posthumous empress was unprecedentedly grand, rivaling the wedding of the emperor and empress. The court and harem, witnessing the emperor's solemn treatment, dared not be careless. After the decree was issued, Xianxiaaudiobooks' former vigor abruptly vanished, leaving him disinterested in all matters. If he had previously been a benevolent, wise, and compassionate young emperor, he was now merely a pitiable husband, heartbroken and desolate. Despite repeated encouragement from Daniao and Qiming, he aged day by day. Daniao, filled with sorrow yet powerless, contemplated chastising Xianxiaaudiobooks. But upon seeing his heart-wrenching expression, she swallowed her words. Good advice often falls on deaf ears. Daniao, frustrated to the point of stomach pain, decided to change the subject and began discussing matters related to the Xiang clan with Xianxiang. Ahua, I have been so focused on my brother lately that I forgot to mention something to you. What is it? Daniao whispered. During my previous battle with Lu Zhu and others, I sensed 3 young individuals within the Dian dynasty's army whose auras were remarkably similar to Qiming's. Although they concealed their presence, I still recognized them at a glance. Auras similar to Qiming's? Chapter 930. Unusual occurrences must have an underlying reason. Xiangyang was taken aback. The heart technique Qiming cultivates is the xianxiaaudiobooks, which I passed down to him. This skill, evolved from the wedding garment divine skill, is an unparalleled technique that only core disciples of the Xiang clan may cultivate. These three individuals' auras resemble Qi Ming's. It is highly likely that they are indeed direct descendants of the Xiang clan. Daniel nodded. I share your perspective and believe they are indeed direct descendants of the Xiang clan. What perplexes me further is that all three only possess the cultivation of the Tianjun realm. The Tianjun realm? Xiang Yang could not hide his astonishment. How can this be? Even formidable figures like Hong Yin and Qing Fu, who are at the brink of the Shen Su and Ling Tai realms, have fallen before us. Given Xiang Banshan's usual methods, he should have dispatched stronger elders or his own brother, Xiang Yuanshan, to the southern domain, rather than sending 3 Tianjun cultivators. This is also something I cannot comprehend. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences must have underlying reasons. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye, which is why I am hesitant to take action against those 3, fearing exposure. Xiang Banshan is indeed treacherous and must be approached with caution. Yao, you are prudent. If it were me, I might have engaged them in combat by now. Daniel pondered. I am considering that Xiang Banshan sent 3 Tianjun cultivators, especially from the direct lineage, for a specific purpose. Either these 3 possess extraordinary capabilities, or he is feigning weakness, having dug a trap for us in advance. Regardless of the scenario, we must remain vigilant. One misstep could lead to disaster not just for us, but also for the Shangwan royal family, the Dan clan, and the Seven Stars Palace. One speaks without malice. While the listener takes heed, Xiang Yang's expression suddenly changed, exclaiming, "This is bad. Our meticulously arranged feigned death scheme has been uncovered by Xiang Banshan." Daniel was taken aback. Discovered? How can this be? That old wretch firmly believes in the power of the wedding garment divine skill. Once it is transferred to another, the practitioner is doomed to die. Yet, do not forget the variable that is Qing Fu. Qing Fu. Indeed. Xiang Yang's tone bore an icy warning. We have both witnessed Qing Fu's cunning. She could see through my identity with a mere glance. So how could she not find a way to relay this matter back to the central domain? That is a possibility. Daniel, perplexed, asked, but how can you be so certain that Xiang Banshan has discovered you are alive? Firstly, figures like Hong Yin and Qing Fu are so powerful that even in the southern domain, under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, they cannot be easily killed by other Tianjun realm cultivators. Moreover, to eliminate all 3 simultaneously, the wedding garment divine skill is the most likely method to achieve this. As for Yi Chun, who has been believed to have received my inheritance, he has fled to the western domain after stealing fragments of the fire feather sword. How could he appear in the southern domain? If he escaped from the western domain to the southern domain, those pursuing him would undoubtedly report back to Xiang Banshan. Daniel nodded. That makes sense. Xiang Yang continued. Secondly, the Xiang clan boasts a plethora of powerful experts. Even if Xiang Banshan intended to feign weakness, he could have simply sent any 3 Tianjun realm subordinates. Why specifically dispatch direct descendants of the Xiang clan? In a family like the Xiang clan, where lineage is paramount, a direct descendant is far more valuable than 4 or 5 strong subordinates. As the clan leader, how could he commit such folly? Chapter 931, Niuhu Lu Xiangyang. Daniel slapped her forehead. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? These 3 are all direct descendants of the Xiang clan. There is no reason to send them to take risks unless he has an unavoidable reason to do so, related to you and the wedding garment divine skill you cultivate. Precisely. Xiang Yang nodded gravely. Furthermore, considering the peculiarities surrounding Qing Fu before her demise, I have ample reason to suspect that the old rogue has already learned of my survival. Daniel took a deep breath, her brow furrowing tightly. The manual for the wedding garment divine skill has been passed down through generations of the Xiang clan, and every clan leader has firmly believed that only by crafting garments for others can one hope to master the skill. Yet, after you began cultivating this technique, not only did you not perish, but you also eliminated the 4 guardians at the half-step Shen Su and Ling Tai realms. Naturally, Xiang Banshan has reason to suspect that you have discovered an alternative method of cultivation, enabling you to master the wedding garment divine skill without needing to transfer your power. This secret is undoubtedly more valuable to him than acquiring the power of the wedding garment divine skill itself. And such a monumental secret concerning the future of the clan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Xiang Banshan must be worried that if he captures you, you might recklessly divulge this secret to outsiders, which is why he dispatched direct descendants of the Xiang clan. This way, even if you were to reveal the secret, it would still benefit his own kin. Xiang Yang nodded. Indeed. The reason the Xiang clan has stood firm for millions of years in the central domain is due to the unparalleled mastery of the wedding garment divine skill. If the secret of this divine skill were to leak, those coveting it would undoubtedly unite against us, and our long-standing adversary, the Xianxia Palace, would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike. How could Xiang Banshan allow such a situation to arise? It is undoubtedly more prudent to dispatch kin bearing the same surname. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, although Hanjian and Qingfu possess formidable cultivation, they are constrained by the southern domain's cosmic laws, and thus cannot fully unleash their powers. It would be more advantageous to send our own Tianjun elite instead, firstly, because they would not be suppressed, secondly. These individuals have grown up alongside me, and are intimately familiar with my temperament and disposition, making it comparatively easier to locate and capture me. Xiangyang sneered repeatedly. That old scoundrel remains as insidious as ever, but I am no longer the naive Xiangyang he once schemed against. Daniao smiled teasingly. The Xiangyang of old is dead. You are now Niahiru Xiangyang, hardly someone he can easily manipulate. Niahiru? What does that mean? Xiangyang inquired, curious. Daniao pondered for a moment. It signifies someone formidable, describing a person who has undergone a profound transformation, a rebirth of sorts. One might say the former so-and-so has perished. Now, I am Niahiru so-and-so. Oh, I see. Xiangyang laughed. Indeed, I am now Niahiru Xiangyang. That old thief's attempts to scheme against me will not be so effortless. By the way, if our suspicions are correct and Xiang Banshan has discovered that you are not dead, Yang Shu must be in grave danger. Should he fall into Xiang Banshan's hands and be used as leverage against you, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage, Daniao hastily warned. Yang Shu has been a great benefactor to me. If he falls into the Xiang clan's grasp, I shall risk everything to rescue him, even at the cost of my own life. Although it cannot yet be confirmed with absolute certainty that Xiang Banshan has seen through our feigned death, I cannot allow Yang Shu to take such risks. I shall immediately send a message ordering his swift withdrawal. With that, Xiangyang conjured a fiery paper crane using spiritual energy, embedding his voice within it before flicking it away. The luminous crane shot forth like a streak of light, heading directly toward the central domain. Daniao focused her mind. If Xiang Banshan intends to capture you and extract the ultimate secrets of the bridal robe divine art, he would not hastily move against Yang Shu. Severing communication with Yang Shu would alert you to his scheme, allowing your escape, something he wishes to avoid and something we can exploit. Indeed, we must devise a means to distract those three men. Use them to convey messages and stabilize Xiang Banshan's attention, thereby buying Yang Shu time to retreat. Simultaneously, I wish to probe their capabilities. I have long suspected these three are no ordinary individuals, or else why would Xiang Banshan send them? Daniao's lips curled into a cold smile. The Celestial Water Palace's ultimate technique is intolerant of men who kill unseen. Its sound waves penetrate like mercury, striking without manifestation. Perhaps we should test these three with it. Xiangyang nodded. A fine idea. This technique targets men specifically. These three are my contemporaries, in the prime of their vigor and thus vulnerable to seductive demonic sounds. However, this time I shall accompany you personally to prevent any mishaps. Excellent. Both Daniao and Xiangyang were doers, acting without hesitation. That night, Daniao instructed Kaiming to guard Minghua Palace vigilantly, ordering him to send an immediate alert should anything occur, promising she would tear through space to return at once. Daniao then donned her night attire and masked herself, departing the palace alongside Xiangyang. Her cultivation of the Minjiu art granted her extraordinary perception. Flying out, she circled the city several times before sensing three overwhelmingly potent auras to the north. Having already slain LV Zhu, Tin Wujin, and Qin Yunian, only the three Tianjun elites dispatched by the Xiang clan could emanate such strength. Thus, they headed northward, soon arriving at an opulent and imposing inn. Following the aura, they pinpointed the target, the inn's finest room, boasting the best lighting and the most exquisite, lavish decor. Before they could sneak closer, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted toward them. What a delightful fragrance. What kind of meat is that? Xiangyang sniffed softly. Donkey meat. Daniao instantly recognized it, having savored authentic donkey meat pancakes in a previous life. Dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on earth. These three certainly know how to indulge. Xiangyang sneered, releasing a thin, scorching spiritual energy that silently burned two small holes in the pristine white window. Stealthily, they crept beneath the window, squinting through the apertures. Inside sat three young men clad in brilliant red robes, facing one another around a small round table. At the center was a purple clay stove, atop which simmered a large earthenware pot over a blazing charcoal fire. Plates of sliced meat surrounded it, the savory aroma emanating from the pot. The trio joyfully dipped meat slices into the hot pot, relishing their meal. Naturally, fine meat demands fine wine. Beside the pot rested a white jade gourd. One of them, having just finished a drink, lifted the jade gourd, removed its golden stopper, and poured himself a brimming bowl of wine. The wine shimmered like amber beeswax, clear and bright. Upon pouring, its fragrance mingled with the spiritual energy of the world, wafting richly. Daniel involuntarily inhaled deeply, feeling an indescribable comfort and exhilaration flood her being. Good heavens! The Xiang clan is indeed wealthy and influential. Even their drinking wine is a potent elixir to aid cultivation, she mused. Observing the three as they reveled in food and drink, two faced her while the third's back was turned. The two revealed handsome features with a cold, incisive aura. Though not as strikingly majestic as Xiangyang, they were nonetheless undeniably attractive. These three were among the most outstanding young talents in appearance, physique, and ability. For Xiang Banshan to dispatch them to the southern domain speaks volumes about the gravity of this matter. At that moment, Xiangyang tapped Daniel's shoulder. Mouthing a silent command, retreat. Daniel nodded, and the two transformed into streaks of spiritual light, swiftly departing the inn. Walking through the silent, shadowed streets, Daniel inquired, "What are their identities? Did you discern them clearly?" "Indeed," Xiangyang replied. "The leader is Xiang Ran, a Tianjun at the pinnacle of his cultivation. The other two are Xiang Can and Xiang Zhua, both at mid-Tianjun." Daniel's eyes flickered. Xiang Ran, Xiang Can, Xiang Zhua, all bearing the character fire in their names. "And of your generation?" "Yes, all of the same age cohort as myself. One is even exactly my age. Though we trained together, our relationships were not close." "Why? Were they envious of your superior talent and thus antagonistic?" Daniel's curiosity was piqued. "Not merely that. More importantly, these three possess corrupt hearts and refuse to cultivate properly. They constantly seek underhanded methods. Xiang Ran, in particular, acquired a lascivious technique called the harmonious joy art, which absorbs the essence of innocent young women to bolster his power. He exploits his handsome appearance to seduce naive girls, then drains their energy. Those women often wither and die overnight. That is utterly despicable." Daniel could not restrain her scorn. "It is indeed shameful. Yet his grandfather is a grand elder of the clan, ranking just below Xiang Banshan and Xiang Yuanshan. Thus, despite the harm he causes countless girls, no one dares to confront him. No one dares to act. Then allow me to be the one," Daniel declared coldly. "I never imagined such a venerable clan as the Xiangs would harbor such degenerates. In a vast forest, one can find all manner of birds. Even those esteemed as paragons of virtue in the eyes of society are not exempt from vice. These three individuals, united in their unscrupulous endeavors, have engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. It is indeed surprising that Xiang Banshan has arranged for their presence." Xiang Yang sighed. "Birds of a feather flock together. These three are no paragons of virtue. It is only fitting that they face their reckoning together." A cold glint flickered in Dan Yao's cheeks. A fierce hatred surged within Xiang Yang's eyes. They must indeed be dealt with. The grandfathers and fathers of these three were complicit in the death of my parents. Now, they come willingly to my doorstep. How could I possibly let them go? Chapter 934, A Melodious Performance. With a shift in tone, he continued, "However, since Xiang Banshan has summoned them, he must have some formidable strategy in mind that gives him confidence. We ought to ascertain their hidden strengths before making our move." "How difficult can that be? Just watch me," Dan Yao replied with a slight smile, retrieving the ice-sound jade flute from her ring. Xiang Yang chuckled. "The men of Xianxia Palace are unable to resist it. They are adept at awakening desires and laying traps. These three ruffians have wreaked havoc on innocent women for centuries. They surely cannot endure the melody of your flute." Dan Yao smirked. "Then let them listen to a fine performance." Leaping gracefully onto the grand archway at the street's end, she brought the flute to her lips and began to play. A soft, intricate melody, imbued with an exquisite yet sorrowful essence, wafted from the ice-sound jade flute. Although the inn was several streets away, the enchanting notes penetrated through layers of brick and mortar, finding their way to the ears of the three Xiang brothers, who were indulging in revelry. Upon hearing such a captivating tune, their hearts stirred, and they felt a delightful weakness enveloping them. "What a beautiful flute! Who could produce such a sound in the southern regions?" Xiang Ran exclaimed. Curiosity etched upon his face. Xiang Can remarked, "This melody intertwines beauty with melancholy. And within that melancholy lies a lingering tenderness, akin to a woman's heart, elusive and unfathomable. It is certainly not a tune a man could play." Xiang Zhua concurred. "It must be played by some enchanting beauty, then. How can you be so sure it is a beauty and not some hag who could frighten away evil spirits?" Xiang Ran scoffed, taking a sip of wine. "In such a remote place as the southern regions, where even a celestial being is hard to find, how could a beauty possibly exist? That is a rather narrow view. I recall the previous princess. She was exceptionally lovely. Not only in the southern regions, but even in the central lands, it would be difficult to find another like her," Xiang Can countered. Xiang Ran reminisced about Dan Yao's ethereal beauty, her snow-white skin and delicate features stirring his heart. He grinned mischievously. "Indeed, she is a true vision of beauty. To indulge in her charms would surely be more delightful than being a celestial being. Xianxia interjected, "What is so difficult about it? If we desire her, we can simply seize her." Xianxian shook his head. "That woman possesses formidable strength. Even when the three great celestial beings banded together, they were no match for her. Though I cannot discern her cultivation level, I am certain she is not beneath us. Regardless of her strength, she cannot surpass the three of us. As long as we unite and set up the 3 yuan mysterious fire formation, even her tricks will not allow her to escape our grasp. Yet, do not forget, our clan leader has sent us to the southern regions specifically to capture that rascal Xiangyang and the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace disciple conspiring with him. Before we engage them, we must not reveal the existence of the 3 yuan mysterious fire formation, lest they dismantle it piece by piece." Despite Xiang Ran's notorious lustful nature, he remained astutely aware. Their primary objective in the southern regions was to capture Xiangyang. Until that mission was accomplished, any reckless actions could jeopardize their clan leader's grand designs, leading to severe consequences or even ostracism from their family, an outcome none of them could afford. Thus, even upon first laying eyes on Dan Yao, Xiang Ran dared not act impulsively. Chapter 935, The Enchanting Flute Melody. No matter how vital beauty may be, it pales in comparison to the power one wields. His grandfather was already a senior elder among the clan leaders. Capturing Xiangyang would be a significant achievement. Upon returning, his faction would undoubtedly gain the clan leader's favor, enhancing their influence even further. With power, he could pursue any beauty he desired. Conversely, if he allowed beauty to cloud his judgment, he would end up with nothing. Indeed, Xiangyang is notorious for his cunning. After all these years, he must be even more difficult to handle. Xianxian remarked, his face reddening, his heart racing. Xiang Ran scoffed, "No matter how shrewd a fox may be, it cannot outsmart the hunter. That rascal has always flaunted his talents in front of me. Once I catch him, I shall first sever his hands and feet before presenting him to the clan leader." The flute's melody flowed continuously, leaving the three brothers enraptured, their faces growing increasingly flushed. Having indulged in drink, they attributed their reddening faces to the effects of alcohol. Gradually, they felt a surge of warmth coursing through their veins, compelling them to dance uncontrollably. They twirled around the table several times, inadvertently toppling the hot pot, scalding broth splattering onto them. Xiang Ran, wincing in pain, suddenly realized. This melody is no ordinary tune. It is an auditory wave propelled by spiritual energy. "Quick, steady your minds." Xiang Can and Xiang Zhuo exchanged alarmed glances, hastily channeling their energy to resist. However, the flute's sound was insidious, permeating their protective barriers and unsettling their spirits. As they attempted to regain their composure, they found themselves once again succumbing to the flute's enchanting allure, rising to dance once more. Xiangyang, hidden atop the roof opposite the inn, sensed the commotion within and sent a gust of wind, flinging open the door of room 1. A sly grin crept across his face as he relayed a message to Dan Yao. Upon receiving his signal, Dan Yao altered the melody, transforming it into a seductive tune that resonated deep within their souls. The three brothers danced with reckless abandon, exiting their room and entering the inn's hall. Their antics quickly drew the attention of other guests. In the center of the hall stood a stage, where the trio began to pose and sway, eventually tearing each other's garments in a frenzied display. What began as a passionate dance devolved into a striptease, drawing raucous laughter from the onlookers. Although bound by the flute's influence, their formidable cultivation allowed them to maintain some clarity, desperately attempting to control their actions. Yet the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace's technique was specifically designed to ensnare men, rendering them powerless against their own desires. As the audience erupted in laughter, Xiang Ran seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. "Brother Ran, what kind of flute is this? Why is it so potent?" Xiang Zhuang exclaimed, his hands unable to resist tearing at Xiang Ran's clothing. Xiang Ran could not respond, repeatedly pushing him away, but his strength had abandoned him. In a flurry, Xiang Zhuang stripped away Xiang Ran's upper garment and began to advance upon him. "Get away!" Xiang Ran spat, furious enough to spit blood, attempting to kick him away. Yet, under the flute's spell, his legs involuntarily wrapped around Xiang Zhuang's waist, enacting a public display of a man overpowering another. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing throughout the hall. Chapter 936, Unveiling Their True Strengths. Xiang Ran felt as though he might burst with rage, his heart ablaze with intensity. He realized he had encountered a formidable adversary tonight. If he did not act decisively to regain control and devise a countermeasure, they might very well perish here this evening. Xiang Ran pressed his tongue against his teeth, biting down fiercely. In the throes of excruciating pain, he swiftly sealed the meridians within his body with his true energy and struck Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Can twice. The two managed to temporarily restrain their wildly flailing limbs and urgently inquired, "Brother Ran, what kind of technique is this? It is so cunning. If I am not mistaken, it must be something that the men of the immortal water palace cannot bear." Xiang Ran gritted his teeth and replied, "Though I have not experienced it firsthand, I have heard from my grandfather. This technique is the most mysterious sound wave skill of the Tianxian continent and one of the immortal water palace's signature abilities. It can kill invisibly. It is ineffective against women but inflicts devastating harm upon men." However, he never anticipated that this art would be so bizarre, allowing her to exploit his vulnerability without his awareness. "How could the immortal water palace's secret technique appear here?" exclaimed Xiang Can and Xiang Zhuang in unison. "What else is there to consider? It must be that enchantress besides Xiang Yang stirring up trouble. Who else could possibly wield such a technique? Oh, so it was that enchantress causing the mischief." Xiang Can seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, and directed a palm strike at the onlookers, shouting, "What are you staring at? Get lost." In his fury, his palm struck out with the ferocity of a meteor crashing to earth, sending several individuals into a mist of blood. In an instant, screams erupted, intermingling and momentarily shattering the seductive allure of the flute's melody. Nevertheless, the three of them still felt a scorching heat coursing through their bodies. "Brother Ran, think of a way quickly. I can hardly hold on any longer." The captivating sound of the flute surged forth once more, causing Xiang Zhuang's complexion to change drastically as he cried out, "Let's set up a formation." Xiang Ran decisively commanded. "But Brother Ran, didn't he the clan leader say that this formation can only be activated in the presence of that brat Xiang Yang? If we deploy it now without finding him, the clan leader will surely punish us severely. At this point, we cannot afford to worry about that. If we do not act now, we will all perish here tonight." Xiang Ran retorted with bitterness. Xiang Yang, hiding across the way, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. A formation? What sort of formation possesses such formidable power? Just as he pondered this, he observed the three of them taking their positions according to the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, channeling their true energy to fend off the flute's assault while simultaneously casting intricate fire seals with their hands. As their hands shifted in a continuous flow, their true energy suddenly coalesced into a singular force, causing the surrounding air to vibrate with a low hum. Following this, an intense golden light erupted, transforming into a resplendent, multicolored halo. This halo exhibited shades of red, green, and blue, each hue radiating sparks, evidently conjured from pure yang energy into vibrant flames. This is the 3 yuan profound fire formation. Upon witnessing the tricolored flames, Xiang Yang was nearly moved to exclaim. Now he understood why Xiang Banshan had sent the 3 of them over. It was to execute this very scheme. As the 3 yuan profound fire formation took shape, an overwhelming force of the spirit realm surged upwards. Dan Yao had merely intended to test Xiang Ran and the others' capabilities and did not wish to eliminate them so soon. Thus, she had only exerted 2 or 3/10 of her strength while playing the ice sound jade flute. Chapter 937. Enchantress, you shall not escape. At this moment, her flute's melody collided with this spiritual force and was immediately repelled, akin to a pebble meeting a rubber band. The spirit realm? How is that possible? Dan Yao sensed the rebounding force of the spirit realm and could hardly conceal her shock and disbelief in her bright eyes. The southern domain is protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Regardless of how high one's cultivation, they would be suppressed beneath the celestial monarch. Moreover, these 3 were originally celestial monarchs. How could they possibly unleash power surpassing their own cultivation without any restraints? In the quiet chamber of the Dan family, Dan Kingsley, who was in seclusion, was awakened by this sudden surge of powerful energy. The spirit realm? This is the power of the spirit realm. What trick is Dan Yao up to now? Xiang Ran and his companions practiced the 9 transformations of profound fire, which evolved from the wedding dress divine art, embodying pure yang energy, albeit with far less potency than the wedding dress divine art itself. Conversely, Dan Yao practiced the Minjiao art, which was the epitome of yin and softness, entirely contrary to the spiritual energy of the wedding dress divine art. Dan Kingsley had previously witnessed Dan Yao utilize the ice extreme fire transformation, converting yin energy into yang. Upon sensing the similarity between this new energy and Dan Yao's reversed true energy, she assumed Dan Yao was up to her antics once again. Let her carry on. Dan Kingsley shook her head, returning to her meditative state. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators in the southern domain sensed this surging power of the spirit realm. However, having never encountered a spirit realm expert, they found this energy exceedingly terrifying, far exceeding that of an ordinary celestial monarch. They mistakenly believed it to be a peak celestial monarch on the verge of breaking through to a half-step spirit realm. The destructive potential of such a being was self-evident. When immortals battle, mortals suffer. Thus, they dared not draw near. The three of them combined their powers, achieving strength that transcended their own cultivation. With the acute perception typical of a spirit realm expert, they swiftly pinpointed the source of the flute's sound. Enchantress, you shall not escape. The three, engulfed in fury, hastened towards the origin of the melodic sound. They were fast, but Xiangyang was even swifter. Just as Xiang ran and his companions burst forth from the inn, Xiangyang darted like a shooting star to Dan Yao's side. Let us go. Xiangyang swiftly grasped Dan Yao's hand and flew in the opposite direction of the palace. Don't run. Xiang ran and the others pursued relentlessly. However, they were not true spirit realm experts. They relied solely on the advantage of the formation to wield spirit realm power. In terms of flying speed, they were no match for true spirit realm beings. Let alone Dan Yao and Xiangyang, who were peerless in their rank, akin to combat machines within the spirit realm. The two circled the north of the city before finally returning to the palace. Once back at the Minghua Palace, Dan Yao had barely settled in before eagerly inquiring, Ahua, how can those three clearly be celestial monarchs, yet exhibit the power of the spirit realm? Could it be I misjudged them? They are indeed celestial monarchs. You did not see incorrectly. They are actually spirit realm experts, but have cultivated a secretive breath-concealing technique, creating an illusion. Xiangyang countered with a shake of his head. If they were truly celestial monarchs, how could they defy the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth in the southern domain, unleashing power beyond their own cultivation? Dan Yao questioned, perplexed. That is because they have cultivated a unique formation known as the 3 Yuan Profound Fire Formation. Chapter 938. Caution is the key to longevity. The 3 Yuan Profound Fire Formation? Dan Yao inquired in astonishment. What kind of formation is this? This formation was established by a grand elder of the Xiang clan from generations past, possessing astounding power and profound intricacy. 3 Void Realm practitioners can match the strength of 1 Earth Sovereign. 3 Earth Sovereigns can equal 1 Celestial Monarch. And 3 Celestial Monarchs can unleash the formidable power of the Spirit Realm. Now it makes sense. Dan Yao's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder those 3, despite their Celestial Monarch cultivation, could rebound my flute's sound using Spirit Realm strength. It turns out they were leveraging the advantages of the formation. Xiangyang chuckled coldly. Although the 3 Yuan Profound Fire Formation is indeed profound and intricate, its successful cultivation is nothing short of arduous. Moreover, the Xiang clan is replete with experts. Even if the younger generation lacks prowess, they have a host of venerable elders standing behind them for support. Thus, this formation is akin to a useless trinket, having been abandoned for many years. That old rascal, Xiang Banshan, indeed possesses a cunning mind, daring to employ such a tactic to evade the restrictions imposed by the laws of the southern domain. However, to think that merely the 3 of them could contend with me is an utter underestimation of my abilities. Your bridal attire technique is undoubtedly invincible among its peers. Even if they managed to harness the power of the spirit platform realm, they would still be no match for you. But what if 3 spirit platform experts were to join forces? At this point, Dan Yao revealed a look of concern. If this formation disregards the laws and 3 spirit platform cultivators set it up, unleashing the power of the divine void realm, then you and I. Xiangyang interjected with a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. Such a scenario is simply implausible. Why do I deem this formation useless? Aside from the difficulty in its cultivation, more crucially, it can only be arranged by 3 heavenly monarchs at most. If 3 spirit platform experts were to disregard the laws of heaven and earth, they would still be incapable of unleashing the power of the divine void realm. Its limit is the spirit platform realm, and beyond that, it is impossible. Dan Yao's brow relaxed, and she smiled. If that is the case, then this formation cannot restrain us. I was initially worried that those 3 might possess formidable means. It seems I have been overly anxious. Indeed, it is always prudent to remain vigilant, Xiangyang replied. They likely hesitated to act against us due to their ignorance of the depths of the 3 Yuan Profound Fire Formation. Should I encounter them again, I shall see how to deal with them. Dan Yao clenched her delicate fist. While those 3 certainly deserve to be dealt with, the time was not yet ripe. We must at least wait until Uncle Yang has safely retreated. Xiang Ran and his companions were the creme de la creme of the younger generation in the Xiang clan, cherished and esteemed by their elders. They had always been arrogant, never having suffered such humiliation before. Now, however, in this small corner of the southern domain, they found themselves performing a public striptease, enacting a farcical skit of strongmen restraining men. The 3 of them wore expressions as grim as if they had just consumed excrement. What was even more infuriating was that the enchantress who had caused their public disgrace had actually fled. In a fit of rage, Xiang Ran ignited his pure yang fire, incinerating the entire inn along with the dozens of travelers within to mere ashes. The fury surged swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Once calm, The three of them grew acutely wary of the strength possessed by the one who played the flute. They understood that the mysterious disciple of the immortal water palace accompanying Xiangyang was formidable, otherwise Xianxiafan's would not have dispatched them. However, they never anticipated that her spiritual prowess would be so unfathomable, rendering them nearly powerless to resist. Chapter 939. Rengu, what shall we do? Without revealing herself, she had reduced them to a state of utter disarray with merely a melody that men cannot endure, almost causing their blood to reverse in fury. Had they not mastered the 3 yuan profound fire formation, using their spirit platform strength to forcibly dispel the flute sound, the consequences would have been dire indeed. Little did they know that Dan Yao had only employed 2 or 3/10 of her power while playing the ice sound jade flute. Were she to unleash her full force, even the might of the 3 yuan profound fire formation would be powerless against the infinite sound waves propelled by her Minjiu technique. What an extraordinary enchantress! Xianxiafan remarked with a cold smile. The immortal water palace is indeed our clan's nemesis. Even a mere disciple is so formidable. One can only imagine the prowess of the Cold Star Fairy. It is no wonder even our clan leader harbors such trepidation towards this old hag. Xianxia scoffed. Rengu, no matter how powerful that enchantress is, she was still driven back by us, wasn't she? Fortunately for her, she fled swiftly, otherwise, that wretched woman would surely have faced dire consequences. At this, Xianxiafan kicked out violently, sending Xianxia tumbling to the ground, rebuking him angrily. The 3 of us had been toyed with by a mere female, and had it not been for our timely use of the 3 yuan profound fire formation, we would have long since been eliminated, bringing shame upon ourselves. Do you still have the audacity to feel pleased? If the clan leader learns that we have yet to locate that rascal Xiangyang and were forced to utilize the 3 yuan profound fire formation, we would be the ones facing dire consequences. Xianxia's face turned purple with anger, yet he dared not retort, muttering, Rengu is right. I was in the wrong. However, he thought to himself that if he could not capture anyone, it was unjust to take out his frustrations on him. Were it not for your grandfather being the Grand Elder, I would have surely dealt with you severely. Just so. The clan leader has repeatedly warned us that Xiangyang and that enchantress from the immortal water palace are formidable opponents, and we must exercise caution. Xianxiafan stated with a stern countenance. Xianxian inquired, Rengu, what shall we do? We have been in the southern domain for several days now without any trace of these 2 individuals. That enchantress, having caught us off guard with her ambush, likely knows that the clan leader has sent us here, which is why she chose to strike first, after we repelled her flute sound. She did not retaliate, but rather fled swiftly. It seems that her and Xiangyang's cultivation levels lie between the pinnacle of the heavenly monarch realm and half-step into the spirit platform realm. Xianxian puzzled. All 4 of the protectors are spirit platform experts, upon arriving in the southern domain. They could also unleash the powers of the pinnacle heavenly monarch and half-step spirit platform realms. How could they have met such a tragic fate? Xianxiafan pondered. These 2 are cunning as foxes, likely employing some despicable means to ambush the 4 protectors, which is why Hong Yin, Qing Fu, and the others perished so miserably. If this is indeed the case, then these 2 will be exceedingly difficult to deal with. Xianxiafan snorted. Do you even need to say that? If they were easily dealt with, the clan leader wouldn't have gone to such lengths, arranging for us 3 to laboriously practice the 3 yuan profound fire formation against them. Yet tonight, thanks to that enchantress, our trump card has been prematurely revealed, making it even more challenging to handle them. Rengu, how do you plan to respond? Xianxia asked. Just as Xianxiafan was about to reply, the spatial ring on his hand suddenly emitted a red glow. Following that, a palm-sized small mirror flew out from the ring. The 3 of them acted simultaneously, channeling 3 streams of pure yang true qi into the small mirror. This mirror, known as the Profound Light Mirror, is one of the 10 spiritual treasures of the Tianxian continent. It possesses neither offensive capabilities nor any defensive properties. Chapter 940. Continue to keep a close watch on this woman. Its most remarkable feature lies in its ability to disregard the barriers of time and space, allowing for visual communication at any time and place, akin to a fantastical version of a video chat application. The Profound Light Mirror can conjure multiple mirror avatars for group conversations. The small mirror in Xianxiafan's possession is merely one of those avatars. The true body of the Profound Light Mirror resides in Xianxiafan's hands. However, while the Profound Light Mirror can create multiple avatars, doing so requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Had it not been for the consecutive losses of the 4 protectors, Xianxiafan would have been reluctant to waste his spiritual energy to create mirror avatars. With the infusion of 3 streams of pure yang true qi, the mirror avatar's red glow intensified, gradually revealing the phantom of Xianxiafan. Greetings, clan leader. The 3 knelt before the apparition, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. How did the mission fare? Have you located that rascal Xiangyang? Not yet, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied cautiously, observing Xianxiafan's expression. However, the three of us have already engaged with the enchantress from the immortal water palace. And the outcome? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired indifferently. That enchantress possesses remarkable cultivation and has even mastered the immortal water palace's secret technique, which men cannot witness. We nearly fell into her trap, but in the end, we managed to turn the tables and drive her back. Xianxiaaudiobooks articulated each word with precision. Xianxian and Xianxiaaudiobooks admired his composure and eloquence in spinning a lie, feeling a deep respect for him. Truly, Rangu speaks with such finesse. Well done. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in satisfaction. The Xiang clan has been embroiled in a bitter feud with the immortal water palace for many years, and the current generation, particularly with the Cold Star Fairy, is proving to be particularly troublesome. Xianxiaaudiobooks made several attempts, but gained nothing of merit. Now, upon hearing that Xianxiaaudiobooks and others had caused the disciples painstakingly nurtured by the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace to suffer, he felt an immense sense of joy within. Continue to keep a close watch on this woman. No matter what, I must unearth that scoundrel Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yes, the three responded in unison. Once this matter is accomplished, and I comprehend the true secrets of the wedding dress divine art, I shall allow you to practice this divine skill as well. Thank you for your generous favor. Clan leader. The trio was overjoyed. Subsequently, they commenced a thorough search in the northern part of the great Yin Empire's capital, employing every method imaginable to locate Xianxiaaudiobooks and Dan Yao. However, they could not fathom that the very person they sought was presently at the heart of the great Yin dynasty's power, the Imperial Palace. After searching in circles, they found not even a trace of hair. After some deliberation, they resolved to seek assistance from local cultivators in the southern region. If they were to search, they would aim for the strongest. As far as they knew, the currently recognized strongest individual in the southern region was Dan Yao, followed closely by the formidable Raxhasa Tianjun. Dan Kingley. Dan Yao's exquisite beauty and formidable strength made it quite a challenge to enlist her aid. Moreover, Xianxiaaudiobooks believed that beauty could lead to distraction. How could one focus on searching when surrounded by such a stunning beauty? Consequently, much like Han Yin, Qing Fu, and Bai Yuan before them, they found themselves before Dan Kingley. Dan Kingley was a master of manipulation, adept at playing the fool, even without Dan Yao's words. She sensed the ill intentions of these three youths and had no inclination to assist them in creating trouble for Dan Yao. Dan Kingley had a remarkable talent for speaking with the right tone to both humans and spirits, particularly when it came to deceiving the impetuous youth. Although Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were formidable in strength, they were, after all, sheltered blooms from a greenhouse, having been under the protection of their family's elders since youth. They were no match for the wily Dan Kingley, who soon had them thoroughly outmaneuvered. Chapter 941. Who can overcome the trials of love? Dan Kingley jestingly remarked before Dan Yao, "These three strapping young lads, so vigorous and spirited, have truly tempted me. Were it not for their overwhelming strength, I would have considered them a delightful addition to my collection." Dan Yao remained silent. Meanwhile, after recovering her memories, Xianxiaaudiobooks, despite her overwhelming sorrow and self-destructive grief, did not forget her responsibilities as an emperor. She also remembered that after the demise of Lu Zhu, the morale of the southern Wulai Kingdom's army had plummeted, making it the perfect opportunity to vanquish the enemy. Xianxiaaudiobooks mustered her spirit and mobilized the national forces to reinforce the front lines, launching a comprehensive counteroffensive against the southern Wulai Kingdom. The southern Wulai Kingdom, lacking the might of the great Yin dynasty and fearing the frost and snow heavenly lord Dan Yao, suffered a series of defeats and was routed. Seizing the momentum, Xianxiaaudiobooks pressed on, and it wasn't long before the southern Wulai Kingdom was reduced to a mere fragment of the great Yin dynasty's territory. After accomplishing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt she had done justice to her ancestors, and the final thread of her hope snapped. One day, Dan Yao and Xianxiaaudiobooks returned from the Qinqing Palace, their hearts heavy. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at Dan Yao's ethereal beauty, now veiled in an inescapable sorrow, and his heart ached painfully. "Yao, your brother is surely favored by the heavens. He will be all right." Dan Yao appeared fatigued. His condition worsens by the day. How can he possibly be favored by the heavens? I foolishly prided myself on my alchemical prowess, yet I cannot even save my own brother. What use is being an 8th-grade alchemist? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, "Your brother seeks death with all his heart. Even a celestial being could not save him in such a case. What can you do? I am aware that, given his current state, unless Qi Mu Ling is revived, no one can hope to restore him." Dan Yao forced a smile. "But I simply do not understand. As an emperor, wielding power over the realm, possessing wealth beyond measure, and indulging in the luxuries of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, why can he not transcend this emotional barrier? Throughout history, who among infatuated men and women has truly overcome the trials of love? For those deeply ensnared by affection, Regardless of their status, be they high or low, once entangled in the web of love, they can never escape its grasp. Xiangyang gazed deeply at Dan Yao. His expression reminiscent of Shangguan Yu recalling Qi Mu Ling. Alas, fate seems particularly cruel, targeting those who are already suffering. It is a tragedy that a devoted soul should be forced to practice the heartless spell. Dan Yao could not help but sigh. We have done all that we could. If fate has decreed it so, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to destiny. Despite her unwillingness to watch her brother wither away, Dan Yao ultimately found herself unable to withstand the cruel hand of fate. At this juncture, the forgetting heart pill had lost much of its significance to her. Nevertheless, Dan Yao had not abandoned her quest for the rare and wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum. After all the preparations, the countless hours and energy invested, she could not simply abandon it at the final hurdle. The world is rife with unfortunate souls ensnared by love, living and dying for it. Should she succeed in refining the forgetting heart pill, perhaps one day, when faced with someone like her brother, she could prevent a tragedy from repeating itself. That night, Qi Ming returned from the Qianxing Palace after chatting with Shangguan Yu. What can we do now that your father has chosen the path of despair? His resolve has shattered, and any attempt at redemption is futile. All we can do now is cherish the remaining time, allowing him to depart in peace. Chapter 942. I cannot do it. Seeing his wearied and disheveled expression, Dan Yao understood his concern for Shangguan Yu's health, and she softly comforted him. I understand. Qi Ming sighed helplessly. I once despised him. But seeing him in such a state for my mother, disregarding his own life, truly, He inhaled deeply and looked at Dan Yao. Aunt, I wish to ask you for a favor. Dan Yao inquired. What is it? Could you help my father? Qi Ming's eyes reflected sorrow, and then he gritted his teeth. Refine a black tan pill. What did you say? You want me to refine the black tan pill? Dan Yao's expression changed dramatically as she reprimanded him sternly. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how toxic the black tan pill is? Once ingested, death is inevitable. I know, but I simply cannot bear to watch. Qi Ming slumped onto a chair, his face a tableau of despair and helplessness. He lives each day consumed by longing and regret for my mother, having painted her portrait, which he hangs in his chamber, staring at it like a lifeless husk. Rather than watch him exist in such a state, neither human nor ghost, it would be better to grant him a black tin pill and bring a definitive end. But he is your biological father. Dan Yao's tone was colder and more severe than ever. Precisely because he is my father, I cannot bear to see him like this. Aunt, do you know what he has done most during this time? He spends his days staring at my mother's portrait. And the most he does is sigh at his reflection, lamenting how he has grown older. When he eventually meets my mother in the afterlife, he fears she will not recognize him, or, even if she does, will refuse to accept him. Dan Yao's heart ached at his words. Even so, to ask me to refine a poison pill, to personally end my brother's life. I cannot do it. Aunt, do not speak further. Dan Yao coldly interjected. Such a thing, I truly cannot do. Qi Ming turned to Xiangyang, who also felt the weight of the situation. A Yao Yu. Dan Yao immediately turned and walked into the courtyard. I cannot do it. It is the same regardless of who says it. Xiangyang hurriedly followed, whispering. I understand. This matter is unbearably cruel. Yet, now that your brother has become like this, rather than allowing him to endure endless torment day after day until he withers away and dies, it might be better to bring the suffering to an end swiftly. Were I in his place, I would make the same choice. If you cannot bring yourself to act, then allow me. I am also a 7th-rank advanced alchemist. Dan Yao felt a sharp pain in her chest, as though struck fiercely by a whip, her flesh torn and blood flowing freely. She lamented. Is there truly any difference between your action and mine? Xiangyang's throat tightened. I am not ignorant of his suffering. Every additional day he lives is a day of agony. Yet, I truly do not wish to give up, even if hope is faint. I want to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? Xiangyang was taken aback. What are you waiting for? Dan Yao's eyes flickered hesitantly. I am waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a complete resolution. As for what that opportunity is, it has yet to present itself, so words are futile. Though the path of the forget heart pill was blocked, Dan Yao had not relinquished all hope, for she still harbored one last recourse, seeking aid from the system. Chapter 943, A Glimmer of Hope. Upon transmigrating into this unfamiliar realm, her rapid ascent to the spirit platform realm was largely thanks to the system's support and assistance. Beyond providing abundant cultivation resources, the system was remarkably considerate, frequently supplying precisely what she needed at the moment. As a transmigrator's invaluable auxiliary, the system's capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary, bordering on miraculous. If only it could now grant her a 9-turn life-extending pill, an elixir said to be craftable only by the legendary medicine god, then surely her brother's life could be saved. During Shangguan Yu's period of memory restoration, Danielle's first act upon awakening each day was to sign into the system, silently praying for a life-preserving pill, persistently continuing this ritual. Yet, despite numerous rewards, none was the 9-turn life-extending pill or any substance capable of prolonging life. Still, Danielle refused to surrender hope. As long as her brother lived, hope remained. Should she now forge the Black 10 pill to send Xianxiaaudiobooks away, all hope would be lost. Thus, she resolved to wait, no matter what. Observing Danielle's resolute demeanor, Xianxiaaudiobooks refrained from pressing further. Danielle fixed her gaze on him. Ahua, I know your skills. A mere Black 10 pill would be no challenge for you. But I need you to promise me, until this matter is irrevocably resolved. No matter what transpires or how imploring Qi Ming might be, you must not help him concoct that pill. Better safe than sorry, she reasoned. If Xianxiaaudiobooks were to yield to Qi Ming's desperate pleas and prepare the Black 10 pill, it would be a catastrophe. She could not allow such an accident to occur and thus took preemptive measures. Promise me, do not make the Black 10 pill. Danielle repeated, each word deliberate. How could Xianxiaaudiobooks resist the earnest yet tender plea in her voice? He nodded solemnly. Very well, I promise. His expression darkened. Yao, I do not know what means you have to save your brother, but from what I know of him, he longs for death. Even if there were a way to preserve his life, I doubt he would consent to it. If he refuses, then we shall deceive him into accepting it. No matter what, I will not let him die, Danielle declared stubbornly. You are as headstrong as ever. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook his head, though hope was faint. Danielle remained steadfast, persistently signing in, yearning for the life-extending treasure to manifest. Yet, fate often defies human desire. The more one craves, the more elusive it becomes. The less one desires, the more readily it appears. Danielle understood that the system's sign-ins depended on fate and fortune. Life-extending items could not be summoned at will. Patiently, she waited and hoped. 5 months passed. Xianxiaaudiobooks' hair had turned white, his visage gaunt, and his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He was on the verge of withering away. Danielle grew desperate, praying day and night in the temple alongside the harem's concubines while beseeching the system, willing to offer all future sign-in opportunities and the benefits of being a transmigrator in exchange for her brother's life. For 5 consecutive months, the system yielded no life-extending artifact. Danielle despaired, expecting yet another disappointment. Yet as she silently invoked the sign-in, the system promptly responded. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of Qinkan sacred water. The system's mechanical, cold voice resonated in her ear. Qinkan sacred water? Danielle's pupils contracted slightly. She recalled Xianxiaaudiobooks mentioning that the Qinkan sacred water was the ultimate treasure of the Immortal Water Palace. Chapter 944. Qinkan Sacred Water. The Immortal Water Palace was so named because its successive leaders possessed the secret formula for refining Qinkan sacred water. Danielle could not help but query. System. Isn't the Qinkan sacred water a potent poison? Why give it to me? Do you intend for me to poison that scoundrel Yichen? Ding. The system replied. Qinkan sacred water is not a poison in the conventional sense. It is the most wondrous liquid on the Tianxian continent. This water consists of 2 components, Qian water and Kuan water. Qian water can erode flesh and bones. Kuan water can corrupt the primordial spirit and annihilate the true soul. However, when these 2 waters are combined in a 70-30 ratio, an extraordinary transformation occurs. Qian 70, Kuan 30. The water becomes the continent's supreme healing elixir, capable of neutralizing all poisons, overcoming myriad toxins, revitalizing flesh and bone, resurrecting the dead, and extending life. Qian 30, Kuan 70. It becomes the deadliest venomous weapon, nearly impossible to defend against. Even peak-tier cultivators at the 9th heaven of divine void would perish if struck by a needle forged from this water. Furthermore, when diluted, it can transform into spirit heart sacred water, used to deploy the 2 poles life-extinguishing array, poisoning and killing formidable enemies caught within. Danielle stared in fascination. She had never imagined such a miraculous spirit water existed. Ding. Reminder. Qian water emits a foul stench akin to rotten garlic mixed with hydrogen sulfide, whereas Kuan water exudes a fragrance surpassing all perfumes and powders. When mixed, the resulting liquid is colorless and odorless, regardless of proportion. Whether as a deadly weapon or a healing elixir, its appearance and scent are indistinguishable. Only the Immortal Water Palace's leader can discern it precisely. In future dealings with the palace, the host must exercise caution. Mistaking poison for a healing elixir and ingesting it would be fatal, beyond even divine rescue. Danielle heeded the caution but was eager to inquire. System, is the Qinkan sacred water you gave me poison or healing elixir? Ding. It is the 70-30 healing elixir. And besides healing, can this water extend life? Yes. By how many years? 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Dan Yao gazed at the small white porcelain bottle containing the Qinqin's sacred water within her spatial ring, trembling with excitement. She had only hoped for a pill capable of extending life by hundreds or thousands of years, never imagining the system would so generously bestow an elixir promising 10,000 years of vitality. 10,000 years. Even heavenly sovereigns are rarely blessed with such longevity. Cultivators at the spirit platform realm scarcely live beyond 12,000 years, merely 2,000 years more than this miraculous elixir affords. Ding. Though the Qinqin sacred water can extend life by 10,000 years, it may only be consumed once in a lifetime. A second dose will transform the healing elixir into a deadly poison, reversing the flow of blood and qi, resulting in certain death. A radiant smile blossomed upon Dan Yao's exquisite face. 10,000 years is more than enough. 10,000 years is ample time for her to cultivate the Minjiayu technique to its utmost pinnacle. Upon reaching the zenith, she shall transcend the limitations of her corporeal form and ascend to immortality. At that point, she would not only embody the essence of an immortal at the ascension realm, but also possess the prowess of a 10th-rank medicine deity, capable of restoring life and prolonging existence with ease. Even if King Yama sought to claim her brother, she would be able to concoct a life-sustaining golden elixir, ensuring his continued presence. Deeply moved, Dan Yao silently expressed her gratitude to the system, saying, "Thank you." Chapter 945, Culinary Preferences. We are, after all, one entity. No need for thanks. Ding. The sacred water of heaven and earth is a celestial artifact of formidable power. The host's forced extraction has prematurely depleted the imperial treasury. This location is now rendered unsignable, and the system will soon enter a dormant state. Please, host, proceed to a domain of greater depth for further sign-ins. The treasury has indeed been exhausted. Dan Yao's mind raced, letting out a soft sigh. Ever since she learned from Chun Fu that the founding emperor had attained the 6th level of the spirit platform at the time of his passing, Dan Yao understood that the imperial treasury could not sustain itself for long. Once she broke through to the 5th level, the resources would be entirely depleted, transforming this place into an unsignable realm. However, she did not regret her choice. If it meant saving her brother, she would willingly sacrifice the treasury, even if it meant forfeiting all future sign-in opportunities. Dan Yao hastily retrieved the small white porcelain vial containing the sacred water of heaven and earth from her spatial ring. Yet, as her fingers brushed against the vial, a faint blue wave surged into her brow, transforming into shimmering script that materialized in her mind. Upon reading it, Dan Yao furrowed her brow. It turned out that this sacred water, blended in a 3:7 ratio, could indeed dispel toxins and heal wounds, significantly extending one's lifespan. But it required the heart to hold no resistance. This was because water is the softest of substances, and the sacred water is the epitome of softness. Any internal resistance would render it ineffective. Dan Yao knew that Shangguan Yu had long abandoned the will to live, having forsaken treatment. Initially, she contemplated force-feeding him the water, but upon discovering the usage instructions and prohibitions, she realized that such an approach would be futile. In addition to requiring a willing heart, the sacred water also clashed with tea, wine, and similar beverages. Should it be mixed with them, it would immediately lose its efficacy. Since force-feeding was impractical, she would have to deceive him into consuming it. Dan Yao's mind whirled as she recalled over 2,000 years ago when the Frost Storm Earth Sovereign stole 2 pure yang great rejuvenation pills and later returned 1, which inadvertently ended up in the stomach of the then young taste-testing eunuch, Chen Fu, granting him astonishing cultivation. The sacred water was colorless and tasteless, indistinguishable from ordinary water. Thus, it would be wiser to mix it into food to trick him into eating it. The palace had many regulations when the emperor dined. Not only did a taste-testing eunuch have to sample the food, but there were also hundreds of dishes prepared for each meal. Those unaware of the truth would readily criticize the emperor and empress dowager for such ostentatious excess. Little did they know, the abundance of dishes served was a precaution against potential poisonings. The emperor was permitted only 3 bites of each dish, even if he encountered a favorite. He could not exceed this limit. Should he do so, the attending servants would note the dish, ensuring it would not appear again for several months. Because of this regulation, with each dish being sampled only minimally, how could the emperor be satisfied if there were not a plethora of options? As an emperor, Shangguan Yu adhered to these ancestral customs, allowing himself only 3 bites of each dish. Hence, despite being Dan Yao's brother, she was unaware of his culinary preferences. Without delay, Dan Yao summoned Kaiming and inquired, "Do you know what your father, the emperor, enjoys eating?" Given that Shangguan Yu had been injured and lived among the commoners, he surely could not adhere to palace dining customs. Camu Ling would undoubtedly know his tastes and would share them with Kaiming. Chapter 946, Deep Affection, Short Life, 1. Kaiming's face reflected profound sorrow. My mother understood that as a sovereign, my father had numerous consorts and offspring, which inevitably diluted his paternal affection. Fearing I might be overlooked upon returning to my roots, she meticulously imparted his various preferences to me before her passing, hoping I could leverage them to win his favor. As for what he enjoys, the first would be the wild vegetable porridge my mother prepared, followed by the bamboo sugar water and two-color osmanthus cake often made by our late grandmother. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao mused that wild vegetables were abundant in the mountains, with hundreds of varieties available. With Kimu Ling deceased, who could know which specific wild vegetable she had used for the porridge? Even if she managed to gather the right one from Dawen and present it to him, it might evoke memories of his mother, leading to sorrow and distress. It would be far simpler to prepare the bamboo sugar water and two-color osmanthus cake. After some investigation, Dan Yao discovered that these two delicacies were taught to her late mother, Dan Feng, before her marriage by an elderly maid. Unfortunately, that maid had passed away over a century ago. Fortunately, her daughter-in-law had inherited her culinary skills and could replicate the flavors from long ago flawlessly. Dan Yao instructed for the old maid's son to be brought to the palace, where, following the original recipe, they prepared both the bamboo sugar water and the two-color osmanthus cake, incorporating the sacred water of heaven and earth into the mixture. Given the preciousness of the sacred water, Dan Yao feared any mishap might extinguish her last glimmer of hope. She carried the dishes to the Qianxing palace, watching closely as Xianguanyu consumed them. Feeling a weight lift from her heart, Kaiming was astonished to learn that the sacred water of heaven and earth could extend life for 10,000 years. Filled with both shock and overwhelming joy, Dan Yao had believed that after consuming the dishes laced with the sacred water, Xianguanyu would soon recover and thrive for another 10 millennia. However, fate had other plans, and the news of Xianguanyu's critical condition arrived like a tempest, sudden and fierce. Just after Xianguanyu ingested the sacred water, he proclaimed his intent to enter seclusion for several days. Dan Yao recognized the immense potency of the sacred water, understanding that it required time to be absorbed through meditation, and she did not think much of it. Ordering that the Qianxing palace be closely monitored, with any developments reported immediately. However, on the 9th day, Chun Fu rushed in, his face a mask of sorrow, nearly reduced to tears. "Your Highness, the Emperor is gravely ill." Dan Yao felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body going weak as she nearly collapsed. Xiangyang quickly steadied her. "Yao Yao." Dan Yao cried out in disbelief. "How could this be? How could this happen? I gave him the sacred water. It can extend life for 10,000 years. My brother cannot, must not, be in such peril." "The sacred water?" Xiangyang was taken aback, initially intending to inquire where Dan Yao had acquired such a rare treasure, but seeing her distress, he refrained and instead said, "I have heard of the sacred water's miraculous effects. No matter how grave the injury or how depleted the body, as long as one consumes it, life can be preserved for 10,000 years. Is it possible your brother did not ingest it?" Kaiming promptly shook his head. "That is impossible. Once prepared, my aunt personally delivered it to the Qianxing palace and witnessed my father consume it. Even if someone knew of its miraculous properties and attempted to intercept it, they could not escape my aunt's keen eye." What could this mean? Chapter 947, Deep Affection, Short Life, 2. Chun Fu quickly interrupted. "Everyone, let us not linger on this. We must hurry to the Qianxing palace and check on the Emperor." Xiangyang and Dan Yao immediately tore through the fabric of space, whisking Kaiming with them. And in an instant, they arrived at the Qianxing palace. Dan Yao hurriedly entered the inner chamber, where Xianguanyu lay upon the bed, his appearance gaunt and emaciated, with prominent cheekbones and a form that barely resembled humanity. The once handsome and fair visage was now marred by a network of deep-set wrinkles, rendering him a heart-wrenching sight. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao could not help but shed tears, grasping his frail hand, which resembled a withered branch, with its blue veins protruding. "Brother." Xianguanyu offered her a faint smile. "Yao Yao, you have come." Her heart twisted in agony as she observed his pulse flickering like a candle in the wind, easily extinguishable. She shook her head repeatedly, her voice laced with despair. "No, it cannot be. You have consumed the food. This is impossible." A terrifying murderous intent welled up in her eyes, and the formidable pressure of her spiritual realm surged forth. "Who dares? Who has the audacity to replace my sacred Qinkan water? Do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter destruction." The palace servants, trembling in fear, fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. We would not dare. Do not blame them. It was I who swapped it." Xianguanyu forced himself to sit up. "How could that be?" Dan Yao could scarcely believe it, her voice quavering. "How did you know I mixed the Qinkan water into the food? Your condition is so dire. How could you possibly discern this?" Xianguanyu offered a bitter smile. "You know that the bamboo cane and water chestnut dessert and the two-colored osmanthus cake, which mother excels at making, were learned from the old matron. Yet you are unaware that the old matron's daughter-in-law is also my wet nurse. Your wet nurse? Dan Yao exclaimed in shock. Shangguan Yu's brow furrowed. Yes, when mother gave birth to me, she was already at odds with the treacherous concubine. The children in the palace were all raised by wet nurses. Mother, not trusting the palace-appointed wet nurses, sought the old matron's daughter-in-law. After I ascended the throne, I intended to bestow her with a noble title and reward her children with official positions, but she graciously declined. Thus, you were unaware that the old matron's daughter-in-law is my wet nurse. She saw you secretly arranging for her to prepare these dishes and feared you would poison me. So she discreetly informed me. I immediately realized this water was a life-saving elixir, so I deceitfully claimed it was a deadly poison, prompting my wet nurse to help me swap it out. Dan Yao's heart ached profoundly. Brother, why put yourself through this? Shangguan Yu maintained his smile. Ling Er has passed. I have no more ties to this world. Even as a prince, I had heard of the heartless curse and could not understand why emperors who practiced it ultimately could not escape the heart's calamity. Now I understand. It is not the calamity that is inescapable, but rather the insurmountable hurdle within one's heart. To lose the one you love most is to endure a fate worse than death. His voice was imbued with boundless sorrow and desolation. Some may perish by the side of their beloved. Even if their lives are cut short, they are still fortunate. Others, though alive, lead a life of numbness, like walking corpses, appearing exalted and noble, yet internally suffer endless anguish. True happiness should not be measured by the length of life. Thus, even if I could live for another 10,000 years or achieve immortality, I would refuse to exist in such a wretched manner. What do you mean by refusing to exist in such a manner? Chapter 948. Love is short-lived. 3. Dan Yao could not contain her fury. You only remember your wife. Have you not considered your child? Kaiming is the only offspring of you and the Empress. After much hardship, he has finally recognized his heritage. You owe him so much, failing even to fulfill the most basic duty of a father. How can you simply leave? And what of the great Yin dynasty? You have just annexed the southern Witch Kingdom. The people of both nations need a wise ruler to govern. How can you disregard everything and abandon this mess? Shangguan Yu glanced at Kaiming, exhaling heavily. This child has been well taught by you. Even without me, his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. As for the great Yin dynasty, a true enlightened ruler must be decisive and resolute, while I have been too sentimental. Ling Er's death is an inextricable knot, even if I were to survive. Lost in my grief, I could not govern the nation well, but rather bring disaster upon the people. Therefore, it is better for me to end my own life and allow a new ruler to bring blessings to the people. Dan Yao was rendered speechless by his words. Yao, I cannot continue living. In light of our brother-sister bond, I wish to ask you one last favor before my demise. What is it? Dan Yao inquired. I heard from Ming Er that there exists a poison called the Black Tanshan pill that can restore one's youth overnight. I do not wish to appear in such a dismal state upon my passing. I fear Ling Er would reject me. Thus, I wish for you too. Dan Yao's expression changed abruptly, coldly interrupting. Do not speak of it. I cannot concoct that pill. Abandon this thought. No, I know you can. Shangguan Yu grasped Dan Yao's sleeve, weeping. Yao, I implore you, help me. Seeing his sunken eyes and emaciated form, Dan Yao felt both heartbroken and enraged. I cannot brew it. Seek another. She coldly declared this and tore through the space to depart. Subsequently, Kaiming came repeatedly to plead. Auntie, as blood relatives, please grant him this wish. Grant him this wish. I went through so much effort to acquire a vial of Kinkan water to extend his life, and he has so poorly cherished my intentions. Now he expects me to concoct a pill for him? Not a chance. Dan Yao gazed helplessly at the overcast sky outside, her mood mirroring the impending rain's melancholy. Yet, what if Father Emperor cannot hold on much longer? Kaiming's face was pained as he pleaded time and again. Dan Yao understood all too well. But to send her own brother away with her own hands was a task she simply could not bear. Princess, the Emperor has arrived. At that moment, Chen Fu entered, also pleading with Dan Yao. Shangguan Yu, now too frail to move, had to rely on the servants to bring his entire dragon bed. Yao, he gasped. Like a fish out of water, struggling for breath. Everyone says an elder brother is like a father. With our parents gone, as your brother, I should care for you. I know I have not done enough, but before I die, let me indulge in this one wish. Just this once, please. Dan Yao bit her tongue, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Xianxiang, witnessing the scene, felt a pang in his heart and could not help but say, Yao, let me handle this. To ask her to personally craft a poison pill to send her own brother away was indeed a cruelty beyond measure. Chapter 949. Love is short-lived. 4. It would be better for this villain to take on the task. Otherwise, the memory of this moment would haunt her, leaving her unable to find peace. Dan Yao choked back her sobs, her heart aching with layers of torment, her nails digging deep into her flesh without her noticing the pain. She turned to Xiangyang and sighed heavily. Give it to him. Just give it to him. These 3 short words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, nearly exhausting her entire resolve. All the herbs had already been prepared when Shang Yu first mentioned the black tanchen pill. Xiangyang, aware that Shang Yu's life hung by a thread, understood his feelings as he, like Shang Yu, was a person of deep emotion. He swiftly produced the 6th-grade poison pill known as the black tanchen. With utmost seriousness, he instructed Shang Yu. This pill is exceedingly toxic. Once poisoned, there is no remedy. Its miraculous potency, akin to the ephemeral beauty of the night-blooming cereus, lasts only a single night. Thus, before you consume this pill to end your life, you must settle all affairs. Do you understand? Shang Yu nodded. I understand, regarding Yao Yao. Xiangyang spoke solemnly. Without love, there can be no resentment or hatred. This principle applies to familial bonds as well. A Yao has done so much simply because she does not wish to witness your demise. Deep down, she still loves you as her brother. I know, he replied, that in doing so, I am truly sorry for her, but I have no other choice. Shang Yu was filled with a sense of melancholy. He then fixed his gaze deeply upon Xiangyang and asked, You have feelings for Yao Yao, do you not? Xiangyang, somewhat flustered, stammered. How do you know? Did Qiming tell you? No, it was evident to me. As time reveals a horse's strength, a person's heart is discerned over time. You have been in the imperial palace for so many years, although you have never expressed your feelings for Yao Yao in my presence. The way you look at her speaks volumes. Straightening his posture, Xiangyang met his gaze calmly. Yes, I love her. I have loved her for over 100 years. In this life, she is the only one for me. Without her, I cannot go on. Shang Yu chuckled. With such an open heart, you are truly a man. However, pursuing my sister may not be as simple as you think. Xiangyang's eyes were resolute, and a warm smile graced his face. A fierce woman fears not a persistent suitor. As long as one has thick skin, nothing is unattainable. Oh, you dare to say that? Are you not afraid I will relay this to Yao Yao? One who eats from another's hand must be cautious. The black talisman you desire is in my possession. Do you dare to make a move? Do you dare to threaten me? Shang Yu narrowed his sharp eyes, a glint of malice evident. Xiangyang merely smiled in silence, idly tossing the freshly refined black talisman as if playing with marbles. Shang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. You little rascal, you truly have some nerve. Likewise. Shang Yu feigned anger, yet inwardly, he was elated. He felt his time was short, and aside from Qiming, his greatest concern was for his younger sister, Dan Yao. With their parents long gone, as her elder brother, it was his duty to ensure she found a good match. Over the decades, he had subtly inquired about the type of man Dan Yao favored. Perhaps it was due to her cultivation method being excessively cold. She had always been indifferent towards matters of the heart. Romantic relationships often thrive on complementary dynamics rather than equal strengths. And someone as emotionally detached as Dan Yao would likely need a partner who was fiery, thick-skinned, and wholeheartedly devoted to her to forge a successful bond. Chapter 950, Love's Transience, 5. Shang Yu gazed at Xiangyang with piercing intensity. Listen here, I entrust Yao Yao to you. If you dare to betray her, I shall haunt you even in death. Xiangyang's expression momentarily stiffened, revealing a unique blend of masculine resolve and tenderness in his gaze. Very well. I shall protect her with my life, for all eternity. Shang Yu smiled faintly as he accepted the black talisman Xiangyang offered, feeling an unusual sense of calm and serenity within. That night, Shang Yu summoned Qiming to the Qianxing Palace for a heartfelt conversation. As they discussed the succession of the throne after his death, Shang Yu said, Tomorrow, upon the emperor's passing, a decree will be left for your aunt. It will not name anyone specifically. She shall have the authority to designate the heir. Do you harbor any resentment towards me for this arrangement? Qiming shook his head. No, I have never cared for such worldly matters. Good boy, your father knows you are filial. Shang Yu sighed deeply. A parent who loves their child will inevitably plan deeply. You are the only child of me and Langar. How could your father not wish to leave the finest for you? Yet, I understand that a shallow pond cannot nurture a dragon. With your extraordinary talent, confining you to this position of power would squander your life. Moreover, the throne may appear exalted, but it is fraught with peril. The court is rife with hidden currents, and the harem is a cauldron of intrigue. There is scarcely a day of peace. I have nearly sacrificed my entire life for this position, and your mother passed away with regrets. I truly do not wish to see you endure the same fate as I, which is why I have entrusted the choice to your aunt. With a choked voice, Qiming replied, I understand you do this for my sake. I will strive to cultivate diligently, ensuring that the people of this continent know the child of the Shangwan family is the most outstanding. Very well, after I am gone. Remember to be filial to your aunt. I will. Please do not worry, father. Xianguanyu nodded with satisfaction. With those words, I have no regrets in this life. Saying this, Xianguanyu took the black talisman and swallowed it without hesitation. The talisman's potency surged rapidly, and a luminous glow enveloped him. His slackened skin tightened. The myriad wrinkles on his face swiftly vanished, and his once dull, murky eyes sparkled anew. Time seemed to rewind, and the youth he had lost returned to him. Rejuvenated, Xianguanyu sprang from the dragon bed, retrieving a pair of dark blue trousers, a snow-white shirt, and a brownish-red headscarf from a nearby cabinet. Having grown up in Daowen, Qiming instantly recognized the attire as common among the village men and exclaimed, "Father, what are you doing?" Your mother was aware of my true identity. Yet she was not pleased. Rather, she wore a frown. To truly love someone is to wish to share a husband with no other woman. But being born into royalty was not of my choosing. I vowed that if there were a next life, I would wish to live as a commoner with her, promising never to part. Now, I shall seek her out in the guise of an ordinary citizen. Xianguanyu's tone held a gentle melancholy as he gradually immersed himself in beautiful visions of the next life, smiling as he donned the simple garments. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, faintly recalling the youth who once ascended the mountains with Ling to gather tea. Those had been the happiest moments of his life. A hint of worry flickered across Xianguanyu's handsome face. After 100 years, will your mother still recognize me? Qiming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She will recognize you. How could she not, when she loved you so dearly? That is good to know. Xianguanyu chuckled softly, clad in simple attire, and stepped out with a lightness in his heart. Outside the palace, the moonlight bathed the surroundings, reminiscent of the time he and Ling had sworn their vows beneath the moon atop the mountains. In a moment of reverie, Xianguanyu saw Ling adorned in a vibrant dress, standing before him with a gentle smile. Her smile remained as pure and sweet as the clear spring water of the mountain stream. Her voice soft and melodious, calling out, "You Ling I have kept you waiting for long. We shall never part again." Xianguanyu smiled gently, pursuing her like a flower chasing a butterfly. In the year 153 of the Longxing era, Emperor Xianguanyu passed away in the Qinqing Palace. Chapter 951, The Struggle for the New Monarch. Upon the news of Xianguanyu's demise, a significant uproar erupted within the harem. First, Chen Defei and her son, who had been secluded in Yanghe Palace, clamored to mourn the late emperor. It was evident to all that their intentions were not genuine mourning, but rather a ploy to seize power in the vacuum left by the emperor's death. With Qiming acknowledging his heritage and his mother being posthumously honored as empress, he had become the legitimate eldest son of the emperor. According to tradition, the rightful heir was the legitimate firstborn. However, Qiming had only recently recognized his father, and less than a year had passed, leaving him with no foundation in the court. Moreover, Xianguanyu was reluctant to confine him to the throne for his later years, which led to his exclusion. This provided Chen Defei and her son, Xianguanyong, ample opportunity to stir trouble. Not long after, their commotion was quelled by a decree left by Xianguanyu in life, stating that the new monarch could not be pardoned posthumously. Upon hearing of the emperor's decree allowing Dan Yao to designate the heir, Zhang Gaifei, seeing Qiming's automatic withdrawal, urged her son Xianguanzhe to vie for the position. Before Qiming's emergence, Xianguanzhe had been the emperor's favored prince. The faction of the third prince had been operating in the court for many years, with complex connections. As Xianguanyong fell from grace, this faction only grew stronger, supporting Xianguanzhe's claim to the throne, just as Zhang Gaifei did. Yet, none among them fathomed that Xianguanzhe, engrossed in the alchemical arts, harbored not the slightest ambition to ascend the throne, repeatedly professing his sole desire to lead a life akin to a carefree recluse. Consort Zhang, incensed to the point of spitting blood, compelled Xianguanzhe to vie for the imperial seat, threatening death should he refuse. Bewildered and cornered, Xianguanzhe had no recourse but to confide in Danyao regarding the predicament. Danyao, perceptive as ever, discerned that Consort Zhang's insistence was not born from a lust for power. The ancient burial customs decreed that only the empress could be interred alongside the emperor in the same mausoleum, while consorts were consigned to separate tombs. During his lifetime, Xianguanyu had only posthumously conferred the title of empress upon Qi Muling. For this consort to achieve the honor of joint burial, she must rise to the status of Empress Dowager. As the mother of the new sovereign, the Empress Dowager could be posthumously elevated to empress and thus gain the right to be entombed with the emperor. Unbeknownst to Consort Zhang, however, Xianguanyu had long clandestinely arranged for Qi Ming to smuggle his corpse beyond the palace, so that he might be interred with Qi Muling in the afterlife, leaving behind only an empty ceremonial tomb within the palace. Even if Consort Zhang were to become Empress Dowager and be posthumously honored as empress to be laid to rest in the imperial mausoleum, she would possess naught but the garments worn by Xianguanyu in life. Such aspirations, in the end, were but illusory phantoms. Observing consort Zhuang's profound obsession, Daniao, unwilling to see the former court embroiled in endless strife over the succession, thus disturbing her brother's eternal rest, resolved to designate Xianxiaaudiobooks as the heir apparent. Though Xianxiaaudiobooks was most reluctant, he approached Minghua Palace to beseech Daniao to rescind the imperial edict. His ardor was for alchemy alone. The throne held no allure. Power, wealth, rank, these base desires of petty concubines who even dared to covet his person, he would have none of it. Daniao retorted, the imperial throne is a prize that countless souls dream of yet never grasp. Xianxiaaudiobooks sacrificed even his own father to claim it. How can you fail to cherish such a legacy? Irritated, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, what merit lies in being emperor? Endless mourning audiences, mountains of memorials demanding reply, ceaseless disputes among scheming women in the palace. Just the thought is a headache. I want none of it. Daniao responded sternly. If you truly refuse the throne, then after ascending, you may abdicate in favor of another. At these words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes brightened. Indeed, upon enthronement, he could bestow the throne upon a brother. First establishing his mother as Empress Dowager to legitimize her status, then relinquishing power. Thus, all problems would find resolution. With this realization, he ceased resisting Daniao's plan, solemnly assuming the imperial mantle before Xianxiaaudiobooks' spirit, and decreeing a mourning period for the late emperor. The emperor's demise was a national calamity. The entire realm plunged into mourning. Daniao, heavy-hearted, entrusted all affairs to the new sovereign. Clad in simple white mourning robes, she stood upon the plaza before the Qianxia palace, gazing distantly toward the horizon. Xianxiang approached, noting her somber silence and weariness, the dark shadows beneath her eyes betraying her sorrow. Concerned, he said, Ayao, the departed are gone. Do not let grief consume you. Daniao sighed, her voice tinged with despondency. I once believed my own abilities sufficient to safeguard those dearest to me. Yet fate proved crueler than human calculation. The wisest suffer harm. Those who love deeply perish early. The words of the Taizhou emperor echo like a curse in my ears. Xianxiang sought to console. Your brother made his choice, unrepentant in death. Having attained his heart's desire, what cause for lament? He now reunites with his beloved beyond the veil. You should rejoice for him. Yet the cloud of sorrow that shrouded Daniao's brow was as an inextricable fog. She murmured, after his passing, I relinquished all duties, naming only Xianxiaaudiobooks as emperor to manage state affairs. Leaning unconsciously against Xianxiang's shoulder, she confessed, Ahua, I harbor no resentment toward my brother nor reproach for his repeated despair that thwarted my earnest intentions. Rather, I blame myself, having lived here so many years, receiving his boundless care and affection, provisions, shelter, attentiveness, everything a brother could provide, and then some. I concealed my true identity time and again. I feel utterly heartless, utterly contemptible. Ayao, do not speak thus. You have not failed your brother, Xianxiang reassured. No, I have, Daniao lamented, eyes lowered. My interventions, eliminating green bamboo, curing him of the netherworld black water poison, these pale in comparison to his 70-plus years of devoted care. In these final days since his death, I have pondered whether my attempts to prolong his life were born of unwillingness to witness his passing or a sister's sense of indebtedness, seeking to assuage guilt through forced compensation. Perhaps it is but my own inner demons at work, revealing me as a selfish, cold-hearted, and callous soul. Xianxiang grasped her hand gently, speaking softly. Your brother's devotion to you is beyond question, yet so too is your care for him undeniable. Beyond the decades of overt and covert aid, consider Qi Ming, once poisoned by Yi Chun's venom, nearly lost to death. If not for your tireless nights crafting hundreds of floral petals and distilling the 3-flower jade dew pill to detoxify him, the boy would have perished long ago. Moreover, the decades we have invested in nurturing Qi Ming, awakening his pure yang constitution, imparting supreme cultivation techniques to forge him into the youngest earth sovereign of the southern domain. How much effort and energy that has consumed defies reckoning. Debts of fathers repayable by sons, vengeance for fathers born by sons. Father and son are one. Cultivating Qi Ming was Xianxiaaudiobooks' paternal duty, yet you, as sister, embraced this unfinished responsibility, fulfilling both parental roles to raise him to greatness. Ask yourself honestly, if Qi Ming were not your brother's son, if not for the natural bond of sibling affection, would you have devoted such energies to save and nurture him? If you still deem yourself selfish and cold, I feel wronged on your behalf. Daniao's throat tightened. When I first rescued Qi Ming, I did not contemplate these matters, nor intend to acknowledge our kinship. Indeed, Xianxiang affirmed, you acted purely from compassion, investing without expectation or reservation. Your kindness toward Qi Ming is heartfelt, just as your brother's love for you is genuine. Perhaps you fell short in some respects toward him, but as the saying goes, the fruits of trees planted by predecessors are enjoyed by their descendants. His benevolence now lives on in his beloved son. You have no cause for guilt. Moved deeply, Daniao smiled faintly. Ahua, thank you. Hearing this soothes my heart greatly. Truly, you and your brother are alike, stern in appearance, yet profoundly sentimental within. But excessive attachment breeds obsession, which ensnares the heart and defies release. My brother was consumed by this very plight. How does one break free from such fixation? She pondered, biting her lip unconsciously. Perhaps upon reaching the feathered ascension realm, transforming into an immortal, one can transcend attachment and approach perfection. To attain the feathered ascension is no small feat. She shook her head with a wistful smile. Yet however arduous, as long as one does not abandon hope or relent, the day of fruition will surely arrive. The path of immortality is vast and arduous, strewn with obstacles. Ah Yao, will you accompany me to the summit? Xiangyang's gaze burned with fervent resolve. Daniao returned his smile gracefully, softly uttering 2 words, I will. Xiangyang was taken aback, both surprised and astonished. Are you willing to accompany me to the summit? One of the most romantic declarations on this continent? He uttered these words merely to tease Daniao, hoping to coax a few flustered retorts from her, thus alleviating the knots in his heart. Little did he anticipate that upon hearing his declaration, Daniao would not only refrain from anger, but would instead express her willingness. The unexpected joy struck him like a bolt from the blue. Believing he had misheard, he abruptly encircled Daniao's delicate waist with his arms. Really? You must be joking. Daniao replied with unwavering certainty. I am not joking. It is genuine. Flushed with excitement, Xiangyang gazed deeply into Daniao's eyes, as if seeking to unearth the most authentic emotions hidden within their luminous depths. Why? Why? This question was one that Daniao herself pondered. Why did she, without a moment's hesitation, agree to Xiangyang's confession? Chapter 954, The Essence of Love. The interactions between men and women should not be akin to the convoluted paths of a winding road. You love me, I love him, he loves her. And then parental disapproval, various misunderstandings, and countless quarrels ensue, culminating in a near mental breakdown before finally coming together. However, such intense and tumultuous love, akin to a blazing fire, is but a rarity. This bears a striking resemblance to the entertainment industry, which is often criticized for its sordidness, including scandals, underhanded dealings, infidelities, and malicious gossip, rendering it a veritable cesspool filled with unsavory characters. Little do they realize that in every profession, shadows lurk beneath the surface. In the workplace, one finds bosses and secretaries entangled in affairs, with married men straying and mistresses ascending to prominence. How is that any cleaner? Even in the absence of such scandals, if a female secretary possesses a modicum of beauty and dresses elegantly, she becomes the subject of rampant speculation and slander, as if her beauty were a sin. The financial sector is rife with intrigue, calculations of profit, and hedonism. How does it fare in comparison to the infidelities and deception of celebrities? The reason many perceive the entertainment industry as tainted is that it is perpetually illuminated by the spotlight, magnifying the ugliness of human nature, thus branding it as the dirtiest of realms. Yet, what they fail to understand is that this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly explosive and thrilling elements lie hidden beneath the surface. Daniao, having traversed time and witnessed an array of melodramatic tales and tragic romances in her previous life, mistakenly believed that love ought to unfold in such a manner. Unbeknownst to her, these were merely intricate plots woven by authors and screenwriters. Without a touch of drama and excitement, how could they captivate readers and audiences? In the realm of real-life love, where does such melodrama and fervor exist? The vast majority consists of the mundane elements of daily life, akin to the grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, fading away silently. The true essence of love should be the steadfast companionship that endures through the long passage of time. As sung in a song by Wang Fei, when the scenery has all been seen, perhaps you will accompany me to watch the gentle flow of water. Daniao and Xiangyang had known each other for over a century, sharing the same space daily, never having been apart. Although most of their time was enveloped in the process of cultivation, their emotional exchanges resembled the grinding of a stone mill on yellow soybeans, slow, steady, and perhaps somewhat monotonous. Yet, the resultant soy milk was exceptionally rich, smooth, and refined, surpassing all market offerings. Love, unbeknownst to its origin, deepens profoundly. Daniao herself could not pinpoint when her heart had stirred. She simply followed her instincts and responded naturally. Xiangyang, unable to articulate a response, furrowed his brows. Then what do you like about me? Daniao, at a loss for words, felt akin to someone observing a face composed of ordinary features, eyes, nose, ears, brows, and mouth that unexpectedly harmonized beautifully together, becoming increasingly pleasing to the eye with each glance. Yet, when asked which feature was the most attractive, she found herself at a loss. Yao, what exactly do you like about me? Please tell me, Xiangyang pressed. Dan Yao, somewhat irritated by his inquiry, retorted, liking someone is liking. Does it require a reason? Of course it does. Liking can occupy different levels, representing different emotions. For instance, if you like a rabbit for its cuteness, would you wish to spend a lifetime with it? I wish to know what you like about me. Chapter 955. Let us go to the western regions. Xiangyang recalled his earlier days of masquerading as a cat and feared that Dan Yao might be enamored with his feline form rather than his true self. Thus, he needed clarity. Dan Yao remained silent. Yao, please tell me what you like about me. Dan Yao, exasperated, nudged him with her elbow. Isn't this a bit too pretentious to discuss? Even if it is pretentious, it must be addressed. Dan Yao smiled mischievously. I like that you are older. I like that you don't bathe. Xiangyang was momentarily rendered speechless. Dan Yao sighed deeply. I wish to leave. Xiangyang was taken aback. We are living comfortably in the palace, with food and drink, and attendants to serve us. Why would you wish to leave? Dan Yao could not disclose that the foundation here had been exhausted, and that she needed to venture to a place with deeper roots and richer spiritual energy to maintain her rapid cultivation. Noticing her silence, Xiangyang pondered for a moment before asking, is it because of your brother? Remaining here, surrounded by reminders, only adds to the sorrow, does it not? Dan Yao nodded. That is part of it, and after so many years here, I have grown weary. I wish to explore other places. A smile graced Xiangyang's handsome face, bright as moonlight filtering through clouds. Very well, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. We have traversed the eastern and southern regions. Which great domain do you plan to visit next? The central domain is filled with formidable beings and numerous superannuated monsters. The Xiang clan is ever watchful. With our current strength, we are not yet capable of confronting them head-on, until we reach the divine void realm. I do not plan to venture into the central domain. Then let us choose between the northern and western regions, Xiangyang inquired. Which do you wish to visit first? Dan Yao contemplated. The fire feather sword shattered into 5 fragments, scattered across 5 great domains. The piece from the eastern domain was obtained from Duyun Mountain. The southern domain piece was seized from Yichun, while the one passed down through generations by the Shangwan royal family was brought by a princess from the northern domain as part of her dowry. Now, we are only missing the fragments from the central and western domains. Why not we head to the western domain? Xiangyang nodded. That works. Uncle Yang has already sent word that the largest fragment of the fire feather sword belonging to the Xiang clan has been stolen by Yichun, who is currently hiding in the western domain. Coupled with the piece from the western domain itself, we could acquire 2 fragments. If we manage to secure both, the fire feather sword could be restored to the world. At that point, even if Yi Chun possesses the undying blood cauldron for protection, he cannot escape his fate. However, before we proceed, we must ensure everything is arranged properly. Dan Yao considered for a moment and said, as for everything else, it suffices. But we must devise a way to draw Xiang Ran and the others out of the southern domain. Only then can we make Xiang Banshan believe that we are both solitary cultivators without family or sect, thus posing no threat to the Shangwan royal family and the 7-star palace. Indeed, I have already sent word to Uncle Yang, urging him to extricate himself. Once he escapes the clutches of the Xiang clan's influence in the central domain, we will set off for the western domain and deal with those 3 individuals once and for all. The emperor's grand mourning would soon pass. Everything would return to normalcy, with Shangwan Zhe formally ascending to the throne, overseeing state affairs, and bestowing the title of Holy Empress upon his biological mother, Zhang Shi, relocating her to Xinaying Palace to enjoy her twilight years. As for Dan Yao and Kaiming, they too received various titles and honors. However, both aunt and niece were cultivators and cared little for such accolades. Whether bestowed or not, it mattered little to them. Chapter 956. Before departure, 1. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Kaiming sought an audience with Dane Yao in the tranquil chamber where he practiced. Following the demise of Emperor Shangwanyu, Kaiming honored his final wish by placing his body within a coffin of profound ice, taking it out of the royal palace to be interred alongside Kimu Ling, thereby facilitating their reunion in the next life. Now that the period of mourning had concluded, it was time for him to fulfill this duty. Dane Yao sighed, saying, "This is your father's last wish. As his son, you ought to see it fulfilled. The palace is a splendid gilded cage, granting him unparalleled power and wealth. Yet it also confined his entire existence. In his final moments, he severed his own shackles, and we should rejoice for him. Let us quietly send him off. And upon your return, we shall head directly to the western regions. Your master and I will seek you there." The western regions? Kaiming paused, surprised. What business do you and my master have there? Daimyo replied, "Oh, nothing in particular. I have simply grown weary of this place and wish to venture outside. Moreover, I have heard that Yi Chun is also in the western regions. As long as he remains, he will always be a source of concern. I intend to find an opportunity to eliminate him while I am there." Xiangyang interjected, "Once the interment is complete and you have gone to the western regions, do remember to send word to me and your aunt, understood?" Kaiming nodded obediently. "I understand, master." Xiangyang waved his hand. "Then off you go. Your aunt and I shall prepare to leave as well." "Yes, master. Take care, aunt. See you in the western regions." Kaiming bowed slightly before turning to depart. Upon hearing that Daimyo was leaving, Shang Wanzhe felt a profound reluctance. After all, he had only recently encountered such an extraordinary alchemist and wished to learn more of her secrets before she left. Daimyo's resolve was firm, and with Shang Wanzhe unable to dissuade her, he declared his intention to abdicate in favor of his seventh younger brother and follow Daimyo and Xiangyang into the western regions. Daimyo countered, "You have only just ascended to the throne, and the court is still unstable. How can you abandon your duties at such a critical juncture? Furthermore, although the late emperor managed to annex the non-Yulai kingdom, the administrative apparatus has yet to be properly organized. If you were to abdicate now, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Once you have sorted these affairs, it will not be too late to seek me." Shang Wanzhe hung his head, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. "Very well, I shall heed my aunt's counsel." Unbeknownst to him, at some point, his form of address for Daimyo had transformed to mirror that of Kaiming. "However, do not fret. Before my departure, I shall use my own primordial spiritual power to establish a protective array within the palace. Even the mightiest of celestial beings would find it difficult to breach." Daimyo paused and added, "After I leave, do your utmost to keep the news under wraps. To the outside world, declare that I have reached the threshold of a breakthrough and am retreating to Cultivate. Once the influence of the great Yin has fully permeated the non-Yulai kingdom and the two nations have truly merged, then let them be informed to avoid any further disturbances." It was largely due to Shang Wanyu's swift conquest of the non-Yulai kingdom that she had decisively eliminated 3 celestial beings, instilling fear and chaos among the soldiers, which led to a rapid advance. Now, with the hearts of the non-Yulai people still ununified, should they learn of her departure from the great Yin, it would invite trouble, akin to monkeys seizing power in the absence of a tiger. Thus, it would be more prudent to feign that she had not yet left, facilitating governance and winning the people's hearts. "All right, aunt, I will see to it." Having arranged everything, Daimyo centered her efforts on the Qianxing Palace, collaborating with Xiangyang to set up a Yin-Yang protective array. Chapter 957. Before departure, 2. The two were already unparalleled beings within the Lingtai realm, and their combined efforts in array formation rendered it immensely powerful and defensively formidable, not to mention celestial beings. Even those of the divine void realm would find it challenging to break through. After establishing the Yin-Yang protective array, Daimyo felt it was still insufficient. Following the precedent set when leaving the 7-star palace, she opened a celestial haven within the royal palace, gathering the essence of heaven and earth to provide a place for the descendants of the Shangwan family to cultivate. Subsequently, she transformed the method of opening this celestial haven into an ice crystal jade tablet, entrusting it to Chen Fu for his full management of the location. Old Master Dan Kunlun, upon hearing that Daimyo was departing from the southern region, was taken aback. "Why would you leave such a comfortable residence? Is it that the new emperor's mother cannot tolerate you?" It was understandable that the old man would think this way. Shang Wanzhe ascended to the throne as a son of a concubine, which was already a source of controversy. Had it not been for Daimyo's strong support and Chen Fu's role as the royal protector, there would likely have been unrest by now. Shang Wanzhe was wholly focused on alchemy and paid little heed to others' opinions, yet his mother, the current Empress Dowager Zhuang, was a very sensitive individual who viewed Kaiming as a thorn in her side. In Kunlun's eyes, it was highly probable that the Empress Dowager was anxious about Daimyo potentially supporting Kaiming to usurp the throne, thus attempting to devise various means to exclude Daimyo. Daimyo shook her head. "No, it is simply that I have spent too long in the palace and feel somewhat fatigued. I wish to venture out for some fresh air." "Where do you wish to go?" Kunlun inquired. "I have heard that the scenery in the western regions is quite splendid, rich in spiritual energy. I wish to see it for myself," Daimyo replied. "Indeed, the beauty of the western regions is unparalleled across the continent." Kunlun smiled gently. "Our Dan family also has a branch in the western regions. If you go there, you could take the opportunity to visit your cousins." "A branch? The Dan family has a branch in the western regions?" Daimyo expressed her surprise. Kunlun nodded. "The Dan family has thrived for generations through alchemy and medicinal trade. Although we lack high-level alchemists at present, the production of mid to low-grade elixirs is substantial. The local market in the southern region is far from sufficient to absorb our output. Moreover, quality elixirs require precious herbs for refinement. So our ancestors established a branch in the western regions early on to facilitate the sale of elixirs and the gathering of rare materials. Your two cousins are currently at the western branch. In addition to having Danying as a granddaughter, Old Master Dan also had two grandsons, Dan Sheng and Dan Ji. These two had been rather unruly since childhood, neglecting serious matters and indulging in idleness. Frustrated, Kunlun sent them to the western branch for training. To his dismay, after maturing through their experiences, they married local women and settled down in the western branch. This infuriated Kunlun, who felt as if his grandsons had become dependents of their wives' families. Yet upon reflection, he thought, each generation has its own fortune, as long as they are happy. It matters not where they are. I, an old man, should simply enjoy my own life without meddling too much. After Danyao and Kunlun recognized one another, the old man had intended to call these two back to meet Danyao. However, upon hearing that Dan Sheng's wife's family had encountered troubles requiring assistance from the Dan family's branch, Kunlun refrained from summoning them back. Is that so? Danyao realized. No wonder I have not seen those two cousins for so many years. Chapter 958, Before Departure, 3. Your two cousins, while not at the pinnacle of cultivation and far from your level, have spent many years in the western regions and are familiar with the local customs and various complex factions. With their assistance, you will undoubtedly avoid some detours. Indeed, I have a matter I would like to enlist their help with. The ancient war had resulted in the shattering of the fire feather sword, while the snow blade had sealed its brilliance. For many years, Danyao had desired to unseal the snow blade and unleash its true power. If she could indeed unlock the blade, with it in hand, she would stand a fighting chance even against those of the divine void realm. However, unsealing the snow blade was no simple task. Besides gathering the 5 shards to reconstruct the fire feather sword, another means was to assemble the 5 elemental spiritual liquids. Currently, 2 shards of the fire feather sword were missing. While she knew one was in Yi Chen's possession, she had no information regarding the whereabouts of the other. Danyao knew only that after the fire feather sword shattered, its fragments were scattered across the 4 corners of the world. However, after millions of years of transformation, it was improbable that these 5 shards remained in their original locations. For instance, the shard in her possession was not found locally, but was brought over as a dowry from the northern region. Consequently, even though she was aware that the last remaining piece had fallen into the western region, it was unlikely to still be found there after so many years. It might have dispersed to the northern region, eastern region, or even the central region for various reasons. One must not hang all hopes on a single tree. She needed to prepare for multiple contingencies. If she could not gather all the fragments of the fire feather sword, she could still use the 5-element spirit liquid to sharpen the snow spirit sword. After years of effort, the 100 Flowers Immortal Brew from the eastern region, the Lava Heart Dew from the southern region's Imperial Palace, and the Wu Earth Spirit Liquid, a secret passed down from the Xiang family in the central region, were all collected. Only the pure gold water from the western region and the Bilu Ice Spring from the northern region remained elusive. If the shard from the western region proved impossible to locate, she could obtain the pure gold water and then seek the Bilu Ice Spring in the northern region. This way, even in the absence of the fragments, the Snow Spirit Sword could still regain its formidable power. Furthermore, concocting the void-breaking pill to transcend the divine void realm required a variety of precious herbs. The vast expanse of the western region, rich in celestial materials and earthly treasures, was the ideal place for gathering these ingredients. You may go, but be cautious. The western region is not like the southern region, where sects are sparse. There, powerful figures abound, especially the celestial monarchs, whose numbers far exceed those in the southern region. Though your cultivation is formidable, you are still quite young and cannot match the cunning of those seasoned veterans, so you must exercise utmost caution. Dan Kunlun advised earnestly. Yes, I will be careful, Danyao replied. The spiritual energy of the western region was denser than that of the southern region, naturally attracting more celestial monarchs. Otherwise, 2 strong figures from the western region would not have abruptly emerged to conspire with the green bamboo against her. Nevertheless, with her current cultivation, even an abundance of celestial monarchs would struggle to pose a threat. As for the schemes of those ancient beings, it remained uncertain who would outwit whom. Later, Danyao engaged in light conversation with Dan Kingley, sharing her insights on cultivating the spirit platform realm. Dan Kingley had initially wished to accompany Danyao to the western region, but the recent annexation of the southern Wu Li kingdom by the great Yin dynasty left them insufficiently intimidating with only Chen Fu. Moreover, with the recent downfall of both celestial monarchs, Chongqing and Green Bamboo, if Dan Kingley were to depart, the southern region would lack a celestial monarch to maintain order. The southern region differed from the eastern region, which was remote and sparsely populated with spiritual energy. Without a celestial monarch, no one would dare to invade. However, without a celestial monarch in the southern region, chaos would surely ensue. Resigned, Dan Kingley decided to remain, planning to leave only after she cultivated to the half-step spirit platform. Just as Dan Yao and Xian Yang were preparing to depart upon receiving news from Uncle Yang, an unexpected turn of events occurred. While Dan Yao and Xian Yang were engrossed in a game of chess, black and white pieces clashing fiercely, Xian Yang's cunning tactics soon gained him the upper hand. Just as he was about to make the final move to conclude the match, Dan Yao suddenly flashed him a radiant smile, as bright as the dawn or a blooming rose. Caught off guard, Xian Yang made a blunder and lost the game. "Haha, I have won," Dan Yao exclaimed triumphantly. Xian Yang shot her an incredulous glare, a mixture of ire and lingering affection in his eyes. "You've outdone yourself, employing such beauty to distract me." Dan Yao raised her chin with pride. "I am beautiful, and I revel in it." At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's terrible. Something has happened to the third miss of the Dan family." Dan Yao's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, "What has happened to Lingling?" The third miss referred to Dan Lingling, the daughter of Dan Rong, who was Dan Yao's mother's brother, making them cousins. This girl was born with the 3-yin absolute pulse, and unless she encountered someone like Yi Chun, who cultivated a unique pure yang technique to harmonize yin and yang, or a celestial monarch skilled in extreme yin spiritual power to infuse her with primal energy, her condition would remain precarious. Previously, she and Dan Lingling had a disagreement. But remembering their familial bond, Dan Yao had used her own spiritual energy to alleviate Lingling's suffering. The young eunuch, pale as a sheet, explained, "Yesterday, during the Lantern Festival, the third miss went out on a boat to admire the lanterns when a sudden gust of yin wind swept through and abducted her." "What? Such a thing has occurred?" Dan Yao's expression changed dramatically as she pressed further. "What happened next? Did the Dan family send anyone to search for her?" The young eunuch replied, "They searched all night. And only this morning did they find her in a dilapidated temple, but she. Hearing this, Dan Yao and Xian Yang wasted no time in tearing through the fabric of space to reach the Dan family. When they arrived, chaos reigned within the Dan household. Dan Yao rushed to Dan Lingling's chamber, knowing full well that being abducted would likely yield dire consequences. However, the sight before her still took her breath away. Dan Lingling's once radiant and charming face had transformed into a ghastly visage, marred by a web of deep wrinkles. Her lustrous black hair turned stark white, rendering her utterly unrecognizable. Dan Yao immediately discerned that she had been subjected to a sinister technique that drained her essence and yin energy. Dan Kingley's face darkened, and she couldn't help but glance at Xian Yang, who immediately turned away. Dan Kingley gently pulled back the brocade covering Dan Lingling's body. Dan Yao gasped, unable to suppress a shudder. Dan Lingling's body was marred as if ravaged by beasts, bloodied and grotesque, with hardly a patch of unblemished flesh remaining, a horrifying testament to the depravity of the assailants. A chill ran through Dan Yao's heart. She could scarcely fathom that such malevolence existed in the world, capable of inflicting such cruelty upon a girl. The wounds on Dan Lingling's body, judging by the bite marks, were clearly the work of multiple perpetrators. She shuddered at the thought, her insides quaking with revulsion. "Monsters!" Dan Yao struck the tea table beside her with a fierce blow, shattering it to dust. Despite Dan Lingling's spoiled and willful nature, she had never harmed anyone, merely a child indulged by her family. Though Dan Yao had never favored her disposition, she still acknowledged her as a cousin. Now, witnessing her in such a condition ignited an inferno of rage within her. Who did this? I will have them skinned alive, their bodies torn asunder. Dan Rong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied, "We don't know yet. We'll wait for Lingling to awaken and ask her." No matter who dared to commit such an atrocity, they would not be allowed to escape justice. Dan Yao's eyes blazed with a fierce hatred. "Every wound on my cousin's body shall be repaid to her tormentor in kind. And where is grandfather?" Dan Yao looked around, but did not see Dan Kunlun and inquired. "Your grandfather was so enraged upon hearing this news that he fainted." Dan Kingley sighed. "What a calamity." Dan Yao reached out to take Dan Lingling's pulse, finding her life essence completely drained, and it was evident she would not survive. She clenched her fists in despair. After a long struggle, Dan Lingling finally managed to open her eyes, calling out repeatedly, "Help me. Father, come quickly to save me. Ancestor, come quickly." Dan Rong's heart broke at her cries as he grasped her hand, saying, "Lingling, don't be afraid. Father is here, and both your ancestor and your cousin are here. Speak freely about your grievances. Father, cousin, ancestor." Upon encountering her familiar kin, Dan Lingling could not restrain her tears, weeping uncontrollably. As she cried, she recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. It transpired that during the Lantern Festival, she had inadvertently collided with 3 impeccably dressed young men. Upon seeing her, their eyes gleamed with an unsettling fervor, uttering phrases such as 3 severed pulses and abundant energy. At that moment, captivated by the dazzling lights reminiscent of the east wind's night blooms, she had never anticipated that they would set their sights upon her. Consequently, as she boarded a flower boat, a sudden gust of heated wind swept her away. When she regained consciousness, she found herself stripped bare, plunged into an abyss of nightmares. Dan Lingling sobbed inconsolably, gritting her teeth as she declared, "There are 3 men responsible for my plight, all young, seemingly well-mannered, yet possessing hearts as vile as beasts." In her emotional turmoil, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I seek vengeance. I must avenge myself," she proclaimed, her eyes glinting with resentment. "Lingling, even if you do not voice it, I shall seek retribution on your behalf, even at the cost of my own life. I will ensure that those who have wronged you pay dearly." Her father vowed. "No, father, their aura is formidable, their cultivation level far surpassing that of our ancestors. They must be celestial beings. I cannot allow you to walk into your own demise." Gasping for breath, Dan Lingling seized her cousin Dan Yao's hand with fervor. "Cousin, I acknowledge my past misdeeds, but in light of our familial bond, I implore you to help me exact revenge. I beg of you." Seeing the determination in her cousin's walnut-like eyes, trembling with intensity, Dan Yao felt a surge of both anguish and anger. "Very well, I promise you. Even if it takes me to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt down those 3 beasts and ensure they suffer grievously." "Thank you, cousin, thank you." Dan Lingling, drained of her essence and vitality, was barely holding on, fueled solely by her profound hatred. With her cousin's promise to seek vengeance, her heart felt unburdened. And as her resentment dissipated, she faded away. Chapter 961, Lingling's Sorrow, 3. Dan Yao sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, listening to the ceaseless cries from within the room, her heart heavy with grief. Xianxiang stood behind her, his voice calm. "If it brings you solace, allow yourself to weep. Weep? The ones who deserve tears are not I, but the 3 beasts who have caused Lingling's demise," Dan Yao retorted coldly, her breath steadying as she scoffed. Sighing deeply, she lamented, "Ahua, I had believed that upon reaching the spirit platform realm, I could safeguard my loved ones. Yet here I am, my brother deceased and my cousin departing in bitterness. I truly question the value of this cultivation. Ah Yao, this was an unforeseen calamity. Misfortune is capricious. Rather than wallowing in self-reproach, we ought to devise a method to identify the culprits and avenge your cousin. Do you have any suspects?" Who else but Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhua, and Xiang Can, those worthless scoundrels, would dare commit such a heinous act? Dan Yao's voice was as frigid as ice. "I share your sentiment. Your cousin spoke of the immense strength of the 3 young men, their energies rivaling that of Dan Kingley. In the southern region, those who attain celestial status are exceedingly rare. 3 young celestial beings are even more so. Based on my understanding of Xiang Ran, despite his lecherous tendencies, he is methodical in his actions. Currently, he requires Dan Kingley, a local cultivator, to locate us. So why would he suddenly turn against your cousin?" Dan Yao replied with venom. "There are 2 possibilities. Either he discovered that Dan Kingley was deceiving them and retaliated, or he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and requires external assistance to break through. Which do you suspect?" "The latter. Lingling's entire essence and true energy have been drained, clearly the result of some sinister practice aimed at siphoning to supplement yang. If this were an act of revenge, knowing their nature, it would not merely be Lingling who perished, but the entire Dan family." Xiangyang nodded. "Indeed. Your cousin was born with the 3 severed pulse. While her constitution may not match your purine body, it is still a coveted treasure for those practicing such vile arts. That night, during your confrontation with them, I sensed a shift in Xiang Ran's aura, hinting at a transformation from the peak of celestial to the threshold of the spirit platform. If I am correct, he must have drained your cousin's essence to facilitate his breakthrough." He paused before continuing. "For someone like him, a scion of a prominent family, taking a life is as trivial as squashing an ant. Perhaps he did not even recognize your cousin's status. It was merely an unfortunate encounter at the Lantern Festival that led to his violent actions." Dan Yao bit her lip fiercely, her gaze seething with fury. "Xiang Ran, these despicable beasts, having dared to commit such an atrocity, shall not go unpunished." Xiang Yang's eyes, clear yet icy, inquired, "What are your plans for retribution?" "Blood for blood. For every wound inflicted upon Lingling, I shall return it 10-fold, 100-fold. Count me in." Dan Kingley emerged from the room, her demeanor cold. "Lingling is of the Dan family, and now that she has been harmed, as her elder, I cannot remain idle." Observing Dan Yao's hesitation, Dan Kingley added, "In terms of cultivation, I may not be as accomplished, but in the art of torment, none can surpass me." Chapter 962, Luring Out the Southern Region, 1. These 3 wretches, engaged in their vile practices, I too am an adept at siphoning yang to supplement yin. I shall see who prevails in this contest. Dan Kingley declared with a chill. Very well, let us return their own methods upon them. Dan Yao replied, gritting her teeth. At that moment, a fiery paper crane approached. Xiangyang flicked his finger, and the crane bore an elderly voice. Young master. The old servant has successfully departed the central region. You and Miss Dan may proceed with the next phase of your plan. With that, the paper crane was engulfed in flames, turning to ash. Dan Kingley inquired hastily, what is the next course of action? Dan Yao explained, those 3 despicable beasts are core disciples of powerful families. If they were to perish in the southern region, it could spell disaster for both the Su family and the Dan family. Ahua and I originally intended to lure them out of the southern region to eliminate them in the western region, but fate had other plans. Before we could enact our strategy, Lingling was struck first. Nevertheless, we shall proceed with our original plan. In that case, as with our previous encounter with those 3 old geezers, I shall draw them into the southern region, Dan Kingley proposed. Dan Yao quickly shook her head. No, that won't do. They practice techniques of siphoning yang to supplement yin. Your refined cold yin energy would be a tremendous boon to them. What if they target you next? Lingling has already suffered. I cannot allow you to be at risk. Dan Kingley, touched yet concerned, furrowed her brow. Then what do you propose? Dan Yao smirked. Do they not wish to find Ahua through me? Very well, I shall grant them that desire. Can you manage it alone? Dan Kingley asked. Worry etched on her face. What is there to fear? Were it not for their formidable family background, I would have dealt with them long ago. And we would not be in this predicament today. Besides, you and Ahua will be with me. I will lead them, and you can follow closely behind, ensuring they cannot pull any tricks. With the plan established, the trio wasted no time in setting their scheme into motion. As Dan Yao had anticipated, the 3 beasts who had wrought havoc upon Dan Lingling were indeed Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhua, and Xiang Can charged with a mission. Xiang Ran had been repeatedly warned by his esteemed elder before departing the family. No distractions should arise until the task was complete, or there would be dire consequences. He had not originally intended to take action against Dan Lingling, but after his previous confrontation with Dan Yao, he discovered that her spiritual power was far more profound than he had anticipated. Had it not been for their successful formation of the 3 yuan profound fire array, he would likely have perished beneath the seductive melody of a flute that no man could withstand. In retrospect, Xiang Ran still found the encounter quite terrifying. Just a single demoness from the immortal water palace proved to be so formidable, if combined with Xiangyang, even with the 3 yuan profound fire array. It would be exceedingly difficult to subdue both. One must forge their own strength. If only his cultivation were more robust, he could unleash the full potential of the 3 yuan profound fire array. At that point, Xiangyang would find himself utterly trapped. After years of relentless training, Xiang Ran had reached the pinnacle of celestial monarch, just a single step away from the half-step spiritual platform. Yet, this inch remained an elusive barrier. It was at this juncture that he encountered Dan Lingling. The 3 yin absolute meridians were a congenital misfortune for her, yet in Xiang Ran's eyes, they were a treasure of great nourishment. He had practiced the method of drawing from the yin to supplement the yang, having absorbed the essence of many unmarried women. However, encountering someone as rich in pure yin energy as Dan Lingling was a first for him. Moreover, her exquisite beauty only intensified Xiang Ran's wicked desires. Once a thought took root, countless evils would follow, leading Dan Lingling into an abyss of despair. 3 days later, Dan Yao appeared at the market in the northern part of the city, wearing a mask of a smiling tiger. She approached a vendor selling candied hawthorn and purchased a skewer. As she savored the treat, she sang softly, "They say candied hawthorn is sour. Yet wrapped within it is sweetness. They say it is sweet, but within lies a hint of sourness." Her melodious voice captivated countless passers-by, all eager to glimpse the visage concealed beneath the mask. Suddenly, a burst of pure yang energy erupted nearby, transforming into a colossal fire sword that cleaved towards Dan Yao. Feigning surprise, she swiftly retaliated with a slender ice needle condensed from her true energy, colliding with the fire sword. A resounding explosion followed, sending shockwaves like a tempest, reducing the surrounding area to ruins. Vendors, tourists, and cultivators alike were left aghast, fleeing in terror. When gods battle, mere mortals suffer, if they did not run. One misstep could cost them their lives. Dan Yao, with a graceful twist of her waist, aimed to dart outside the city. 9 heavens celestial needle, demoness. It must be you. A sharp voice rang out, and 3 figures radiating pure yang energy appeared before Dan Yao, encircling her. It was Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhua, and Xiang Ran cast a cold glance at Dan Yao, saying, "You've evaded me for so long. Do you think you can escape now? What are you talking about? I can't comprehend your words." Dan Yao feigned ignorance, adopting a playful demeanor. "Still pretending? Quickly reveal Xiang Yang's whereabouts, or you will face dire consequences. Xianxia barked. Dan Yao shot him a disdainful glance. What are you to speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I wouldn't dare to pierce you with a needle? Furious, Xianxia prepared to strike, but Xiang Ran restrained him, addressing Dan Yao with a smile. Indeed. The disciples of the immortal water palace are audacious. I shall not waste words. If you hand over that boy, I will overlook the previous incident where you toyed with us three, and I can even plead for leniency regarding your slaying of the 4 great guardians. Upon hearing this, not only Dan Yao, but even Xianxia and Xiang were taken aback. They had expected retaliation from Xiang Ran after the humiliation they suffered at Dan Yao's hands. To their surprise, he not only refrained from seeking vengeance, but also proposed to intercede on her behalf. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxia and Xiang quickly grasped the situation. Despite her continuous misdeeds, she was a disciple of the immortal water palace, and her formidable cultivation made her a challenging adversary to eliminate. The reason the 4 great guardians had failed in their mission and ultimately perished was partly due to the time wasted on this woman, allowing Xiang Yang to seize the opportunity. Rather than entangling themselves with her, wasting precious time, it would be more prudent to win her over and utilize her to locate Xiang Yang, thereby swiftly accomplishing their task. After all, capturing Xiang Yang and completing their mission was undoubtedly of greater importance than avenging the 4 great guardians. Hand over Xiang Yang? Dan Yao scoffed at the suggestion. With the 3 of you, you think you can command me? Do you truly believe I am as pliable as a ripe fruit? At her words, a glint of malice flickered in Xiang Ran's eyes as he coldly replied, You, woman, do not mistake my patience for weakness. Should you continue to defy me, do not blame us for being ruthless. You are still young. Having cultivated to this realm is no small feat. Why sacrifice your future for a man? In response to Xiang Ran's threats, Dan Yao merely laughed derisively. To be ruthless, one must possess the capability. I would like to see what means you have to destroy this delicate flower. Humph, unaware of your own mortality. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. A surge of vigorous pure yang spiritual energy erupted from Xiang Ran, transforming into pure yang power that fiercely hurled towards Dan Yao. Trivial skills, Dan Yao sneered, effortlessly countering with a flick of her finger, sending forth the 9 heavens celestial needle to pierce through his pure yang energy. What are you all waiting for? Combine your efforts and capture this demoness. Seeing Dan Yao easily neutralize his attack, Xiang Ran was both astonished and enraged, urgently calling out. With no further hesitation, Xianxia and Xiang can unleash their powers, joining in the assault against Dan Yao. The combined might of the 3 celestial monarchs was terrifying, even more so than when the armies of Dian and the Southern Witch Kingdom clashed. After all, Dan Yao faced 3 who had only recently ascended to celestial monarch, while Xiang Ran and his companions had long since stabilized their power at the half-step spiritual platform, their cultivation deep and profound. Faced with their united onslaught, Dan Yao felt no pressure, yet her countenance was marred with fury. She had discerned from Xiang Ran's energy that he had reached the half-step spiritual platform, a remarkable advancement from when he had been at the pinnacle of celestial monarch just 6 months prior. In the southern domain, those who reached beyond the peak of celestial monarch were subject to the suppression of heavenly rules. If not for absorbing Dan Lingling's essence, how could he have achieved such rapid progress in merely half a year? Enraged, Dan Yao retaliated with a needle aimed at a most vulnerable spot on Xiang Ran. He was startled and quickly dodged. Though the strike did not hit its intended target, it deeply embedded itself into his thigh. The powerful cold energy rapidly spread, clashing violently with the pure yang energy coursing through Xiang Ran. He felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, followed by a torrent of blood spewing forth. Before he could recover, Dan Yao shot another needle. Xianxia cried out, his body flung backward, crashing to the ground, hands clutching his left eye, which had been blinded by the 9 heavens celestial needle. You demoness, dare to ruin my left eye? I will make you pay. Xianxia roared in fury, lunging at her. Despite their concerted efforts, the trio could not subdue Dan Yao. Instead, they fell victim to her relentless 9 heavens celestial needles, their cries mingling with anger and desperation. Frosted pear blossom. Dan Yao stood resolute, an endless torrent of cold energy pouring forth from her, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes that cascaded towards the 3 assailants. Faced with the drifting snowflakes, the 3 sensed a terrifying danger, promptly mobilizing their energies to form the strongest defense. Bang, bang, bang. Each snowflake, seemingly as light as mist, was in truth as heavy as a boulder. The thunderous impact struck against their defensive aura, which was swiftly breached. It felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer to the chest, and they simultaneously expelled a cloud of blood mist, falling clumsily from the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Yang and Dan Qingli, who were hidden in the shadows, appeared unfazed. A practitioner at the spirit platform realm could easily overpower a multitude of heavenly monarchs. Not to mention that Dan Yao was an invincible force among those of her rank. Had it not been for the need to draw the three from the southern domain, Dan Yao would have long since acted to take their lives. Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions, however, were filled with astonishment. None of them had anticipated that Dan Yao's strength was so fearsome. A half-step spirit platform practitioner, alongside two mid to late stage heavenly monarchs, had been effortlessly defeated by her. Humph. Do you think you can destroy this flower of mine? Truly ignorant and as foolish as swine. Dan Yao hovered in midair, her gaze icy as she looked down at the three falling to the ground, coldly mocking them. Vile woman, cease your arrogance. Allow me to show you my true prowess. Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled with rage, directing Xianxia and Xianxiafans, form the array and annihilate this little wretch. The three shouted in unison, their pure yang energies shooting skyward, intertwining in midair to forge a massive circle of light, red, green, and blue, nested within one another. The 3 yuan profound fire array, Dan Yao declared coldly. Indeed, it is the 3 yuan profound fire array. Little wretch, today you shall meet your demise here. Xianxiaaudiobooks bellowed as the tricolored circle spun outwards, striking toward Dan Yao from different directions. Given Dan Yao's cultivation, she had no fear of this array. However, in order to lure them out of the southern domain, she had to feign weakness. With a swift turn of her eyes, she pretended to be unable to withstand the attack, letting out a pained cry as she was sent flying, landing heavily upon a nearby mud doll stall. The vixen is injured. The three rejoiced. They were certain that with the activation of the 3 yuan profound fire array, this little wretch could not possibly withstand it. Dan Yao clutched her chest, feigning deep internal injuries, and spitefully remarked, the 3 yuan profound fire array truly lives up to its reputation. I shall remember you all. With this fierce declaration, Dan Yao transformed into a streak of spiritual light, darting swiftly westward. Chaser. The three exchanged glances, fully aware that their victory in this battle relied entirely on the formidable force unleashed by the 3 yuan profound fire array. Should this vixen escape today, not only would they fail to capture Xianxiaaudiobooks, but if she were to summon her elders from the sect to devise a counter to their array, they would surely find themselves without a burial place. Therefore, they could not allow her to slip away. Unbeknownst to them, this maneuver played perfectly into Dan Yao's hands. Utilizing the 1,000 illusions fragrant steps from her cultivation of the bright jade skill, her speed was unparalleled, and coupled with her boundless spiritual energy, she could accelerate without concern. Yet, to draw them out of the southern domain, she deliberately slowed her pace. In mere moments, Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions caught up, while Xianxiaaudiobooks and Dan Qingli turned into 2 streaks of spiritual light, stealthily following behind. This chase and evasion soon led them beyond the northern city limits. Dan Yao toyed with her pursuers like a cat with a mouse, varying her speed to ensure they could not catch up while also keeping them in sight. Xianxiaaudiobooks, Xianxia, and Xianxiafans pursued with all their might, their hearts pounding with shock. At this moment, their energies aligned as they harnessed the essence of the 3 yuan profound fire array, pursuing her with their spirit platform cultivation. They believed that while Dan Yao's strength was formidable, she was still constrained by the laws of nature and could not fully exert her power, at most possessing the strength of a half-step spirit platform. With the intricacies of the 3 yuan profound fire array, they felt confident they could catch her. However, after several hours of relentless pursuit, they found themselves unable to lay a single finger on her. The gulf between a half-step spirit platform and a true spirit platform practitioner, though seemingly narrow, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even if a half-step spirit platform practitioner was close to the level of a true spirit platform, they remained weaklings before genuine experts. The vast difference in power rendered any hope of closing the gap futile. How could this little wretch fly so swiftly? What further astonished them was that after flying for so long, Dan Yao showed no signs of exhaustion in her spiritual energy, which was simply incredible. Oh, it must be the cold jade skill at play, they surmised. The bridal garment divine skill and the bright jade skill were renowned as the 2 supreme divine arts of the Shangwan clan. Yet, due to various reasons, mastering these techniques had always been a challenge. The Xiang clan had developed the profound fire 9 turns based on the bridal garment divine skill, while the immortal water palace had combined elements of their own techniques with remnants of the bright jade skill to create the cold jade skill, which rivaled the power of the profound fire 9 turns. This skill inherited many characteristics of the bright jade skill, boasting not only immense power but also the miraculous effect of eternal youth, along with an exceptionally enduring spiritual energy. Though it could not compare to the inexhaustible nature of the bright jade skill, it was still challenging to deplete. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes darkened as he thought. This woman's cultivation is so peculiar. She must have practiced the cold jade skill. If I can capture her and force her to reveal the cultivation methods of the cold jade skill, my own strength would surely ascend to new heights. With this thought, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a surge of elation, wishing he could seize Dan Yao immediately. In a relentless chase, they flew thousands of miles. Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions pushed themselves to their limits, and whenever they drew closer, Dan Yao would flicker and widen the gap, making it nearly impossible for them to catch up. Vile woman, halt at once. If you do not stop, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Come and catch me if you can. If you do, I'll buy you candy. Dan Yao laughed mischievously. You better wait for me. I refuse to believe your strength can last indefinitely. Once I catch you, you'll see how I deal with you. Despite their desperate pursuit, they could never quite close the distance, resorting to mere verbal sparring. Engrossed in the chase after Dan Yao, the three failed to notice that two others were closely trailing them. Dan Kingley, with slightly weaker cultivation, began to feel fatigued after flying thousands of kilometers. Fortunately, with Xiangyang's assistance, they maintained a steady pace without losing ground. After a day and night of pursuit, spanning tens of thousands of miles, they finally reached the border between the western and southern domains. At this moment, Dan Yao's gaze fell upon a vast azure sea. The briny sea breeze tousled her hair, mingling with a hint of freshness. Dan Yao understood that crossing this ocean would lead her to the western domain. Before her lay a pristine blue expanse, resembling a colossal sapphire. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was her first encounter with such a deep and beautiful ocean, captivating her to the point of reluctance to depart. Yet, this ocean, though stunning, was fraught with danger, much like the mushrooms of the mountains. The more beautiful it was, the more perilous it became. As the boundary between the southwestern domains, this ocean not only roiled with towering waves at all times, but also concealed countless ferocious sea beasts, each possessing formidable spiritual power, capable of claiming lives with a single misstep. Due to such peril, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to traverse, with only those of earthly sovereign rank or above daring to venture across the ocean. However, such dangers posed little concern for Dan Yao and her companions. As the three parties pursued one another, a formidable and terrifying aura was unleashed, causing the surrounding sea beasts to tremble in fear, daring not to emerge and make a commotion. The waves surged tumultuously, one vortex after another spinning relentlessly, emanating a terrifying suction force. The cultivators beneath the Earth's sovereign rank found it nearly impossible to resist this pull. Once drawn in, they would inevitably be pulverized by the colossal waves, their bones shattered beyond survival. Even those of Earth's sovereign strength had to exert every ounce of their power to maintain their stance. Yet, for Dan Yao, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and Dan Kingley, such challenges were but trifles. Although Dan Yao marveled at the formidable might of nature, her feet never ceased their pace, streaking across the sea's surface like a shooting star. After soaring for nearly 2 hours, a vast continent emerged before their eyes. Western region, here I come, Dan Yao murmured with a gleam of joy, preparing to advance. Suddenly, a tremendous ring of fiery flames surged from behind with a swift whoosh. Sensing the ferocity and swiftness of the assault, Dan Yao swiftly retaliated by unleashing the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden needles, aiming to shatter the fiery ring. To her astonishment, the needles instantly dissolved upon contact with the flames, evaporating into mist. As the 2 great sects, the Xiang clan and the Xianxiaaudiobooks palace, each wielded their own supreme cultivation techniques, bridal robe divine art and Minjiu skill respectively, their methods stood in stark opposition, fostering mutual counteraction. The 3 Yuan mysterious fire formation not only harnessed the power of the spiritual platform, but also served as a bane to cold forces like the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden needles. Startled, Dan Yao immediately evaded. Amid this advance and retreat, Xiang ran, Xianxia, and Xiang can seize the opportunity to encircle Dan Yao. Xianxia shouted fiercely, Demoness, where do you think you're running? Dan Yao brushed aside the strands of hair clinging to her temples, her smile radiant as the morning glow. No, it is not I who should flee, but rather you. Humph, spare the nonsense. If you know what is good for you, tell us where that brat Xiangyang is hiding. Perhaps we might show mercy and spare your wretched life. Otherwise what? A cold, deep voice resonated from behind. The trio turned to see a man clad in red, wearing a crying cat mask, accompanied by Dan Kingley, who glided gracefully towards them. Xiangran glanced at Dan Kingley in surprise. How are you here? Why I am here is none of your concern. Because the dead do not need to know much. Dan Kingley replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. You old hag, how dare you speak to my brother Ran like that? Do you want to die? Xiangkan roared angrily and swung a palm toward Dan Kingley. Just as Dan Kingley prepared to strike back, Xiangyang flicked his sleeve, unleashing a scorching surge of true energy that effortlessly deflected the blow. Xiang Ran was inwardly astonished. What manner of origin did this red-clad man possess? Able to nullify Xiang Kan's full-strength attack so easily? Xiang Ran scrutinized Xiangyang from head to toe and bowed slightly with a smile. Haha, brother. Your true strength belies your humble appearance. Such profound cultivation. Seeing Xiang Ran's overture, Xiangyang ignored him, eyes cold as ice. Xiang Ran smiled amiably. The Western region is a land of heroes and talents. It is rare to encounter such a promising youth as yourself. I should have taken the time to become acquainted, but pressing matters call today. Please, feel free to excuse yourself. The implication was clear. This woman is our quarry. Kindly refrain from interference. Previously, Xiang Ran would not have been so courteous. But after yesterday's confrontation with Dan Yao and witnessing her overwhelming power, they only wished to subdue her with the 3 yuan mysterious fire formation, forcing her to reveal Xiangyang's whereabouts and the heart manual of the cold jade skill. The involvement of this enigmatic expert would surely complicate matters, hence the polite dismissal. Hearing this, Xiangyang sneered. 3 grown men ganging up on a lone woman. Is that not shameful? Xiang Ran's face darkened, recognizing Xiangyang's intent to intervene. Very well. If you refuse courtesy, you shall taste punishment. I shall deal with you as well. No sooner had he spoken than Xiang Ran signaled Xiang Can and Xiang Zhuang to fix their gaze on Dan Yao while he lunged at Xiangyang. If you want to deal with me, let us see if you have the ability. Unfazed, Xiangyang summoned red and purple twin flames swirling around him, ready to counterattack. You provincial bumpkin, knowing neither heaven nor earth, today I shall let you, a rustic of the western region, experience the might of a central region master. Xiang Ran's grim smile twisted cruelly as pure yang fire, cultivated through the 9 turns of mysterious fire, surged from his palms, manifesting into a colossal fiery fist aimed at Xiangyang. Watch out! Dan Kingley, unaware of Xiangyang's true prowess, cried out, sensing the devastating power that could scorch heavens and boil seas. Who is the real provincial bumpkin? Watch closely. Xiangyang sneered, raising his hand. A blazing red lotus of fire materialized in his palm, radiating overwhelming heat as it collided with the fiery fist. Boom! The clash unleashed an earth-shattering explosion that reverberated through the surrounding forest. The ensuing spiritual energy storm swept outward, pulverizing rocks to dust and reducing vegetation to ash. Cultivators in the western region, sensing the violent energy fluctuations, were struck with awe and fear. Could this be a duel between heavenly lords? Terrifying beyond measure. As the dust settled, Xiangyang stood unscathed, poised like towering pine and bamboo. Xiang Ran, panting heavily, his clothes torn and hair disheveled, looked utterly disheartened. Yet his expression bore more shock than anger, staring at Xiangyang in disbelief, as if a wife, discovering her husband's infidelity, stormed into a hotel to catch the lover in the act, only to find her husband in an intimate embrace with another man. Simultaneously, Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Can, fixated on Dan Yao, could not conceal their own horror. Dan Kingley was puzzled, while Dan Yao assumed the role of a mere spectator, calmly awaiting the unfolding drama. You. How do you possess the red lotus flame hand? Xiang Ran gasped, his voice sharp and hoarse. What red lotus flame hand? I know not what you speak of, Xiangyang replied with a playful smile. Dare you deny it? The red lotus flame hand is a secret art of our clan, never to be revealed. Where did you steal this technique? Speak now, or beg for death in vain. Xiang Ran demanded fiercely. We are of the same clan. Why would I pilfer our own family as secret art? Xiangyang chuckled lightly, removing the crying cat mask to reveal a handsome and dignified countenance. Xiangyang, you truly live. Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhuang, and Xiang Can were overwhelmed with astonishment upon seeing the familiar figure before them. Although their clan leader had warned them that Xiangyang might still be alive, deep down, they had harbored doubts. Years ago, when Xiangyang discovered the truth behind the bridal robe divine art and refused to disperse his energy, he clashed with their parents. This upheaval led them to learn that their clan's unparalleled secret technique required another to bear the bridal robe for its completion. If Xiangyang did not transfer his energy to a second person, he would be consumed by the flames and perish. Yet once the energy was transferred, he would be utterly exhausted and die of depletion. Whichever path he chose, death was inevitable. Thus, all these years, the 3 had believed Xiangyang to be dead. Now, to witness him vibrant and alive before their eyes, their shock was beyond words. Xiangyang's countenance was one of indifference. How can I dare to perish easily when my parents' great vengeance remains unavenged? That old rogue, Xiang Banshan, sent you here not to seek me out? Now that I have appeared, why are you so astonished? Is it fear? Fear of what? You, a wretched hound, have no right to utter such words before me. If you know what is good for you, kneel and submit. For the sake of our past camaraderie and cultivation, I might still intercede on your behalf before the clan leader. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes beneath the Tri-Yuan Shen fire formation. Xiang Ran bellowed. Indeed. Kneel and submit. and you may secure a favorable outcome. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a plight from which escape is impossible. Echoed Xianxia and Xiang in unison. Huh, at the brink of death, you still dare to preach to me? Truly, you are one who does not shed tears until witnessing the coffin. Xiang Yang's voice was chilling as the winds of the abyss. Dan Yao's figure flickered, positioning herself beside Xiang Yang, whispering, "Do you want me to assist you? No need. They are merely 3 curs. A mere flick of my finger would suffice to extinguish them. If I cannot even deal with them, how shall I avenge my parents upon that old dog, Xiang Banshan?" A fierce glint flickered in Xiang Yang's eyes. Impudent. How dare you insult the clan leader as a dog? Do you even comprehend the concepts of respect and hierarchy? Xiang Can retorted, his face flushed with anger. I have long since been a traitor to the family. What need have I for rules? Does that not strike you as utterly ridiculous? Xiang Yang scoffed, spreading his arms wide as his hands coalesced into a dual-colored fire lotus. The wedding dress divine skill? Xiang Ran exclaimed in utter disbelief. Have you truly mastered it? How is that possible? How did you achieve it? Speak. You shall all perish here today. What need is there for you to know so much? Xiang Yang twirled the dual-colored fire lotus in his palm, and the surrounding space began to warp with its rotation. Ordinary individuals might not perceive the terror of this dual-colored fire lotus, but the 3, being formidable beings at the celestial monarch and half-step spirit platform levels, were acutely aware of the overwhelming power emanating from these flames. This force far surpassed that of a celestial monarch. Once unleashed, its might was unfathomable. Xiang Ran fixed a cold glare upon Xiang Yang. Do not grow arrogant, even if you have mastered the wedding dress divine skill. At most, you would be unrivaled within the celestial monarch realm. Today, I shall make you experience the ferocity of the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation. Xiang Yang, prepare to meet your end. Tri-Yuan Xin fire, incinerate heaven and earth. The 3 united their voices, swiftly positioning themselves in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. They formed seals with their hands, channeling their true energy into a singular line, as spiritual power surged forth, coalescing into a ring of flames. The fiery circle manifested in 3 distinct colors, encircling one another, ultimately transforming into a fire dragon that surged towards Xiang Yang. Observing this, Dan Yao swiftly pulled Dan Kingsley into the air, hovering silently to watch the confrontation. Do you think he can withstand it alone? Dan Kingsley expressed concern. I, like him, never engage in battles without certainty. Dan Yao replied coolly. Do you trust him so readily? Dan Kingsley inquired with a smile. Indeed. Dan Yao nodded gently, her smile radiant and unrestrained. As their conversation unfolded, the power unleashed by the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation collided with the dual-colored fire lotus. The clash of forces erupted like meteors colliding, releasing a vast energy. In that instant, the surrounding air was momentarily suspended, as dust and debris were swept up, obscuring vision. The terrifying energy tempest rapidly spread, shattering and tearing apart the vegetation within a radius of several dozen miles, rendering the area desolate. Moreover, where the force dissipated, a multitude of onlookers from the western regions, those with slightly greater strength, exerted every effort to flee. However, those too weak yet eager for excitement were caught in the maelstrom, transforming into blood mist amidst their anguished screams, their demise tragically gruesome. Such overwhelming power, could it truly be unleashed by a celestial monarch? The fortunate escapees gazed back in shock at the cataclysmic explosion, their expressions pale with disbelief. Some among them had witnessed a celestial monarch's display of power firsthand. Though formidable, it had never been as terrifying as what unfolded before them. Such a formidable wedding dress divine skill, capable of confronting the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation. Yet, that lad must have expended his spiritual energy to unleash such strength. The wedding dress divine skill was renowned for its might. Not only unrivaled among peers, but also capable of challenging those beyond it. This fearsome, utmost yang energy, when wielded by a celestial monarch, could contend with spirit platform realm foes. However, employing such a method in battle incurred massive energy expenditure, rendering prolonged engagement unsustainable. Unless he had transcended to the spirit platform realm, he could barely contend with the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation, let alone dismantle it with just a few moves. In the eyes of Xiang Ran and his companions, it appeared that Xiang Yang had unleashed the full might of the wedding dress divine skill, thus enabling him to counter the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation. Such a terrifying release of energy would have depleted at least 70 to 80% of his spiritual power. At this moment, the 3 wore ashen expressions. Clearly, the consumption of power required to condense the might of the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation had not been trivial. Hearing their remarks, Dan Yao, observing from the air, could not help but laugh aloud. Xiang Yang then smirked. I was merely warming up. How could I have exhausted my strength? How could that be? The 3 were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in shock. Xiangyang scoffed. How could it be impossible? With your meager tactics, you think you can contend against my wedding dress divine skill? You are far from capable. Now, allow me to demonstrate its true power. Before the 3's astonished gazes, Xiangyang conjured another dual-colored fire lotus in his palm. This dual-colored fire lotus possessed immense power, yet he effortlessly summoned it, showcasing his profoundly deep mastery of spiritual energy. As the dual-colored fire lotus surged forth, the 3 dared not underestimate it and joined forces to counter. Their internal spiritual energy poured forth like a tidal wave, transforming into a massive tricolored flame circle that met the dual-colored fire lotus. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated once more. The terrifying heat soared into the heavens, painting the sky a deep crimson, rendering the distant onlookers from the western regions pallid with fear. Unable to withstand the overwhelming yang energy's force, the 3 figures plummeted from the air, blood spurting from their mouths, ultimately crashing down onto the plain, creating 3 massive craters several hundred feet deep. Xiangyang hovered in the air, casting a cold glance at the 3 ensnared in the pits. It seems the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation is not as formidable as imagined. With your limited skills, you believe you can capture me? Truly laughable. Xiang ran, infuriated, coughed up another mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. The wedding dress divine skill is indeed the most powerful technique in existence. It truly lives up to its reputation. Xianxia lamented. You are merely relying on the might of a divine skill. What is there to be arrogant about? Were it not for the wedding dress divine skill's absurdity, you would not stand a chance against us. Xiang Ran gritted his teeth, swallowing blood. He never anticipated that the fully unleashed wedding dress divine skill would possess such terrifying power, easily overcoming their meticulously cultivated Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation. Victory and defeat are the eternal truths. There is no need to seek excuses, Xiangyang remarked coolly. The power of the wedding dress divine skill was indeed formidable, capable of enabling challengers to surpass their ranks, allowing celestial monarchs to grapple with spirit platform warriors. Yet, this full-throttle power necessitated significant energy consumption, rendering it difficult to sustain over time. Had he not transcended to the spirit platform realm, he could at most contend with the Tri-Yuan Xin fire formation on par, never capable of dismantling it with just a few moves. It is laughable that these 3 wretched creatures cannot even discern his current cultivation level. Yet they mistakenly believe that the bridal garment technique is inherently formidable. How fitting it is that today, they fall at your hands. It seems we 3 are merely unfortunate. But do not revel in your triumph. The clan leader is resolute in uncovering the mysteries of the bridal garment technique. Even if your abilities are celestial, you shall never surpass him. Once he takes action, prepare to meet your demise. Xiang Ran spoke with a chilling tone. Facing imminent death, they still dare to speak boastfully. Ahua, show him what true might feels like. Dan Yao and Dan Qing Li swiftly approached Xiangyang. Xiangyang chuckled, saying, My strength is overwhelming. I have left them in grievous injury. If I strike again, they will perish. Allowing them to die so easily would be too merciful. Let us handle the aftermath. Sister Qing, Dan Yao replied, leave the cleanup to me. There is no need to taint your hands. Dan Qing Li's lips curled into a cruel smile, sending shivers down the spines of the 3 in the pit. Xiang Ran's expression shifted, his eyes filled with venomous glare directed at Dan Qing Li. His voice hoarse. Old hack, are you in cahoots with them? Dan Qing Li nodded, indeed. Xiang Can's face contorted with rage. A look of someone who would devour Dan Qing Li alive. I knew it. After searching endlessly in the Great Yin dynasty, unable to find anyone. It turns out you have been deliberately leading us astray. Dan Qing Li chuckled. Not just you 3, but also Hong Yan, Qing Fu, and Bai Yuan. Those 3 old geezers. They also asked me to help find someone, and I led them all down the path of no return. How do you like this performance of mine? Not bad, right? The 3 were nearly ready to explode with fury. Chapter 972. A terrible defeat. 2. They deemed themselves noble and powerful, looking down upon the cultivators of the southern region, believing them to be mere bumpkins. Little did they know, they were ultimately outsmarted by those they held in contempt. You 3 have committed countless misdeeds and harmed the innocent. Meeting your downfall at our hands today is your just retribution, so don't feel wronged, Dan Yao coldly remarked, gazing at the 3 who were filled with indignation and resentment. You vile witch, you conspired with Xiangyang to ensnare us. Xiang Can glared at Dan Yao in fury. If he does not spare me, neither will Ahua spare him. Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen, Dan Yao retorted with a cold laugh. Huh. Perhaps we may not escape death today, but do you think it will be so easy to let us perish? A sinister smile crept across Xiang Ran's face as he suddenly leaped from the pit, his body swelling rapidly, igniting into a blazing fireball, charging towards Xiangyang, Dan Yao, and Dan Qing Li. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Be careful. Dan Xing expression shifted, her voice rising in alarm. The consequences of a self-detonation by a half-step spirit platform realm expert are no trifling matter. You think you can self-destruct? Not a chance. Xianxia's speed was astonishing. Yet Dan Yao was even swifter. Snowbound, icebound. With a flick of her delicate hand, torrents of profound, icy energy surged forth, forming a colossal ice shield. The explosive force generated by Xianxia's burning essence collided with this ice shield, dissipating like grease on a hot pan. In an instant, the ice shield radiated a chilling green light, which burst forth into countless strands, invading Xianxia's meridians. Seeing this, Xiangxian and Xiangxiu both ignited their inner essence. Charging towards Dan Yao formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that encased both in solid ice. The three gritted their teeth, desperately trying to channel their inner vital energy to break free from the ice. However, the icy strands that invaded their bodies were akin to the golden hoop encircling Sun Wukong's head. The more they struggled, the deeper they were ensnared. As the cold energy continued to invade, the previously crimson faces of the three turned pale, trembling from the cold. Spirit Platform Realm. You vile witch. How can you unleash the power of the Spirit Platform Realm? Xianxian gaped at Dan Yao, wide-eyed in disbelief. To reach the Spirit Platform Realm is no small feat. Even after years of arduous cultivation, having harmed many innocent maidens in his pursuit, he had only attained a half-step Spirit Platform Realm. Yet this woman, adorned with a smiling tiger mask, appeared much younger than him, somehow possessed the prowess of a Spirit Platform Realm expert. How could this be? Even more astonishing was her ability to unleash her true power in the West region, where the laws of heaven and earth impose restrictions. If she is a Spirit Platform Realm expert, what is Xianxiang? Disciples of the Immortal Water Palace are proud and aloof, unlikely to seek companionship with someone weaker. If this enchanting woman is of the Spirit Platform Realm, could Xianxiang also be a Spirit Platform powerhouse? At that moment, Xianxian finally comprehended why the four guardians had met such a dismal end. It was not that their opponents were excessively cunning, nor that the guardians were foolish, but rather the overwhelming disparity in strength. The four guardians were restrained, while these two could unleash their full power, with such a stark contrast in strength. It would be a miracle if they did not succumb. What? A Spirit Platform Realm? How can there be Spirit Platform experts in the West region? Chapter 973, A Terrible Defeat. 3. Hiss, how is this possible? The West region could not possibly harbor Spirit Platform experts. Xianxia's exclamation was so loud it traveled far and wide. A host of cultivators hiding at a distance, too afraid to show themselves, were left in utter shock upon hearing his words. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, the depth of their shock beyond words. In an age where spiritual energy is scarce and the laws of heaven and earth impose restrictions, the emergence of celestial monarch-level experts in the four domains is already considered the pinnacle of cultivation. As for the Spirit Platform Realm, it is a realm that exists only in legends for them. Many had never even seen a celestial monarch, let alone knew what lay beyond it. Throughout the West region, there had been no accounts of anyone reaching the Spirit Platform Realm. The renowned Aegean celestial monarch, who broke through to earthly sovereign at 200 years and ascended to celestial monarch at 700 years, has reached the pinnacle of celestial monarch, recognized as the strongest in the West region. Yet even he is extremely distant from the legendary Spirit Platform Realm. Suddenly hearing Xianxia's cry about a Spirit Platform expert left everyone in shock. If previously someone claimed that a Spirit Platform expert had emerged in the West region, they would have dismissed it as a joke. What Spirit Platform expert? Don't be ridiculous. How could such a superpower exist in a place like the West region? However, having witnessed the earth-shattering battle and explosion just moments ago, such terrifying destructive power could not possibly be wielded by a celestial monarch. The existence of a Spirit Platform Realm expert is indeed plausible. With this thought, the cultivators of the West region were both astonished and exhilarated. They yearned to glimpse the visage of the legendary Spirit Platform expert, yet feared that the fierce clash between the two parties might draw them into the fray. Dan Yao coldly remarked, "Whether I am a Spirit Platform expert is of no significance to you. I ask you, did you harm Dan Lingling? Dan Lingling? Who is she?" The three, Xianxian, Xiangxiu, and Xiangxian, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the name. Clearly, they were still unaware that the girl they had previously wronged was Dan Yao's cousin. You have so thoroughly ruined a good girl. Yet you do not even know her name. This reveals your utter lack of remorse. It seems we need not be polite with these three beasts, Dan Yao stated coldly. What beasts? You vile witch, how dare you insult me so? Do you know what status my grandfather holds in the Xiang clan? Xianxian was instantly filled with fury upon hearing the term beast. To describe you as beasts is an insult even to the very essence of beasts. You three wretched creatures, unworthy of even that title. Xiang Rant's rage reached a boiling point. Who exactly is this Dan Lingling you speak of? Fine. Allow me to clarify for you. Dan Lingling is the girl you three captured at the Lantern Festival to absorb her essence. Dan Yao replied, her words measured and biting. Oh, so you were referring to her. A look of dawning comprehension crossed Xiang Rant's face, followed by a mocking sneer. What a coincidence. Had I known that woman was connected to you, I should have exploited her to draw you out. It's truly unfortunate for her to have perished in such a manner. But if it allowed this young master a moment of bliss before her demise, then perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Silence, you heartless beast. A fierce wave of murderous intent surged from Dan Yao, and with a swift kick, she sent Xiang Ran tumbling back into the pit. Huh. I never anticipated how much you cared for that worthless girl. Now that she is in your clutches, I am aware my fate is sealed. But with her as my companion on the road to the underworld, I shall not feel lonely. Xiang Ran laughed heartily. Brother Ran is right. Even in death, we can revel in our final moments. Our lives have not been lived in vain. Xianxia and Xiang chimed in unison. Birds of a feather flocked together. These three were indeed of the same ilk. Realizing they could not escape their fate, they decided to provoke Dan Yao and the others with their words. Dan Yao's expression turned frigid, as if encased in a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, she executed a series of swift movements, employing a technique to contort and shatter the limbs of the three. The excruciating pain of their broken bones elicited their anguished cries. Yet Xiang Ran continued to taunt hoarsely. The more furious you become, the higher that little vixen's status rises in your heart. Those who love feel pain, while those who hate find joy. Ha! Damn it! Dan Yao prepared to unleash the nine heavens' mysterious needle, eager to make these three scoundrels taste their own medicine. Dan Kingley interjected, leave these three rascals to me. Very well, they are yours. Dan Yao had heard of Dan Kingley's formidable abilities, even if she had not witnessed them firsthand. The name Rascal Heavenly Monarch signified a being of malevolence. A demon from the Buddhist scriptures known for savoring human flesh and bone. Such a title could only belong to one whose methods were mercilessly ruthless. However, before leaving them to Dan Kingley, she needed to seal their energy centers to prevent them from using their powers. Otherwise, if they fought back with desperation, Dan Kingley might not only fail to subdue them, but could also lose her life in the process. Dan Yao's vital energy flowed like icy threads, swiftly invading the energy centers of the three. They emitted horrified screams as their powers were entirely sealed, rendering them helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Dan Kingley approached Xiang Ran and his companions, her thin crimson lips exuding a chilling allure. So, you find the act of absorbing essence quite entertaining? How about I join you in your little game? Their pupils dilated in fear, and they trembled, retreating step by step. What do you intend to do? Old woman, let me remind you, we are the core descendants of the Xiang clan, true noble heirs. If you dare to offend us, our clan leader and Brother Ran's grandfather will pursue you to the ends of the earth and annihilate your entire family. Dan Kingley regarded them with disdain. Trying to intimidate me? I am not one to be cowed. Regardless of your lineage, should you dare harm my family, you will pay dearly. She seized Xiang Ran by the neck, her voice cold as a gust from the depths of the underworld. Do you know what my specialty is? As the rascal heavenly monarch? Xiang Ran's teeth chattered. I do not know. Allow me to enlighten you. My greatest prowess lies in the art of absorbing essence, especially from male cultivators who practice pure yang methods. The deeper their essence, the more I desire it. Just look at your physique. Ah, such a treasure. After living for over 1,000 years, I have never encountered such a delectable specimen. Truly, the heavens have favored me. Dan Kingley's voice was laced with an irresistible allure, causing the three of them to tremble in terror. Old woman, you dare? Xiang Ran's eyes widened in fury. Why wouldn't I dare? If you have acted with impunity, do not blame me for retaliating with equal ferocity. Dan Kingley's cold laughter echoed. Today, I shall savor the essence of a young master from a prominent cultivation family in the central region. With a smirk, she tightened her grip around Xiang Ran's neck, forcing his mouth open, and swiftly began to absorb his essence. Xiang Ran struggled desperately, but the sealing of his energy by Dan Yao left him powerless to escape. Watching helplessly as Dan Kingley drained the essence he had cultivated over the years. As his vital energy ebbed away, Xiang Ran's very soul began to crumble, his body aging at an alarming rate. His hair turned white, wrinkles formed, and his once bright, sharp eyes grew dull and clouded. His limbs, twisted and broken by Dan Yao's technique, withered like dry twigs, revealing age spots throughout. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang watched this scene with satisfaction. Dan Yao felt a sense of vindication as the tormentors of Dan Lingling finally experienced the agony she had endured before her tragic end. Xiang Yang relished the poetic justice as the elder who had persecuted his parents now faced the consequences of his actions, while his beloved grandson met such a grim fate. However, Xianxia and Xianxian, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees, repeatedly pleading, "Please, spare us." Dan Yao's expression was as cold as ice, her eyes glinting with malice. "When Lingling was violated by you three beasts, I suppose she too begged for mercy. Yet what did you do? You drained her essence and ruined her body, leaving her to die in humiliation and bitterness. If I allow you to die swiftly today, would that not betray her last pleas? No, please kill me. Grant me a swift end, I beg you." They banged their heads against the ground, trembling uncontrollably, attempting to sever their own meridians. Alas, their energy was frozen, rendering them incapable of even that. They could not summon the strength to even lift a stone to end their lives. Dan Qingli had intended to completely drain Xiangran, but upon reflecting on the tragic demise of Dan Lingling, she felt it would be too merciful to simply let him die. Thus, she preserved a sliver of his essence, allowing him to linger for a few more days. With a dismissive gesture, Dan Qingli discarded Xiangran like refuse and turned her attention to Xianxia, beginning to absorb his essence. Xianxia wept and begged, appealing to her compassion. Dan Qingli remained unmoved, relentlessly siphoning his vital energy. After a short while, she suddenly staggered. Her face flushed. Dan Yao, noticing this, realized that Dan Qingli had absorbed too much essence and was becoming overwhelmed. She quickly placed her hand on Dan Qingli's back, using her own energy to create a vortex within Dan Qingli's energy center. The swirling vortex of true energy continuously drew in the vital essence of its surroundings, gradually coalescing into a Yang Yuan Dan, which would facilitate her future alchemical endeavors. Chapter 976, A Miserable Fate, 1. After consuming Xianxia, Dan Qingli turned her attention to Xiangxian. Having absorbed three formidable beings at the half-step spirit platform and mid to late stages of the heavenly monarch realm, Dan Qingli felt an unprecedented surge of vitality and essence within her, so much so that she nearly felt the urge to burp. Fortunately, with Dan Yao's assistance through her primordial true energy, much of the essence was transformed into a Yang Yuan Dan. Once she refined and absorbed this elixir, she would at least surpass the peak of the heavenly monarch realm. Although the three individuals had despicable characters, their cultivation levels were commendable, albeit their spiritual energy was notably diluted. After such a sumptuous feast, Dan Qingli even found herself dissatisfied with the purity of their spiritual energy. This was akin to a wealthy woman who, having indulged a handsome young man without spending a dime, afterward complained about his inadequacies in size and skill. The insult was less damaging but deeply humiliating, inciting the ire of Xiang Ran and the others. Xian Yang scoffed, remarking that these three had cultivated nefarious techniques, siphoning others' essence to elevate their own power. Such opportunistic gains were naturally less refined than the hard-earned spiritual energy cultivated through diligent practice. This observation held merit, nonetheless. The allure of acquiring power without arduous training was undeniably captivating. Dan Qingli smiled, her gaze resting on the now decrepit and unappealing Xiang Ran and his companions. A mischievous smirk creeping onto her face, Dan Yao coldly stated, "These three are of no further use. How shall we dispose of them? Shall we kill them with a single strike, or return them to the Xiang clan?" Xiang Yang replied, "Killing them outright would be too merciful. Let us return them to the Xiang clan. They pride themselves on strength, and these three have long bullied others under the pretense of their superior cultivation. Now that they have lost their powers, it would be fitting for those they oppressed to take their revenge." However, Dan Qingli shook her head. "That won't do. Ordinary individuals who undergo yin-yang absorption often perish due to the loss of their spiritual energy, but those who practice such techniques possess unique safeguards. As long as their true energy is not entirely drained, they retain the potential for recovery. Returning them to the Xiang clan would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless repercussions." Being well-versed in such arcane arts, Dan Qingli was not oblivious to the intricacies of this energy absorption technique. She had refrained from completely depleting the trio's true energy, leaving them with remnants. It was like a tree whose trunk had been severed but whose roots remained deeply embedded in the soil. Given enough time, it could once again grow into a towering tree. Indeed, upon hearing Dan Qingli's words, the three men turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair. The mere mention of being returned to the Xiang clan reignited their hopes. As long as they could return and preserve their lives, they believed they might reclaim their former glory. When that time came, they would ensure that Xiang Yang and the others would suffer immensely in retribution for today as humiliation. Little did they expect that Dan Qingli was astute enough to see through their intentions. Xiang Ran, Xianxia, and Xiang seethed with silent resentment. That wretched old woman was exceedingly cunning. Chapter 977, A Miserable Fate, 2. Dan Yao then inquired, "What do you propose we do with them?" Dan Kingley surveyed the trembling trio on the ground, her enchanting smile widening. These three pride themselves on their noble status and look down upon us commoners. Let us instead find some highborn individuals to send them off in style. Dan Yao paused, realizing that Dan Kingley was speaking in irony, intending to humiliate them with the lowest of society. The most universally acknowledged lowest of the low were the courtesans who sold both flesh and laughter in brothels. Dan Yao smiled brightly. That's a splendid idea. Wine is a poison that seeps through the intestines, and beauty is a blade that scrapes the bones. Let us arrange for a few captivating courtesans to strip them bare. But we are unfamiliar with this place. Where shall we find such individuals? Dan Kingley replied with a sinister grin. You need not worry about that. I have traveled to the western regions in my youth, and not far from here lies the Wanhua Tower. I share a friendly rapport with the matron, Mama Mei, who will surely assist me. Dan Yao chuckled coldly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten their delivery and not keep the ladies waiting. Very well, arrangements shall be made. The trio trembled in terror, protesting vehemently. Dan Kingley would not entertain their refusals. Her resolve was unwavering. With a swift strike to the back of their heads, they fell into unconsciousness. By the way, here is this for you. Dan Kingley removed the spatial rings from their hands and tossed them to Dan Yao before making her way to the Wanhua Tower. Dan Yao considered following to enjoy the spectacle. However, Xiangyang intercepted her. That place is unclean. You, a virtuous young lady, have no business there. Upon reflection, Dan Yao conceded that he was right. The Wanhua Tower was indeed a den of iniquity, filled with all manner of people, making it unsuitable for her presence. If I shall not go, then I shall not, she huffed lightly, finding a place to meditate and assess her spoils. Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhua, and Xiang Can were core members of the Xiang clan, and their wealth was undoubtedly substantial, rivaling that of the four great guardians. As expected, their riches were indeed astonishing. Over 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. When Dan Yao finished tallying the spirit stones from their rings, she found over 12,000, unable to suppress her astonishment. Her face alight with joy. She knew that Xiang Ran and the others were wealthy, but she had not anticipated such an extent. One top-tier spirit stone could be exchanged for over 1 million low-tier spirit stones. If calculated in modern currency, one low-tier spirit stone equaled 1 unit of currency, making this hoard of top-tier spirit stones equivalent to over 1,200 billion in assets. This was an acquisition more lucrative than robbing a bank. As a princess of the Dian dynasty, she received perhaps only 2 or 3 top-tier spirit stones annually, and that was under the indulgent care of her beloved father, Zhang Wanyu. For other princes and princesses, they would be fortunate to receive even a few low-tier spirit stones. Yet now, merely from the rings of these 3 men, she had amassed over 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, far surpassing what she had previously pillaged from the 4 great guardians. Such wealth was not merely abundant, it was positively overflowing. Of course, Dan Yao understood that the reason these 3 possessed such a fortune was twofold. 1. The spiritual energy in the central domain was significantly denser than in the 4 other regions, leading to a higher probability of producing top-tier spirit stones. And 2. The Xiang clan, standing at the pinnacle of the central domain, had access to more resources than other factions. Xiang Ran, Xiang Can, and Xiang Zhua were core disciples of the Xiang clan, their status far superior to that of Xiang Yang, who had yet to defect from the family. Their elders were also high-ranking officials within the clan, making their possession of such wealth entirely reasonable. Although Dan Yao was astonished by their riches, she had no time to ponder the reasons behind their affluence. Regardless of how much wealth they acquired, it ultimately benefited her. Wealth cannot be acquired without unexpected fortune, just as a horse cannot thrive without nighttime fodder. The exquisite sum of 12,000 top-tier spirit stones is ample enough to elevate her to the status of the wealthiest matron across the 4 realms. However, despite the allure of these spirit stones, their absorption is not without limitations. Practitioners of the celestial mystic continent cultivate their skills by absorbing the essence of spirit stones, akin to modern individuals partaking in daily meals. Regardless of the culinary artistry, the human stomach has its bounds. One cannot consume several bowls in one sitting. Similarly, the quantity of spirit stones a practitioner can absorb daily increases with their cultivation level, yet remains fundamentally fixed. With a constant intake, the superior the quality of the spirit stones, the greater the amount of spiritual energy transformed within the body. Thus, the rarity of top-tier and exquisite spirit stones is well justified. Dan Yao cultivates the Minjiu technique, which demands a significantly higher intake of spiritual energy than ordinary methods. After decades of diligent practice, the thousands of spirit stones previously scavenged from the 4 guardians have been nearly depleted by her and Xiang Yang. Thus, the current bounty of over 10,000 exquisite spirit stones is undoubtedly a fortuitous boon for her. After transferring this cash into her ring, Dan Yao rummaged through the spatial rings of the three individuals, resulting in another substantial discovery: a heavenly earth, Xian Huang Ginseng. The concoction of the void-breaking pill necessitates a plethora of rare materials, with the 5 principal ingredients being the most elusive. These include the water-fire origin fruit, the rainbow dandelion, the blood moon Bodhi fruit, the heavenly earth Xian Huang Ginseng, and the 9-petal flower of true blood affection. The water-fire origin fruit and the rainbow dandelion had already been unearthed from the ring of Hong Yen. Dan Yao was previously troubled about the whereabouts of the other 3 principal ingredients, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon the heavenly earth Xian Huang Ginseng here. Although there is but a single ginseng, only a small tuft is required for medicinal purposes, sufficient for her to refine several void-breaking pills. With the heavenly earth Xian Huang Ginseng in hand, she now only needed the blood moon Bodhi fruit and the 9-petal flower of true blood affection to complete the principal ingredients for the void-breaking pill. In addition to the ginseng, Dan Yao also discovered a scroll detailing the yin-yang absorption technique, a method practiced by Xiang Ran. Initially, she harbored a deep resentment for his cruel exploitation of Dan Lingling and contemplated destroying the scroll. However, she reconsidered. In the realm of cultivation, techniques are neither inherently good nor evil, but rather depend on their application. A person with a benevolent heart, even if they practice a dark art, will not bring harm to others. Conversely, a person with malicious intent, regardless of practicing righteous techniques, can become a scourge to society. Dan Kingley similarly practiced the absorption technique, yet directed her efforts towards those of vile character, thus enacting a form of justice. Dan Yao mused that in their recent confrontation with Xiang Ran and his cohorts, Dan Kingley had contributed significantly, and she ought to leave her some spoils. This scroll of the yin-yang absorption technique, though somewhat wicked, held profound and miraculous potential. If Dan Kingley could master this secret, her prowess would undoubtedly see a remarkable ascent. It would be a pity to destroy such a treasure. It is better to leave it for her, Dan Yao murmured. 2 days later, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang visited the Wanhua Tower to assess the situation. Yet, before they could reach the tower, they spotted a throng gathered atop the city walls, animatedly discussing something sensational. Intrigued, Dan Yao drew closer, only to witness a sight that was rather disturbing. The lifeless bodies of Xiang Ran, Xiang Zhua, and Xiang Can, rendered grotesquely aged by the depletion of their spiritual power, were suspended from the city gate. Their disheveled hair framed faces twisted in death, stripped of all clothing, limbs severed, eyes gouged, needles lodged in their ears, and their flesh gruesomely mutilated. Ultimately, even their progenitive organs had been excised. Having succumbed to torturous demise, the expressions on their faces bore the marks of abject terror and agony, their features forever contorted in a harrowing grimace. Flanking their remains were blood-written lines condemning their heinous deeds against virtuous women, inciting the crowd to unleash their scorn. It turned out these 3 scoundrels had committed numerous atrocities, preying upon innocent and defenseless women while cowardly bowing to the strong. Such despicable beings, who bully the weak and cower before the strong, are the most detestable of all. The wickedness of these men warranted their demise. Indeed, they deserved the fate they met for their transgressions against young maidens in pursuit of their own cultivation. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, clapped in approval at the gruesome fate that befell the 3, echoing sentiments of justice served. Dan Yao felt her eyes burn. She glanced briefly before averting her gaze, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. These vile creatures finally received their just deserts, and she felt a sense of peace for Lingling's spirit. Xiang Yang remarked, "Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. The cycles of heaven are just. Their fate is a result of their own actions, and they alone are to blame. Yet, one cannot overlook the ruthlessness of Dan Kingley's methods. Ruthlessness is warranted. It is only fitting that those who perpetrate evil meet with like treatment. To deal with such heartless scoundrels, one must employ equally vicious tactics to honor the spirits of the departed. Indeed, combating poison with poison is indeed an astute strategy." Subsequently, Dan Yao sought out Dan Kingley to inquire about the events leading to the punishment of the scoundrels. Dan Kingley, brimming with exuberance, recounted the tale, practically bubbling over with joy. It turned out that she had led Xiang Ran and his companions to the Wanhua Tower's Madame, May Mama, and requested her assistance. Typically, those who frequent establishments of pleasure seek the youngest and most beautiful to attend to their whims. However, Dan Kingley produced several high-quality spirit stones, insisting that May Mama procure the oldest, most unattractive women, preferably those afflicted with diseases. The Wanhua Tower, a gilded facade hiding its sordid interior, not only boasted youthful and alluring courtesans, but also housed several aging and unappealing women who had fallen out of favor. These individuals typically catered to the basest desires of society's underbelly, and their rates were notoriously low. May Mama, who had been struggling to extract greater value from them, found herself presented with a wealthy patron demanding their service, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Consequently, a dozen older courtesans were summoned. Dan Kingsley chose the three most unattractive and disease-ridden among them to deal with Xiang Ran and his ilk. Upon hearing this, the three women promptly shook their heads in refusal. Despite their circumstances as women of the night, they possessed kind hearts. Had their families not fallen into dire poverty, forcing them into this dehumanizing existence for monetary gain, they might have led lives of simple happiness. Trapped in a world of vice, they nonetheless hoped to perform good deeds, aspiring for better fates in future incarnations. Aware that they carried diseases, they would never dream of transmitting them to others, for such actions would surely condemn them to hell. Upon hearing their sentiments, Dan Kingsley recounted the tragic fate of Dan Lingling, which ignited their righteous fury, and they readily agreed to assist in tormenting the three scoundrels. In their youth, they had been favored for their beauty, having served countless men, and among them were those with twisted psyches who reveled in sadistic pleasures. The three women, drawing from their past experiences, unleashed a torrent of their tormenting techniques upon Xiang Ran, Xianxia, and Xianxian. Thus, the three remained unsatisfied and recalled the years when the brothel madam forced them to entertain clients, coerced them into pregnancy followed by abortions, and subjected them to various inhumane tortures for disobedience. They unleashed their wrath upon Xiang Ran and his companions with compounded cruelty. "Please, just kill me, I beg you. In my life." Xiang Ran and the others could scarcely fathom that the very prostitutes they despised could wield such terrifying means of torment. This relentless torment, which simultaneously assaulted both mind and flesh, felt like an interminable night devoid of dawn, driving them to the brink of despair. In that moment, all grievances and hatred dissipated. They only yearned for a swift demise. Yet, Dan Kingsley showed no mercy. After torturing the three former prostitutes, she severed their limbs, gouged out their eyes, pierced their ears, and ultimately fed their reproductive organs to wild dogs, ensuring their demise was as excruciating as possible. Dan Yao applauded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Well done." However, Xiang Yang could not suppress a shiver, contemplating, one must never offend a woman, especially one as ruthless and vengeful as Dan Kingsley. Dan Yao added, "It would be a grave injustice for them to serve these scoundrels. Remember to compensate them with ample spiritual stones." Dan Kingsley replied with a smile, "I am aware. Although they are women of the world, their souls remain pure. I have multiplied their rewards manifold and even gifted them medicinal pills for healing, ensuring they can live the remainder of their lives in peace." Dan Yao nodded in approval. "That's wonderful. Now that Lingling's vengeance has been mostly avenged, I should take my leave." Dan Kingsley rose, stating, "You are leaving so soon? Will you not accompany me to the Dan family branch?" Dan Kingsley shook her head. "No. Having absorbed the essence of those three scoundrels, my dantian is swelling. I must return promptly to refine it. I will visit when time allows." "Very well, journey safely." Dan Yao produced a snowflake-shaped jade talisman and a scroll, saying, "This is a spiritual talisman I forged using my original spiritual power. It can slay celestial beings and temporarily fend off even formidable opponents. Take it for your protection." The scroll was found within the rings of those three scoundrels. It contains exceptional methods for harmonizing yin and yang, which should aid your cultivation. Chapter 981, Qingzhou of the Western Regions, 1. Dan Kingsley accepted the items, lamenting, "After this parting, who knows when we shall meet again?" Dan Yao smiled lightly. "There is no feast that does not disperse, as long as there is fate. We shall meet again. Indeed, the bond that first united us was shaped by fate. I wonder how much you will have grown by our next encounter? If I do not remain silent, I shall astonish you. You will see." Dan Yao smiled, but suddenly recalled something and quickly added, "When you return, I must trouble you with a matter." Dan Kingsley inquired, "What is it?" "Since my brother's passing, I have been engulfed in sorrow. Coupled with the ascension of a new ruler and the relentless strife between the previous dynasty's court and harem, I have been overwhelmed and neglected to eliminate the root of the heartless curse. When you return to the southern region, please remember to destroy the heartless curse's mental methods. The tragedy of the founding emperor and my brother must not befall the next generation of the Shangwan royal family. Rest assured, I shall eradicate this blight." Dan Kingsley was aware that Shangwan Yu's sudden demise was indeed the result of the heartless curse, and she would not allow it to continue afflicting future generations. After agreeing to this matter, Dan Kingsley departed gracefully. Dan Yao watched her figure gradually fade into the vastness of the ocean, feeling a pang of melancholy. Having just arrived in the western regions, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang found themselves in unfamiliar territory. Following Dan Kingsley's instructions, they headed eastward towards the Dan family branch in Qingzhou. Unlike the southeastern regions, where sects and states dominate, the western regions are delineated by mountains and rivers, divided into 9 vast states, each encompassing extensive territories. Each state features a principal city, surrounded by numerous families with intricate power dynamics. The Dan family branch is located in Qingzhou, one of these 9 states. Unfamiliar with the conditions of the western regions and unaware of Yi Qin's whereabouts, Dan Yao decided to visit the Dan family branch first to ascertain the situation before plotting their next steps. I hope this journey goes smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Dan Yao flew through the air, gazing at the boundless expanse of the western regions, muttering. Travelers often bring with them a halo of fortune, but they also attract misfortune. Wherever they go, bad luck follows. While she hoped to avoid being cursed by misfortune, she did not wish for those around her to suffer. Dan Yao did not wish to be seen as an ill omen and only sought a smooth journey ahead without further incidents. Amitabha, may the Buddha protect us. Both were formidable figures of the spiritual platform, and although they were unfamiliar with the roads, their flight speed was astonishing. Shortly after, a city bearing the characters Qingzhou appeared before them. Is this Qingzhou? It looks quite grand, Dan Yao remarked, gazing at the towering city that resembled a majestic mountain. It is indeed impressive, but compared to the cities in the central region, it pales in comparison, Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. Different levels of cultivation lead to different living standards. There is no basis for comparison. Let us proceed. The two gradually made their way toward the principal city. The city loomed at a height of 70 or 80 zhang, constructed entirely of enormous stone blocks. The western regions lie to the west of the Tianxian continent, characterized by a dominating atmosphere of slaughter, resembling the white tiger and the golden element. The building materials here reflect this influence, as even the stones glisten with metallic luster under the sunlight, creating a most peculiar sight. At the city gates, dozens of armored soldiers brandished long swords and spears, loudly demanding tolls from those entering the city. Chapter 982, Qingzhou of the Western Regions, 2. Perhaps due to the oppressive weight of their armor, or perhaps the reluctance of travelers to pay the toll. The soldiers wore fierce expressions, their harsh shouts resembling those of bandits rather than guardians of the realm. Hearing their curses, Dan Yao could not help but frown. Hey, are you too ashamed to show your face? Hurry up and take off your masks. Each of you needs to pay an additional 10 low-grade spiritual stones as a toll. One soldier barked at Dan Yao and Xiangyang as they entered, still masked. Humph. Both Dan Yao and Xiangyang snorted in unison, releasing a powerful aura that instantly forced the soldiers to kneel, unable to raise their heads. Xiangyang coldly inquired, do you still require the toll? And no, my lord. Please, be our guests. The soldier who had demanded the masks turned pale, repeatedly offering obsequious smiles. In the Tianxian continent, strength commands respect. Tolls are imposed upon the weak, serving as a semi-gray income for the city guards, and they would not dare demand payments from cultivators of profound strength. The two nodded and strode directly into the city. Oh my, that was terrifying. The soldiers, watching Dan Yao and Xiangyang's receding figures, finally stood up, drenched in sweat. Perhaps the overwhelming pressure from the two had instilled a deep sense of fear. For a period thereafter, the city guards refrained from demanding tolls from those entering the city. And if they did, it was only a token fee of 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual stones, accompanied by apologies and smiles. Observing the distinctly different architecture and bustling crowds compared to the southern region's capital, Dan Yao asked, Ahua, where to next? Should we go directly to the Dan family branch? Xiangyang pondered for a moment before replying. Let us find a merchant association first and exchange some spiritual stones. Money is essential for traveling the world. Without it, one cannot move an inch. While we did carry a considerable amount of spiritual stones when we left the eastern region, they have been exhausted during our cultivation. Upon the recognition of Dan Yao and Shang Wanyu, as she ascended to the esteemed rank of the Grand Princess, every aspect of their sustenance and lifestyle became the responsibility of the royal family, leading to an infrequent need for currency. Over time, their possession of low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones for transactions dwindled to nothing. Presently, their spatial rings contained solely high-grade spirit stones, which held immense value, each one equating to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Such stones were typically reserved for the exchange of precious items, as their use in ordinary transactions was rare. Despite this, the two had never contemplated converting high-grade spirit stones into low-grade ones. After all, at their current level of cultivation, ordinary spirit stones held little significance. Only the spiritual energy of high-grade stones could substantially accelerate their training. They were far from foolish enough to trade high-grade stones for low-grade ones. Fortunately, Dan Yao had diligently honed her alchemical skills over the years, producing numerous elixirs that could easily be exchanged for a generous quantity of mid to low-grade spirit stones. After perambulating for a while, they arrived before a shop named Wanjinggu, located near the heart of the city. As its name suggests, Wanjinggu offered wares that were exceedingly rare and valuable. The name, while seemingly ordinary and even somewhat cliché, nonetheless exuded an air of opulence and financial strength. The shop was elegantly and classically decorated, sprawling across a vast area. It was the largest establishment the two had encountered in the western region. However, the shop's financial prowess and exquisite decor were not the primary reasons for Dan Yao's choice. More significantly, the plaque of Wan Jinggu was adorned with a golden elixir crafted from various exotic metals. This particular method of embedding a golden elixir into a plaque was a unique technique of the Dan family. In essence, Wan Jinggu was a property of the Dan clan, likely a specialized store established by their branch in the western region. It was surprising to discover that the Dan family possessed the capability to operate such a grand establishment in this area. Dan Yao gazed up at the plaque of Wan Jinggu, where the embedded golden elixir radiated a kaleidoscope of metallic hues, and she couldn't help but sigh. Xianxiang remarked, "This can indeed be considered the center of Qingzhou. To open such a large store in this bustling locale requires more than just financial resources. One must also possess considerable influence and deterrent power. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy one may be, they would merely become easy prey." As Xianxiang noted, the previous branch of the Dan family would have never dared to establish such a large store in such a prosperous area. Yet, since Dan Qingli's ascendance to the position of Heavenly Monarch, the name of the Rakshasa Heavenly Monarch echoed throughout the four domains, resulting in a rapid expansion of the Dan family's influence and unprecedented prosperity. The branch of the Dan family in the western region had transformed from an inconspicuous entity into a highly sought-after family. The saying "one person attains the Tao, and even chickens and dogs rise to prominence" aptly describes the might of a heavenly monarch. Even if a family had previously fallen into decline, the birth of a heavenly monarch would undoubtedly elevate their status and wealth. Conversely, a prominent family without a powerful figure to protect them could easily become a target. Beset by various forces coveting their wealth and treasures, the Dan family had risen to prominence through alchemy and the sale of medicinal herbs. Thus, as soon as they entered Wanjinggu, they were greeted by a rich and bitter aroma of herbs. For a seasoned alchemist accustomed to the scent of medicinal concoctions, it would be akin to a fragrant perfume. However, for Dan Yao, who had only recently embarked on the alchemical path and swiftly ascended to the rank of a top-tier alchemist through the accelerated methods of the Fired Dan Divine Scroll, the scent was overwhelmingly intoxicating. Waves of bitter herbal fragrance assailed her senses, causing her delicate complexion to turn slightly green. Fortunately, she wore a mask, otherwise, it would have detracted from her lofty image. Dan Yao quickly exited the herbal preparation area and entered the main hall. Before her lay a spacious and elegantly antiquated hall, divided into various sections, including areas for brewing and preparing herbs, ready-made elixirs for sale, and a designated space for bartering. The central hall was lined with rows of boxes made of white jade, each containing an assortment of medicinal materials for patrons to select from. Compared to the areas for preparing herbs and bartering, the section dedicated to selling finished elixirs was evidently more popular. Given that the Tianxian continent was predominantly inhabited by cultivators and alchemists were a minority, most visitors to the shop were there primarily for the finished products. Dan Yao and Xianxiang made their way to the sales area and gazed up at the counter. The counters were crafted from an almost colorless, exotic metal, entirely transparent like ice, allowing a clear view of the elixirs within without the need to open the cabinets. Most of the elixirs displayed were of 1st to 3rd grade, with a few 4th grade elixirs occasionally suspended atop the counter as a showcase. However, not a single elixir of grade 4 or higher was to be found. Dan Yao understood that the level of an alchemist was directly correlated with their cultivation level. Only those with greater cultivation could refine higher grade elixirs. 4th grade elixirs corresponded to earthly sovereigns, requiring 5th grade alchemists who had reached the earthly sovereign realm to produce them. Earthly sovereigns were formidable beings, second only to heavenly monarchs, and those who could simultaneously possess the ability to refine 5th grade elixirs were exceedingly rare. Consequently, 5th grade elixirs were quite scarce. The situation was even more dire for 6th grade elixirs, which demanded not only exceptional alchemical skills, but also the cultivation level of a heavenly monarch to be possible. Such high-level elixirs were rare and sought after, even for the Dan family, a prestigious clan with millennia of experience in the alchemical trade. Even if they existed, they would never be openly displayed on the counter, for fear of theft. Xianxiang glanced at the elixirs on the counter and teased softly, "Ah Yao, your cousin's shop seems lacking, despite its exquisite decor. The elixir grades are rather low." Dan Yao pouted, "It's not that the shop is lacking, it's your standards that are too high." The disparity in perspective arises from differing experiences, much like how modern individuals, upon opening various social media platforms, are bombarded with images of people boasting annual incomes in the millions and monthly earnings in the tens of thousands, creating an impression of considerable wealth. It simultaneously raises the question of whether such high earners are truly as numerous as depicted. Little do they realize that earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month is the norm, while making over 10,000 is a formidable challenge. For Xianxiang, who had just arrived in the country, it was a different story, while for the majority of cultivators, it was a different reality altogether. Xianxiang's perception of the elixirs as being of low grade stemmed from his privileged background and familiarity with superior items, compounded by the presence of Dan Yao, a master alchemist who freely indulged in high-grade elixirs. Moreover, those cultivating the garment of the divine maiden were innate alchemists, given his current cultivation level. Refining 7th-grade elixirs was a mere trifle, naturally leading him to view the elixirs here as lacking in quality. However, for the multitude of cultivators at the Gathering Yuan, condensing infant and cave void stages, 4th-grade elixirs were already considered immensely precious, while 5th-grade elixirs were objects of aspiration, and 6th and 7th-grade elixirs were beyond their contemplation. At this moment, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, approached with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Zhao Bo, the manager here. Is there anything you two wish to purchase?" Danielle shook her head. "We do not wish to buy." "Then, would you like to sell something?" he inquired. Danielle is not one to waste words. She directly addresses the matter at hand. "I possess a medicinal pill, and I am uncertain if your establishment will accept it." "Oh, a medicinal pill?" Zhao Bo's eyes gleamed with interest as he cheerfully replied, "Of course, we accept it. At Wanjingu, where commerce thrives, it is only logical to accept medicinal pills." The esteemed proprietor behind Wanjingu is the Dan family of the Southern Domain, with a legacy of over 10,000 years in the trade of spiritual herbs, ensuring that you too will receive a fair price. Zhao Bo, keenly observant, noted that although Dan Yao and Xianxiang were dressed modestly, their demeanor exuded an extraordinary quality that was not typical of ordinary cultivators, thus he dared not treat them with indifference. Seeing his respectful demeanor, Dan Yao nodded slightly, summoning a spatial ring from which a small blue jade vial emerged. Chapter 985, The Qingzhou of the Western Region, 5. Ocean Warm Jade. Upon seeing Dan Yao produce the small blue vial, Zhao Bo's sharp eyes immediately recognized its material and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Jade embodies the virtues of a gentleman and is a gentle vessel often employed by alchemists to contain medicinal pills. Ocean Warm Jade, with its unique texture, maintains a constant temperature year-round, making it an exceptional material for preserving medicinal pills. Generally, only precious pills of 4th grade or higher are stored within containers crafted from Ocean Warm Jade. Realizing that Dan Yao had produced a vial of Ocean Warm Jade, Zhao Bo understood that the contents were extraordinary and promptly said, "May I take a look?" "Certainly," Dan Yao replied as she handed over the vial. Zhao Bo carefully cradled it in his hands, uncorked the vial, and instantly, a rich fragrance of medicinal essence wafted forth, cleansing the bitter medicinal scent that had lingered in the air. "Wow, what an intense aroma!" he exclaimed. "What kind of pill is this for the fragrance to be so potent?" "Just inhaling this scent invigorates the spirit. Its grade must be extraordinarily high. What is this delightful scent? It's utterly captivating." The patrons who had entered the shop were drawn in by the alluring fragrance, their eyes wide with astonishment at the small blue vial in Zhao Bo's hands. "This is the 9-aperture concentration pill." Zhao Bo's eyes widened as he gazed at the pill within the vial, nearly dropping it in his excitement. "What? A 5th-grade high-tier pill? The 9-aperture concentration pill? Good heavens, it's truly the 9-aperture concentration pill. Who would be so extravagant as to sell such a treasure?" Upon hearing the name of the 9-aperture concentration pill, the crowd became restless, their astonished gasps echoing throughout the shop. It was no wonder they were so taken aback. The 9-aperture concentration pill was extraordinary. It was the pinnacle among 5th-grade pills, widely acknowledged as being infinitely close to 6th grade, with a crafting difficulty comparable to that of the pure small rejuvenation pill. Its effectiveness, while not surpassing that of the 6th-grade Breaking Lord pill, could significantly enhance the chances of a half-step Celestial Lord's breakthrough to full Celestial Lord status by 20%, with no adverse side effects. Even in the event of a failed attempt, one would not suffer a backlash from their true energy, leading to death. It is well known that for a half-step Celestial Lord to advance, they must overcome numerous challenges, and a moment's carelessness can lead to the machinations of inner demons, resulting in failure and the reversal of their true energy, leading to death. Even if one barely survives, they are highly likely to suffer grievous injuries, falling from the half-step Celestial Lord tier, due to the immense challenges and high failure rates. Those who have reached the half-step Celestial Lord level are understandably cautious about attempting a breakthrough to Celestial Lord status. To stabilize this transition, the 6th-grade Breaking Lord pill is undoubtedly the best choice. However, the crafting difficulty of this pill is exceedingly high, attainable only by 6th-grade alchemists who possess Celestial Lord cultivation. And what alchemist with such capabilities would deign to assist a weaker individual in crafting pills? In the absence of the Breaking Lord pill, the high-tier 9 aperture concentration pill is undoubtedly the best alternative. Even a mere 20% increase in the chances of breaking through is enough to drive those trapped at the half-step spirit platform level and ambitious Earth sovereigns eager for Celestial Lord status into a frenzy. In that moment, countless pairs of eyes turned toward Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, filled with shock and fervor. Who were these individuals? How could they so casually present such a precious 9 aperture concentration pill? Could they be a couple from a prestigious family guarded by a Celestial Lord? Chapter 986, Conflict 1. The crowd buzzed with exclamations, their gazes fixed intently on the masked Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, speculating about their identities. Considering the immense value of 5th-grade medicinal pills, particularly the 9 aperture concentration pill, it was clear that only 6th-grade alchemists could craft such high-grade pills. This implied that the two might have the backing of a 6th-grade alchemist as their support. With this thought, the crowd's interest in Dan Yao and Xiang Yang intensified even further. Zhao Bo, gazing at the exquisite 9 aperture concentration pill before him, suddenly raised his head and called out loudly, "Where are the elders of heaven and earth? I am here. I am here." 2 imposing figures materialized, one clad in white and the other in black. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang focused their attention, observing that the 2 figures, while dressed in different colors, were strikingly similar in appearance, clearly indicating that they were twin brothers. While the newcomers were unaware of the elders of heaven and earth, the others in the shop were well aware of their significance. The elders of heaven and earth were renowned, powerful figures in Qingzhou, each possessing peak strength at the void cave level. However, due to their twin bond and unique telepathic connection, combined with their shared training methods, they were capable of facing even true earth sovereigns with a formidable fighting chance. Thus, these 2 held a prominent reputation in Qingzhou. Were it not for Dan Qingli's ascension to Celestial Lord, propelling the Dan family to become the most powerful family in the southern domain, Wan Jingge would not have been able to afford such formidable guardians. Zhao Bo summoned the elders of heaven and earth to guard against any potential theft of the coveted medicinal pill, preserving Wan Jingge's reputation. Upon seeing the 9 aperture concentration pill in Zhao Bo's hand, the elders understood the situation without needing to inquire further. Their formidable aura surged forth, causing the gathered crowd to feel a momentary weightiness. However, this imposing presence, rivaling that of an earth sovereign, dissipated effortlessly before Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, vanishing into thin air, which left Zhao Bo and the elders in a state of alarm. With a respectful expression, Zhao Bo smiled at Xiang Yang and Dan Yao and inquired, "May I ask how you 2 wish to be addressed?" "I am surnamed Dan, with the given name Yao." Dan Yao replied nonchalantly, "Ah, Miss Dan, what a coincidence. The proprietor of our establishment also bears the surname Dan. Perhaps we were once part of the same lineage millennia ago," Zhao Bo remarked with a smile. "Perhaps," Dan Yao replied with a smile. "And how may I address this young gentleman?" "My surname is Xiang, with the given name Yang." He paused before adding, "Fire, as in the flame." "Ah, young Master Fire. I am most honored. With one named Dan and another named Fire, how can alchemy be separated from flames? The celestial fire of heaven and earth can only achieve its utmost value in the art of alchemy. It is simply splendid." Zhao Bo jested. After a brief pause, Zhao Bo tentatively asked, "Such a precious 9 aperture concentration pill. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Dan Yao nodded lightly. "I forgot to bring money when I left, so I thought to exchange this for some funds." To outsiders, the 9 aperture concentration pill was undoubtedly priceless, capable of inciting fierce competition among Earth sovereigns and half-step celestial lords. Yet, to Dan Yao, it was merely a subpar pill she had crafted during her leisure time, utterly unaware of the sensation it would create. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Zhao Bo was even more astonished by her background and quickly suggested, "This item is far too valuable. Why not follow me upstairs so we may discuss the price in detail?" Chapter 987, Conflict 2. Dan Yao nodded. "Very well. I am quite curious to taste the tea at Wan Jingge. Please, this way." Zhao Bo extended the small blue vial to Dan Yao, making a gesture of invitation. Just as Dan Yao and Xiang Yang were about to ascend the stairs, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door, followed by a haughty voice proclaiming, "I have heard that someone is selling the 9 orifices concentration pill. Where are they?" Dan Yao and Xiang Yang were momentarily taken aback and turned to look. They beheld a young man with an arrogant demeanor stepping inside, dressed in a splendid outfit adorned with golden threads. He wielded a white jade fan painted with a depiction of a lady adorned with flowers, surrounded by several bodyguards like stars encircling the moon. Clearly the scion of a powerful family. Upon his entrance, the room fell into an eerie silence, evidently intimidated by his presence. The young man's gaze swept around the room before finally resting on Dan Yao and Xiang Yang. When he laid eyes on Dan Yao's figure, A flicker of astonishment gleamed in his eyes. Despite her masked visage, her form was exquisite, perfectly proportioned, neither too ample nor too slender. Even the most fastidious critic of feminine beauty would find no fault in her. Such a flawless physique led him to believe that beneath the mask lay an unparalleled beauty. He would gladly pierce his own eyes should it prove otherwise. This moment of admiration quickly passed, and his attention shifted to the small blue vial in Dan Yao's hand. Yet before he could scrutinize the quality of the 9 orifices concentration pill, he found his focus diverted once more, this time by Dan Yao's delicate hands. They were as white and tender as beautifully carved mutton fat jade, plump yet devoid of excess flesh, slender yet devoid of bone. Even the most skilled sculptor could not replicate such beauty. With a figure already perfect in its own right, the addition of those hands was utterly intoxicating, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. Regaining his composure, the young man cleared his throat softly, and upon glancing at the pill in her hand, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The 9 orifices concentration pill, indeed. Its quality is so exquisite that it could not possibly have been crafted by a mere 5th-tier alchemist. The one who concocted this pill must be an extraordinary 6th-tier alchemist king. I never imagined that upon stepping out, I would encounter such a treasure. Splendid, splendid. With that, he turned to Dan Yao and Xianxiang, declaring, I shall take this pill. Name your price. Dan Yao and Xianxiang stood in silence, not even lifting their eyelids. Seeing their indifference, the young man assumed they doubted his ability to pay and added, I am Bai Yun Tao, the heir of the Bai family, one of the 5 prominent families of Qingzhou. I possess both wealth and influence, so you need not worry about my financial capabilities. Xianxiang continued to ignore him, while Dan Yao couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing his name. Bai Yun Tao, oh what a play on words. She mused about whether he had any brothers. If so, would they be named Bai Yun Yao? An overwhelming sense of mischief bubbled within her. A smile from a beauty can captivate hearts. And although Dan Yao's mask obscured much of her face, when she smiled, the room was instantly illuminated. The spectators, initially indifferent due to her mask, found themselves entranced by her enchanting smile, momentarily blinded by its allure. As Xianxiang noticed the crowd's rapt attention on Dan Yao, he instinctively shifted his position to shield her from their gaze. At that moment, Zhao Bo regained his composure and spoke solemnly, Young Master Bai. Propriety dictates that we respect the order of transactions. Miss Dan initiated this deal with me. Your abrupt interruption seems rather improper. Although the Wanjin Pavilion was indeed established by the Dan family and commanded respect among the strong in the western region, young Master Bai was not someone to be trifled with. Bai Yun Tao was not only the heir to one of the 5 great families of Qingzhou, but also a subordinate of a significant figure. Rumor had it that this notable individual was a descendant of the dual absolute heavenly monarch from the northern region. The dual absolute heavenly monarch was a legendary figure at the pinnacle of the 4 great domains, wielding both immense power and the unique title of a 6th-tier alchemist. The dual identity of a heavenly monarch and a 6th-tier alchemist rendered him a near-mythical presence. While the Dan family's ancestor, Dan Qingli, boasted formidable strength and a formidable reputation, she paled in comparison to the dual absolute heavenly monarch, a seasoned powerhouse who combined cultivation and alchemy. With Bai Yun Tao sheltered under the auspices of such a formidable figure, he felt no trepidation in antagonizing the Dan family. Improper? Bai Yun Tao chuckled dismissively. Wealth is the ultimate authority. Good things belong to those who can afford them. I can certainly pay this price, so why should I be denied? While others may fear the Wanjin Pavilion, I do not. I offer 50 million spirit stones for this 9 orifices concentration pill. At this declaration, the attendees were taken aback by Bai Yun Tao's extravagant display of wealth. 50 million spirit stones referred to low-grade spirit stones, which would equate to 5 high-grade spirit stones. Purchasing a 9 orifices concentration pill for 5 high-grade spirit stones was undeniably a noteworthy price. Typically, 5th-tier pills at auctions fetched no more than 3 or 4 spirit stones, with only the finest reaching 5 high-grade spirit stones. However, one must not forget that auctions often involved significant speculation, leading to inflated prices. Bai Yun Tao provocatively glared at Zhao Bo, who wore a grim expression. The Dan family's branch in the western region had indeed surged in value due to Dan Qingli's ascension, yet their recent expansion had strained their cash flow. The Wanjin Pavilion was merely one of the Dan family's many establishments, and it could not afford to maintain excessive liquidity. Bai Yun Tao had clearly anticipated this. Seeking to seize the opportunity to acquire the 9 orifices concentration pill, Zhao Bo, glancing at the small blue vial in Dan Yao's hand, spoke softly, Miss Dan. I offer 60 million spirit stones for your 9 orifices concentration pill. 70 million. Bai Yun Tao interjected with a grin. 8 million. Zhao Bo's expression tightened as he gritted his teeth in determination. 100 million. Bai Yuntao's laughter was brimming with arrogance, exuding an air of confidence that he had ample funds to outbid anyone. Upon hearing the price escalate to 100 million, Zhao Bo's expression darkened further. As a branch of the Dan family with extensive dealings in medicinal herbs, their available funds barely exceeded 100 million, not accounting for daily expenditures. If it were any other item, he would never risk his cash flow for such a bid, but the 9 orifices concentration pill was exceedingly rare. Even the central headquarters of the Dan family in the southern region might not possess such a high-quality pill. Now that he had finally encountered it, how could he let it slip away? With gritted teeth, Zhao Bo raised his bid once more, 110 million, 150 million. Bai Yuntao, aware of the Wanjin Pavilion's financial constraints, raised the price sharply. Zhao Bo's face turned ashen, akin to stepping in a pile of excrement. What? Can't you afford the price? Bai Yuntao laughed heartily. Everyone says the Wanjin Pavilion is backed by the Dan family and is immensely wealthy. I thought you were more capable. Unbeknownst to many, he turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger, impressive in appearance yet devoid of substance. Zhao Bo's countenance darkened as he gazed at Dan Yao, earnestly imploring, Miss Dan, I speak candidly. Our establishment is genuinely eager to acquire the 9-orifice spirit consolidating pill you possess. However, I am merely the steward here, with limited authority. If you could place your trust in me, I suggest you wait upstairs for a moment while I consult the 2 gentlemen at our branch. I will endeavor to offer you the most sincere price for this precious elixir. How does that sound to you? Fearing that Dan Yao might refuse, he added, the Wanjin Pavilion is a property of the Dan family, which has conducted business for over 10 millennia and would never tarnish its own reputation. I shall go to the branch immediately and return shortly. There's no need. Dan Yao waved her hand dismissively. Did you hear that? This young lady said there's no need. You leave now, and who knows when you will return. Wouldn't that be a waste of a lady's time? If you lack the capability, it's best to shut down your shop and leave rather than dawdle, lest you become the subject of ridicule. After thoroughly mocking Zhao Bo, Bai Yuntao turned his attention to Dan Yao, inquiring, May I ask how to address this young lady? His smile was effusive, complemented by his dapper attire, all designed to create the illusion of a charming young gentleman, hoping to win Dan Yao's favor. To his surprise, Dan Yao did not spare him a glance, treating him as if he were invisible. Bai Yuntao, caught off guard, felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the scion of the Bai family, he was accustomed to women vying for his affection. This was the first time he had experienced such blatant disregard. Nonetheless, the more aloof a woman appeared, the more he desired to possess her. A fiery passion ignited within him, and he yearned to tear off her mask and rend her garments. Seeing Bai Yuntao's unabashed stare at Dan Yao, his eyes brimming with lustful desire, Xianxiang felt his own temper flaring. Were it not for the fact that the Wanjin Pavilion was a Dan family establishment, and that shedding blood would ruin the shop's fortune, he would have relished in dispatching this insolent fool. Bai Yuntao, oblivious to Xiangyang's icy glare, dismissed him as an insignificant masked peasant from a remote village, unworthy of his attention. He presented a golden card to Dan Yao, stating, This card contains 150 million spirit stones, redeemable at any currency point in the Tianxian continent. Hand over the 9-orifice spirit consolidating pill, and this card will be yours. Due to the immense transaction values of rare materials and treasures, carrying large quantities of spirit stones is cumbersome. Thus, aside from the finest spirit stones, mid-grade and lower-grade stones are primarily circulated in card form. Dan Yao continued to ignore him. Zhao Bo, noticing her reluctance to sell the pill to Bai Yuntao, quickly interjected. Miss Dan, please wait a moment. I will fetch the 2 gentlemen right away. No need. Dan Yao reiterated her previous statement. Miss, you. Dan Yao smiled and clarified. What I mean is, there is no need for negotiation. The 9-orifice spirit consolidating pill requires no markup. 50 million spirit stones will suffice. Upon hearing this, not only Zhao Bo but everyone present was left utterly astonished. After all, that was an exorbitant price of 150 million. Who would forsake such a fortune to sell a precious 5th-grade high-tier pill to the Wanjin Pavilion? This woman must have lost her senses. Bai Yuntao was equally bewildered, his expression darkening as he questioned, What do you mean by that? If Dan Yao found his offer too paltry and refused to sell him the pill, that would be one thing. But to turn around and offer the pill at a mere 50 million was nothing short of a slap in the face. Dan Yao continued to disregard him, coldly addressing Zhao Bo, Will you take it or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Of course we will accept. Why would we not? Zhao Bo responded hastily, though his brow furrowed. But 50 million is a rather, there are no buts. I operate on my own terms. If I take a liking to something, even at a lower price, I shall procure it. Conversely, if it displeases me, even a sky-high price would not entice me to part with it. Dan Yao loathed self-important, presumptuous men, whether it was Yi Chun or this Bai Yuntao. They believed that their status entitled them to the adoration of every woman. They were insufferably oily and repugnant, yet they pretended to be dashing. Her words were blunt, effectively rubbing Bai Yuntao's face in the dirt. Damn it! Bai Yuntao trembled with rage. Dan Yao continued to treat him as if he were air, handing the small blue vial to Zhao Bo, payment on delivery. Very well. Zhao Bo, well aware of the adage that delay invites change, disregarded Bai Yuntao's murderous glare and promptly retrieved a golden card, transferring 50 million spirit stones onto it before handing it to Dan Yao. Dan Yao accepted it without even glancing at it, tossing it directly into her spatial ring. Zhao Bo, witnessing her calm demeanor even in the face of such a substantial sum, felt increasingly impressed. How dare you slap my face like this? Bai Yuntao roared, his eyes fixed menacingly on Dan Yao. As the illustrious heir of the Bai family, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he was accustomed to getting his way. Who in the upper echelons did not vie for his favor? This woman, time and again, had humiliated him, an affront of the highest order. Should word of this spread, how could he possibly show his face among the elite of Qingzhou? The retinue behind Bai Yuntao, witnessing their master's fury, felt equally humiliated. They stepped forward, their expressions fierce as they glared at Dan Yao. The leader of the group bellowed, "You insolent girl, how dare you offend our young master? Kneel and apologize at once." As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from him, bearing down upon Dan Yao. Seeking death, Xiang Yang's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, ready to strike down these oblivious fools. Dan Yao, incensed, reflected on her arrival in the western regions. She merely sought to cultivate her skills and enhance her cultivation, never intending to stir up trouble. Yet this greasy man, Bai Yuntao, had overstepped time and again, believing her to be an easy target. While she did not seek conflict, it did not mean she feared it. If provoked, regardless of status, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Before Xiang Yang and Dan Yao could take action, a sudden movement caught their attention as the two elders of heaven and earth stepped forward, blocking their path. Zhao Bo admonished, "Young Master Bai, the Wanjin Pavilion is not a place for you to run amok. These two are esteemed guests of our establishment. Should you wish to trouble them, you must first contend with me." Bai Yuntao's expression grew darker as he contemplated the situation, ultimately gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger. "You have some nerve. I shall remember this debt. We are leaving." He turned away, casting a venomous glare at Xiang Yang and Dan Yao, his eyes seemingly saying, "You will pay for this." It's far from over. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang paid him no mind. The onlookers, astonished by Bai Yuntao's retreat, were left speechless. The Bai family's young master was well known throughout Qingzhou, notorious for his unwillingness to back down. They had expected a spectacle, yet he had chosen to concede. Zhao Bo, watching Bai Yuntao's receding figure, let out a sigh of relief. "My apologies for the fright you endured, esteemed guests." "Not at all." Dan Yao waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor unruffled. "He is merely a petty clown, hardly worth my concern. The fellow is indeed insufferable. This time, he has managed to escape swiftly, otherwise I would have struck him down with a single blow." Xiang Yang remarked coldly. Upon hearing such declarations from the two, the onlookers were left aghast, their faces paling. The woman's assertion that the young master of the Bai family is a mere clown was already alarming. But the man's audacity to claim he would kill Bai Yuntao with a single strike was even more astonishing. It is known that Bai Yuntao is the heir of the Bai family and has a deep connection with the great-grandson of the dual supreme heavenly monarch. Who are these two, daring to utter such bold words? Despite their masked faces, their voices were remarkably clear, and their demeanor radiated an extraordinary charisma, vibrant with youth. One could easily discern they were young. It is truly unfathomable how someone so young could possess such formidable cultivation. Subsequently, Elder Zhao invited Dan Yao and Xiang Yang upstairs for tea. As they engaged in casual conversation, Elder Zhao inquired once more, "Miss Dan, I fail to understand why you would forego 1.5 billion spirit stones and instead sell such a precious elixir at a bargain to our establishment?" Dan Yao took a sip of tea, refraining from a direct answer, and countered, "Do you know where we hail from?" Elder Zhao shook his head. "I do not. I come from the southern region, and this Dan I speak of is from the esteemed Dan family of Dian." "Ah, so Miss Dan is of the same lineage." Elder Zhao suddenly comprehended. Selling it for 50 million spirit stones is simply not letting the good fortune flow to outsiders. "Do you understand now?" I understand. Elder Zhao nodded with a smile, then asked, "Are you the third young lady?" Seeing Dan Yao's youth and her connection to the Dan family, he presumed her to be Dan Lingling. Dan Yao's expression dimmed as she sighed. "No, Lingling, when traced back, I cannot be considered a true member of the Dan family, for my mother is the daughter of the old master of the Dan family. Due to various circumstances, I carry my mother's surname, hence the shared surname with the Dan family. Dan Lingling is my cousin." "So, Dan Lingling is your cousin?" Then the two young masters stationed at the branch must be your elder brothers? Indeed, Dan Yao affirmed. I heard they are in the western region. So I made a detour to see them. Very well. Would you like me to inform the two young masters of your arrival? Dan Yao waved her hand. No need. I will go to the branch myself later. Outside the Wanjin Pavilion, Bai Yuntao emerged from the establishment with a cadre of guards, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he settled into a nearby tavern to indulge in drink. The leader of the guard, named Fan Jian, could not help but ask, Young master, why do you let those two be so disrespectful to you? Do you not fear the Dan family behind the Wanjin Pavilion, considering your connection with that esteemed individual? In the past, I would have had no fear, but times have changed. The Dan family is no longer the same as it once was, Bai Yuntao replied coldly. Why is that? Currently, the Dan family is not only under the protection of the Rakshasa heavenly monarch, but according to news from the southern region. Approximately half a year ago, a sixth-tier alchemist emerged mysteriously from the Alchemist Guild, offering a handsome reward for several rare medicinal herbs. It is said that this enigmatic alchemist shares a profound friendship with the Rakshasa heavenly monarch, and it was thanks to the pills crafted by this individual that Dan Kingli was able to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. Even though the Dan family's branch is thousands of miles away from the southern region, the main family's influence is far-reaching. Thus, we cannot afford to offend them too severely. If we were to provoke that mysterious alchemist, the consequences would be dire. I see. Fan Jian nodded in understanding. Indeed, it would be unwise to make an enemy of the Dan family, especially given their alliance with a sixth-tier alchemist. My bidding war with the one surnamed Zhao was merely a financial contest and not an outright enmity. But if a conflict were to arise within the establishment, leading to fatalities, the situation would be entirely different. Those two old geezers, when united, possess strength that could rival the Earth Sovereign, and engaging them would yield no advantage whatsoever. Are we simply to let them go? Of course not. This is the first time I have encountered such humiliation in my life. If I do not teach them a lesson, how can I quell this rage festering in my heart? Bai Yuntao fixed his piercing gaze upon the Wanjin Pavilion, his eyes flickering with intense, killing intent. Once they emerge from the Wanjin Pavilion, you shall strike immediately. Understood. Those two have shown such audacity. We shall ensure they receive a lesson they will never forget. Fan Jian grinned wickedly. As for that man, you may deal with him as you wish. Killing him is of no consequence. But as for that woman, Bai Yuntao's lips curled into a sinister smile. I have never encountered a woman with such an alluring figure. Beneath that mask lies surely a face that could bring ruin. To simply kill her would be a waste. Instead, let us cripple her cultivation and bring her back to be imprisoned in my estate as my 13th concubine. Yes, I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. And you shall await your wedding day. At that moment, one of the guards spoke up. Young master, these two are so audacious that they do not even acknowledge your background. They must possess some significant identity. Otherwise, they could not possibly have acquired such a precious item as the 9-aperture spirit gathering pill. Should we investigate before taking action? Get out of here. Fan Jian kicked the man aside. Investigate what? People are defined by their garments, and monks by their gold adornments. How could these two, dressed so plainly, possibly be of high status? You lack discernment. Bai Yuntao cast a sidelong glance at the man. Your concerns are not without merit. But I can assure you they are not what you suspect. These two, by their demeanor, resemble disciples from some prestigious family or sect. Yet in Qingzhou, there is no prominent family or sect whose members I do not recognize. I have never seen these two before. They cannot possibly be from the upper echelons of Qingzhou. Even if they hail from another state, they surely cannot be formidable. My belief that Dan Yao and Xiang Yang lack substantial background stems primarily from that 9-aperture spirit gathering pill. A 5th-tier high-grade elixir is a treasure that is worth its weight in gold anywhere across the 4 great domains. Even among super clans and super sects boasting heavenly monarchs, it is rare to find one. Such elixirs are typically regarded as heirlooms, passed down through generations. Unless a family falls into dire straits, they would seldom sell such a precious item. If my guess is correct, these two must have emerged from some fallen clan. Having lost sight of the difficulty their ancestors faced in accumulating such treasures, and blinded by greed, they have carelessly put it up for sale. Bai Yuntao shook his head. What a waste. After a while of idle chat, Dan Yao took her leave. Before departing, Elder Zhao gravely cautioned, the young master of the Bai family is a vengeful and formidable individual. Having been publicly humiliated, he is unlikely to let this matter rest easily. The Bai family is one of the 5 prominent families in Qingzhou, and Bai Yuntao's father, Bai Haishi, is not only the clan leader but also a powerful Earth Sovereign. You must exercise extreme caution. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, of course, were not afraid of retaliation. They would not be intimidated even by a heavenly monarch. Should Ling Tai come, they would remain unafraid. Nonetheless, they appreciated Elder Zhao's warning. Dan Yao recalled that she still needed 2 main ingredients to concoct the Breaking Void pill and inquired if there were any blood moon bodhi fruits or 9-petaled flowers of true blood in Qingzhou. Elder Zhao shook his head. These items are legendary treasures recorded only in ancient texts. How could such rare treasures exist in a place like Qingzhou? If you seek these 2 items, it would be best to wait until you meet the 2 young masters and inquire with them. Very well. I will certainly ask when I see them. The moment they stepped out of the Wanjin pavilion, the guard team rushed back to the tavern to report. Young master, those 2 oblivious ones have emerged. Move. With a single command from Bai Yuntao, the guard team sprang into action. Completely unaware that Dan Yao and Xiang Yang had already sensed their murderous intent, Xiang Yang could not help but let out a cold laugh. A horde of ants. Yao, how do you propose we deal with them? Eliminate them, Dan Yao replied, her crimson lips coldly uttering. Not a single one shall be spared. Xiang Yang chuckled. The thrill of vengeance, how delightful. Boom. As the 2 finished their words, Fan Jian led a group of guards, brandishing long knives, slicing through the air with deadly intent. The powerful blade aura instantly enveloped the entire street, a chilling aura of slaughter spreading forth, causing countless passers-by to flee in panic as if they were mere mice scurrying for safety, fearing that they might lose their lives if they did not escape quickly enough. Zhao Bo, having seen off Xiang Yang and Dan Yao, was about to ascend the stairs to organize accounts when he sensed the impending threat of murder and immediately shouted, "Be careful, you 2. Simultaneously, he urgently called for the 2 elders of heaven and earth to come and assist. However, with Fan Jian possessing peak Dongsu cultivation, his actions were alarmingly swift. Chapter 994, Seeking Death 4. Before Zhao Bo's warning could reach them, the blade aura had already descended upon Xiang Yang's crown. The strike was both rapid and ferocious, catching one completely off guard. Even a dignified Earth Sovereign would suffer grievous injuries without any defenses. Bai Yuntao, observing Fan Jian's ruthless strike from the tavern, clapped in approval, exclaiming, "Well done. Once this brat is eliminated, that little lady will belong to me." Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left him questioning his very existence. Xiang Yang's right hand extended languidly, fingers poised as if to casually pinch the descending blade. To think you would attempt to pinch my knife with mere fingers, truly a fool. Fan Jian's spiritual energy surged forth, channeling into the long knife, delivering a heavy blow. He believed that with this strike, Xiang Yang would either perish or be gravely wounded. Little did he anticipate that Xiang Yang's fingers would move with an incredible speed, effortlessly pinching the blade. Simultaneously, the formidable spiritual energy he infused into the knife dissipated as if it had been swallowed by the sea. In utter shock, Fan Jian hastily tried to withdraw the knife. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Yang, a master of the spirit platform realm, possessed a grip that, while seemingly light as smoke, was as immovable as a mountain. How could a mere Dongsu practitioner hope to wrest it from him? Humph. Xiang Yang let out a soft grunt, flicking the long knife with a casual motion. Instantly, the blade was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air like a wisp of black smoke. Heavenly Lord, Fan Jian was struck with unparalleled fear, realizing he had encountered the most terrifying opponent of his life. If he did not flee, only death awaited him. Without a second thought, Fan Jian turned and fled. Xiang Yang summoned a powerful force, drawing towards the direction of Fan Jian's escape. Fan Jian had no time to resist before being pulled back, Xiang Yang's hand gripping his crown, ready to unleash a lethal force that would shatter him to pieces. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers reacted, Fan Jian had become prey upon the chopping block. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as all eyes widened in disbelief at Xiang Yang. Who was Fan Jian? Most present knew he was the personal guard of the Bai family's young master, a peak Dongsu powerhouse. In the western region, where the heavenly sovereigns seldom appeared and earth sovereigns were mostly engrossed in seclusion, a peak Dongsu expert could be considered one of the elite. Yet, such a formidable figure could not withstand even a single strike from the man wearing a sorrowful cat mask. This was simply absurd. Zhao Bo and the 2 elders summoned by him watched with wide eyes, their astonishment surpassing that of encountering a ghost. How is this possible? At the tavern, Bai Yuntao, who had been leisurely sipping wine and munching on peanuts, now looked as if struck by lightning, unable to believe his own eyes. With such meager skills, you dare to strike at me? You must be tired of living. Xiang Yang sneered mercilessly. Let me go? Fan Jian's eyes were filled with terror as he desperately channeled his energy to escape Xiang Yang's grasp. Yet, ensnared within the confines of Xiang Yang's spiritual power, his strength was akin to a firefly against the rising sun, unable to emit any brilliance. You dare to attack me and yet wish for mercy? Do you truly think I am without temper? Xiang Yang's voice was as cold as ice. Perish. No. Fan Jian screamed in despair. Xiang Yang paid him no heed. unleashing his energy, igniting the purple Chun star fire upon him. Chapter 995, Seeking Death, 5. Fan Jian was engulfed in flames, ultimately reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of his remains. What is meant by a death without a complete corpse? This is what it signifies. Amidst the horrified and aghast gazes of the crowd, Xiang Yang's eyes slowly turned to Bai Yuntao in the tavern. Ahua, take a breather. Allow me to handle this trash. Dan Yao spoke coldly. Those who are kind are often bullied, and the noble steeds are ridden upon. Not revealing her hand. Did they truly believe this lady was easy to manipulate? Today, she intended to make an example of Bai Yuntao, to demonstrate to the ignorant what it means to be a force not to be trifled with. Seeing Dan Yao and Xiang Yang both gaze in his direction, Bai Yuntao was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He hastily cried out, protect me, protect me. As he shouted, he dashed down the stairs of the tavern, desperately fleeing towards the Bai family estate. The guards followed suit, rushing to protect their young master. Thinking to escape? Not a chance. With a cold snort, Dan Yao struck like a specter. Do not harm the young master. The guards lunged forward, brandishing their knives towards Dan Yao. Seeking death. Dan Yao's gaze turned icy. With a flick of her finger, endless chilling energy transformed into the 9 heavens, Xian Nu needle, shooting forth. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of agony resounded as several guards were pierced by the needles, instantly turning into ice-cold corpses. The remaining guards, witnessing this scene, felt their scalps tingle with dread. Very well, I shall grant you a swifter death. Dan Yao retract for many. Cultivators at the levels of condensation of infants and void cavern are already regarded as formidable forces. The man and woman before us exhibited an astonishing prowess, effortlessly dispatching over a dozen guards of these ranks within mere breaths, their strength and spiritual power truly astonishing. Chapter 996, A Shift in Disposition. Revenge? Dan Yao's crimson lips curled into a chilling smile. If you possess the ability, then come seek vengeance. If not, I could easily obliterate the Bai family. She spoke with nonchalance, yet the onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines, fear gripping their hearts. Ahua, let us depart. Ignoring the crowd, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang began to walk away. Shortly after their departure, a busybody rushed to discreetly inform the Bai family of the incident. As Dan Yao strolled along the cobblestone street, she gazed up at the overcast sky and sighed softly. To encounter such despicable people so soon after arriving in the western region is truly unfortunate. Xiang Yang handed her a skewer of candied hawthorn, smiling. No matter how unfortunate it may seem, those troublesome flies are now gone. There is no need to dwell on it. Yet, despite his words, every encounter with such individuals left a sour taste in her heart. Ah Yao, why do I feel that you've changed since coming to the western region? Have I? Dan Yao was taken aback. Xiang Yang nodded. In the past, you would have dismissed such people without a second thought. Even if you acted, it would have been solely against the instigator, not an indiscriminate annihilation. Dan Yao bit into the candied hawthorn, the crunch echoing. Every effect has its cause. I used to be overly gentle, too low-key, and far too complacent, which led to endless troubles. I've been reflecting on this lately. Had I acted with more prominence and formidable strength to intimidate the southern region, that old wretch, Green Bamboo, would have thought twice before plotting against us, let alone poisoning my brother repeatedly. If my brother hadn't been poisoned, I wouldn't have had to channel my energy to cure him, inadvertently awakening his buried memories. Perhaps he would not have perished for love. A bittersweet smile graced Dan Yao's face. And what of Ling Ling? If I had been more assertive, the scoundrels surrounding Xiang Ran would have hesitated to lay a heavy hand on her. Ling Ling's death has taught me a harsh lesson. Kindness can invite cruelty. A gentle horse can be ridden. Being low-key is commendable, but excessive humility only invites others to perceive you as weak and prey upon those you care for. Xiang Ran nodded. To be fair, you were indeed too low-key and excessively benevolent in the past. As a formidable cultivator of the spiritual platform realm, you should embody the pride and confidence befitting your status, casting aside those beneath you. Moreover, considering your unique cultivation method, even peers of the same rank can be disregarded. Unless faced with someone from the divine void realm, you need not fear anyone. Others with your abilities would have long since embraced their strength. Dan Yao sighed deeply. I was too subdued before, which is why such events recurred. Now, I shall be true to myself, acting as I please. Anyone who dares to provoke me shall pay a bloody price. The demise of Bai Yuntao will serve as a warning. Xiang Yang gently caressed her cascading hair. That is the spirit. To act as you wish, freely and unrestrained, is the path we cultivators pursue. May all things go smoothly henceforth. And may we never again face such partings. A cold glint flickered in Dan Yao's eyes. I have learned from past mistakes. I shall not suffer such losses again. Anyone who wishes for me to endure another separation shall find themselves ushered to hell. Ding. The system has detected the host's arrival in the Western region and has reactivated. From today onwards, sign-ins will resume. Chapter 997, System Upgrade. Upon hearing the system's cold, mechanical tone, Danielle couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, in her effort to extend Shang Guanyu's life, she had exhausted her resources, causing the system to fall into a dormant state. Thus, upon her arrival in the Western region, taking advantage of the battle between Xiang Yang and Xiang Ran, she was eager to reconnect with the system and sign in. However, after silently reciting several times, the system remained unresponsive. Just when she feared it had malfunctioned and that she could no longer sign in, it unexpectedly reactivated, bringing her immense joy. Ding! From this moment forth, the lazy fish system has transformed into the carefree wanderer system. Please, host, remember to check in. The carefree wanderer system? Danielle's pupils constricted, and she quickly inquired, why has the lazy fish system turned into the carefree wanderer system? Has it caught a virus? Ding! To respond to the host. This system has not been infected. The reason for the upgrade lies in the detection of a change in the host's disposition. You no longer harbor a lazy heart. Hence the upgrade. Is it truly for this reason? Danielle was taken aback. An upgrade based solely on a shift in disposition seemed excessively considerate. Of course, it is not solely due to this. This system automatically adapts and upgrades based on the host's circumstances. Even if the host's mindset remains unchanged, the system will still upgrade. Why? Danielle was perplexed. Even if she were not lazy, there was no need to be aimlessly carefree. Wasn't there a risk of losing oneself in the process? Much like Di Shishin from Finjiayun 2, who loved to indulge, only to encounter a disastrous fate. Those with abilities can flaunt their dominance, while those without can recklessly seek death. Similarly, those with capabilities can wander freely without fear of demise, while those lacking such prowess are bound for ruin. Previously, due to the host's strength, it was prudent to remain low-key and cultivate diligently. Now that the host has reached the spiritual platform realm, invincible across the 4 domains, how could you not act with a touch of grandeur, befitting your status as a transmigrated heroine? The system resonated with Danielle's thoughts and answered her unspoken queries. Danielle, well, that makes perfect sense. I'm left utterly speechless. Ding. The carefree wanderer system has successfully upgraded. Please begin your check-ins. Kind reminder, the first sign-in with the new system comes with generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Danielle's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was well aware that the initial sign-ins with the system often yielded the most substantial rewards, akin to the exceptional deals offered by food delivery services for first-time users. The rewards from her initial binding of the system had granted her the Minjiayu technique. No subsequent sign-ins had ever matched its prowess. Seizing this rare opportunity for a system transformation, she was determined not to miss out on these benefits. With a determined thought, Danielle silently declared, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-piece life-preserving gift set. A life-preserving gift set? Danielle was taken aback. System, didn't you want me to wander freely? How can I do so without powerful skills? Chapter 998, The Life-Preserving Trio. Ding. To respond to the host, as the old saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, one must still fear a kitchen knife. If you wish to wander freely, you must first learn to protect and escape yourself. If one does not know how to preserve their life while wandering, they will meet their demise, much like Di Shishin, who perished due to inadequate escape skills. If the host desires to live freely and carefreely, they must fully acquire life-preserving skills to ensure survival. Do you understand? Once again, Danielle felt the system's thoughtfulness. It is often said that a daughter is the most considerate little cotton-padded jacket. To her surprise, the system she was bound to was remarkably considerate. Ding. The life-preserving 3-piece set has been issued. The host can check it at any time. Excellent. Danielle smiled softly. Yao, what are you smiling about? Xiang Yang, noticing Danielle's sudden laughter, couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing, Danielle replied, shaking her head as she took a bite of the candied hawthorn. Perhaps it's simply because this candied hawthorn is exceptionally delicious. So that was the reason. Xiang Yang chuckled lightly. It is often said that indulging in sweets can uplift one's spirits, and it appears there is truth to that. Shall we head to the Dan family branch now? Let's wait a bit. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued and would prefer to find a place to rest first. Very well. The two then sought refuge in a luxurious hotel for the time being. Danielle retrieved her jade-colored meditation cushion and pretended to sit in meditation, while inwardly examining the life-preserving gift package provided by the system. This gift package contained 3 sets of techniques: the ice crystal glazed body, the snow treading stealth, and the ice bathing rebirth technique. The ice crystal glazed body is a supreme art boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Once mastered, the body appears as though encased in an impenetrable layer of ice crystal armor, impervious to blades and fire, capable of withstanding all external assaults. rendering the practitioner akin to an indestructible entity. Upon reading this description, Dan Yao's spirits soared. She practiced the Minjiao technique, which was nearly flawless in every aspect. If there was a shortcoming, it lay in its lesser offensive and defensive abilities compared to the bridal garment technique. The disparity in offensive power was inevitable. The bridal garment technique was inherently fierce and formidable, determined by the nature of the technique itself. The explosive power and endurance were akin to the age-old saying about fish and bear's paw. One cannot have both. The Minjiao technique prioritized infinite endurance. Thus, its instantaneous offensive capabilities were not as potent as those of the bridal garment technique. Yet, Dan Yao had not anticipated that the bridal garment technique not only possessed formidable offensive power, but also an astonishing defensive capability. This technique could absorb lightning and spiritual fire for refinement, creating a profound energy within, granting the body an unbreakable state akin to a guardian deity. Opponents who engage with such a practitioner would not only find it difficult to inflict harm, but might also experience simultaneous dual strikes of lightning and fire upon contact. This left Dan Yao envious. Not only was the offensive power formidable, but the defensive prowess was exceedingly intimidating. Was there any room for survival? Now, with the ice crystal glazed body, she too could attain an indestructible form. What delighted her further was that the protective techniques of this continent, such as the celestial child technique and the diamond iron cloth, were purely masculine in nature, ill-suited for female practitioners. In contrast, the ice crystal glazed body was entirely driven by feminine energy. The colder and more the spiritual power, the stronger the defense. Akin to an iceberg, its thicker ice layer made it increasingly difficult to penetrate. The second technique, snow-treading stealth, was better described as a slippery escape than as a subtle footfall. It lacked offensive capability but boasted astonishing speed. Her Minjiao technique also included a set of ethereal movement techniques. In terms of intricacy, it was not inferior to the snow-treading stealth. However, since this movement technique was derived from the Minjiao technique, its speed was constrained by the practitioner's level in Minjiao. Without mastering Minjiao to its utmost realm, the full potential of this movement technique could not be realized, which was somewhat disheartening. If she could reach the highest level, she would be invincible. Why would she need to flee? The snow-treading stealth, however, was different. This technique was renowned as the foremost escape technique in the world. When faced with danger, one could swiftly apply the technique, ensuring an immediate and successful evasion, with minimal restrictions based on cultivation level. As long as the opponent's strength did not exceed 2 major realms, one could easily escape. Dan Yao had already reached the spirit platform realm, if she mastered this technique. Even when confronted by a peak expert at the 9th level of the divine void like Xianxiaaudiobooks, she could still extricate herself. As the system aptly stated, no matter how skilled one is, one must still fear the butcher's knife. Only by mastering the art of escape can one live freely. The final technique, the ice-bathing rebirth, was even more extraordinary. In mythology, the phoenix is said to be reborn through flames, gaining enhanced combat prowess and vitality. Practicing the bridal garment technique requires enduring intense flames, followed by a complete relinquishment of one's cultivation to experience a true rebirth. The characteristics of the bridal garment technique are akin to the innate skills of the fire phoenix. Thus, those who practice it can be reborn from flames, gaining strength even beyond their previous state, as long as a trace of their true essence remains intact. This aspect was something the Minjiao technique lacked. The ice-bathing rebirth technique was conceived by an ancient practitioner of cold techniques, derived from an unnamed ancient tome. Its intricacies parallel the phoenix's fiery rebirth. But unlike the fiery rebirth, which requires a supreme yang technique, the ice-bathing rebirth necessitates the cultivation of pure spiritual energy. After perusing the descriptions of these 3 techniques, Dan Yao could only marvel in admiration. The ice crystal glazed body could withstand direct confrontations. When unable to withstand a fight, she could utilize the snow-treading stealth to escape. If she were to encounter a black swan, unable to flee with the snow-treading stealth, she could self-detonate to severely injure her opponent, only to resurrect herself using the ice-bathing rebirth technique. The 3 techniques progressed in layers, each intricately connected, arming her to the teeth. With this life-preserving gift package, even in the face of formidable foes, she would not risk demise. As the old adage goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Preserving one's life holds paramount importance. No matter what else is lost, there remains hope for recovery. If one cannot even secure their life, then all hope is truly extinguished. The value of this life-preserving gift package exceeded her wildest imagination, surpassing even the Minjiao technique she had initially bound herself to. Once again, Dan Yao felt gratitude for the system's thoughtfulness and humanity. The transcendent entity that brought her here had treated her generously, granting her such a remarkable system. What more could she desire? With a thought, Danielle connected with the system and inquired, "How will I sign in from now on?" Ding. After upgrading to the wandering system, the host is no longer required to check in daily at fixed locations. Instead, special locations can be used for check-ins. Danielle asked, "What qualifies as a special location?" "Any place rich in spiritual energy, capable of producing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, is considered a special location." Understood, Danielle nodded. Furthermore, the system allocates a fixed amount of essence to the host each month for conversion into sign-in items. Even if the host cannot check in daily, the essence still exists. Chapter 1000, Seven-Leaf Soulgrass. Thus, even if the host checks in only once in a month, the items obtained from that single check-in will not be inferior to those acquired from 30 check-ins in a month. Danielle's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, the fewer times I check in each month, the higher the quality of the rewards I receive? Indeed, this is akin to simmering soup. The longer it is cooked, the richer the broth becomes." Additionally, the quality of the rewards is positively correlated with the specialness of the check-in location. The more extraordinary the location, the more abundant the rewards. As Danielle listened, her anticipation grew. The heavens are unpredictable, and fortunes can change in an instant. Who knows what unexpected events tomorrow may bring? Mastering such life-preserving techniques is undoubtedly wise to do as soon as possible. However, these 3 techniques are unparalleled in their excellence, and mastering them is no small feat. For instance, the ice crystal glazed body requires the ingestion of jade marrow to extend the ink-cold spiritual energy outward, forming an indestructible layer of ice crystal armor. Jade marrow, formed over millennia, possesses the power to heal even the gravest of wounds. According to the records in the secret manuscript of 10,000 medicines, this particular item thrives in the Jade Valley of Lingzhou, one of the 9 continents in the western regions. It seems I must seize an opportunity to venture into the Jade Valley. To the west of Qingzhou City lies the stronghold of the Bai family, one of the 5 great clans. At this moment, the head of the Bai family, Bai Haishi, is warmly welcoming 2 extraordinary guests with a beaming smile. "Master Muxiao, here is the 7-leaf resurrection herb that our Bai family has specially sought from the great marsh of Yongzhou for you. We hope you will graciously accept it." At the main seat of the Bai family's grand hall, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard reverently presents a warm jade box to an elderly man with a black beard. This bearded middle-aged gentleman is none other than Bai Haishi, the patriarch of the Bai family. As one of the foremost earthly sovereigns in Qingzhou, Bai Haishi's esteemed status and widespread renown are well known throughout the region. Yet, before the black-bearded elder, he displays an astonishing level of deference and flattery that would leave any other powerful figures in Qingzhou utterly astounded. 7-leaf resurrection herb? A glint of surprise flickers in the elder's eyes as he hastily opens the box. Inside lies a spirit herb, no larger than a baby's palm, with 7 leaves displaying the 7 colors of the rainbow, glimmering with silvery light that casts a myriad of hues, truly a rare sight. The elusive 7-leaf resurrection herb. Indeed, this is the 7-leaf resurrection herb. I never imagined you could procure such a precious spirit herb. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The elder, known as Master Muxiao, beams with delight, his eyes sparkling, and bursts into hearty laughter. The 7-leaf resurrection herb is the most crucial ingredient for concocting the 6th great elixir, the resurrection pill. The esteemed apothecary lord has long been troubled by the inability to find this herb, and now, by serendipity, it has come into his possession. Presenting this herb will surely earn him substantial rewards from the apothecary lord, allowing him to further elevate his cultivation. Master Muxiao, your praise is too generous. It is our Bai family's honor to serve you. Bai Haishi replied, his smile effusive and sycophantic. "Ah, I shall remember your goodwill, my dear fellow." Master Muxiao said with a satisfied smile. "With your capabilities, merely being the head of the Bai family seems a bit of a waste. I would say you should govern Qingzhou instead." Chapter 1001. The young master has been murdered. Bai Haishi, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. "I am but a humble patriarch. How could I dare covet the position of city lord of Qingzhou? The current city lord is a formidable half-step celestial sovereign. Should I entertain such thoughts, I would likely meet a most untimely demise." Humph. Is a half-step celestial sovereign so formidable? With the support of my dual supreme hall, even a half-step celestial sovereign must obediently step aside for the worthy. Master Muxiao declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Bai Haishi was immediately stirred with excitement and hurriedly expressed, "Thank you for your support, Master. Should that day arise, I shall mobilize not just my entire clan, but all of Qingzhou's strength to help you gather rare treasures and assist you in achieving the esteemed title of Apothecary Lord." The dual supreme hall that Master Muxiao spoke of is a superpower that reigns over the major sects of the northern region. Not only does the dual Supreme Hall boast vast influence and a plethora of powerful figures, but it also possesses profound expertise in the art of alchemy. The most recognized alchemist across the 4 domains, the only 6th-grade apothecary lord, is none other than the leader of the Dual Supreme Hall, Lord Dual Sovereign. The might of the Dual Supreme Hall is such that even celestial sovereigns dare not provoke them. Dealing with a half-step celestial sovereign is akin to squashing an ant beneath one's heel, given by Haishi's status. He would ordinarily have no hope of attaching himself to such a formidable entity. However, he has a son whose proclivities for indulgence have inadvertently opened doors for the Bai family. While other families lament their son's debauchery, Bai Yuntao's excesses have led him to associate with the favored grandson of Lord Dual Sovereign, a fellow wastrel, thereby forging a connection that has benefited the Bai family immensely. Just as Bai Haishi indulged in fantasies of securing the support of the Dual Supreme Hall and replacing the current city lord to become the ruler of Qingzhou, a panicked voice broke through, shattering his pleasant reverie. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. Something dreadful. The family steward rushed in, flustered. Bai Haishi, who was attending to esteemed guests with utmost decorum, was immediately incensed by the steward's recklessness. What on earth is the matter? Why are you in such a frenzy? Do you not see we have honored guests? I am at fault. I am at fault. The steward, trembling, fell to his knees and repeatedly bowed. Brother Bai, as the head of the household, why bother to chastise a mere servant? If he rushed in like this, there must be a grave matter at hand. Master Mu Xiao interjected, his good mood unperturbed by the antics of a lesser individual. Very well, for Master Mu's sake, I shall grant you this one reprieve. Bai Haishi said, his expression softening slightly as he waved his hand. Now speak. What has transpired? Patriarch, the young master. The young master. The steward struggled to get the words out, his voice choked with emotion, unable to suppress his tears. Bai Haishi's expression shifted dramatically, urgency filling his voice. What has happened to Taylor? Speak quickly. The young master has been murdered. How can this be? Bai Haishi's fury and despair collided, and he bellowed, with Taylor's esteemed status. Who would dare lay a hand on him? Where is Fan Jian? Did I not instruct him to protect Taylor at all costs? Where is he? Fan Jian is dead, along with the entire guard detail. What? All dead? Who is responsible? Bai Haishi roared, his voice reverberating with rage. Who dares to take my son's life? The steward, sorrowful, replied, Patriarch, it was a pair of masked young men. Masked young men? Chapter 1002, Master Mu Xiao's absolute confidence. Bai Haishi found it difficult to believe. These two could annihilate an entire guard detail? It is true. These two confronted the young master at Wanjin Pavilion. And when the young master could not endure their provocations and approached them to discuss, they not only refused to admit their fault, but also struck him down mercilessly. The steward recounted, twisting the narrative to place all blame on Xiang Yang and Dan Yao, embellishing their cruelty in harming Bai Yuntao. With each word from the steward, Bai Haishi's complexion turned an increasingly darker shade, until finally, he was nearly livid. Very well, very good. These audacious wretches dare to so heinously persecute my son. Bai Haishi's fury escalated to the point of laughter, his eyes blazing with rage. Bai Yuntao was not only Bai Haishi's firstborn, but also the key to the Bai family's rise to prominence within the Dual Supreme Hall. For years, Bai Haishi had viewed Bai Yuntao as the beacon of hope for the family's ascendance. Now, with his death, Bai Haishi faced not only the agony of losing a son, but also the looming concerns for the future of his clan, inciting an inferno of rage within him. In an instant, Bai Haishi's face flushed as if splashed with a bucket of paint, his teeth clenched audibly, his heart a tumultuous eruption akin to a volcano. In that moment, he yearned to rend the two culprits who had slain Bai Yuntao into mincemeat. However, despite his overwhelming wrath, Bai Haishi remained lucid. According to the informant's description, the masked young couple possessed formidable cultivation. The male had dispatched Fan Jian with a single move, while the female had slain a guard with a mere prick. Even with his mid-level earthly sovereign cultivation, Bai Haishi could not achieve such instantaneous kills. Thus, their prowess must surely exceed his own. Should he recklessly charge forth, not only would he fail to avenge his son, but he might also sacrifice his own life in the process. While Bai Haishi deeply cherished his eldest son, his foremost devotion remained to his own survival. He could not risk everything to seek vengeance, particularly at the peril of his own life. Observing Bai Haishi's palpable hesitation, the steward exacerbated the situation, remarking, Clan Chief, that woman even dared to proclaim that if you seek vengeance, you may come to her. If you possess the capability, then exact your revenge. If not, this formidable lady will annihilate even your Bai family. What? She truly said such words? Bai Haishi's eyes widened like copper bells, his fury igniting instantly. I, your humble servant, would not dare to deceive. Brother Bai, they have already overstepped all bounds. If you continue to waver in fear, Would that not make us a laughingstock? Muxio reproached him sternly. Master, Baihashi faltered. How could I not yearn to avenge my son? Yet, these two scoundrels possess such formidable cultivation. Should I recklessly intervene, my own demise would be the least of my worries. Should calamity befall the Bai family as a consequence? How could I face my ancestors in the afterlife? I am truly apprehensive. Muxio waved his hand dismissively, sneering with disdain. Afraid? What is there to fear? Your son and the young lord share a sworn brotherhood. Anyone who harms him is, in effect, challenging the Shuangju Hall itself. Go forth boldly. I am eager to witness the means these two possess to dare provoke such a force. At Muxio's words, Baihashi's eyes brightened, his tone fervent. Master, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention on my son's behalf. The entire Bai family owes you an immense debt. The very reason Baihashi hesitated was his trepidation regarding the enigmatic couple's overwhelming strength. Failure to avenge might cost him his own life. Now, with Muxio's pledge of support, his reservations vanished. It must be noted that Muxio is a venerable elder of the Shuangju Hall, not only possessing peak earth sovereign cultivation, but also a fifth-grade alchemist. With him representing the hall, there was no fear of retaliation from those mysterious individuals. Baihashi furrowed his brow anew. Master, these two scoundrels are extraordinarily powerful. If it's only you and me, we might be insufficient. What if, rest assured? Muxio interrupted with a confident smile. The hall's lord assigned me to the western regions to gather medicinal herbs, fearing ambush. He dispatched 2 elders, each a half-step celestial lord, to accompany me. With their aid, even if those 2 escape to the ends of the earth, I will root them out. Baihashi's joy knew no bounds. With 2 half-step celestial lords present, no matter their skill, they shall surely meet their demise. Of course, Muxio stroked his long beard. When Shuangju Hall acts, nothing is impossible. Baihashi inquired, where are these 2 elders now? At this very moment. They stand in the Bai household, concealed beside me. Muxio raised his voice, commanding, reveal yourselves. At his command, the surrounding space warped as 2 aged men emerged. One bore a hooked nose, the other was bald. Though their faces showed the ravages of age, their auras were vigorous and potent. Allow me to introduce them. These 2 are among the 8 great elders of the Shuangju Hall. On the left is Elder Qinyi, on the right, Elder Kui. Muxio declared. Baihashi hastened to bow respectfully. Greetings, esteemed elders. Qinyi and Kui merely nodded, silent. With 3 powerful allies, avenging my son is assured, Baihashi thought, his eyes burning with murderous intent. I shall immediately dispatch men to locate these 2 scoundrels. Once found, I will personally see to their demise. Muxio shook his head. Your subordinates are a bunch of drunken oafs, incapable even of protecting your young master. Moreover, these 2 strangers likely hail from beyond, merely passing through Qingzhou. Sending men after them may be futile. They may leave before anyone can find them. How then will you exact revenge? What then shall I do? Baihashi asked, anxious. The 4 of us shall take action immediately. Qinyi and Kui possess formidable perception. By extending their spiritual senses, they will swiftly locate the pair. Upon discovery, they shall strike without hesitation, avenging Bai Yuntao. Muxio's voice was icy. Excellent. Baihashi sprang to his feet, eyes ablaze with vengeance. They dare slay my son. I vow none shall leave with their lives intact. The 4 instantly transformed into streaks of light, departing the Bai residence and arriving at the Wanjin Pavilion. Centered there, they expanded their spiritual senses to seek out Dan Yao and Xiangyang. Their overwhelming spiritual auras reverberated across much of Qingzhou. Look, that is Baihashi of the Bai family. He must have learned of Bai Yuntao's death and come to avenge his son. Who are those 3 elders accompanying him? Their auras surpass even the head of the Bai family. Unknown, likely formidable outsiders invited by Baihashi. With 4 powerful figures acting, a spectacular confrontation is imminent. Countless cultivators of Qingzhou gathered, their gazes fixed. The death of Bai Yuntao had already revealed the formidable prowess of the mysterious cultivators Dan Yao and Xiangyang. Now, with 4 mighty figures entering the fray, a cataclysmic battle was inevitable. Cultivation beyond the Earth's sovereign level is arduous. Most such elites remain secluded in meditation, rarely venturing forth. The sudden emergence of so many powerful beings was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle not to be missed. Unaware that the Bai family and Shuangju Hall had come seeking them, Dan Yao remained indifferent. Even if she knew, she cared not. 1 opponent, she would slay 1. 2 came, she would dispatch both. After years of obscurity, it was time for the name Dan Yao to resound across the continent. At present, Dan Yao was troubled over the refinement of the Pasu pill. This pill, capable of aiding cultivators from Lingtai to half-step divine void stages in breaking through to the divine void realm, was classified only as a high-grade 8th rank pill, not even 9th rank. Yet, its refinement was extraordinarily difficult, tenfold more so than typical ninth-grade pills. Previously, Dan Yao had been occupied with cultivation and had yet to gather the 5 core ingredients. Thus, she had not focused on refining the pill. Just moments ago, idly leafing through an alchemical manual gifted by her grandfather Dan Kunlun. She was astonished to discover that no one had succeeded in refining the Pisu pill for ages. It was not due to overly complex procedures, nor scarcity of materials, nor insufficient skill of the alchemist. Simply put, it was impossible to successfully create. This was akin to cooking at high altitudes, where boiling points are significantly lowered. No matter how skilled the chef or fine the ingredients, achieving proper cooking is exceedingly difficult. Each attempt ended in failure, with near-perfect failure rates. Many lifetime alchemists died never understanding why. Xianxiang noticed Dan Yao's furrowed brow and inquired about her troubles. She relayed what she had read in the manual regarding the difficulties with the Pisu pill. Ahua, do you think the Dan family's records might be mistaken? Though renowned for alchemy, their overall level is mediocre. They likely never had access to the Pisu pill's refinement techniques. Perhaps its difficulty is overstated. Xianxiang's brows knit slightly. I doubt it. Not only Southern Domain alchemists, but even the top masters of the Central Domain are helpless before the Pisu pill. Why, I do not know. Since my earliest memories, no alchemist has succeeded in refining it. Dan Yao pondered deeply. Could the prescription be incomplete? This notion has long been contemplated by others. To validate this issue, several fanatical alchemists excavated the tombs of several ancient alchemists. The ancient records unearthed from these graves bear striking resemblance to the alchemical formulas that are currently in circulation. If the formulas are not at fault, then what could possibly be the reason? Dan Yao felt a headache coming on. I am not certain either, but as the saying goes, the boat will get to the bridge when it reaches it. Even without the breaking void pill, with our innate talents, it is only a matter of time before we can break through. Xianxiang maintained a rather optimistic outlook. While a breakthrough is indeed possible, there is always the fear of unforeseen complications. If we could prepare in advance, we would not be caught off guard in the face of any impending crisis. The Fire Pill Divine Scroll you are studying is regarded as the supreme secret of the alchemical realm. Surely it must contain some references to the Breaking Void Pill? Chapter 1005. The young ones were defeated, now the old ones arrive. 1. The words struck like a bolt of lightning, and Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Of course, how could I have forgotten about that? Speaking of the Fire Pill Divine Scroll penned by her fellow traveler, Dan Yao found herself at a loss for words. The ancient tome indeed contained extraordinary alchemical methods, capable of transforming an individual into a formidable alchemist in a remarkably short time. However, Dan Yao had one particular grievance. The content was overwhelmingly extensive. She suspected that her fellow traveler had been a web novelist before crossing over. The beginning of the Fire Pill Divine Scroll was captivating, concise, and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Yet, after the most essential portion concluded, the subsequent content became rather tedious, filled with various tangential topics, peculiar alchemical formulas, and lengthy discourses on alchemy. It was akin to a nagging old woman's lengthy monologue, both tiresome and drawn out. On multiple occasions, Dan Yao found herself dozing off while reading. Since the most valuable content was at the forefront, neglecting the latter sections did not impede her alchemical capabilities. She decided to set the scroll aside, realizing that she had perhaps only completed about 60 to 70% of it. Due to the monotony of the latter chapters, she had initially resolved never to revisit it. However, in pursuit of crafting the Breaking Void Pill, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue reading. Alas, what a wretched fate. Wasn't he titled Fire Pill Divine Scroll? Why then was the latter half filled with drivel? Dan Yao's inner monologue was rich with sarcasm. At that moment, a voice erupted like thunder and fury. Where are the vile wretches who harmed my son? Come forth at once. Upon hearing this, Xianxiang laughed instead of getting angry. Teasingly remarked, Ah Yao, that old dog is calling us vile wretches. What shall we do about it? What else can we do? Just let it be. Dan Yao shrugged her shoulders. I am speaking seriously. Of course, we must confront him. Dan Yao's gaze turned icy. How dare he insult me? He is courting death. Mu Xiao, under the impression that with 2 semi-divine monarchs accompanying him, he could easily locate Dan Yao and Xianxiang with his divine sense, was taken aback to find that after searching around Qingzhou, he could not detect even a hint of their presence. With no other recourse, Bai Haishi could only resort to angry outbursts, attempting to provoke Dan Yao and Xianxiang into revealing themselves. While this tactic may be crude, it proved surprisingly effective. Those of the spirit platform realm possessed their own pride. How could they allow mere ants to trample over them? Dan Yao and Xianxiang transformed into 2 streaks of light, soaring out of the window and hovering in midair. Xianxiang called out towards the source of the voice. Which old dog is barking here? Aren't you going to come over to greet your uncle and aunt? Such audacity. Upon hearing Xiangyang's insult, Bai Haishi felt his anger rise to the heavens, infused with a fierce killing intent, and he rushed forward alongside Mu Xiao, Ku Yi, and Qin Yi. Look, the mysterious couple has appeared. The leader of the Bai family had brought so many powerful allies, expecting them to cower in fear. Yet they had the audacity to show themselves. These two truly possessed remarkable courage, knowing full well that Bai Haishi was backed by 3 formidable warriors, yet still dared to reveal themselves. The fearless nature of youth is indeed bold. They provoke anyone without hesitation. Who is the true bull and who is the tiger remains to be seen. The appearance of Dan Yao and Xian Yang attracted the gaze of numerous onlookers, both cultivators and common folk alike, igniting a flurry of discussions. Chapter 1006. The young ones were defeated, now the old ones arrive, too. Are you the Miss Dan who peddles the 9 orifices concentration pill and the young master of fire? Bai Haishi scrutinized Dan Yao and Xian Yang with eyes sharp as needles, his fury threatening to erupt. Indeed, I am Dan Yao. Dan Yao met Bai Haishi's gaze, remaining remarkably composed in the face of his murderous intent. Were you the one here earlier, barking like a mad dog and cursing us? Mad dog, you insolent wretch. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Bai Haishi was livid. Dan Yao replied coldly. I have no need to know who you are, nor do I wish to know. However, if you dare to provoke me, you shall pay the price. The earlier incident with Bai Yuntao serves as a warning. You shall not be an exception. Ah, so it is true that you killed my son Yuntao. You have quite the audacity. If you do not hand over your head as an offering for my son today, how shall I maintain my face in Qingzhou? Bai Haishi's veins bulged in fury, and he appeared ready to strike. Suddenly, a furious voice thundered from behind. Do not harm Miss Dan. 3 figures swiftly approached. It was Zhao Bo and the 2 elders of Tiandi. Due to the life-saving grace the 2 young masters of the Dan family had shown Zhao Bo, he had opted to stay on as the manager of the Wanjin Pavilion. Now, witnessing his benefactor's cousin surrounded by 4 formidable opponents, he could not remain idle and hastily summoned the 2 elders for support. Bai Haishi shifted his gaze to Zhao Bo and the 2 elders, coolly stating, Manager Zhao, the death of my son is inextricably linked to you. Out of respect for the Dan family, I shall not hold you accountable. However, if you dare to interfere further, do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate you as well? The Dan family, with its stronghold of divine monarchs, was not to be trifled with easily. Yet, with the backing of the dual Supreme Hall and the presence of the Rakshasa divine monarch in the southern domain, Bai Haishi felt emboldened, unafraid of Zhao Bo's interference. Zhao Bo replied, unbowed, Bai Haishi, the events that transpired stem from your son's reckless actions, initiating conflict with Miss Dan and young Master Fire, which ultimately led to his demise. He brought this fate upon himself. How can you blame others? This Miss Dan is not only a distinguished guest of my Wanjin Pavilion, but also has blood ties to my 2 young masters. If you dare to lay a finger on her, be prepared to face the wrath of our ancestor, the Rakshasa divine monarch. Zhao Bo understood that the opposing force was too powerful. With just himself and the 2 elders, they would struggle to contend. Thus, he invoked the name of the divine monarch Dan Kingli to assert their position. This woman is a member of the Dan family? Bai Haishi was taken aback. He initially thought that Dan Yao and Xian Yang had fled here after causing trouble in another domain, hence their masked appearances. He never anticipated that this woman was actually from the Dan family. Filled with surprise, Bai Haishi's heart teetered between fear and hesitation. If it were any other family, it might not be an issue, but the fact that she was the miss of the powerful Dan family made matters far more complicated. Would his son truly die in vain? Bai Haishi questioned loudly, though his tone had weakened considerably. Is it permissible for a member of the Dan family to kill at will? The previously silent Mu Xiao finally spoke, casting a glance at Dan Yao and Xian Yang. The Dan family certainly possesses a grandiose presence, yet while others may fear them, I do not. The elder Zhao Bo frowned at Mu Xiao's words. Let me introduce myself. I am Mu Xiao, the head of the Alchemy Hall of the Dual Supreme Hall. In a rather ostentatious manner, Mu Xiao introduced himself. Chapter 1007. The young one was struck, the old one appeared. 3. Both Qin Yi and Ku Yi spoke simultaneously. I am Qin Yi, elder of the Shuangju Hall. I am Ku Yi. What? The chief alchemist of Shuangju Hall, Mu Xiao? Qin Yi and Ku Yi, the 2 esteemed elders among the 8 under the command of the Shuangju Tianjun, are formidable figures at the threshold of the Tianjun realm. Mu Xiao is no slouch either. Not only is he a 5th-tier alchemist, but he has also reached the pinnacle of the earthly sovereign realm, only slightly inferior to Qin Yi and Ku Yi. Bai Haishi has quite the influence, managing to invite both the alchemists and elders from Shuangju Hall. The self-introductions of Mu Xiao, Qin Yi, and Ku Yi were akin to a massive stone striking water, sending forth countless ripples, leaving the bystanders in awe. The renown of the Shuangju Tianjun in the northern region is immense, with practitioners from the 4 major regions being almost universally aware of him. Behind him, the Zhuang, bolstered by the presence of this 6th-tier alchemist, has become the most formidable force not only in the northern region but across the 4 great territories. Thus, upon realizing the identities of Mu Xiao and his companions, a palpable change overcame the expressions of all present, including Zhao Bo. However, Dan Yao furrowed her brow and quietly inquired, "Ahua, is this not the western region? How is it that people from the northern region appear here and are linked to the Bai family?" Xianxiang explained. The western region is distinct from the southeastern regions, although it is quite distant from the northern region. A spatial transition station facilitates travel. Practitioners from the northern region need not fly such long distances to reach the western region, and vice versa, allowing for frequent exchanges between the 2 regions. Understanding dawned upon Dan Yao, who nodded in realization. Xianxiang continued, "Due to this ease of travel, the Zhuang Hall has virtually adopted the western region as its backyard. If I am not mistaken, the Zhuang Tianjun has likely dispatched them to the western region to seek rare, medicinal herbs for higher breakthroughs in alchemy." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao smirked coldly. "I happen to be in need of medicinal materials for alchemy. These old geezers have conveniently presented themselves." Witnessing the intense reactions from the crowd, Mu Xiao's smile grew even more pronounced as he coldly addressed Zhao Bo. "Though the ancestor of the Dan family is indeed formidable, he is but a trifling opponent before my Zhuang Hall. If you 3 are wise, you'd best vacate the premises quickly, or I shall incinerate your Wanjin pavilion and uproot your Dan family branch." Zhao Bo's expression darkened. He wished to assist, but had to consider Wanjin pavilion. Looking conflicted at Dan Yao smiled and said, "I am already grateful for your words at this juncture. You and the 2 elders should step back. We shall handle this. But there are no buts. Just 4 pests. I'll crush them with my bare hands." Zhao Bo, left with no choice, retreated with the 2 elders. Upon hearing Dan Yao liken them to pests, Mu Xiao's countenance darkened severely. He turned his gaze upon Dan Yao, menacingly stating, "Impudent girl, your words are audacious. I have traversed the northwest regions. What formidable figures have I not encountered? A little wretch like you, so ignorant of your own insignificance, is still..." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly surged forward. Xianxiang advanced, delivering a flurry of slaps to Mu Xiao's aged face. Mu Xiao's lips split open, blood spewing forth, and his cheeks swelled visibly. "You little brat. How dare you strike me? How dare you?" Mu Xiao clutched his swollen face, seething with rage, staring incredulously at Xianxiang. Chapter 1008. The young one was struck, the old one appeared. 4. Those who lack the ability to articulate deserve a beating. If you utter another word, believe that I shall end you with a single strike. Xianxiang's expression was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "What impudent girl, little wretch. My woman is not one you can insult." However, rather than instilling fear in Mu Xiao, this only served to ignite his fury. Mu Xiao bellowed, "By Haishi, are you dead? Do you not see me being struck? Why do you not kill these audacious dogmen and women?" By Haishi, having harbored a bellyful of rage, felt it erupt at Mu Xiao's command. "Dare to kill my son? Let them perish." By Haishi's face flushed with anger, his fingers coalescing into a fist, which he directed toward Xianxiang and Dan Yao. Boom. This punch, seemingly slow yet rapid, unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, creating rippling waves of true energy. The air crackled with the force of his strike, instilling fear among the onlookers below. This was the Bai family's ultimate technique, the annihilation killing fist. Having heard of the devastating power of the Bai family's annihilation killing fist, witnessing it firsthand today was indeed a testament to its fearsome reputation. I had once seen the head of the Bai family utilize this technique, and with a single punch, he had obliterated several Void Realm experts. With such formidable power, could the 2 withstand it? It seems precarious. The head of the Bai family is a mid-earth sovereign expert, and with the family's ultimate skill, how could an ordinary person hope to resist? Yet, it is hard to say. Previously, these 2 had dispatched Void Realm experts with a mere strike, so perhaps their strength is not far behind. Even if they could withstand the head of the Bai family, they would surely be unable to confront the 3 powerful figures of the Zhuang Hall, especially the 2 elders, Qin Yi and Ku Yi, who are half-step Tianjun experts. Should they intervene, death is certain unless a Tianjun comes to their aid. The crowd was in turmoil, murmuring incessantly, their eyes glued to Dan Yao and Xianxiang, anticipating how they would confront this punch. At the moment the punch was unleashed, Xianxiang glanced at Dan Yao, silently asking her if she would take the lead or if he should. Dan Yao smiled, taking a step forward, extending a delicate finger to meet the annihilation-killing fist. What? Is she serious, using a single finger to block? Such a potent killing fist. How could it possibly be repelled with just one finger? Is she seeking her own demise? As Dan Yao faced the overwhelming punch, not only did she not evade, but she also chose to confront it with merely a finger, nearly causing the onlookers to disbelieve their eyes. Baihaixi, witnessing this scene, felt both enraged and amused. Having cultivated as a mid-earth sovereign for several centuries, he was on the verge of breaking into the late earth sovereign realm. With the full force of the family's ultimate technique, the annihilation killing fist, he knew better than to underestimate even those of his caliber, let alone those at the late or pinnacle earth sovereign levels. This little wretch dares to think she can deflect it with a finger. Does she look down on him, or does she believe herself powerful? Humph, if she seeks death, I shall oblige. In the blink of an eye, Baihaixi unleashed another punch. This punch was even faster, merging with the first to form a colossal shadow of a fist. Die! The immense shadow of the fist bore down upon Dan Yao. Yet she remained as steadfast as a mountain. Channeling her spiritual energy, she pointed her finger, and the enormous fist shadow shattered instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness. What? The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. Baihaixi gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Chapter 1009. The young one was struck, the old one appeared. 5. Mu Xiao, Qian Yi, and Ku Yi, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not conceal their grave expressions. For beings of their stature, half-step Tianjun and pinnacle earth sovereign cultivators, to face Baihaixi's killing fist, even if they could deflect it, would not be able to do so with a mere finger. Who is this woman? And what kind of prowess does she possess? Which, I refuse to believe you possess such capabilities. Baihaishi, both astonished and furious, roared. I shall kill you to avenge my son. Annihilation killing fist, unleash. The full force of his mid-earth sovereign cultivation erupted, his abundant spiritual energy surging forth like a dam bursting. Baihaishi struck with both fists simultaneously, his spiritual energy blossoming in layers like flowers, then detonating repeatedly in midair, relentlessly bombarding Dan Yao. With a delicate flick of her fingers, Dan Yao's movements resembled a swan lightly treading on fresh snow, effortlessly dissipating the onslaught. No matter how Baihaishi launched his attacks, or how vigorously he unleashed his spiritual power, Dan Yao remained poised and unshaken atop the fishing terrace. Baihaishi's face twisted into a grimace of fury, howling in rage. A cold, contemptuous curve lifted the corner of Dan Yao's lips. Humph, with such meager skills, you dare seek vengeance against your grandaunt? Truly, you are reckless beyond salvation. She paused briefly, then sighed softly. Very well, if you desire death, I shall grant it and send you underground to reunite with your son. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy churned within Dan Yao's body like a raging tide. Her alabaster palm opened wide and reached out to seize Baihaishi. Damnable wretch. Terror flashed across Baihaishi's visage. Having realized he was no match for Dan Yao, he swiftly retreated as she lunged to grasp him. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun Dan Yao, a master of the spirit platform realm. One moment he turned his back, the next, an invisible palm force pinned him immovably in place. Then, with a flick of her fingers, Dan Yao unleashed the nine heavens' mysterious mating needle from her fingertips. The needle transformed into a faint azure gleam, streaking like lightning into the center of Baihaishi's brow. No, Baihaishi emitted a piercing, agonized scream as his body instantly froze into an ice sculpture. The sculpture shattered explosively, scattering blood-stained ice shards that rained down, dyeing the ground crimson. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before the onlookers could react, Baihaishi was pulverized beyond recognition, leaving no intact remains. None present had ever witnessed such ruthless prowess. They stared in horror at Dan Yao, who appeared as a goddess of death incarnate, their scalps tingling with dread that permeated every fiber of their being. Previously, Xianxia's single strike had slain Fan Jian, the pinnacle Void Guard captain, eliciting shock. Now, Dan Yao's ability to obliterate Baihaishi with a single needle, leaving no bones behind, was unfathomable. My heavens! What terrifying power must one wield to accomplish such a feat with such ease? At this moment, including the half-step celestial lords Kui and Qinyi, the assembly gazed at Dan Yao with nothing but fear in their eyes. With a solitary needle, she sent Baihaishi to the netherworld. Dan Yao's icy gaze then shifted towards Mu Xiao, Qinyi, and Kui. The elders of the twin Absolute Hall, once so arrogant, were now utterly silent. Don't come any closer. Mu Xiao's face was pale with terror as he trembled, pleading, let us talk this through. There is nothing to discuss. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if provoked, I repay in kind, doubling the measure. You dared to offend me blindly. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Dan Yao's cold voice left Mu Xiao's complexion draining instantly. Mu Xiao hastily activated his spiritual defenses and produced 2 pills, tossing them to Qinyi and Kui. Eliminate this demoness. After a moment's hesitation, Qinyi and Kui swallowed the pills. 2 formidable auras erupted, and their cultivations surged from half-step celestial lords to full celestial lords. Dan Yao recognized these pills as berserk pills, low-grade 6th-tier elixirs designed to rapidly elevate one's cultivation by a full realm within a brief span. However, such forced advancement carries grave risks. Minor setbacks might cause regression, while severe cases could rupture the danshan, rendering one incapacitated. No one uses these pills unless forced. Clearly, Mu Xiao discerned Dan Yao's cultivation surpassed the earth-venerable and half-step celestial lords, likely reaching celestial lord status. Celestial lords can erect barriers that seal the void, except for prodigies like Yi Chun, who possess numerous trump cards and remarkable endurance. Escaping a celestial lord's grasp is nearly impossible, even those on the cusp of celestial lord rank. Knowing escape was unlikely, Mu Xiao sacrificed 2 twin absolute hall half-step celestial lord elders by forcibly elevating Qinyi and Kui to celestial lords with the berserk pills. Though this would invite severe punishment upon their return, with death looming, Mu Xiao cared little. As he cast the pills, Mu Xiao's figure flashed, maneuvering behind Qinyi and Kui, ready to flee once they engaged the mysterious pair before them. Dan Yao and Xiangyang's keen eyes immediately discerned Mu Xiao's stratagem. Attempting to escape beneath their vigilant gaze was futile. Every avenue was sealed. Having forcibly ascended to celestial lord rank, Qinyi and Kui surged forward. One attacked Dan Yao. The other leapt towards Xiangyang. Unexpectedly, Dan Yao's flowing cloud-like sleeves enveloped Kui's arm, yanking him forcibly. Seeing Dan Yao's swiftness, Qinyi and Kui reluctantly coordinated a pincer assault, striking from both flanks. Wind and Thunder Slash. Both brothers, disciples of the same sect, executed their signature technique in perfect unison. As their true chi surged, countless weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks materialized in their palms, converging into a colossal 40-meter-long blade. Having witnessed Dan Yao's thunderous strike that swiftly dispatched by Haishi, Qinyi and Kui understood she was likely a celestial lord. To overcome her, a rapid ambush was imperative. Hence, they unleashed their most formidable technique at once. Now both elevated to celestial lords, no matter how formidable this demoness might be. Resisting the combined might of 2 celestial lords was improbable. What a terrifying wind and thunder slash. This was the signature technique of the twin absolute hall elders, truly dreadful. One slash might well bring even a celestial lord to bitter defeat. Could this woman withstand such a blow? The assembled spectators, witnessing the staggering 40-meter blade glowing ominously, were utterly shaken. This was their first encounter with such overwhelming power. The blade spanned the heavens and earth, turning skies dark and eclipsing sun and moon. Chapter 10-11. Overwhelmed, Part 2. In the presence of this immense blade, all creation seemed fragile and insignificant. Demoness, prepare to die, Qinyi and Kui shouted in unison, slashing fiercely downward. Humph, reckless fools. Dan Yao remained serene and unfazed, her eyes deep as the ocean. She raised her hand, spiritual energy cascading from her fingertips. Under this sweeping force, the celestial lord's oppressive aura instantly vanished. With a graceful flick, Dan Yao transformed her fingers into a palm, striking the chi-condensed 40-meter blade. A sharp tearing sound echoed, like ripping thick paper. The colossal blade shattered explosively, dissolving into twinkling starlight scattered by the wind. Despite the elders' exertion, risking regression of their cultivation to fully concentrate their power into the 40-meter blade, it was utterly powerless before Dan Yao. What? Damn it! How can this demoness be so strong? Mu Xiao, just preparing to flee, was stunned beyond words upon witnessing Dan Yao effortlessly shatter Qinyi and Kui's wind and thunder slash. Realizing his imminent doom, he hastily hurled several lethal poison pills toward Dan Yao and attempted to escape. Run? Not a chance. Xiangyang had long since fixated his gaze upon Mu Xiao, and upon witnessing him launch the venomous pellet towards Dan Yao, a fierce glint of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. A surge of violet flames erupted from his palm, transforming into a curtain of purple fire that incinerated the shot venomous pellet into nothingness. Following this, an overwhelming aura of pressure, akin to a volcanic eruption, spread through the air, instantly enveloping the entire vicinity. The terrifying violet spirit flames unfurled like an all-consuming tide, leaving Mu Xiao no time to flee, as he found himself ensnared by the flames. Under the dominion of the purple celestial fire, the once arrogant and imperious Mu Xiao was reduced to a trembling mouse, his aged visage paling severely with trepidation. Mu Xiao attempted to channel his spiritual energy to break free from the encirclement formed by the spirit fire, yet found himself utterly powerless. Xiangyang's crimson attire billowed in the wind, resembling a phoenix reborn from flames, radiant and unassailable. He commanded sternly, "Kneel." "Never." Mu Xiao's face contorted in a grotesque grimace, desperately resisting. However, under the relentless pressure exuded by Xianxiang, a formidable powerhouse, even his most fervent defenses crumbled, and he was ultimately compelled to kneel heavily. Heavenly Monarch? The celestial spirit fire? You are indeed a heavenly monarch, Mu Xiao exclaimed in terror, raising his gaze to the man before him, who appeared as a deity amidst the flames, his eyes wide like a lifeless fish. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd was struck by a cacophony in their minds, as if something had abruptly detonated. A heavenly monarch? This man was, astonishingly, also a heavenly monarch. Observing Dan Yao's effortless slaughter of Bai Haishi and her seamless resolution of the wind and thunder slash of withered leaves, it was clear to all that she, too, was a heavenly monarch. What did it mean to be a heavenly monarch? Anyone versed in cultivation understood that a heavenly monarch represented the most formidable existence across the 4 cardinal domains. A single heavenly monarch could rejuvenate a family, exert dominance over a vast territory, and bask in the veneration and adulation of countless cultivators. In the eyes of practitioners from the 4 domains, a heavenly monarch was akin to a divine being. Such deities existed only in the realms of legend and imagination, with many individuals spending their entire lives without ever glimpsing one. The same held true for heavenly monarchs. Yet today, not only had a heavenly monarch manifested, but 2 had appeared simultaneously. The emergence of one heavenly monarch was already astonishing. The sudden appearance of 2, both so youthful, left everyone questioning the very fabric of their existence.